The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. The Mysterious Death on the Underground Railway, by Baroness Emma Orczy. Recording by Barr. Chapter 10. The Mysterious Death on the Underground Railway. It was all very well for Mr. Richard Frobisher, of the London Mail, to cut up rough about it. Polly did not altogether blame him. She liked him all the better for that frank outburst of manlike ill-temper which, after all said and done, was only a very flattering form of masculine jealousy. Moreover, Polly distinctly felt guilty about the whole thing. She had promised to meet Dickie, that is, Mr. Richard Frobisher, at 2 o'clock sharp outside the Palace Theatre, because she wanted to go to a Maud Allan matinee, and because he naturally wished to go with her. But at 2 o'clock sharp she was still in Norfolk Street, Strand, inside an ABC shop, sipping cold coffee opposite a grotesque old man who was fiddling with a bit of string. How could she be expected to remember Maud Allan or the Palace Theatre or Dickie himself, for a matter of that? The man in the corner had begun to talk of that mysterious death on the Underground Railway, and Polly had lost count of time, of place, and circumstance. She had gone to lunch quite early, for she was looking forward to the matinee at the Palace. The old scarecrow was sitting in his accustomed place when she came into the ABC shop, but he had made no remark all the time that the young girl was munching her scone and butter. She was just busy thinking how rude he was not even to have said good morning, when an abrupt remark from him caused her to look up. "Will you be good enough," he said suddenly, "to give me a description of the man who sat next to you just now, while you were having your cup of coffee and scone?" Involuntarily Polly turned her head towards the distant door, through which a man in a light overcoat was even now quickly passing. That man had certainly sat at the next table to hers, when she first sat down to her coffee and scone. He had finished his luncheon, whatever it was, moment ago, had paid at the desk and gone out. The incident did not appear to Polly as being of the slightest consequence. Therefore she did not reply to the rude old man, but shrugged her shoulders and called to the waitress to bring her bill. "Do you know if he was tall or short, dark or fair?" continued the man in the corner, seemingly not the least disconcerted by the young girl's indifference. "Can you tell me at all what he was like?" "Of course I can," rejoined Polly impatiently, "but I don't see that my description of one of the customers in an ABC shop can have the slightest importance." He was silent for a minute, while his nervous fingers fumbled about in his capacious pockets in search of the inevitable piece of string. When he had found this necessary adjunct to thought, he viewed the young girl again through his half-closed lids, and added maliciously, "But supposing it were of paramount importance that you should give an accurate description of a man who sat next to you for half an hour to-day, how would you proceed?"
"I should say that he was of medium height."
5'8", 9, or 10, he interrupted quietly. "How can one tell to an inch or two?" rejoined Polly crossly. "He was between colours." "What's that?" he inquired blandly. "Neither fair nor dark. His nose—" "Well, what was his nose like? Will you sketch it?" "I am not an artist. His nose was fairly straight. His eyes were neither dark nor light. His hair had the same striking peculiarity. He was neither short nor tall. His nose was neither aquiline nor snub," he recapitulated sarcastically. "No," she retorted, "he was just ordinary looking." "Would you know him again, say, to-morrow, and among a number of other men who were neither tall nor short, dark nor fair, aquiline nor snub-nosed, etc.?" "I don't know. I might. He was certainly not striking enough to be specially remembered." "Exactly," he said, while he leant forward excitedly, for all the world like a jack-in-the-box let loose. "Precisely. And you are a journalist. Call yourself one, at least, and it should be part of your business to notice and describe people. I don't mean only the wonderful personage with the clear Saxon features, the fine blue eyes, the noble brow and classic face, but the ordinary person, the person who represents 90 out of every 100 of his own kind, the average Englishman, say, of the middle class, who is neither very tall nor very short, who wears a moustache which is neither fair nor dark, but which masks his mouth, and a top hat which hides the shape of his head and brow, a man, in fact, who dresses like hundreds of his fellow creatures, moves like them, speaks like them, has no peculiarity. Try to describe him, to recognize him, say, a week hence, among his other 89 doubles. Worse still, to swear his life away, if he happened to be implicated in some crime wherein your recognition of him would place the halter round his neck. Try that, I say, and having utterly failed, you will more readily understand how one of the greatest scoundrels unhung is still at large, and why the mystery on the Underground Railway was never cleared up. I think it was the only time in my life that I was seriously tempted to give the police the benefit of my own views upon the matter. You see, though I admire the brute for his cleverness, I did not see that his being unpunished could possibly benefit anyone. In these days of tubes and motor traction of all kinds, the old-fashioned best, cheapest, and quickest route to City and West End is often deserted, and the good old Metropolitan Railway carriages cannot at any time be said to be overcrowded. Anyway, when that particular train steamed into Aldgate at about 4 p.m. on March 18th last, the first-class carriages were all but empty. The guard marched up and down the platform, looking into all the carriages to see if anyone had left a halfpenny evening paper behind for him, and opening the door of one of the first-class compartments, he noticed a lady sitting in the further corner, with her head turned away towards the window, evidently oblivious to the fact that on this line Aldgate is the terminal station. "Where are you for, lady?" he said. The lady did not move, and the guard stepped into the carriage, thinking that perhaps the lady was asleep. He touched her arm lightly and looked into her face. In his own poetic language, he was "struck all of a heap." In the glassy eyes, the ashen colour of the cheeks, the rigidity of the head, there was the unmistakable look of death. Hastily the guard, having carefully locked the carriage door, summoned a couple of porters, and sent one of them off to the police station and the other in search of the station master. Fortunately, at this time of day the up platform is not very crowded, all the traffic tending westward in the afternoon. It was only when an inspector and 2 police constables, accompanied by a detective in plain clothes and a medical officer, appeared upon the scene, and stood round a first-class railway compartment, that a few idlers realized that something unusual had occurred, and crowded round, eager and curious. Thus it was that the later editions of the evening papers, under the sensational heading, "Mysterious Suicide on the Underground Railway," had already an account of the extraordinary event. The medical officer had very soon come to the decision that the guard had not been mistaken, and that life was indeed extinct. The lady was young, and must have been very pretty before the look of fright and horror had so terribly distorted her features. She was very elegantly dressed, and the more frivolous papers were able to give their feminine readers a detailed account of the unfortunate woman's gown, her shoes, hat, and gloves. It appears that one of the latter, the one on the right hand, was partly off, leaving the thumb and wrist bare. That hand held a small satchel, which the police opened, with a view to the possible identification of the deceased, but which was found to contain only a little loose silver, some smelling salts, and a small empty bottle, which was handed over to the medical officer for purposes of analysis.
It was the presence of that small bottle which had caused the report to circulate freely that the mysterious case on the Underground Railway was one of suicide. Certain it was that neither about the lady's person nor in the appearance of the railway carriage was there the slightest sign of struggle or even of resistance. Only the look in the poor woman's eyes spoke of sudden terror, of the rapid vision of an unexpected and violent death, which probably only lasted an infinitesimal fraction of a second, but which had left its indelible mark upon the face, otherwise so placid and so still.
The body of the deceased was conveyed to the mortuary. So far, of course, not a soul had been able to identify her, or to throw the slightest light upon the mystery which hung around her death. Against that, quite a crowd of idlers, genuinely interested or not, obtained admission to view the body, on the pretext of having lost or mislaid a relative or a friend. At about 8:30 p.m. a young man, very well dressed, drove up to the station in a hansom, and sent in his card to the superintendent. It was Mr. Hazeldene, shipping agent, of 11 Crown Lane, E.C., and number 19 Addison Row, Kensington. The young man looked in a pitiable state of mental distress. His hand clutched nervously a copy of the St. James's Gazette, which contained the fatal news. He said very little to the superintendent except that a person who was very dear to him had not returned home that evening. He had not felt really anxious until half an hour ago, when suddenly he thought of looking at his paper. The description of the deceased lady, though vague, had terribly alarmed him. He had jumped into a hansom, and now begged permission to view the body, in order that his worst fears might be allayed. "You know what followed, of course," continued the old man in the corner. "The grief of the young man was truly pitiable. In the woman lying there in a public mortuary before him, Mr. Hazeldene had recognized his wife." "I am waxing melodramatic," said the man in the corner, who looked up at Polly with a mild and gentle smile, while his nervous fingers vainly endeavoured to add another knot on the scrappy bit of string with which he was continually playing, "and I fear that the whole story savours of the penny novelette, but you must admit, and no doubt you remember, that it was an intensely pathetic and truly dramatic moment. The unfortunate young husband of the deceased lady was not much worried with questions that night. As a matter of fact, he was not in a fit condition to make any coherent statement. It was at the coroner's inquest on the following day that certain facts came to light, which for the time being seemed to clear up the mystery surrounding Mrs. Hazeldene's death, only to plunge that same mystery, later on, into denser gloom than before. The first witness at the inquest was, of course, Mr. Hazeldene himself. I think everyone's sympathy went out to the young man as he stood before the coroner and tried to throw what light he could upon the mystery. He was well dressed, as he had been the day before, but he looked terribly ill and worried, and no doubt the fact that he had not shaved gave his face a careworn and neglected air. It appears that he and the deceased had been married some 6 years or so, and that they had always been happy in their married life. They had no children. Mrs. Hazeldene seemed to enjoy the best of health till lately, when she had had a slight attack of influenza, in which Dr. Arthur Jones had attended her. The doctor was present at this moment, and would no doubt explain to the coroner and the jury whether he thought that Mrs. Hazeldene had the slightest tendency to heart disease, which might have had a sudden and fatal ending.
The coroner was, of course, very considerate to the bereaved husband. He tried by circumlocution to get at the point he wanted, namely, Mrs. Hazeldene's mental condition lately. Mr. Hazeldene seemed loath to talk about this. No doubt he had been warned as to the existence of the small bottle found in his wife's satchel.
"It certainly did seem to me at times," he at last reluctantly admitted, "that my wife did not seem quite herself. She used to be very gay and bright, and lately I often saw her in the evening sitting, as if brooding over some matters, which evidently she did not care to communicate to me." Still the coroner insisted, and suggested the small bottle. I know," replied the young man, with a short, heavy sigh. "You mean the question of suicide. I cannot understand it at all. It seems so sudden and so terrible. She certainly had seemed listless and troubled lately, but only at times, and yesterday morning, when I went to business, she appeared quite herself again, and I suggested that we should go to the opera in the evening. She was delighted, I know, and told me she would do some shopping and pay a few calls in the afternoon." "Do you know at all where she intended to go when she got into the Underground Railway?" "Well, not with certainty. You see, She may have meant to get out at Baker Street, and go down to Bond Street to do her shopping. Then, again, she sometimes goes to a shop in St. Paul's Churchyard, in which case she would take a ticket to Aldersgate Street, but I cannot say." "Now, Mr. Hazeldene," said the coroner at last, very kindly, "will you try to tell me if there was anything in Mrs. Hazeldene's life which you know of, and which might in some measure explain the cause of the distressed state of mind which you yourself had noticed? Did there exist any financial difficulty which might have preyed upon Mrs. Hazeldene's mind? Was there any friend to whose intercourse with Mrs. Hazeldene you at any time took exception? In fact," added the coroner, as if thankful that he had got over an unpleasant moment, "can you give me the slightest indication which would tend to confirm the suspicion that the unfortunate lady, in a moment of mental anxiety or derangement, may have wished to take her own life?" There was silence in the court for a few moments. Mr. Hazeldene seemed to everyone there present to be labouring under some terrible moral doubt. He looked very pale and wretched, and twice attempted to speak before he at last said in scarcely audible tones, "No, there were no financial difficulties of any sort. My wife had an independent fortune of her own. She had no extravagant tastes." "Nor any friend you at any time objected to?" insisted the coroner. "Nor any friend I at any time objected to," stammered the unfortunate young man, evidently speaking with an effort.
"I was present at the inquest," resumed the man in the corner, after he had drunk a glass of milk and ordered another, "and I can assure you that the most obtuse person there plainly realized that Mr. Hazeldene was telling a lie. It was pretty plain to the meanest intelligence that the unfortunate lady had not fallen into a state of morbid dejection for nothing, and that perhaps there existed a third person who could throw more light on her strange and sudden death than the unhappy bereaved young widower."
That the death was more mysterious even than it had at first appeared became very soon apparent. You read the case at the time, no doubt, and must remember the excitement in the public mind caused by the evidence of the two doctors, Dr. Arthur Jones, the lady's usual medical man, who had attended her in a last very slight illness, and who had seen her in a professional capacity fairly recently, declared most emphatically that Mrs. Hazeldene suffered from no organic complaint which could possibly have been the cause of sudden death. Moreover, he had assisted Mr. Andrew Thornton, the district medical officer, in making a post-mortem examination, and together they had come to the conclusion that death was due to the action of prussic acid, which had caused instantaneous failure of the heart. But how the drug had been administered neither he nor his colleague were at present able to state. "Do I understand, then, Dr. Jones, that the deceased died poisoned with prussic acid?" "Such is my opinion," replied the doctor. "Did the bottle found in her satchel contain prussic acid?" "It had contained some at one time, certainly." "In your opinion, then, the lady caused her own death by taking a dose of that drug?" "Pardon me, I never suggested such a thing. The lady died poisoned by the drug, but how the drug was administered we cannot say. By injection of some sort, certainly. The drug certainly was not swallowed. There was not a vestige of it in the stomach. Yes," added the doctor in reply to another question from the coroner, "death had probably followed the injection in this case almost immediately, say within a couple of minutes, or perhaps 3. It was quite possible that the body would not have more than one quick and sudden convulsion. Perhaps not that. Death in such cases is absolutely sudden and crushing."
I don't think that at the time any one in the room realized how important the doctor's statement was, a statement which, by the way, was confirmed in all its details by the district medical officer, who had conducted the post-mortem. Mrs. Hazeldene had died suddenly from an injection of prussic acid, administered no one knew how or when. She had been travelling in a first-class railway carriage in a busy time of the day. That young and elegant woman must have had singular nerve and coolness to go through the process of a self-inflicted injection of a deadly poison in the presence of perhaps 2 or 3 other persons.
Mind you, when I say that no one there realized the importance of the doctor's statement at that moment, I am wrong. There were 3 persons who fully understood at once the gravity of the situation, and the astounding development which the case was beginning to assume. Of course, I should have put myself out of the question, added the weird old man, with that inimitable self-conceit peculiar to himself. I guessed then and there, in a moment, where the police were going wrong, and where they would go on going wrong until the mysterious death on the Underground Railway had sunk into oblivion, together with the other cases which they mismanaged from time to time. I said there were 3 persons who understood the gravity of the 2 doctors' statements. The other 2 were, firstly, the detective who had originally examined the railway carriage, a young man of energy and plenty of misguided intelligence. The other was Mr. Hazeldene. At this point the interesting element of the whole story was first introduced into the proceedings, and this was done through the humble channel of Emma Funnel, Mrs. Hazeldene's maid, who, as far as was known then, was the last person who had seen the unfortunate lady alive and had spoken to her. "Mrs. Hazeldene lunched at home," explained Emma, who was shy, and spoke almost in a whisper. "She seemed well and cheerful. She went out at about 3:30, and told me she was going to Spence's, in St. Paul's churchyard, to try on her new tailor-made gown. Mrs. Hazeldene had meant to go there in the morning, but was prevented as Mr. Errington called." "Mr. Errington?" asked the coroner casually. "Who is Mr. Errington?" But this Emma found difficult to explain. Mr. Errington was Mr. Errington, that's all. "Mr. Errington was a friend of the family. He lived in a flat in the Albert Mansions. He very often came to Addison Row, and generally stayed late." Pressed still further with questions, Emma at last stated that latterly Mrs. Hazeldene had been to the theatre several times with Mr. Errington, and that on those nights the master looked very gloomy and was very cross. Recalled, the young widower was strangely reticent. He gave forth his answers very grudgingly, and the coroner was evidently absolutely satisfied with himself at the marvellous way in which, after a quarter of an hour of firm yet very kind questionings, he had elicited from the witness what information he wanted. Mr. Errington was a friend of his wife. He was a gentleman of means, and seemed to have a great deal of time at his command. He himself did not particularly care about Mr. Errington, but he certainly had never made any observations to his wife on the subject. "But who is Mr. Errington?" repeated the coroner once more. "What does he do? What is his business or profession?" "He has no business or profession." "What is his occupation, then?" "He has no special occupation. He has ample private means. But he has a great and very absorbing hobby." "What is that?" "He spends all his time in chemical experiments, and is, I believe, as an amateur, a very distinguished toxicologist." Chapter 11. Mr. Errington. "Did you ever see Mr. Errington, the gentleman so closely connected with the mysterious death on the Underground Railway?" asked the man in the corner as he placed 1 or 2 of his little snapshot photos before Miss Polly Burton. "There he is, to the very life. Fairly good looking, a pleasant face enough, but ordinary, absolutely ordinary." It was this absence of any peculiarity which very nearly, but not quite, placed the halter round Mr. Errington's neck. But I am going too fast, and you will lose the thread. The public, of course, never heard how it actually came about that Mr. Errington, the wealthy bachelor of Albert Mansions, of the Grosvenor, and other young dandies' clubs, one fine day found himself before the magistrates at Bow Street, charged with being concerned in the death of Mary Beatrice Hazeldene. late of number 19 Addison Row. I can assure you both press and public were literally flabbergasted. You see, Mr. Errington was a well-known and very popular member of a certain smart section of London society. He was a constant visitor at the opera, the race-course, the park, and the Charlton. He had a great many friends, and there was consequently quite a large attendance at the police court that morning. What had transpired was this. After the very scrappy bits of evidence which came to light at the inquest, two gentlemen bethought themselves that perhaps they had some duty to perform towards the state and the public generally. Accordingly they had come forward, offering to throw what light they could upon the mysterious affair on the Underground Railway. The police naturally felt that their information, such as it was, came rather late in the day, but as it proved of paramount importance, and the two gentlemen, moreover, were of undoubtedly good position in the world, they were thankful for what they could get, and acted accordingly. They accordingly brought Mr. Errington up before the magistrate on a charge of murder. The accused looked pale and worried when I first caught sight of him in the court that day, which was not to be wondered at, considering the terrible position in which he found himself. He had been arrested at Marseilles, where he was preparing to start for Colombo. I don't think he realized how terrible his position really was until later in the proceedings, when all the evidence relating to the arrest had been heard, and Emma Funnell had repeated her statement as to Mr. Errington's call at 19 Addison Row in the morning, and Mrs. Hazeldine starting off for St. Paul's Churchyard at 3:30 in the afternoon. Mr. Hazeldine had nothing to add to the statements he had made at the coroner's inquest. He had last seen his wife alive on the morning of the fatal day. She had seemed very well and cheerful. I think everyone present understood that he was trying to say as little as possible that could in any way couple his deceased wife's name with that of the accused. And yet from the servant's evidence it undoubtedly leaked out that Mrs. Hazeldine, who was young, pretty, and evidently fond of admiration, had once or twice annoyed her husband by her somewhat open yet perfectly innocent flirtation with Mr. Errington. I think every one was most agreeably impressed by the widower's moderate and dignified attitude. You will see his photo there, among this bundle. That is just how he appeared in court. In deep black, of course, but without any sign of ostentation in his mourning. He had allowed his beard to grow lately, and wore it closely cut in a point. After his evidence, the sensation of the day occurred. A tall, dark-haired man, with the word City written metaphorically all over him, had kissed the book, and was waiting to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. He gave his name as Andrew Campbell, head of the firm of Campbell and Co., brokers of Throgmorton Street. In the afternoon of March 18th, Mr. Campbell, travelling on the Underground Railway, had noticed a very pretty woman in the same carriage as himself. She had asked him if she was in the right train for Aldersgate. Mr. Campbell replied in the affirmative, and then buried himself in the Stock Exchange quotations of his evening paper. At Gower Street, a gentleman in a tweed suit and bowler hat got into the carriage, and took a seat opposite the lady. She seemed very much astonished at seeing him, but Mr. Andrew Campbell did not recollect the exact words she said. The two talked to one another a good deal, and certainly the lady appeared animated and cheerful. Witness took no notice of them. He was very much engrossed in some calculations, and finally got out at Farringdon Street. He noticed that the man in the tweed suit also got out close behind him, having shaken hands with the lady, and said in a pleasant way, "Au revoir, don't be late tonight." Mr. Campbell did not hear the lady's reply, and soon lost sight of the man in the crowd. Every one was on tenterhooks, and eagerly waiting for the palpitating moment when witness would describe and identify the man who last had seen and spoken to the unfortunate woman, within 5 minutes probably of her strange and unaccountable death. Personally, I knew what was coming before the Scotch stockbroker spoke. I could have jotted down the graphic and lifelike description he would give of a probable murderer. It would have fitted equally well the man who sat and had luncheon at this table just now. It would certainly have described 5 out of every 10 young Englishmen you know. The individual was of medium height. He wore a moustache which was not very fair, nor yet very dark. His hair was between colours. He wore a bowler hat and a tweed suit, and that was all. Mr. Campbell might perhaps know him again, but then again, he might not. He was not paying much attention. The gentleman was sitting on the same side of the carriage as himself, and he had his hat on all the time. He himself was busy with his newspaper. Yes, he might know him again, but he really could not say. Mr. Andrew Campbell's evidence was not worth very much, you will say. No, it was not in itself, and would not have justified any arrest were it not for the additional statements made by Mr. James Verner, manager of Messrs. Rodney and Co., colour printers. Mr. Verner is a personal friend of Mr. Andrew Campbell, and it appears that at Farringdon Street, where he was waiting for his train, he saw Mr. Campbell get out of a first-class railway carriage. Mr. Verner spoke to him for a second, and then, just as the train was moving off, he stepped into the same compartment which had just been vacated by the stockbroker and the man in the tweed suit. He vaguely recollects a lady sitting in the opposite corner to his own, with her face turned away from him, apparently asleep, but he paid no special attention to her. He was like nearly all business men when they are travelling, engrossed in his paper. Presently a special quotation interested him. He wished to make a note of it, took out a pencil from his waistcoat pocket, and seeing a clean piece of pasteboard on the floor, he picked it up and scribbled on it the memorandum, which he wished to keep. He then slipped the card into his pocket-book. "It was only 2 or 3 days later," added Mr. Verner in the midst of breathless silence, "that I had occasion to refer to these same notes again. In the meanwhile, the papers had been full of the mysterious death on the Underground Railway, and the names of those concerned with it were pretty familiar to me. It was, therefore, with much astonishment that on looking at the pasteboard which I had casually picked up in the railway carriage, I saw the name on it, Frank Errington." There was no doubt that the sensation in the court was almost unprecedented. Never since the days of the Fenchurch Street mystery and the trial of Smethurst had I seen so much excitement. Mind you, I was not excited. I knew by now every detail of that crime as if I had committed it myself. In fact, I could not have done it better, although I have been a student of crime for many years now. Many people there, his friends mostly, believed that Errington was doomed. I think he thought so too, for I could see that his face was terribly white, and he now and then passed his tongue over his lips as if they were parched. You see, he was in the awful dilemma, a perfectly natural one, by the way, of being absolutely incapable of proving an alibi. The crime, if crime there was, had been committed 3 weeks ago. A man about town like Mr. Frank Errington might remember that he spent certain hours of a special afternoon at his club, or in the park, but it is very doubtful in 9 cases out of 10 if he can find a friend who could positively swear as to having seen him there. No, Mr. Errington was in a tight corner, and he knew it. You see, there were, besides the evidence, 2 or 3 circumstances which did not improve matters for him. His hobby in the direction of toxicology to begin with. The police had found in his room every description of poisonous substances, including prussic acid.
Then, again, that journey to Marseilles, the start for Colombo, was, though perfectly innocent, a very unfortunate one. Mr. Errington had gone on an aimless voyage, but the public thought that he had fled, terrified at his own crime. Sir Arthur Inglewood, however, here again displayed his marvellous skill on behalf of his client by the masterly way in which he literally turned all the witnesses for the Crown inside out.
Having first got Mr. Andrew Campbell to state positively that in the accused he certainly did not recognize the man in the tweed suit, the eminent lawyer, after 20 minutes' cross-examination, had so completely upset the stockbroker's equanimity that it is very likely he would not have recognized his own office boy. But through all his flurry and all his annoyance, Mr. Andrew Campbell remained very sure of one thing, namely, that the lady was alive and cheerful and talking pleasantly with the man in the tweed suit up to the moment when the latter, having shaken hands with her, left her with a pleasant
"Au revoir. Don't be late tonight."
He had heard neither scream nor struggle, and in his opinion, if the individual in the tweed suit had administered a dose of poison to his companion, it must have been with her own knowledge and free will, and the lady in the train most emphatically neither looked nor spoke like a woman prepared for a sudden and violent death. Mr. James Verner, against that, swore equally positively that he had stood in full view of the carriage door from the moment that Mr. Campbell got out until he himself stepped into the compartment, that there was no one else in that carriage between Farringdon Street and Aldgate, and that the lady, to the best of his belief, had made no movement during the whole of that journey. No, Frank Errington was not committed for a trial on the capital charge, said the man in the corner with one of his sardonic smiles, thanks to the cleverness of Sir Arthur Inglewood, his lawyer. He absolutely denied his identity with the man in the tweed suit, and swore he had not seen Mrs. Hazeldene since 11 o'clock in the morning of that fatal day. There was no proof that he had. Moreover, according to Mr. Campbell's opinion, the man in the tweed suit was in all probability not the murderer. Common sense would not admit that a woman could have a deadly poison injected into her without her knowledge, while chatting pleasantly to her murderer. Mr. Errington lives abroad now. He is about to marry. I don't think any of his real friends for a moment believed that he committed the dastardly crime. The police think they know better. They do know this much, that it could not have been a case of suicide, that if the man who undoubtedly travelled with Mrs. Hazeldene on that fatal afternoon had no crime upon his conscience, he would long ago have come forward and thrown what light he could upon the mystery. As to who that man was, the police in their blindness have not the faintest doubt. Under the unshakable belief that Errington is guilty, they have spent the last few months in unceasing labour to try and find further and stronger proofs of his guilt. But they won't find them, because there are none. There are no positive proofs against the actual murderer, for he was one of those clever blackguards who think of everything, foresee every eventuality, who know human nature well, and can foretell exactly what evidence will be brought against them and act accordingly. This blackguard, from the first kept the figure, the personality, of Frank Errington before his mind. Frank Errington was the dust which the scoundrel threw, metaphorically, in the eyes of the police, and you must admit that he succeeded in blinding them, to the extent even of making them entirely forget the one simple little sentence overheard by Mr. Andrew Campbell, and which was, of course, the clue to the whole thing, the only slip the cunning rogue made. Au revoir. Don't be late tonight. Mrs. Hazeldene was going that night to the opera with her husband. You are astonished? He added with a shrug of the shoulders. You do not see the tragedy yet, as I have seen it before me all along. The frivolous young wife, the flirtation with a friend, all a blind, all pretense. I took the trouble which the police should have taken immediately, of finding out something about the finances of the Hazeldene ménage. Money is in 9 cases out of 10 the keynote to a crime. I found that the will of Mary Beatrice Hazeldene had been proved by the husband, her sole executor, the estate being sworn at £15,000. I found out, moreover, that Mr. Edward Sholto Hazeldene was a poor shipper's clerk when he married the daughter of a wealthy builder in Kensington. And then I made note of the fact that the disconsolate widower had allowed his beard to grow since the death of his wife. There is no doubt that he was a clever rogue," added the strange creature, leaning excitedly over the table and peering into Polly's face. "Do you know how that deadly poison was injected into the poor woman's system? By the simplest of all means, one known to every scoundrel in southern Europe. A ring. Yes, a ring which has a tiny hollow needle capable of holding a sufficient quantity of prussic acid to have killed 2 persons instead of 1. The man in the tweed suit shook hands with his fair companion. Probably she hardly felt the prick. Not sufficiently in any case to make her utter a scream. And, mind you, the scoundrel had every facility, through his friendship with Mr. Errington, of procuring what poison he required, not to mention his friend's visiting card. We cannot gauge how many months ago he began to try and copy Frank Errington in his style of dress, the cut of his moustache, his general appearance, making the change probably so gradual that no one in his own entourage would notice it. He selected for his model a man of his own height and build, with the same colored hair."
But there was the terrible risk of being identified by his fellow traveler in the underground,
suggested Polly. "Yes, there certainly was that risk. He chose to take it, and he was wise. He reckoned that several days would in any case elapse before that person, who, by the way, was a business man absorbed in his newspaper, would actually see him again. The great secret of successful crime is to study human nature," added the man in the corner, as he began looking for his hat and coat. "Edward Hazeldene knew it well." "But the ring?" "He may have bought that when he was on his honeymoon," he suggested with a grim chuckle. "The tragedy was not planned in a week. It may have taken years to mature. But you will own that there goes a frightful scoundrel unhung. I have left you his photograph as he was a year ago, and as he is now. You will see he has shaved his beard again, but also his moustache. I fancy he is a friend now of Mr. Andrew Campbell." He left Miss Polly Burton wondering, not knowing what to believe. And that is why she missed her appointment with Mr. Richard Frobisher, of the London Mail, to go and see Maud Allan dance at the Palace Theatre that afternoon. End of The Mysterious Death on the Underground Railway by Baroness Emma Orczy.
The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2, 500 Carats, by George Griffith. It was several months after the brilliant, if somewhat mysterious, recovery of the £15,000 parcel from the notorious but now vanished Seth Salter that I had the pleasure, and I think I may fairly add the privilege, of making the acquaintance of Inspector Lipinski. I can say without hesitation that in the course of wanderings which have led me over a considerable portion of the lands and seas of the world, I have never met a more interesting man than he was. I say was, poor fellow, for he is now no longer anything but a memory of bitterness to the I.D.B. But that is a yarn with another twist. There is no need for further explanation of the all too brief intimacy which followed our introduction, than the statement of the fact that the greatest South African detective of his day was after all a man as well as a detective, and hence not only justifiably proud of the many brilliant achievements which illustrated his career, but also by no means loth that some day the story of them should, with all due and proper precautions and reservations, be told to a wider and possibly less prejudiced audience than the motley and migratory population of the camp as it was in his day. I had not been 5 minutes in the cosy, tastily furnished sanctum of his low, broad-roofed bungalow in New De Beers Road before I saw it was a museum as well as a study. Specimens of all sorts of queer apparatus employed by the I.D.B's for smuggling diamonds were scattered over the tables and mantelpiece. There were massive, handsomely carved briar and meerschaum pipes, which seemed to hold wonderfully little tobacco for their size, rough sticks of firewood ingeniously hollowed out, which must have been worth a good round sum in their time, hollow handles of travelling trunks, ladies' boot heels of the fashion affected on a memorable occasion by Mrs. Michael Mosenstein, and novels, hymn-books, church services, and Bibles, with cavities cut out of the centre of their leaves which had once held thousands of pounds' worth of illicit stones on their unsuspected passage through the book-post. But none of those interested, or indeed puzzled me so much as did a couple of curiously assorted articles which lay under a little glass case on a wall bracket. One was an ordinary piece of heavy lead tubing about 3 inches long and an inch in diameter, sealed by fusing at both ends, and having a little brass tap fused into one end. The other was a small ragged piece of dirty red sheet, india-rubber, very thin, in fact almost transparent, and, roughly speaking, 4 or 5 inches square. I was looking at these things, wondering what on earth could be the connection between them, and what manner of strange story might be connected with them, when the inspector came in. "Good evening. Glad to see you," he said in his quiet and almost gentle voice, and without a trace of foreign accent, as we shook hands. "Well, what do you think of my museum? I dare say you've guessed already that if some of these things could speak, they could keep your readers entertained for some little time, eh?" "Well, there is no reason why their owners shouldn't speak for them," I said, making the obvious reply, provided always, of course, that it wouldn't be giving away too many secrets of state. "My dear sir," he said, with a smile which curled up the ends of his little black, carefully trimmed moustache ever so slightly, "I should not have made you the promise I did at the club the other night if I had not been prepared to rely absolutely on your discretion, and my own. Now, there's whisky and soda or brandy. Which do you prefer? You smoke, of course, and I think you'll find these pretty good, and that chair I can recommend. I have unravelled many a knotty problem in it, I can tell you. And now," he went on, when we were at last comfortably settled, "may I ask which of my relics has most aroused your professional curiosity?" It was already on the tip of my tongue to ask for the story of the gas-pipe and the piece of india-rubber, but the inspector forestalled me by saying, "But perhaps that is hardly a fair question, as they will all probably seem pretty strange to you. Now, for instance, I saw you looking at 2 of my curios when I came in. You would hardly expect them to be associated, and very intimately too, with about the most daring and skilfully planned diamond robbery that ever took place on the fields, or off them, for the matter of that, would you?" "Hardly," I said, "and yet I think I have learned enough of the devious ways of the I.D.B. to be prepared for a perfectly logical explanation of the fact." "As logical as I think, I may fairly say romantic," replied the inspector, as he set his glass down. "In one sense it was the most ticklish problem that I've ever had to tackle. Of course you've heard some version or other of the disappearance of the great De Beers diamond?" "I should rather think I had," I said, with a decided thrill of pleasurable anticipation, for I felt sure that now, if ever, I was going to get to the bottom of the great mystery. Everybody in camp seems to have a different version of it, and of course everyone seems to think that if he had only had the management of the case, the mystery would have been solved long ago. "It is invariably the case," said the inspector, with another of his quiet, pleasant smiles, "that everyone can do work better than those whose reputation depends upon the doing of it. We are not altogether fools at the department, and yet I have to confess that I myself was in ignorance as to just how that diamond disappeared, or where it got to, until 12 hours ago. Now, I'm going to tell you the facts exactly as they are, but under the condition that you will alter all the names except, if you choose, my own, and that you will not publish the story for at least 12 months to come. There are personal and private reasons for this, which you will probably understand without my stating them. Of course it will, in time, leak out into the papers, although there has been and will be no prosecution. But anything in the newspapers will of necessity be garbled and incorrect, and, well, I may as well confess that I am sufficiently vain to wish that my share in the transaction shall not be left altogether to the tender mercies of the imaginative penny-a-liner. I acknowledged the compliment with a bow as graceful as the easiness of the inspector's chair would allow me to make, but I said nothing, as I wanted to get to the story. "I had better begin at the beginning," the inspector went on, as he meditatively snipped the end of a fresh cigar. "As I suppose you already know, the largest and most valuable diamond ever found on these fields was a really magnificent stone, a perfect octahedron, pure white without a flaw, and weighing close on 500 carats. There's a photograph of it there on the mantelpiece. I've got another one by me. I'll give it to you before you leave Kimberley. Well, this stone was found about 6 months ago in one of the drives on the 800-foot level of the Kimberley mine. It was taken by the overseer straight to the De Beers offices and placed on the secretary's desk. You know where he sits, on the right-hand side as you go into the boardroom, through the green baize doors. There were several of the directors present at the time, and, as you may imagine, they were pretty well pleased at the find, for the stone, without any exaggeration, was worth a prince's ransom. Of course, I needn't tell you that the value per carat of a diamond which is perfect and of a good colour increases in a sort of geometrical progression with the size. I dare say that stone was worth anywhere between 1 and 2 millions, according to the depth of the purchaser's purse. It was worthy to adorn the proudest crown in the world instead of— But there, you'll think me a very poor story-teller if I anticipate. Well, the diamond, after being duly admired, was taken upstairs to the diamond-room by the secretary himself, accompanied by 2 of the directors. Of course you have been through the new offices of De Beers, but still perhaps I had better just run over the ground, as the locality is rather important. You know that when you get upstairs and turn to the right on the landing from the top of the staircase, there is a door with a little grill in it. You knock, a trap-door is raised, and, if you are recognized and your business warrants it, you are admitted. Then you go along a little passage, out of which a room opens on the left, and in front of you is another door leading into the diamond rooms themselves. You know, too, that in the main room fronting Stockdale Street and Jones Street, the diamond tables run round 2 sides under the windows, and are railed off from the rest of the room by a single light wooden rail. There is a table in the middle of the room, and on your right hand as you go in, there is a big safe standing against the wall. You will remember, too, that in the corner exactly facing the door stands the glass case containing the diamond scales. I want you particularly to recall the fact that these scales stand diagonally across the corner by the window. The secondary room, as you know, opens out on to the left, but that is not of much consequence. I signified my remembrance of these details, and the inspector went on. The diamond was first put in the scale and weighed in the presence of the secretary and the 2 directors by one of the higher officials, a licensed diamond broker and a most trusted employee of De Beers, whom you may call Philip Marsden when you come to write the story. The weight, as I told you, in round figures, was 500 carats. The stone was then photographed, partly for purposes of identification and partly as a reminder of the biggest stone ever found in Kimberley in its rough state. The gem was then handed over to Mr. Marsden's care pending the departure of the diamond post to Freiburg on the following Monday. This was a Tuesday. The secretary saw it locked up in the big safe by Mr. Marsden, who, as usual, was accompanied by another official, a younger man than himself, whom you can call Henry Lomas, a connection of his, and also one of the most trusted members of the staff. Every day, and sometimes 2 or 3 times a day, either the secretary or one or other of the directors came up and had a look at the big stone, either for their own satisfaction or to show it to some of their more intimate friends. I ought, perhaps, to have told you before that the whole diamond-room staff were practically sworn to secrecy on the subject, because, as you will readily understand, it was not considered desirable for such an exceedingly valuable find to be made public property in a place like this. When Saturday came, it was decided not to send it down to Cape Town, for some reason connected with the state of the market. When the safe was opened on Monday morning, the stone was gone. I needn't attempt to describe the absolute panic which followed. It had been seen 2 or 3 times in the safe on the Saturday, and the secretary himself was positive that it was there at closing time, because he saw it just as the safe was being locked for the night. In fact, he actually saw it put in, for it had been taken out to show to a friend of his a few minutes before. The safe had not been tampered with, nor could it have been unlocked, because when it is closed for the night it cannot be opened again, unless either the secretary or the managing director is present, as they each have a master key, without which the key used during the day is of no use. Of course I was sent for immediately, and I admit I was fairly staggered. If the secretary had not been so positive that the stone was locked up when he saw the safe closed on the Saturday, I should have looked upon the theory, the only possible one, as it seemed, that the stone had been abstracted from the safe during the day, concealed in the room, and somehow or other smuggled out, although even that would have been almost impossible in consequence of the strictness of the searching system and the almost certain discovery which must have followed an attempt to get it out of the town. Both the rooms were searched in every nook and cranny. The whole staff, naturally feeling that every one of them must be suspected, immediately volunteered to submit to any process of search that I might think satisfactory, and I can assure you the search was a very thorough one. Nothing was found, and when we had done, there wasn't a scintilla of evidence to warrant us in suspecting anybody. It is true that the diamond was last actually seen by the secretary in charge of Mr. Marsden and Mr. Lomas. Mr. Marsden opened the safe, Mr. Lomas put the tray containing the big stone and several other fine ones into its usual compartment, and the safe door was locked. Therefore that fact went for nothing. You know, I suppose, that one of the diamond room staff always remains all night in the room. There is at least one night watchman on every landing, and the frontages are patrolled all night by armed men of the special police. Lomas was on duty on the Saturday night. He was searched as usual when he came off duty on Sunday morning. Nothing was found, and I recognized that it was absolutely impossible that he could have brought the diamond out of the room or passed it to any confederate in the street without being discovered. Therefore, though at first sight suspicion might have pointed to him as being the one who was apparently last in the room with the diamond, there was absolutely no reason to connect that fact with its disappearance. I must say that that is a great deal plainer and more matter of fact than any of the other stories that I have heard of the mysterious disappearance, I said, as the inspector paused to refill his glass, and asked me to do likewise. Yes, he said dryly, the truth is more commonplace up to a certain point than the sort of stories that a stranger might find floating about Kimberley. But still, I dare say, you have found in your own profession that it sometimes has a way of, to put it in sporting language, giving fiction a 7-pound handicap and beating it in a canter. For my own part, I answered with an affirmative nod, my money would go on fact every time. Therefore it would go on now if I were betting. At any rate, I may say that none of the fiction that I have so far heard has offered even a reasonable explanation of the disappearance of that diamond, given the conditions that you have just stated, and, as far as I can see, I admit that I couldn't give the remotest guess at the solution of the mystery. That's exactly what I said to myself after I had been worrying day and night for more than a week over it, said the inspector. And then, he went on, suddenly getting up from his seat and beginning to walk up and down the room with quick, irregular strides, all of a sudden, in the middle of a very much smaller puzzle, just one of the common IDB cases we have almost every week, the whole of the work that I was engaged upon vanished from my mind, leaving it for a moment a perfect blank. Then, like a lightning flash out of a black cloud, there came a momentary ray of light which showed me the clue to the mystery. That was the idea. These, he said, stopping in front of the mantelpiece and putting his finger on the glass case which covered the two relics that had started the story. These were the materialization of it. "And yet, my dear Inspector," I ventured to interrupt, "you will perhaps pardon me for saying that your ray of light leaves me just as much in the dark as ever." "But your darkness shall be made day in all good course," he said with a smile. I could see that he had an eye for dramatic effect, and so I thought it was better to let him tell the story uninterrupted and in his own way, so I simply assured him of my ever-increasing interest and waited for him to go on. He took a couple of turns up and down the room in silence, as though he were considering in what form he should spring the solution of the mystery upon me. Then he stopped and said abruptly, "I didn't tell you that the next morning, that is to say Sunday, Mr. Marsden went out on horseback, shooting in the veld up toward that range of hills which lies over yonder to the north-westward, between here and Berkeley West. I can see by your face that you are already asking yourself what has that got to do with spiriting $1 million or so's worth of crystallized carbon out of the safe at De Beers. Well, a little patience and you shall see. Early that same Sunday morning I was walking down Stockdale Street in front of the De Beers offices, smoking a cigar and, of course, worrying my brains about the diamond. I took a long draw at my weed, and quite involuntarily put my head back and blew it up into the air. There, just like that. And the cloud drifted diagonally across the street dead in the direction of the hills on which Mr. Philip Marsden would just then be hunting buck. At the same instant the revelation which had scattered my thoughts about the other little case that I mentioned just now came back to me. I saw, with my mind's eye, of course. Well, now, what do you think I saw?" "If it wouldn't spoil an incomparable detective," I said somewhat irrelevantly, "I should say you would make an excellent story-teller. Never mind what I think. I'm in the plastic condition just now. I am receiving impression, not making them. Now, what did you see?" "I saw the great De Beers diamond, say from 10 to 1,500,000 pounds worth of concentrated capital, floating from the upper story of the De Beers Consolidated Mines, rising over the housetops and drifting down the wind to Mr. Philip Marsden's hunting ground." To say that I stared in the silence of blank amazement at the inspector, who made this astonishing assertion with a dramatic gesture and inflection which naturally cannot be reproduced in print, would be to utter the merest commonplace. He seemed to take my stare for one of incredulity rather than wonder, for he said almost sharply, "Ah, I see you are beginning to think that I am talking fiction now, but never mind, we will see about that later on. You have followed me, I have no doubt, closely enough to understand that, having exhausted all the resources of my experience and such native wit as the fates have given me, and having made the most minute analysis of the circumstances of the case, I had come to the fixed conclusion that the diamond had not been carried out of the room on the person of a human being, nor had it been dropped or thrown from the windows to the street. Yet it was equally undeniable that it had got out of the safe and out of the room." "And therefore it flew out, I suppose?" I could not help interrupting, nor, I am afraid, could I quite avoid a suggestion of incredulity in my tone. "Yes, my dear sir," replied the inspector, with an emphasis which he increased by slapping the forefingers of his right hand on the palm of his left. "Yes, it flew out. It flew some 17 or 18 miles before it returned to the earth in which it was born, if we may accept the theory of the terrestrial origin of diamonds. So far as the event proved, I was absolutely correct, wild and all, as you may naturally think my hypothesis to have been. But," he continued, stopping in his walk and making an eloquent gesture of apology, "being only human, I almost instantly deviated from truth into error. In fact, I freely confess to you that there and then I made what I consider to be the greatest and most fatal mistake of my career. Absolutely certain as I was that the diamond had been conveyed through the air to the Berkeley Hills, and that Mr. Philip Marsden's shooting expedition had been undertaken with the object of recovering it, I had all the approaches to the town watched till he came back. He came in by the old Transvaal road, about an hour after dark. I had him arrested, took him into the house of one of my men who happened to live out that way, searched him, as I might say, from the roots of his hair to the soles of his feet, and found nothing. Of course he was indignant, and of course I looked a very considerable fool. In fact, nothing would pacify him but that I should meet him the next morning in the board-room of De Beers, and, in the presence of the secretary and at least 3 directors, apologize to him for my unfounded suspicions, and the outrage that they had led me to make upon him. I was, of course, as you might say, between the devil and the deep sea. I had to do it, and I did it, but my convictions and my suspicions remained exactly what they were before. Then there began a very strange, and, although you may think the term curious, a very pathetic waiting game between us. He knew that, in spite of his temporary victory, I had really solved the mystery, and was on the right track. I knew that the great diamond was out yonder somewhere among the hills, or on the veld, and I knew, too, that he was only waiting for my vigilance to relax to go out and get it. Day after day, week after week, and month after month the game went on in silence. We met almost every day. His credit had been completely restored at De Beers. Lomas, his connection, and, as I firmly believe, his confederate, had been, through his influence, sent on a mission to England, and when he went I confess to you that I thought the game was up, that Marsden had somehow managed to recover the diamond, and that Lomas had taken it beyond our reach. Still I watched and I waited, and as time went on I saw that my fears were groundless, and that the gem was still on the veld or in the hills. He kept up bravely for weeks, but at last the strain began to tell upon him. Picture to yourself the pitiable position of a man of good family in the old country, of expensive tastes and very considerable ambition, living here in Kimberley on a salary of some £12 a week, worth about £5 in England, and knowing that within a few miles of him, in a spot that he alone knew of, there lay a concrete fortune of, say, £1,500,000, which was there for the picking up if he only dared to go and take it, and yet he dared not do so. Yes, it is a pitiless trade, this of ours, and professional thief-catchers can't afford to have much to do with mercy, and yet I tell you that as I watched that man day after day, with the fever growing hotter in his blood, and the unbearable anxiety tearing ever harder and harder at his nerves, I pitied him. Yes, I pitied him so much that I even found myself growing impatient for the end to come. Fancy that, a detective, a thief-catcher, getting impatient to see his victim out of his misery. Well, I had to wait 6 months, that is to say, I had to wait until 5 o'clock this morning, for the end. Soon after 4 one of my men came and knocked me up. He brought a note into my bedroom, and I read it in bed. It was from Philip Marsden, asking me to go and see him at once and alone. I went, as you may be sure, with as little delay as possible. I found him in his sitting-room. The lights were burning. He was fully dressed, and had evidently been up all night. Even I, who have seen the despair that comes of crime in most of its worst forms, was shocked at the look of him. Still he greeted me politely and with perfect composure. He affected not to see the hand that I held out to him, but asked me quite kindly to sit down and have a chat with him. I sat down, and when I looked up I saw him standing in front of me, covering me with a brace of revolvers. My life, of course, was absolutely at his mercy, and whatever I might have thought of myself or the situation, there was obviously nothing to do but to sit still and wait for developments. He began very quietly to tell me why he had sent for me. He said, "I wanted to see you, Mr. Lipinski, to clear up this matter about the big diamond. I have seen for a long time, in fact from Sunday night, that you had worked out a pretty correct notion as to the way that diamond vanished. You are quite right. It did fly across the veld to the Berkeley Hills. I am a bit of a chemist, you know, and when I had once made up my mind to steal it, for there is no use in mincing words now, I saw that it would be perfectly absurd to attempt to smuggle such a stone out by any of the ordinary methods. I dare say you wonder what these revolvers are for. They are to keep you there, in that chair, till I've done, for one thing. If you attempt to get out of it, or utter a sound, I shall shoot you. If you hear me out, you will not be injured, so you may as well sit still and keep your ears open. To have any chance of success I must have had a confederate, and I made young Lomas one. If you look on that little table beside your chair, you will see a bit of closed lead piping with a tap in it, and a piece of thin sheet india-rubber. That is the remains of the apparatus that I used. I make them a present to you. You may like to add them to your collection. Lomas, when he went on duty that Saturday night, took the bit of tube charged with compressed hydrogen and an empty child's toy balloon with him. You will remember that the night was very dark, and that the wind had been blowing very steadily all day towards the Berkeley Hills. Well, when everything was quiet, he filled the balloon with gas, tied the diamond— But how did he get the diamond out of the safe? The secretary saw it locked up that evening, I exclaimed, my curiosity getting the better of my prudence. It was not locked up in the safe at all that night, he answered, smiling with a sort of ghastly satisfaction. Lomas and I, as you know, took the tray of diamonds to the safe, and, as far as the secretary could see, put them in, but as he put the tray into its compartment he palmed the big diamond, as I had taught him to do in a good many lessons before. At the moment that I shut the safe and locked it, the diamond was in his pocket. The secretary and his friends left the room. Lomas and I went back to the table, and I told him to clean the scales, as I wanted to test them. While he was doing so, he slipped the diamond behind the box and the corner of the wall until it was wanted. We all left the room as usual, and, as you know, we were searched. When Lomas went on night duty, there was the diamond ready for its balloon voyage. He filled the balloon just so that it lifted the diamond and no more. The lead pipe he just put where the diamond had been, the only place you never looked in. When the row was over on the Monday, I locked it up in the safe. We were all searched that day. The next I brought it away, and now you may have it. 2 of the windows were open on account of the heat. He watched his opportunity and committed it to the air about 2 hours before dawn. You know what a sudden fall there is in temperature here just before daybreak. I calculated upon that to contract the volume of the gas sufficiently to destroy the balance and bring the balloon to the ground. And I knew that, if Lomas had obeyed my instructions, it would fall either on the veld or on this side of the hills. The balloon was a bright red, and, to make a long story short, I started out before daybreak that morning, as you know, to look for Buck. When I got outside the camp, I took compass bearings and rode straight down the wind towards the hills. By good luck or good calculation, or both, I must have followed the course of the balloon almost exactly, for in 3 hours after I left the camp, I saw the little red speck ahead of me up among the stones on the hillside. I dodged about for a bit, as though I were really after Buck, in case anybody was watching me. I worked round to the red spot, put my foot on the balloon, and burst it. I folded the india-rubber up, as I didn't like to leave it there, and put it in my pocket-book. You remember that when you searched me you didn't open my pocket-book, as of course it was perfectly flat, and the diamond couldn't possibly have been in it. That's how you missed your clue, though I don't suppose it would have been much use to you, as you'd already guessed it. However, there it is, at your service now. And the diamond? As I said these 3 words, his whole manner suddenly changed. So far he had spoken quietly and deliberately, and without even a trace of anger in his voice, but now his white sunken cheeks suddenly flushed a bright fever red, and his eyes literally blazed at me. His voice sank to a low, hissing tone that was really horrible to hear. "The diamond," he said. "Yes, curse it, and curse you, Mr. Inspector Lempinski, for it and you have been a curse to me. Day and night I have seen the spot where I buried it, and day and night you have kept your net spread about my feet, so I could not move a step to go and take it. I can bear this suspense no longer. Between you and that infernal stone, you have wrecked my health and driven me mad. If I had all the wealth of De Beers now it wouldn't be any use to me, and tonight a new fear came to me, that if this goes on much longer I shall go mad, really mad, and in my delirium rob myself of my revenge on you, by letting out where I hid it. Now listen, Lomas has one. He is beyond your reach. He has changed his name, his very identity. I have sent him by different posts, and to different names and addresses, 2 letters. One is a plan, and the other is a key to it. With those 2 pieces of paper he can find the diamond. Without them you can hunt for a century and never go near it. And now that you know that your incomparable stone, which should have been mine, is out yonder somewhere where you can never find it, you and the De Beers people will be able to guess at the tortures of Tantalus that you have made me endure. That is all you have got by your smartness. That is my legacy to you. Curse you! If I had my way, I would send you all out there to hunt for it without food or drink till you died of hunger and thirst of body, as you have made me die a living death of hunger and thirst of mind." As he said this, he covered me with one revolver, and put the muzzle of the other into his mouth. With an ungovernable impulse I sprang to my feet. He pulled both triggers at once. One bullet passed between my arm and my body, ripping a piece out of my coat-sleeve. The other—well, I can spare you the details. He dropped dead instantly. "And the diamond?" I said. "The reward is 20,000 pounds, and it is at your service," replied the inspector in his suavest manner, "provided that you can find the stone, or Mr. Lomas and his plans." End of 500 Carats by George Griffith. Recording by Dolly Frank, Tallahassee, Florida.
The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. The Problem of Cell 13, by Jacques Futrelle. Recording by Christine G. Part 1. Chapter 1. Practically all those letters remaining in the alphabet after Augustus SFX van Dusen was named were afterward acquired by that gentleman in the course of a brilliant scientific career, and, being honourably acquired, were tacked on to the other end. His name, therefore, taken with all that belonged to it, was a wonderfully imposing structure. He was a Ph.D., an LL.D., an F.R.S., an M.D., and an M.D.S. He was also some other things, just what he himself couldn't say, through recognition of his ability by various foreign educational and scientific institutions. In appearance he was no less striking than in nomenclature. He was slender, with a droop of the student in his thin shoulders, and the pallor of a close, sedentary life on his clean-shaven face. His eyes wore a perpetual forbidding squint, the squint of a man who studies little things, and when they could be seen at all through his thick spectacles, were mere slits of a watery blue. But above his eyes was his most striking feature. This was a tall, broad brow, almost abnormal in height and width, crowned with a heavy shock of bushy yellow hair. All these things conspired to give him a peculiar, almost grotesque personality. Professor Van Dusen was remotely German. For generations his ancestors had been noted in the sciences. He was the logical result, the mastermind. First and above all, he was a logician. At least 35 years of the half-century or so his existence had been devoted exclusively to proving that 2 and 2 always equal 4, except in unusual cases, where they equal 3 or 5, as the case may be. He stood broadly on the general proposition that all things that start must go somewhere, and was able to bring the concentrated mental force of his forefathers to bear on a given problem. Incidentally, it may be remarked that Professor Van Dusen wore a No. 8 hat. The world at large had heard vaguely of Professor Van Dusen as the thinking machine. It was a newspaper catch-phrase applied to him at the time of a remarkable exhibition at chess. He had demonstrated then that a stranger to the game might, by the force of his inevitable logic, defeat a champion who had devoted a lifetime to its study. The thinking machine! Perhaps that more nearly described him than all his honorary initials, for he spent week after week, month after month, in the seclusion of his small laboratory, from which had gone forth thoughts that staggered scientific associates and deeply stirred the world at large. It was only occasionally that the thinking machine had visitors, and these were usually men who, themselves high in the sciences, dropped in to argue a point and perhaps convince themselves. Two of these men, Dr. Charles Ransom and Alfred Fielding, called one evening to discuss some theory which is not of consequence here. "Such a thing is impossible," declared Dr. Ransom emphatically in the course of the conversation. "Nothing is impossible," declared the thinking machine with equal emphasis. He always spoke petulantly. "The mind is master of all things. When science fully recognizes that fact a great advance will have been made." "How about the airship?" asked Dr. Ransom. "That is not impossible at all," asserted the thinking machine. "It will be invented some time. I'd do it myself, but I'm busy." Dr. Ransom laughed tolerantly. "I've heard you say such a thing before," he said, "but they mean nothing. Mind may be master of matter, but it hasn't yet found a way to apply itself. There are some things that can't be thought out of existence, or rather which would not yield to any amount of thinking." "What, for instance?" demanded the thinking machine. Dr. Ransom was thoughtful for a moment as he smoked. "Well, say prison walls," he replied. "No man can think himself out of a cell. If he could, there would be no prisoners." "A man can so apply his brain and ingenuity that he can leave a cell, which is the same thing," snapped the thinking machine. Dr. Ransom was slightly amused. "Let's suppose a case," he said after a moment. "Take a cell where prisoners under sentence of death are confined. Men who are desperate and, maddened by fear, would take any chance to escape. Suppose you were locked in such a cell. Could you escape?" "Certainly," declared the thinking machine. "Of course," said Mr. Fielding, who entered the conversation for the first time. "You might wreck the cell with an explosive, but inside a prisoner you couldn't have that." "There would be nothing of that kind," said the thinking machine. "You might treat me precisely as you treated prisoners under sentence of death, and I would leave the cell." "Not unless you entered it with tools prepared to get out," said Dr. Ransom. The thinking machine was visibly annoyed, and his blue eyes snapped. "Lock me in any cell, in any prison anywhere at any time, wearing only what is necessary, and I'll escape in a week," he declared, sharply. Dr. Ransom sat up straight in the chair, interested. Mr. Fielding lighted a new cigar. "You mean you could actually think yourself out?" asked Dr. Ransom. "I would get out," was the response. "Are you serious?" "Certainly I am serious." Dr. Ransom and Mr. Fielding were silent for a long time. "Would you be willing to try it?" asked Mr. Fielding finally. "Certainly," said Professor Van Dusen, and there was a trace of irony in his voice. "I have done more asinine things than that, to convince other men of less important truths." The tone was offensive, and there was an undercurrent strongly resembling anger on both sides. Of course it was an absurd thing, but Professor Van Dusen reiterated his willingness to undertake the escape, and it was decided upon. "To begin now," added Dr. Ransom. "I prefer that it begin tomorrow," said the thinking machine, "because—" "No, now," said Mr. Fielding flatly. "You are arrested, figuratively of course, without any warning, locked in a cell, with no chance to communicate with friends, and left there with identically the same care and attention that would be given to a man under sentence of death. Are you willing?" "All right. Now then," said the thinking machine, and he arose. "Say, the death cell in Chisholm Prison." "The death cell in Chisholm Prison." "And what will you wear?" "As little as possible," said the thinking machine. "Shoes, stockings, trousers, and a shirt." "You will permit yourself to be searched, of course?" "I am to be treated precisely as all prisoners are treated," said the thinking machine. "No more attention and no less." There were some preliminaries to be arranged in the matter of obtaining permission for the test, but all three were influential men, and everything was done satisfactorily by telephone, albeit the prison commissioners, to whom the experiment was explained on purely scientific grounds, were sadly bewildered. Professor Van Dusen would be the most distinguished prisoner they had ever entertained. When the thinking machine had done those things which he was to wear during the incarceration, he called the little old woman who was his housekeeper, cook, and maidservant all in one. "Martha," he said, "it is now 27 minutes past 9 o'clock. I am going away. 1 week from tonight, at 9:30, these gentlemen, and one, possibly two, others, will take supper with me here. Remember Dr. Ransom is very fond of artichokes." The three men were driven to Chisholm prison, where the warden was awaiting them, having been informed of the matter by telephone. He understood merely that the eminent Professor Van Dusen was to be his prisoner, if he could keep him, for 1 week; that he had committed no crime, but that he was to be treated as all other prisoners were treated. "Search him," instructed Dr. Ransom. The thinking machine was searched. Nothing was found on him. The pockets of the trousers were empty. The white stiff-bosomed shirt had no pocket. The shoes and stockings were removed, examined, then replaced. As he watched all these preliminaries, the rigid searched and noted the pitiful, childlike physical weakness of the man, the colourless face, and the thin white hands, Dr. Ransom almost regretted his part in the affair. "Are you sure you want to do this?" he asked. "Would you be convinced if I did not?" inquired the thinking machine in turn. "No." "All right, I'll do it." What sympathy Dr. Ransom had was dissipated by the tone. It nettled him, and he resolved to see the experiment to the end. It would be a stinging reproof to egotism. "It will be impossible for him to communicate with anyone outside?" he asked. "Absolutely impossible," replied the warden. "He will not be permitted writing materials of any sort." "And your jailers, would they deliver a message from him?" "Not one word, directly or indirectly," said the warden. "You may rest assured of that. They will report anything he might say, or turn over to me anything he might give them." "That seems entirely satisfactory," said Mr. Fielding, who was frankly interested in the problem. "Of course, in the event he fails," said Dr. Ransom, "and asks for his liberty, you understand you are to set him free." "I understand," replied the warden. The thinking machine stood listening, but had nothing to say until this was all ended. Then: "I should like to make 3 small requests. You may grant them or not, as you wish." "No special favours now," warned Mr. Fielding. "I am asking none," was the stiff response. "I would like to have some tooth powder. Buy it yourself to see that it is tooth powder, and I should like to have 1 $5 and 2 $10 bills." Dr. Ransom, Mr. Fielding, and the warden exchanged astonished glances. They were not surprised at the request for tooth powder, but were at the request for money. "Is there any man with whom our friend would come in contact that he would bribe with $25? asked Dr. Ransom of the warden. "Not for $2,500, was the positive reply. "Well, let him have them," said Mr. Fielding. "I think they are harmless enough." "And what is the third request?" "I should like to have my shoes polished." Again the astonished glances were exchanged. This last request was the height of absurdity, so they agreed to it. These things all being attended to, the thinking machine was led back into the prison from which she had undertaken to escape. "Here is cell 13, said the warden, stopping 3 doors down the steel corridor. "This is where we keep condemned murderers. No one can leave it without my permission, and no one in it can communicate with the outside. I'll stake my reputation on that. It's only 3 doors back of my office, and I can readily hear any unusual noise." "Will this cell do, gentlemen?" asked the thinking machine. There was a touch of irony in his voice. "Admirably," was the reply. The heavy steel door was thrown open. There was a great scurrying and scampering of tiny feet, and the thinking machine passed into the gloom of the cell. Then the door was closed and double-locked by the warden. "What is that noise in there?" asked Dr. Ransom, through the bars. "Rats. Dozen of them," replied the thinking machine tersely. The 3 men, with final good nights, were turning away when the thinking machine called. What time is it exactly, Warden?" 11:17, replied the Warden. "Thanks. I will join you gentlemen in your office at half past 8 o'clock 1 week from tonight," said the thinking machine. "And if you do not?" "There is no if about it." Chapter 2. Chisholm Prison was a great spreading structure of granite, 4 stories in all, which stood in the centre of acres of open space. It was surrounded by a wall of solid masonry 18 feet high, and so smoothly finished inside and out as to offer no foothold to a climber, no matter how expert. Atop of this fence, as a further precaution, was a 5-foot fence of steel rods, each terminating in a keen point. This fence in itself marked an absolute deadline between freedom and imprisonment, for, even if a man escaped from his cell, it would seem impossible for him to pass the wall. The yard, which on all sides of the prison building was 25 feet wide, that being the distance from the building to the wall, was by day an exercise ground for those prisoners to whom was granted the boon of occasionally semi-liberty. But that was not for those in cell 13. At all times of the day there were armed guards in the yard, 4 of them, one patrolling each side of the prison building. By night the yard was almost as brilliantly lighted as by day. On each of the 4 sides was a great arc light, which rose above the prison wall and gave to the guards a clear sight. The lights, too, brightly illuminated the spiked top of the wall. The wires which fed the arc lights ran up the side of the prison building on isolators, and from the top story led out to the poles supporting the arc lights. All these things were seen and comprehended by the thinking machine, who was only enabled to see out his closely barred cell window by standing on his bed. This was the morning following his incarceration. He gathered, too, that the river lay over there beyond the wall somewhere, because he heard faintly the pulsation of a motor boat, and high up in the air saw a river bird. From the same direction came the shouts of boys at play, and the occasional crack of a battered ball. He knew then that between the prison wall and the river was an open space, a playground. Chisholm Prison was regarded as absolutely safe. No man had ever escaped from it. The thinking machine, from his perch on the bed, seeing what he saw, could readily understand why. The walls of the cell, though built, he judged, 20 years before, were perfectly solid, and the window bars of new iron had not a shadow of rust on them. The window itself, even with the bars out, would be a difficult mode of egress, because it was small. Yet, seeing these things, the thinking machine was not discouraged. Instead, he thoughtfully squinted at the great arc light. There was a bright sunlight now, and traced with his eyes the wire which led from it to the building. That electric wire, he reasoned, must come down the side of the building not a great distance from his cell. That might be worth knowing. Cell 13 was on the same floor with the offices of the prison, that is, not in the basement, nor yet upstairs. There were only 4 steps up to the office floor, therefore the level of the floor must be only 3 or 4 feet above the ground. He couldn't see the ground directly beneath his window, but he could see it further out toward the wall. It would be an easy drop from the window. Well and good. Then the thinking machine fell to remembering how he had come to the cell. First, there was the outside guard's booth, a part of the wall. There were 2 heavily barred gates there, both of steel. At this gate was one man always on guard. He admitted persons to the prison after much clanking of keys and locks, and let them out when ordered to do so. The warden's office was in the prison building, and in order to reach that official from the prison yard one had to pass a gate of solid steel with only a peep-hole in it. Then coming from that inner office to cell 13, where he was now, one must pass a heavy wooden door and 2 steel doors into the corridors of the prison, and always there was the double locked door of cell 13 to reckon with. There were then, the thinking machine recalled, 7 doors to be overcome before one could pass from cell 13 into the outer world, a free man. But against this was the fact that he was rarely interrupted. A jailer appeared at his cell door at 6 in the morning with a breakfast of prison fare. He would come again at noon, and again at 6 in the afternoon. At 9 o'clock at night would come the inspection tour. That would be all. "It's admirably arranged, this prison system," was the mental tribute paid by the thinking machine. "I'll have to study it a little when I get out. I had no idea there was such a great care exercised in the prisons." There was nothing, positively nothing, in his cell, except from his iron bed, so firmly put together that no man could tear it to pieces, save with sledges or a file. He had neither of these. There was not even a chair, or a small table, or a bit of tin or crockery. Nothing. The jailer stood by when he ate, and then took away the wooden spoon and bowl which he had used. One by one these things sank into the brain of the thinking machine. When the last possibility had been considered, he began an examination of his cell. From the roof, down the walls on all sides, he examined the stones and the cement between them. He stamped over the floor carefully, time after time, but it was cement, perfectly solid. After the examination he sat on the edge of the iron bed, and was lost in thought for a long time. For Professor Augustus S. F. X. van Dusen, the thinking machine, had something to think about. He was disturbed by a rat, which ran across his foot, then scampered away into a dark corner of the cell, frightened at its own daring. After a while the thinking machine, squinting steadily into the darkness of the corner where the rat had gone, was able to make out in the gloom many little beady eyes staring at him. He counted 6 pair, and there were perhaps others, he didn't see very well. Then the thinking machine, from his seat on the bed, noticed for the first time the bottom of his cell door. There was an opening there of 2 inches between the steel bar and the floor. Still looking steadily at this opening, the thinking machine backed suddenly into the corner where he had seen the beady eyes. There was a great scampering of tiny feet, several squeaks of frightened rodents, and then silence. None of the rats had gone out the door, yet there were none in the cell. Therefore there must be another way out of the cell, however small. The thinking machine, on hands and knees, started a search for this spot, feeling in the darkness with his long slender fingers. At last his search was rewarded. He came upon a small opening in the floor, level with the cement. It was perfectly round and somewhat larger than a silver dollar. This was the way the rats had gone. He put his fingers deep into the opening. It seemed to be a disused drainage pipe and was dry and dusty. Having satisfied himself on this point, he sat on the bed again for an hour, then made another inspection of his surroundings through the small cell window. One of the outside guards stood directly opposite, beside the wall, and happened to be looking at the window of cell 13 when the head of the thinking machine appeared. But the scientist didn't notice the guard. Noon came, and the jailer appeared with a prison dinner of repulsively plain food. At home the thinking machine merely ate to live. Here he took what was offered without comment. Occasionally he spoke to the jailer, who stood outside the door watching him. "Any improvements made here in the last few years?" he asked. "Nothing particularly," replied the jailer. "New walls was built 4 years ago." "Anything done to the prison proper?" "Painted the woodwork outside, and I believe about 7 years ago a new system of plumbing was put in." "Ah," said the prisoner. "How far is the river over there?" "About 300 feet. The boys have a baseball ground between the wall and the river." The thinking machine had nothing further to say just then, but when the jailer was ready to go he asked for some water. "I get very thirsty here," he explained. "Would it be possible for you to leave a little water in a bowl for me?" "I'll ask the warden," replied the jailer, and he went away. Half an hour later he returned with water in a small earthen bowl. "The warden says you may keep this bowl," he informed the prisoner, "but you must show it to me when I ask for it. If it is broken, it will be the last." "Thank you," said the thinking machine. "I shan't break it." The jailer went on about his duties. For just a fraction of a second it seemed that the thinking machine wanted to ask a question, but he didn't. 2 hours later, this same jailer, in passing the door of cell number 13, heard a noise inside and stopped. The thinking machine was down on his hands and knees in a corner of the cell, and from that same corner came several frightened squeaks. The jailer looked on interestedly. "Ah, I've got you," he heard the prisoner say. "Got what?" he asked, sharply. "One of these rats," was the reply. "See?" And between the scientist's long fingers the jailer saw a small grey rat struggling. The prisoner brought it over to the light and looked at it closely. "It's a water rat," he said. "Ain't you got anything better to do than catch rats?" asked the jailer. "It's disgraceful that I should be here at all," was the irritated reply. "Take this one away and kill it. There are dozens more where it came from." The jailer took the wriggling, squirmy rodent and flung it down on the floor violently. It gave one squeak and lay still. Later he reported the incident to the warden, who only smiled. Still later that afternoon the outside armed guard on cell 13 side of the prison looked up again at the window and saw the prisoner looking out. He saw a hand raised to the barred window, and then something white fluttered to the ground, directly under the window of cell 13. It was a little roll of linen, evidently of white shirting material, and tied around it was a $5 bill. The guard looked up at the window again, but the face had disappeared. With a grim smile, he took the little linen roll and the $5 bill to the warden's office. There together they deciphered something which was written on it with a queer sort of ink, frequently blurred. On the outside was this: "Finder of this, please deliver to Dr. Charles Ransom." "Ah," said the warden with a chuckle, "plan of escape number 1 has gone wrong." Then, as an afterthought, "But why did you address it to Dr. Ransom?" "And where did he get the pen and the ink to write with?" asked the guard. The warden looked at the guard, and the guard looked at the warden. There was no apparent solution of that mystery. The warden studied the writing carefully, then shook his head. "Well, let's see what he has going to say to Dr. Ransom," he said at length, still puzzled, and he unrolled the inner piece of linen. "Well, if that... What do you think of that?" he asked, dazed. The guard took the bit of linen and read this: "Epa seot dnet ni ave to nsi si t." Chapter 3. The warden spent an hour wondering what sort of a cipher it was, and half an hour wondering why his prisoner should attempt to communicate with Dr. Ransom, who was the cause of him being there. At this, the warden devoted some thought to the question of where the prisoner got writing materials, and what sort of writing materials he had. With the idea of illuminating this point he examined the linen again. It was a torn part of white shirt and had ragged edges. Now it was possible to account for the linen, but what the prisoner had used to write with was another matter. The warden knew it would have been impossible for him to have either pen or pencil, and, besides, neither pen nor pencil had been used in this writing. What, then? The warden decided to personally investigate. The thinking machine was his prisoner. He had orders to hold his prisoners. If this one sought to escape by sending cipher messages to persons outside, he would stop it, and he would have stopped it in the case of any other prisoner. The warden went back to cell 13, and found the thinking machine on his hands and knees on the floor, engaged in nothing more alarming than catching rats. The prisoner heard the warden's step and turned to him quickly. "It's disgraceful," he snapped. "These rats! There are scores of them." "Other men have been able to stand them," said the warden. "Here's another shirt for you. Let me have the one you have on." "Why?" demanded the thinking machine quickly. His tone was hardly natural, his manner suggested actual perturbation. "You have attempted to communicate with Dr. Ransom," said the warden severely. "As my prisoner, it is my duty to put a stop to it." The thinking machine was silent for a moment. "All right," he said finally. "Do your duty." The warden smiled grimly. The prisoner arose from the floor and removed the white shirt, putting on instead a striped convict shirt the warden had brought. The warden took the white shirt eagerly, and then they compared the pieces of linen on which was written the cipher with certain torn places in the shirt. The thinking machine looked on curiously. "The guard brought you those, then?" he asked. "He certainly did," replied the warden triumphantly. "And that ends your first attempt to escape." The thinking machine watched the warden as he, by comparison, established to his own satisfaction that only 2 pieces of linen had been torn from the white shirt. "What did you write this with?" demanded the warden. "I should think it part of your duty to find out," said the thinking machine, irritably. The warden started to say some harsh things, then restrained himself, and made a minute search for the cell, and of the prisoner instead. He found absolutely nothing, not even a match or toothpick which might have been used for a pen. The same mystery surrounded the fluid with which the cipher had been written. Although the warden left cell 13 visibly annoyed, he took the torn shirt in triumph. "Well, writing notes on a shirt wouldn't get him out, that's certain," he told himself with some complacency. He put the linen scraps into his desk to await developments. "If that man escapes from that cell, hang it, I'll resign." On the 3rd day of his incarceration, the thinking machine openly attempted to bribe his way out. The jailer had brought his dinner and was leaning against the barred door waiting, when the thinking machine began the conversation. "The drainage pipes over the prison lead to the river, don't they?" he asked. "Yes," said the jailer. "I suppose they are very small." "Too small to crawl through, if that's what you're thinking about," was the grinning response. There was silence until the thinking machine finished his meal. Then: "You know I'm not a criminal, don't you?" "Yes." "And that I've a perfect right to be freed if I demand it." "Yes." "Well, I came here believing that I could make my escape," said the prisoner, and his squint eyes studied the face of the jailer. "Would you consider a financial reward for aiding me to escape?" The jailer, who happened to be an honest man, looked at the slender, weak figure of the prisoner, at the large head with a mass of yellow hair, and was almost sorry. "I guess prisons like these were not built for the likes of you to get out of," he said at last. "But would you consider a proposition to help me get out?" the prisoner insisted, almost beseechingly. "No," said the jailer shortly. $500, urged the thinking machine. "I am not a criminal." "No," said the jailer. 1,000. "No," again said the jailer, and he started away hurriedly to escape further temptation. Then he turned back. "If you should give me $10,000 I couldn't get you out. You'd have to pass through 7 doors, and I only have the keys to 2. Then he told the warden all about it. "Plan number 2 fails," said the warden, smiling grimly. "First the cipher, then bribery." When the jailer was on his way to cell 13 at 6 o'clock, again bearing the food to the thinking machine, he paused, startled by the unmistakable scrape of steel against steel. It stopped at the sound of his steps, then craftily the jailer, who was beyond the prisoner's range of vision, resumed his tramping, the sound being apparently that of a man going away from cell 13. As a matter of fact, he was in the same spot. After a moment there came again the steady scrape, and the jailer crept cautiously on tiptoes to the door, and peered between the bars. The thinking machine was standing on the iron bed, working at the bars of the little window. He was using a file, judging from the backward and forward swing of his arms. Cautiously the jailer crept back to the office, summoned the warden in person, and they returned to cell 13 on tiptoes. The steady scrape was still audible. The warden listened to satisfy himself, and then suddenly appeared at the door. "Well?" he demanded, and there was a smile on his face. The thinking machine glanced back from his perch on the bed and leaped suddenly to the floor, making frantic efforts to hide something. The warden went in, with hand extended. "Give it up," he said. "No," said the prisoner sharply. "Come, give it up," urged the warden. "I don't want to have to search you again." "No," repeated the prisoner. "What was it? A file?" asked the warden. The thinking machine was silent, and stood squinting at the warden with something very nearly approaching disappointment on his face. Nearly, but not quite. The warden was almost sympathetic. "Plan number 3 fails, eh?" he asked good-naturedly. "Too bad, isn't it?" The prisoner didn't say. "Search him," instructed the warden. The jailer searched the prisoner carefully. At last, artfully concealed in the waistband of the trousers, he found a piece of steel about 2 inches long, with one side curved like a half moon. "Ah," said the warden, as he received it from the jailer, "from your shoe heel," and he smiled pleasantly. The jailer continued his search, and on the other side of the trousers waistband found another piece of steel identical with the first. The edges showed where they had been worn against the bars of the window. "You couldn't saw a way through these bars with these," said the warden. "I could have," said the thinking machine firmly. "In 6 months, perhaps," said the warden, good-naturedly. The warden shook his head slowly as he gazed into the slightly flushed face of his prisoner. "Ready to give it up?" he asked. "I haven't started yet," was the prompt reply. Then came another exhaustive search of the cell. Carefully the 2 men went over it, finally turning out the bed and searching that. Nothing. The warden in person climbed upon the bed and examined the bars of the window where the prisoner had been sawing. When he looked he was amused. "Just made it a little bright by hard rubbing," he said to the prisoner, who stood looking on with a somewhat crestfallen air. The warden grasped the iron bars in his strong hands and tried to shake them. They were immovable, set firmly in the solid granite. He examined each in turn and found them all satisfactory. Finally he climbed down from the bed. "Give it up, Professor," he advised. The thinking machine shook his head, and the warden and jailer passed on again. As they disappeared down the corridor, the thinking machine sat on the edge of the bed with his head in his hands. "He's crazy to try and get out of that cell," commented the jailer. "Of course he can't get out," said the warden, "but he's clever. I would like to know what he wrote that cipher with." It was 4 o'clock next morning when an awful heart-racking shriek of terror resounded through the great prison. It came from a cell somewhere about the centre, and its tone told a tale of horror, agony, terrible fear. The warden heard, and with 3 of his men rushed into the long corridor leading to cell 13. End of The Problem of Cell 13, by Jacques Futrelle, Part 1. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 18th of February, 2012. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. The Problem of Cell 13, by Jacques Futrelle. Recording by Christine G. Part 2. Chapter 4. As they ran, there came again that awful cry. It died away in a sort of wail. The white faces of prisoners appeared at cell doors, upstairs and down, staring out wonderingly, frightened. "It's that fool in cell 13, grumbled the warden. He stood and stared in as one of the jailers flashed a lantern. That fool in cell 13 lay comfortably on his cot, flat on his back, with his mouth open, snoring. Even as they looked, there came again the piercing cry from somewhere above. The warden's face blanched a little as he started up the stairs. There on the top floor he found a man in cell 43, directly above cell 13, but 2 floors higher, cowering in a corner of his cell. "What's the matter?" demanded the warden. "Thank God you have come!" exclaimed the prisoner, and he cast himself against the bars of his cell. "What is it?" demanded the warden again. He threw open the door and went in. The prisoner dropped on his knees and clasped the warden about the body. His face was white with terror, his eyes were widely distended, and he was shuddering. His hands, icy cold, clutched at the warden's. "Take me out of this cell! Please take me out!" he pleaded. "What's the matter with you, anyhow?" insisted the warden impatiently. "I heard something, said the prisoner, and his eyes roved nervously around the cell. "What did you hear?" I can't tell you," stammered the prisoner. Then, in a sudden burst of terror, "Take me out of this cell! Put me anywhere, but take me out of here!" The warden and 3 jailers exchanged glances. "Who is this fellow? What's he accused of?" asked the warden. "Joseph Ballard," said one of the jailers. "He's accused of throwing acid in a woman's face. She died from it." "But they can't prove it," gasped the prisoner. "They can't prove it. Please put me in some other cell." He was still clinging to the warden, and that official threw his arms off roughly. Then for a time he stood looking at the cowering wretch, who seemed possessed of all the wild, unreasoning terror of a child. "Look here, Ballard," said the warden, finally, "if you heard anything, I want to know what it was. Now, tell me." I can't," was the reply. He was sobbing. "Where did it come from?" "I don't know. Everywhere. Nowhere. I just heard it." "What was it? A voice?" "Please don't make me answer," pleaded the prisoner. "You must answer," said the warden sharply. "It was a voice, but it wasn't human," was the sobbing reply. "Voice, but not human?" replied the warden, puzzled. "It sounded muffled and far away and ghostly," explained the man. "Did it come from inside or outside the prison?" "It didn't seem to come from anywhere. It was just here, everywhere. I heard it." For an hour the warden tried to get the story, but Ballard had become suddenly obstinate, and would say nothing, only pleaded to be placed in another cell, or to have one of the jailers remain near him until daylight. These requests was gruffly refused. "And see here," said the warden in conclusion, "if there's any more of this screaming, I'll put you in the padded cell." Then the warden went his way, a sadly puzzled man. Ballard sat at his cell door until daylight, his face, drawn and white with terror, pressed against the bars, and looked out into the prison with wide staring eyes. That day, the 4th since the incarceration of the thinking machine, was enlivened considerably by the volunteer prisoner, who spent most of his time at the little window of his cell. He began proceedings by throwing another piece of linen down to the guard, who picked it up dutifully and took it to the warden. On it was written, "Only 3 days more." The warden was in no way surprised at what he read. He understood that the thinking machine meant only 3 days more of his imprisonment, and he regarded the note as a boast. But how was the thing written? Where had the thinking machine found this new piece of linen? Where? How? He carefully examined the linen. It was white, of fine texture, shirting material. He took the shirt which he had taken and carefully fitted the 2 original pieces of the linen to the torn places. This 3rd piece was entirely superfluous. It didn't fit anywhere, and yet it was unmistakably the same goods. "And where does he get anything to write with?" demanded the warden of the world at large. Still later on the 4th day the thinking machine, through the window of his cell, spoke to the armed guards outside. "What day of the month is it?" he asked. "The 15th," was the answer. The thinking machine made a mental astronomical calculation, and satisfied himself that the moon would not rise until after 9 o'clock that night. Then he asked another question. "Who attend to those arc lights?" "Man from the company." "You have no electricians in the building?" "No." "I should think you could save money if you had your own man." "None of my business," replied the guard. The guard noticed the thinking machine at the cell window frequently during that day, but always the face seemed listless and there was a certain wistfulness in the squint eyes behind the glasses. After a while he accepted the presence of the leonine head as a matter of course. He had seen other prisoners do the same thing. It was a longing for the outside world. That afternoon, just before the day guard was relieved, the head appeared at the window again, and the thinking machine's hand held something out between the bars. It fluttered to the ground, and the guard picked it up. It was a $5 bill. "That's for you," called the prisoner. As usual, the guard took it to the warden. That gentleman looked at it suspiciously. He looked at everything that came from cell 13 with suspicion. "He said it was for me," explained the guard. "It's a sort of tip, I suppose," said the warden. "I see no particular reason why you shouldn't accept." Suddenly he stopped. He remembered that the thinking machine had gone into cell 13 with one $5 bill and two $10 bills. $25 in all. Now a $5 bill had been tied around the first pieces of linen that came from the cell. The warden still had it, and to convince himself, he took it out and looked at it. It was $5. Yet here was another $5, and the thinking machine had only had $10 bills. Perhaps somebody changed one of the bills for him, he thought at last, with a sigh of relief. But then and there he made up his mind. He would search cell 13 as a cell was never before searched in this world. When a man could write at will, and change money, and do other wholly inexplicable things, there was something radically wrong with his prison. He planned to enter the cell at night. 3 o'clock would be an excellent time. The thinking machine must do all the weird things he did some time. Night seemed the most reasonable. Thus it happened that the warden stealthily descended upon cell 13 that night at 3 o'clock. He paused at the door and listened. There was no sound save the steady, regular breathing of the prisoner. The keys unfastened the double locks with scarcely a clank, and the warden entered, locking the door behind him. Suddenly he flashed his dark lantern in the face of a recumbent figure. If the warden had planned to startle the thinking machine he was mistaken, for that individual merely opened his eyes quietly, reached for his glasses and inquired, in a most matter-of-fact tone, "Who is it?" It would be useless to describe the search that the warden made. It was minute. Not 1 inch of the cell or the bed was overlooked. He found the round hole in the floor, and with a flash of inspiration thrust his thick fingers into it. After a moment of fumbling, there he drew up something and looked at it in the light of his lantern. "Ugh!" he exclaimed. The thing he had taken out was a rat. A dead rat. His inspiration fled as a mist before the sun. But he continued the search. The thinking machine, without a word, arose and kicked the rat out of the cell into the corridor. The warden climbed on the bed and tried the steel bars in the tiny windows. They were perfectly rigid. Every bar of the door was the same. Then the warden searched the prisoner's clothing, beginning at the shoes. Nothing hidden in them. Then the trousers' waistband. Still nothing. Then the pockets of the trousers. From one side he drew out some paper money and examined it. "5 $1 bills!" he gasped. "That's right," said the prisoner. "But you had 2 10s and a 5. How do you do it?" "That's my business," said the thinking machine. "Did any of my men change this money for you, on your word of honor?" The thinking machine paused just a fraction of a second. "No," he said. "Well, do you make it?" asked the warden. He was prepared to believe anything. "That's my business," again said the prisoner. The warden glared at the eminent scientist fiercely. He felt, he knew, that this man was making a fool of him, yet he didn't know how. If he were a real prisoner he would get the truth. But then perhaps those inexplicable things which had happened would not have been brought before him so sharply. Neither of the men spoke for a long time. Then suddenly the warden turned fiercely and left the cell, slamming the door behind him. He didn't dare to speak then. He glanced at the clock. It was 10 minutes to 4. He had hardly settled himself in bed when again came the heart-breaking shriek through the prison. With a few muttered words, which, while not elegant, were highly expressive, he relighted his lantern and rushed through the prison again to the cell on the upper floor. Again Ballard was crushing himself against the steel door, shrieking at the top of his voice. He stopped only when the warden flashed his lamp in the cell. "Take me out! Take me out!" he screamed. I did it! I killed her! Take it away!" "Take what away?" asked the warden. "I threw the acid in her face! I did it! I confess! Take me out of here!" Ballard's condition was pitiable. It was only an act of mercy to let him out into the corridor. There he crouched in a corner, like an animal at bay, and clasped his hands to his ears. It took half an hour to calm him sufficiently for him to speak. Then he told incoherently what had happened. On the night before at 4 o'clock he had heard a voice, a sepulchral voice, muffled and wailing in tone. "What did it say?" asked the warden curiously. "Acid! Acid! Acid!" gasped the prisoner. "It accused me! Acid! I threw the acid and a woman died! Oh!" It was a long, shuddering wail of terror. "Acid?" echoed the warden, puzzled. The case was beyond him. "Acid, that's all I heard. That one word repeated several times. There were other things too, but I didn't hear them." "That was last night, eh?" asked the warden. "What happened tonight? What frightened you just now?" "It was the same thing," gasped the prisoner. "Acid! Acid! Acid!" He covered his face with his hands and sat shivering. "It was acid I used on her, but I didn't mean to kill her. I just heard the words. It was something accusing me. He mumbled and was silent. "Did you hear anything else?" "Yes, but I couldn't understand, only a little bit. Just a word or two." "Well, what was it?" "I heard acid 3 times. Then I heard a long moaning sound. Then I heard number 8 hat. I heard that twice." "Number 8 hat," repeated the warden. "What the devil? Number 8 hat? Accusing voices of conscience have never talked about number 8 hats so far as I ever heard." "He's insane," said one of the jailers, with an air of finality. "I believe you," said the warden. "He must be. He probably heard something and got frightened. He's trembling now. Number 8 hat. What the—" Chapter 5. When the 5th day of the thinking machine's imprisonment rolled around, the warden was wearing a hunted look. He was anxious for the end of the thing. He could not help but feel that his distinguished prisoner had been amusing himself. And if this were so, the thinking machine had lost none of his sense of humour. For on this 5th day he flung down another linen note to the outside guard, bearing the words, "Only 2 days more." Also he flung down $50. Now the warden knew. He knew that the man in cell 13 didn't have any $50. He couldn't have any $50, no more than he could have pen and ink and linen, and yet he did have them. It was a condition, not a theory. That is one reason why the warden was wearing a hunted look. That ghastly, uncanny thing, too, about acid and number 8 hat, clung to him tenaciously. They didn't mean anything, of course, merely the ravings of an insane murderer who had been driven by fear to confess his crime, Still, there were so many things that didn't mean anything happening in the prison now, since the thinking machine was there. On the 6th day the warden received a postal stating that Dr. Ransom and Mr. Fielding would be at Chisholm Prison on the following evening, Thursday, and in the event Professor Van Dusen had not yet escaped, and they presumed he had not, because they had not heard from him, they would meet him there. In the event he had not yet escaped. The warden smiled grimly. Escaped. The thinking machine enlivened this day for the warden with 3 notes. They were on the usual linen, and bore generally on the appointment at 8:30 Thursday night, which appointment the scientist had made at the time of his imprisonment. On the afternoon of the 7th day the warden passed cell 13 and glassed in. The thinking machine was lying on the iron bed, apparently sleeping lightly. The cell appeared precisely as it always did to a casual glance. The warden would swear that no man was going to leave it between that hour (it was then 4 o'clock) and 8:30 that evening. On his way back past the cell, the warden heard the steady breathing again, and coming close to the door looked in. He wouldn't have done so if the thinking machine had been looking, but now, well, it was different. A ray of light came through the high window and fell on the face of the sleeping man. It occurred to the warden for the first time that his prisoner appeared haggard and weary. Just then the thinking machine stirred slightly, and the warden hurried on up the corridor guiltily. That evening after 6 o'clock he saw the jailer. "Everything all right in cell 13?" he asked. "Yes, sir," replied the jailer. "He didn't eat much, though." It was with a feeling of having done his duty that the warden received Dr. Ransom and Mr. Fielding shortly after 7 o'clock. He intended to show them the linen notes and lay before them the full story of his woes, which was a long one. But before this came to pass, the guard from the riverside of the prison yard entered the office. "Dark light on my side of the yard won't light," he informed the warden. "Confound it, that man's a hoodoo," thundered the official. "Everything has happened since he has been here." The guard went back to his post in the darkness, and the warden phoned to the electric light company. "This is Chisholm Prison," he said through the phone. "Send 3 or 4 men down here quick, to fix an arc light." The reply was evidently satisfactory, for the warden hung up the receiver and passed out into the yard. While Dr. Ransom and Mr. Fielding sat waiting, the guard at the outer gate came in with a special delivery letter. Dr. Ransom happened to notice the address, and, when the guard went out, looked at the letter more closely. "By George!" he exclaimed. "What is it?" asked Mr. Fielding. Silently the doctor offered the letter. Mr. Fielding examined it closely. "Coincidence," he said. "It must be." It was nearly 8 o'clock when the warden returned to his office. The electricians had arrived in a wagon, and were now at work. The warden pressed a buzz button communicating with the man at the outer gate in the wall. "How many electricians came in?" he asked, over the short phone. "4. 3 workmen in jumpers and overalls, and the manager. Frock coat and silk hat. All right. Be certain that only 4 go out. That's all." He turned to Dr. Ransom and Mr. Fielding. "We have to be careful here, particularly," and there was a broad sarcasm in his tone, "since we have a scientist locked up." The warden picked up the special delivery letter carelessly, and then began to open it. "When I read this, I want to tell you gentlemen something about how—" "Great Caesar!" he ended, suddenly, as he glanced at the letter. He sat with open mouth, motionless from astonishment. "What is it?" asked Mr. Fielding. "A special delivery from cell 13, gasped the warden. "An invitation to supper." "What?" and the 2 others arose, unanimously. The warden sat dazed, staring at the letter for a moment, then called sharply to a guard outside in the corridor. "Run down to cell 13 and see if that man's in there." The guard went as directed, while Dr. Ransom and Mr. Fielding examined the letter. "It's Van Dusen's handwriting, there's no question of that," said Dr. Ransom. "I've seen too much of it." Just then The buzz of the telephone from the outer gate sounded, and the warden, in a semi-trance, picked up the receiver. "Hello. 2 reporters, eh? Let 'em come in." He turned suddenly to the doctor and Mr. Fielding. "Why, the man can't be out. He must be in his cell." Just that moment the guard returned. "He's still in his cell, sir," he reported. "I saw him. He's lying down." "There, I told you so," said the warden, and he breathed freely again. "But how did he mail that letter?" There was a rap on the steel door, which led from the jail yard into the warden's office. "It's the reporters," said the warden. "Let 'em in." He instructed the guard, then to the 2 other gentlemen. "Don't say anything about this before them, because I'll never hear the last of it." The door opened, and the 2 men from the front gate entered. "Good evening, gentlemen," said one. That was Hutchinson Hatch. The warden knew him well. "Well," demanded the other irritably, "I'm here." That was the thinking machine. He squinted belligerently at the warden, who sat with mouth agape. For the moment that official had nothing to say. Dr. Ransom and Mr. Fielding were amazed, but they didn't know what the warden knew. They were only amazed. He was paralyzed. Hutchinson Hatch, the reporter, took in the scene with greedy eyes. How did you do it?" gasped the warden, finally. "Come back to the cell," said the thinking machine in the irritated voice which his scientific associates knew so well. The warden, still in a condition bordering on trance, led the way. "Flash your light in there," directed the thinking machine. The warden did so. There was nothing unusual in the appearance of the cell, and there on the bed lay the figure of the thinking machine. Certainly! There was the yellow hair. Again the warden looked at the man beside him, and wondered at the strangeness of his own dreams. With trembling hands he unlocked the cell door, and the thinking machine passed inside. "See here." He kicked at the steel bars in the bottom of the cell door, and 3 of them were pushed out of place. A 4th broke off and rolled away in the corridor. "And here too," directed the erstwhile prisoner as he stood on the bed to reach the small window. He swept his hand across the opening and every bar came out. "What's this on the bed?" demanded the warden, who was slowly recovering. "A wig," was the reply. "Turn down the cover." The warden did so. Beneath it lay a large coil of strong rope, 30 feet or more, a dagger, 3 files, 10 feet of electric wire, a thin, powerful pair of steel pliers, a small tack hammer with its handle, and a Derringer pistol. "How did you do it?" demanded the warden. "You gentlemen have an engagement to supper with me at 9:30 o'clock," said the thinking machine. "Come on, or we shall be late." "But how did you do it?" insisted the warden. "Don't ever think you can hold any man who can use his brain," said the thinking machine. "Come on, we shall be late." Chapter 6. It was an impatient supper party in the room of Professor Van Dusen, and a somewhat silent one. The guests were Dr. Ransom, Albert Fielding, the warden, and Hutchinson Hatch, reporter. The meal was served to the minute, in accordance with Professor Van Dusen's instructions over 1 week before. Dr. Ransom found the artichokes delicious. At last the supper was finished, and the thinking machine turned full on Dr. Ransom, and squinted at him fiercely. "Do you believe it now?" he demanded. "I do," replied Dr. Ransom. "Do you admit that it was a fair test?" "I do." With the others, particularly the warden, he was waiting anxiously for the explanation. "Suppose you'll tell us how," began Mr. Fielding. "Yes, tell us how," said the warden. The thinking machine readjusted his glasses, took a couple of preparatory squints at his audience, and began the story. He told it from the beginning logically, and no man ever talked to more interested listeners. "My agreement was," he began, "to go into a cell, carrying nothing except what was necessary to wear, and to leave that cell within a week. I had never seen Chisholm prison. When I went into the cell I asked for tooth powder, 2 10 and 1 $5 bill, and also to have my shoes blacked. Even if these requests had been refused, it would not have mattered seriously, but you agreed to them. I knew there would be nothing in the cell which you thought I might use to advantage. So when the warden locked the door on me, I was apparently helpless, unless I could turn 3 seemingly innocent things to use. There were things which would have been permitted any prisoner under sentence of death, were there not, warden? Tooth powder and polished shoes, yes, but not money, replied the warden. Anything is dangerous in the hands of a man who knows how to use it, went on the thinking machine. I did nothing that first night but sleep and chase rats. He glared at the warden. When the matter was broached, I knew I could do nothing that night, so suggested next day. You gentlemen thought I wanted time to arrange an escape with outside assistance, but this was not true. I knew I could communicate with whom I pleased, when I pleased. The warden stared at him a moment, then went on smoking solemnly. I was aroused next morning at 6 o'clock by the jailer with my breakfast, continued the scientist. He told me dinner was at 12 and supper at 6. Between these times I gathered I would be pretty much to myself. So immediately after breakfast I examined my outside surroundings from my cell window. One look told me it would be useless to try to scale the wall, even should I decide to leave my cell by the window, for my purpose was to leave not only the cell, but the prison. Of course I could have gone over the wall, but it would have taken me longer to lay my plans that way. Therefore, for the moment, I dismissed all idea of that. From this first observation, I knew the river was on that side of the prison, and that there was also a playground there. Subsequently, these surmises were verified by a keeper. I knew then one important thing, that anyone might approach the prison wall from that side if necessary without attracting any particular attention. That was well to remember. I remembered it. But the outside thing which most attracted my attention was the feed wire to the arc light which ran within a few feet, probably 3 or 4, of my cell window. I knew that would be valuable in the event I found it necessary to cut off that arc light. "Ah, you shut it off tonight, then?" asked the warden. "Having learned all I could from that window," resumed the thinking machine, without heeding the interruption, "I considered the idea of escaping through the prison proper. I recalled just how I had come into the cell, which I knew would be the only way. 7 doors lay between me and the outside. So, also, for the time being I gave up the idea of escaping that way. And I couldn't go through the solid granite walls of the cell." The thinking machine paused for a moment, and Dr. Ransom lighted a new cigar. For several minutes there was silence. Then the scientific jailbreaker went on. "While I was thinking about these things, a rat ran across my foot. It suggested a new line of thought. There were at least half a dozen rats in the cell. I could see their beady eyes. Yet I had noticed none come under the cell door. I frightened them purposely, and watched the cell door to see if they went out that way. They did not, but they were gone. Obviously they went another way. Another way meant another opening. I searched for this opening and found it. It was an old drain pipe, long unused and partly choked with dirt and dust. But this was the way the rats had come. They came from somewhere. Where? Drain pipes usually lead outside prison grounds. This one probably led to the river, or near it. The rats must therefore come from that direction. If they came a part of the way, I reasoned that they came all the way, because it was extremely unlikely that a solid iron or lead pipe would have any hole in it except at the exit. When the jailer came with my luncheon, he told me 2 important things, although he didn't know it. One was that a new system of plumbing had been put in the prison 7 years before. Another, that the river was only 300 feet away. Then I knew positively that the pipe was a part of an old system. I knew, too, that it slanted generally toward the river. But did the pipe end in the water, or on land? This was the next question to be decided. I decided it by catching several of the rats in the cell. My jailer was surprised to see me engaged in this work. I examined at least a dozen of them. They were perfectly dry. They had come through the pipe, and, most important of all, they were not house rats, but field rats. The other end of the pipe was on land, then outside the prison walls. So far, so good. Then I knew that if I worked freely from this point, I must attract the warden's attention in another direction. You see, by telling the warden that I had come there to escape, you made the test more severe, because I had to trick him by false scents. The warden looked up with a sad expression in his eyes. The first thing was to make him think I was trying to communicate with you, Dr. Ransom. So I wrote a note in a piece of linen I tore from my shirt, addressed it to Dr. Ransom, tied a $5 bill around it, and threw it out of the window. I knew the guard would take it to the warden, but I rather hoped the warden would send it as addressed. Have you that first linen note, warden? The warden produced the cipher. What the deuce does it mean anyhow? He asked. Read it backward, beginning with the T signature, and disregard the division into words, instructed the thinking machine. The warden did so. T-H-I is this, he spelled, studied it a moment, then read it off, grinning. This is not the way I intend to escape. Well now, what do you think of that? He demanded, still grinning. I knew that would attract your attention, just as it did, said the thinking machine, and if you really found out what it was, it would be a sort of gentle rebuke. What did you write it with? Asked Dr. Ransom, after he had examined the linen and passed it to Mr. Fielding. This, said the erstwhile prisoner, as he extended his foot. On it was the shoe he had worn in prison, though the polish was gone, scraped off clean. The shoe blacking, moistened with water, was my ink. The metal tip of the shoelace made a fairly good pen. The warden looked up and suddenly burst into a laugh, half of relief, half of amusement. You are a wonder, he said admiringly. Go on. That precipitated a search of my cell by the warden, as I had intended, continued the thinking machine. I was anxious to get the warden into the habit of searching my cell, so that finally, constantly finding nothing, he would get disgusted and quit. This is last happened, practically. The warden blushed. He then took my white shirt away and gave me a prison shirt. He was satisfied that those two pieces of the shirt were all that was missing. But while he was searching my cell, I had another piece of that same shirt, about 9 inches square, rolled into a small ball in my mouth. 9 inches of that shirt? Demanded the warden. Where did it come from? The bosoms of all stiff white shirts are of triple thickness, was the explanation. I tore out the inside thickness, leaving the bosom only 2 thicknesses. I knew you wouldn't see it. So much for that. There was a little pause, and the warden looked from one to another of the men with a sheepish grin. Having disposed of the warden for the time being, by giving him something else to think about, I took my first serious step toward freedom, said Professor Van Dusen. I knew, within reason, that the pipe led somewhere to the playground outside. I knew a great many boys played there. I knew the rats came into my cell from out there. Could I communicate with someone outside with these things at hand? First was necessary, I saw, a long and fairly reliable thread, so... But here... He pulled up his trousers legs and showed that the tops of both stockings, of fine strong lisle, were gone. I unravelled those. After I got them started, it wasn't difficult, and I had easily a quarter of a mile of thread that I could depend on. Then on half of my remaining linen I wrote, laboriously enough I assure you, a letter explaining my situation to this gentleman here, and he indicated Hutchinson Hatch. I knew he would assist me for the value of the newspaper story. I tied firmly to this linen letter a $10 bill. There is no surer way of attracting the eye of anyone, and wrote on the linen, "Finder of this delivered to Hutchinson Hatch, Daily American, who will give another $10 for the information." The next thing was to get this note outside on that playground, where a boy might find it. There were 2 ways, but I chose the best. I took one of the rats. I became adept in catching them, tied the linen and money firmly to one leg, fastened my lisle thread to another, and turned him loose in the drain pipe. I reasoned that the natural fright of the rodent would make him run until he was outside the pipe, and then out on earth he would probably stop to gnaw off the linen and money. From the moment the rat disappeared into that dusty pipe I became anxious. I was taking so many chances. The rat might gnaw the string of which I held one end. Other rats might gnaw it. The rat might run out of the pipe and leave the linen and money where they would never be found. 1,000 other things might have happened. So began some nervous hours, but the fact that the rat ran on until only a few feet of the string remained in my cell made me think he was outside the pipe. I had carefully instructed Mr. Hatch what to do in case the note reached him. The question was, would it reach him? This done, I could only wait and make other plans in case this one failed. I openly attempted to bribe my jailer, and learned from him that he held the keys to only 2 of 7 doors between me and freedom. Then I did something else to make the warden nervous. I took the steel supports out of the heels of my shoes, and made a pretense of sawing the bars of my cell window. The warden raised a pretty row about that. He developed, too, the habit of shaking the bars in my cell window to see if they were solid. They were, then. Again the warden grinned. He had ceased being astonished. With this one plan I had done all I could, and I could only wait to see what happened. The scientist went on. I couldn't know whether my note had been delivered or even found, or whether a rat had gnawed it up. And I didn't dare to draw back through the pipe that one slender thread which connected me with the outside. When I went to bed that night I didn't sleep, for fear there would come the slight signal twitch at the thread which was to tell me that Mr. Hatch had received the note. At 3:30 o'clock, I judge, I felt this twitch, and no prisoner actually under sentence of death ever welcomed the thing more heartily. The thinking machine stopped and turned to the reporter. "You better explain just what you did." "The linen note was brought to me by a small boy who had been playing baseball," said Mr. Hatch. "I immediately saw a big story in it, so I gave the boy another $10, and got several spools of silk, some twine, and a roll of light, pliable wire. The professor's note suggested that I have the finder of the note show me just where it was picked up, and told me to make my search from there, beginning at 2 o'clock in the morning. If I found the other end of the thread, I was to twitch it gently 3 times, then a 4th. I began the search with a small bulb electric light. It was an hour and 20 minutes before I found the end of the drain pipe half hidden in the weeds. The pipe was very large there, say 12 inches across. Then I found the end of the lisle thread, twitched it as directed, and immediately I got an answering twitch. Then I fastened the silk to this, and Professor Van Dusen began to pull it into his cell. I nearly had a heart disease, for fear the string would break. To the end of the silk I fastened the twine, and when that had been pulled in, I tied on the wire. Then that was drawn into the pipe, and we had a substantial line, which rats couldn't gnaw, from the mouth of the drain into the cell. The thinking machine raised his hand, and Hatch stopped. "All this was done in absolute silence," said the scientist, "but when the wire reached my hand I could have shouted. Then we tried another experiment, which Mr. Hatch was prepared for. I tested the pipe as a speaking tube. Neither of us could hear very clearly, but I dared not speak loud for fear of attracting attention in the prison. At last I made him understand what I wanted immediately. He seemed to have a great difficulty in understanding when I asked for nitric acid, and I repeated the word acid several times. Then I heard a shriek from a cell above me. I knew instantly that someone had overheard, and when I heard you coming, Mr. Warden, I feigned sleep. If you had entered my cell at that moment, that whole plan of escape would have ended there. But you passed on. That was the nearest I ever came to being caught. Having established this improvised trolley, it is easy to see how I got things in the cell, and made them disappear at will. I merely dropped them back into the pipe. You, Mr. Warden, could not have reached the connection wire with your fingers. They are too large. My fingers, you see, are longer and more slender. In addition, I guarded the top of that pipe with a rat. You remember how?" "I remember," said the warden with a grimace. "I thought that if anyone were tempted to investigate that hole, the rat would dampen his ardour. Mr. Hatch could not send me anything useful through the pipe until next night, although he did send me change for $10 as a test, so I proceeded with the other parts of my plan. Then I evolved the method of escape, which I finally employed. In order to carry this out successfully, it was necessary for the guard in the yard to get accustomed to seeing me at the cell window. I arranged this by dropping linen notes to him, boastful in tone, to make the warden believe, if possible, one of his assistants was communicating with the outside for me. I would stand at my window for hours gazing out, so the guard could see, and occasionally I spoke to him. In that way I learned that the prison had no electricians of its own, but was dependent upon the lighting company if anything should go wrong. That cleared the way to freedom perfectly. Early in the evening of the last day of my imprisonment, when it was dark, I planned to cut the feed wire which was only a few feet from my window, reaching it with an acid-tipped wire I had. That would make the side of the prison perfectly dark while the electricians were searching for the break. That would also bring Mr. Hatch into the prison yard. There was only one more thing to do before I actually began the work of setting myself free. This was to arrange final details with Mr. Hatch through our speaking tube. I did this within half an hour after the warden left my cell on the 4th night of my imprisonment. Mr. Hatch again had serious difficulty in understanding me, and I repeated the word acid to him several times, and later the words number 8 hat, that's my size, and these were the things which made a prisoner upstairs confess to murder, so one of the jailers told me next day. This prisoner heard my voice, confused of course, through the pipe, which also went to his cell. The cell directly over me was not occupied, hence no one else heard. Of course the actual work of cutting the steel bars out of the window and door was comparatively easy with nitric acid, which I got through the pipe in thin bottles, but it took time. Hour after hour on the 5th and 6th and 7th days, the guard below was looking at me as I worked on the bars of the window with the acid on a piece of wire. I used a tooth powder to prevent the acid spreading. I looked away abstractedly as I worked, and each minute the acid cut deeper into the metal. I noticed that the jailers always tried the door by shaking the upper part, never the lower parts. Therefore I cut the lower bars, leaving them hanging in place by thin strips of metal. But that was a bit of daredevilry. I could not have gone that way so easily. The thinking machine sat silently for several minutes. "I think that makes everything clear," he went on. "Whatever points I have not explained were merely to confuse the warden and jailers. These things in my bed I brought in to please Mr. Hatch, who wanted to improve the story. Of course the wig was necessary in my plan. The special delivery letter I wrote and directed in my cell with Mr. Hatch's fountain pen, then sent it out to him, and he mailed it. That's all, I think." "But you're actually leaving the prison grounds and then coming in through the outer gate to my office?" asked the warden. "Perfectly simple," said the scientist. "I cut the electric light wire with acid, as I said, when the current was off. Therefore, when the current was turned on, the arc light didn't light. I knew it would take some time to find out what was the matter and make repairs. When the guard went to report to you, the yard was dark. I crept out the window. It was a tight fit, too. Replaced the bars by standing on a narrow ledge, and remained in a shadow until the force of electricians arrived. Mr. Hatch was one of them. When I saw him I spoke, and he handed me a cap, a jumper, and overalls, which I put on within 10 feet of you, Mr. Warden, while you were in the yard. Later Mr. Hatch called me, presumably as a workman, and together we went out the gate to get something out of the wagon. The gate guard let us pass out readily as 2 workmen who had just passed in. We changed our clothing and reappeared, asking to see you. We saw you. That's all." There was silence for several minutes. Dr. Ransom was first to speak. "Wonderful!" he exclaimed. "Perfectly amazing!" "How did Mr. Hatch happen to come with the electricians?" asked Mr. Fielding. "His father is manager of the company," replied the thinking machine. "But what if there had been no Mr. Hatch outside to help?" "Every prisoner has one friend outside who would help him escape if he could." "Suppose, just suppose, there had been no old plumbing system there?" asked the warden, curiously. "There were two other ways out," said the thinking machine, enigmatically. 10 minutes later the telephone bell rang. It was a request for the warden. "Right little rights, eh?" the warden asked through the phone. "Good. Why can't besides cell 13? Yes, I know. One electrician too many? What's that? Two came out?" The warden turned to the others with a puzzled expression. "He only let in 4 electricians. He was let out 2, and says there are 3 left." "I was the odd one," said the thinking machine. "Oh," said the warden, "I see." Then through the phone, "Let the 5th man go. He's all right." End of The Problem of Cell 13 by Jacques Futrelle. Part 2. Recording by Christine G. in Oslo, Norway. The 18th of February, 2012.
Section 5 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2, The Secret of the Magnifique, by E. Phillips Oppenheim, Part 1. The man was awaiting the service of his dinner in the magnificent buffet of the Gare de Lyons. He sat at a table laid for 3, on the right-hand side of the entrance and close to the window. From below came the turmoil of the trains. Every few minutes the swing doors opened to admit little parties of travellers. The solitary occupant of the table scarcely ever moved his head, yet he had always the air of one who watches. In appearance he was both unremarkable and undistinguished. He was of somewhat less than medium height, of unathletic, almost frail physique. His head was thrust a little forward, as though he were afflicted with a chronic stoop. He wore steel-rimmed spectacles with the air of one who has taken to them too late in life to have escaped the constant habit of peering, which had given his neck an almost stork-like appearance. His hair and thick moustache were iron grey, his fingers long and delicate. The labels upon his luggage were addressed in a trim, scholarly hand. Mr. John T. Laxworthy, passenger to via Paris. A maitre d'hôtel who was passing paused and looked at the 2 as yet unoccupied places. "Monsieur desires the service of his dinner?" he inquired. Mr. John T. Laxworthy glanced up at the clock, and carefully compared the time with his own watch. He answered the man's inquiry in French, which betrayed no sign of any accent. "In 5 minutes," he declared, "my friends will have arrived. The service of dinner can then proceed." The man bowed and withdrew, a little impressed by his customer's trim precision of speech. Almost as he left the table, the swing doors opened once more to admit another traveller. The newcomer stood on the threshold for a moment, looking around him. He carried a much-labelled dressing-case in his hand, and an umbrella under his arm. He stood firmly upon his feet, and a more thoroughly British, self-satisfied, and obvious person had, to all appearance, never climbed those stairs. He wore a travelling suit of dark grey, a check ulster, broad-toed boots, and a Homburg hat. His complexion was sandy, and his figure distinctly inclined towards corpulence. He wore scarcely noticeable side whiskers, and his chin and upper lip were clean-shaven. His eyes were bright, and his mouth had an upward and humorous turn. The initials upon his bag were W.F.A., and a printed label upon the same indicated his full name as Mr. W. Forrest Anderson, passenger to via Paris. His brief contemplation of the room was soon over. His eyes fell upon the solitary figure, now deep in a book, seated at the table on his right. He set down his dressing-case by the side of the wall, yielded his coat and hat to the attendant vestiaire, and, with the pleased smile of one who greets an old friend, approached the table at which Mr. John T. Laxworthy sat waiting. The idiosyncrasies of great men are always worth noting, and Mr. John T. Laxworthy was, without a doubt, foredoomed from the cradle to a certain measure of celebrity. His method of receiving the newcomer was in some respects curious. From the moment when the swing doors had been pushed open, and the portly figure of Mr. Forrest Anderson had crossed the threshold, his eyes had not once quitted the heavy-looking volume, the contents of which appeared so completely to absorb his attention. Even now, when his friend stood by his side, he did not at once look up. Slowly, and with his eyes still riveted upon the pages he was studying, he held out his left hand. "I am glad to see you, Mr. Anderson," he said. "Sit down by my side here. You are nearly 10 minutes late. I have delayed ordering the wine until your arrival. Shall it be white or red?" Mr. Anderson shook with much heartiness the limp fingers which had been offered to him, and took the seat indicated. His friend's eccentricity of manner appeared to be familiar to him, and he offered no comment upon it. "White, if you please. Chablis of a dry brand for choice. Sorry if I'm late. Beastly crossing, beastly crowded train. Glad to be here, anyhow." Mr. John T. Laxworthy closed his book with a little sigh of regret, and placed a marker within it. He then carefully adjusted his spectacles, and made a deliberate survey of his companion. Finally he nodded slowly and approvingly. "How about the partridges?" he inquired. "Bad," Mr. Anderson declared, with a sigh. "It was one storm in June that did it. We went light last season, though, and I'm putting down 40 brace of Hungarians. You see—" Mr. Laxworthy touched the table with his forefinger, and his companion almost automatically stopped. "Quite excellent," the former pronounced dryly. "Don't overdo it. I should think that this must be Sydney." Mr. Anderson glanced towards the entrance. Then he looked back at his companion a little curiously. Mr. Laxworthy had not raised his head. "How the dickens did you know that it was Sydney?" he demanded. Mr. Laxworthy smiled at the tablecloth. "I have a special sense for that sort of thing," he remarked. "I like to use my eyes as seldom as possible." A young man who had just completed a leisurely survey of the room dropped his monocle and came towards them. From the tips of his shiny tan shoes to his smoothly brushed hair, he was unmistakable. He was young, he was English, he was well bred, he was an athlete. He had a pleasant, unintelligent face, a natural and prepossessing ease of manner. He handed his ulster to the attendant vestiaire, and beamed upon the two men. "How are you, Forrest? How do you do, Mr. Laxworthy?" he exclaimed. "Looking jolly fit, both of you." Mr. Laxworthy raised his glass. He looked thoughtfully at the wine for a moment, to be sure that it was free from any atom of cork. Then he inclined his head and turned to each of his companions. "I am glad to see you both," he said. "On the whole, I think that I may congratulate you. You have done well. I drink to our success." The toast was drunk in silence. Mr. Forrest Anderson set down his glass, empty, with a little murmur of content. "It is something," he remarked, vigorously attacking a new course, "to have satisfied our chief." The young man opposite to him subjected the dish which was being offered to a long and deliberate survey through his eyeglass, and finally refused it. "Give me everything in France except the beef," he declared. "Must be the way they cut it, I think. Quite right, Andy," he went on, glancing across the table. "To have satisfied such a critic as the chief here is an achievement indeed. Having done it, let us hear what he proposes to do with us." "In other words," Mr. Anderson put in, "what is the game to be?" There was a short pause. Mr. John T. Laxworthy was continuing his repast, which was, by the by, of a much more frugal character than that offered to his guests, without any sign of having even heard the inquiry addressed to him by his companions. They knew him, however, and they were content to wait. Presently he commenced to peel an apple and simultaneously to unburden himself. "A great portion of this last year," he said, "which you two have spent apparently with profit in carrying out my instructions, I myself have devoted to the perfection of a certain scholarly tone which I feel convinced is my proper environment. Incidentally, I have devoted myself to the various schools of philosophy." "I will take a liqueur," declared the young man whose name was Sidney. "Something brain-stimulating. A Grand Marnier, waiter, if you please." "The same for me," Mr. Forrest Anderson put in hastily. "Also, in a few moments, some black coffee." Mr. Laxworthy did not, by the flicker of an eyelid, betray the slightest annoyance at these interruptions. He waited, indeed, until the liqueurs had been brought before he spoke again, continuing the while in a leisurely fashion the peeling and preparing of his apple. Even for some time after his friends had again offered him their undivided attention, he continued his task of extracting from it, with precise care, every fragment of core. "In one very interesting treatise," he recommenced at last, "I found several obvious truths ingeniously put. A certain decadence in the material prosperity of an imaginary state is clearly proved to be due to a too blind following of the tenets of what is known as the hysterical morality, as against the decrees of what we might call expediency. A little sentiment, like garlic in cooking, is a good thing. Too much is fatal. A little, sufficient morality is excellent. A superabundance disastrous. Society is divided into two classes, those who have and those who desire to have. The one must always prey upon the other. They are, therefore, always changing places. It is this continued movement which lends energy to the human race. As soon as it is suspended, degeneration must follow, as a matter of course. It is for those who recognize this great truth to follow and obey its tenets." "May we not hear more definitely what it is that you propose?" Anderson asked, a little anxiously. "We stand," Mr. Laxworthy replied, "always upon the threshold of the land of adventure. At no place are we nearer to it than in this room. It is our duty to use our energies to assist in the great principles of movement to which I have referred. We must take our part in the struggle. On which side, you naturally ask? Are we to be amongst those who have, and who, through weakness or desire, must yield to others? Or shall we take our place amongst the more intellectual, the more highly gifted minority, those who assist the progress of the world by helping towards the redistribution of its wealth? Sidney, how much money have you?" 395 francs and a few coppers," the young man answered promptly. "It sounds more in French." "And you, Anderson?" Mr. Forrest Anderson coughed. "With the exception of a 5-franc piece," he admitted, "I am worth exactly as much as I shall be able to borrow from you presently." "In that case," Mr. Laxworthy said dryly, "our position is preordained. We take our place amongst the aggressors." The young man whose name was Sidney dropped his eyeglass. "One moment," he said. "Andy here and I have exposed our financial impecuniosity at your request. It can scarcely be a surprise to you, considering that we have practically lived upon your bounty for the last year. It seems only fair that you should imitate our candour. There were rumours a short time ago of a considerable sum of money to which you had become entitled. To tell you the truth," the young man went on, leaning a little across the table, "we were almost afraid, or rather I was, that you might abandon this shadowy enterprise of ours." Mr. John T. Laxworthy, without being discomposed, which was almost too much to expect of a man with such perfect poise, seemed nevertheless taken aback. He opened his lips as though to make some reply, and closed them again. When he did speak, it was grudgingly. "No successful enterprise, or series of enterprises, can be conducted without capital," he said. "I am free to admit that I am in possession of a certain amount of that indispensable commodity. I do not feel myself called upon to state the exact amount, but such money as is required for our journeyings, or for any enterprise in which we become engaged, will be forthcoming." Mr. Anderson stroked his chin meditatively. "I am sure," he said, "that sounds quite satisfactory." "I call it jolly fine business," the young man declared. "There is just one thing more upon which I think we ought to have an understanding. You say that we are to take our place amongst the aggressors. Exactly what does that mean?" Mr. Laxworthy looked at him coldly. "It means precisely what I choose that it shall mean," he replied. "Any enterprise or adventure in which we may become engaged will be selected by me, and by me only. My chief aim, I have no objection to telling you this, is to make life tolerable for ourselves, to escape that dull monotony of idleness, and, incidentally, to embrace any opportunity which may present itself to enrich our exchequer. Have you any objection to that?" "None," Mr. Forrest Anderson declared. "None at all," Sidney echoed. "There are three of us," Mr. Laxworthy went on. "We each have our use. Mine is the chief of all. I supply the brains. My position must be unquestioned." "For my part, I'm willing enough," Sidney replied. "It's been your show from the first." Mr. Forrest Anderson, who had dined well and forgotten his empty pockets, laughed a genial laugh. "I agree," he declared. "Tell us, when and where do we start, and shall our first enterprise be Pickwickian, or am I to play the Sancho Panza to your Don Quixote and Sidney's donkey?" Mr. Laxworthy regarded his associates coldly. There was a silence which became, somehow, an ominous thing. Around them reigned a babble of tongues, a clatter of crockery. Below, the turmoil of the busy station, the shrieking of departing trains. But at the table presided over by Mr. Laxworthy no word was spoken. Mr. Anderson's geniality faded away. His young companion's amiable nonchalance entirely deserted him. Either of them would have given worlds to have been able to dispel the strange effects of this silence with some casual remark, but upon them lay the spell of the conqueror. The little man at the head of the table held them in the hollow of his hand. "It may be," he said, breaking at last that curious silence, "that no other occasion will ever arise when it will be necessary to speak to you in this fashion. So now listen. You are right to indulge in the urbanities of existence. Keep always the smile upon your lips if you can, but underneath let the real consciousness of life be ever present. I do not claim for myself the genius of a Pickwick or the valour of a Don Quixote. On the other hand, we are not paltry aggressors against society, failing in one enterprise, successful in the next, a mark for ridicule and contempt one moment, and for good-humoured sufferance the next. I do not ask you to embark with me as farceurs upon a series of enterprises carried out upon the principle of let us do our best and chance the rest. It is just possible that the fates may be against us, and that we may live together for many months the lives of ordinary and moderately commonplace human beings. I ask you to remember that no sense of danger would ever deter me from embarking upon any adventure which I deemed likely to afford us either diversion, wealth, or satisfaction of any sort whatsoever. We are not pleasure-seekers. We are men whose one end and aim is to escape from the chains of everyday existence, to avoid the humdrum life of our fellows. Therein may lie for us many and peculiar dangers. Adopt, if you will, the motto of the pagans, let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die. So long as you remember, will you drink with me to that remembrance? Mr. Laxworthy, as he grew less enigmatic in his speech, became, if possible, more whimsical in his mannerisms. He ordered the best cognac, at which he himself scarcely glanced, and turned with a little sigh of relief to his book. In the midst of this hubbub of sounds and bustle of diners, he continued to read with every appearance of studious enjoyment. His two companions were content enough, apparently, to relax after their journey and enjoy their cigars. Nevertheless, they once or twice glanced curiously at their chief. One of these glances he seemed, although he never raised his head, to have intercepted, for carefully marking the place in his book, he pushed it away and addressed them. "Our plans," he announced abruptly, "are not yet wholly made. We wait here for, shall we call it an inspiration? Perhaps, even at this moment, it is not far from us." Mr. Forrest Anderson and his vis-à-vis turned as though instinctively towards the door. At that moment two men who had just passed through were standing upon the threshold. One was rather past middle age, corpulent, with red features of a coarse type. His companion, who was leaning upon his arm, was much younger, and a very different sort of person. He was tall and exceedingly thin. His features were wasted almost to emaciation. His complexion was ghastly. He seemed to have barely strength enough to move. "They are coming to the table next to us," Laxworthy said in a very low tone. "The address upon their luggage will be interesting." Slowly the two men came down the room. As Laxworthy had expected, they took possession of an empty table close at hand. The young man sank into his chair with a little sigh of exhaustion. "A liqueur brandy, quick!" the older man ordered, as he accepted the menu from a waiter. "My friend is fatigued." Sidney took the bottle which stood upon their own table, poured out a wine-glassful, and, rising to his feet, stepped across and accosted the young man. "Do me the favour of drinking this, sir," he begged. "The service here is slow, and the brandy excellent. I can see that you are in need of it. It may serve, too, as an aperitif." The young man accepted it with a smile of gratitude. His companion echoed his thanks. "Very much obliged to you, sir," he declared. "My friend here is a little run down, and finds travelling fatiguing." "A passing malady, I trust?" Sidney remarked, preparing to return to his seat. "A legacy from that cursed graveyard, South Africa," the older man growled. Sidney stepped back and resumed his seat. In a few minutes he leaned across the table. "The Paradise Hotel, hier," he said under his breath. Mr. Laxworthy looked thoughtful. "You surprise me," he admitted. "What do you know of them?" Anderson inquired. Mr. Laxworthy shrugged his shoulders. "Not much beyond the obvious facts," he admitted. "Even you, my friends, are not wholly deceived, I presume, by the young man's appearance." They evidently were. Their faces expressed their non-comprehension. Mr. Laxworthy sighed. "You must both of you seek to develop the minor senses," he enjoined, reprovingly. "Your powers of observation, for instance, are, without doubt, exceedingly stunted. Let me assure you, for example, that your sympathy for that young man is entirely wasted." "You mean that he's not really ill?" Sidney asked, incredulously. "Most certainly he is not as ill as he pretends," Mr. Laxworthy declared, dryly. "If you look at him more closely, you will discover a certain theatricality in his pose which of itself should undeceive you." "You know who he is?" Sidney asked. "I believe so," Laxworthy admitted. "I can hazard a guess even to his companion's identity. But the Paradise Hotel hier. Order some fresh coffee. We are not ready to leave yet. Anderson, watch the door. Sidney, don't let them notice it, but watch our friends there. Something may happen." A tall, broad-shouldered man with a fair moustache and wearing a long travelling coat had entered the buffet. He stood there for a moment looking around as though in search of a table. The majority of those present suffered his scrutiny, unnoticing, indifferent, naturally absorbed in themselves and their own affairs. Not so these two men who had last entered. Every nerve of the young man's body seemed to have become tense. His hand had stolen into the pocket of his travelling coat, and with a little thrill Sidney saw the glitter of steel half shown for a moment between his interlocked fingers. No longer was this man's countenance the countenance of an invalid. It had become instead like the face of a wolf. His front teeth were showing. He had moved slightly so as to give his arm full play. It seemed as though a tragedy were at hand. The man who had been standing on the threshold deposited his handbag upon the floor near the wall, and came down the room. Laxworthy and his two associates watched. Their neighbours at the next table sat in well-simulated indifference, only once more Sidney saw the gleam of hidden steel flash for a moment from the depths of that ulster pocket. The newcomer made no secret of his destination. He advanced straight to their table, and came to a standstill immediately in front of them. Both the stout man and his invalid companion looked up at him, as one might regard a stranger. To all appearance, Laxworthy was engrossed in his book. Sidney and Anderson watched and listened, but of all the words which passed between these three men not one was audible. No chance of countenance on the part of any one of the three indicated even the nature of that swift and fluent interchange of words. Only at the last the elder man touched the label attached to his dressing-bag, and they heard his words, "The Paradise Hotel, hier. We shall be there for at least a month." The newcomer stood perfectly still for several moments, as though deliberating. The young man's hand came an inch or two from his pocket. Chance and tragedy trifled together in the midst of that crowded room, unnoticed save by those three at the adjoining table. Then, as though inspired with a sudden resolution, this stranger, whose coming had seemed so unwelcome, raised his hat slightly to the two men with whom he had been talking, and turned away. "The Paradise Hotel at hier," he repeated. "I shall know then where to find you." The little scene was over. Nothing had happened. Nevertheless, the fingers of the young man, as his hand emerged from his pocket, were moist and damp, and his appearance was now veritably ghastly. His companion watched, with a deep purple flush upon his face, the passing of this stranger who had accosted him. He had the appearance of one threatened with apoplexy. "One might be interested to know the meaning of these things," Sidney murmured softly. Their chief looked up from his book. "Then one must follow to the Paradise Hotel," he remarked. "I begin to believe," Anderson declared, "that it is our destination." "There is no hurry," Laxworthy replied. "Grimes once told me that this room in which we are now sitting was perhaps the most interesting rendezvous in Europe. Grimes was at the head of the foreign department at Scotland Yard in those days, and he knew what he was talking about." A woman wrapped in magnificent furs, who was passing their table, was run into by a clumsy waiter, and dropped a satchel from her finger. Sidney hastened to restore it to her, and was rewarded by a gracious smile, in which was mingled a certain amount of recognition. "You seem fated to be my good Samaritan to-day," she remarked. "It is my good fortune," the young man replied. "Can I help you to get a table or anything? This place is always overcrowded." She motioned with her head to where a maitre d'hôtel was holding a chair for her. "It is already arranged," she said. "Perhaps we shall meet in the Lux afterwards, if you are going south." "You are travelling far?" Sidney ventured to inquire. "Only to the outskirts of the Riviera," she answered. "I am going to hier, to the Paradise Hotel." "Why do you smile?" "My friends and I," he explained, "have met here to decide upon the whereabouts of a little holiday we mean to spend together. We were at that moment discussing a suggestion to proceed to the same place." She gave him a little farewell nod as she passed on. "If you decide to do so," she declared, "it will give me great pleasure to meet you again." "I congratulate you," Laxworthy remarked dryly, as Sidney resumed his seat. "A most interesting acquaintance, yours." "Do you know who she is?" the young man asked. "I only met her on the train." His chief nodded gravely. "She is Madame Bertrand," he replied. "Her husband at one time held a post in the Foreign Office under Faure. For some reason or other he was discredited, and since then he has died. There was some scandal about Madame Bertrand herself, and some papers which were missing from her husband's portfolio, but nothing definite ever came to light." "Madame seems to survive the loss of her husband," Mr. Forrest Anderson remarked, looking across at her admiringly. Laxworthy held up his hand. Almost for the first time he was sitting upright in his chair, his head still thrust forward in his usual attitude, his eyes fixed upon the door. The thin fingers of his right hand were spread flat upon the tablecloth. "We have finished for the moment with the Madame Bertrands of the world," he announced. After all, they are for the pygmies. Here comes food for giants. The light of battle was in Laxworthy's eyes. The greatest of men have their moments of weakness, and even Laxworthy, for that brief space of time, forgot himself and his pose toward the world. His thin lips were a little parted. The veins at the sides of his forehead stood out like blue cords. His lips moved slowly. "You can both look," he said. "They are probably used to it. You will see the two greatest personages on earth." His companions gazed eagerly toward the door. Two men were standing there, being relieved of their wraps and directed towards a table. One was middle-aged, grey-headed, with a somewhat worn but keen face. The other was taller, with black hair streaked with grey, a face half Jewish, half romantic, a skin like ivory. "The greatest men in the world?" Sidney repeated under his breath. "You are joking, Chief. I never saw even a photograph of either of them before in my life." "The one nearest you," Laxworthy announced, "is Mr. Freeling Poynton. The newspapers will tell you that his fortune exceeds the national debt of any country in the world. He is, without doubt, the richest man who was ever born. There has never yet breathed an emperor whose upraised finger could provoke or stop a war, whose careless word could check the prosperity of the proudest nation that ever breathed. These things Mr. Freeling Poynton can do." "And the other?" Anderson whispered. "It is chance," Mr. Laxworthy said softly, "which placed a sceptre of unlimited power in the hands of Richard Freeling Poynton. It is his own genius which has made the Marquis Lefort the greatest power in the diplomatic world. It was his decision which brought about war between Russia and Japan. It was he who stopped the declaration of war against Germany by our own Prime Minister at the time of the Algeciras difficulty. It was he who offered £1,000,000 to bring the Tsar of Russia to Germany, and he did it. There is little that he cannot do." "Is he a German?" Anderson asked. "No one knows of what race he comes," Mr. Laxworthy replied. "No one knows what country is really nearest to his heart. It is his custom to accept commissions or refuse them, according to his own belief as to their influence upon international peace. They say that he has English blood in his veins. If so, he has been a sorry friend to his native land." "We seem," Sidney remarked, "to have chosen a very fortunate evening for our little dinner here. The place is full of interesting people. I wonder where those two are going." A maitre d'hôtel, whose respect had been gained by the lavish orders from their table, paused and whispered confidentially in Mr. Laxworthy's ear. "The gentleman down there, sir," he announced, "the grey gentleman with his old servant waiting upon him, is Mr. Freeling Poynton, the great American multimillionaire." Laxworthy nodded slowly. "I thought I recognized him by his photographs," he said. "Is he going to Monte Carlo?" The attendant shook his head. "I was speaking to them a moment ago, sir," he declared. "Mr. Poynton has been here a good many times. He and his friend are going for a fortnight's quiet to the Paradise Hotel at Hyères." The maitre d'hôtel passed on with another bow. The three men looked at one another. Mr. Laxworthy glanced at the clock. "Sidney," he said, "will you step down into the bureau and find out whether it is possible to get 3 seats in the train de luxe?" "For Hyères?" Sidney asked. Mr. Laxworthy assented gravely. "Certainly," he said. "You might at the same time telegraph to the hotel." "To the Paradise Hotel?" Mr. Laxworthy inclined his head. End of The Secret of the Magnifique, by E. Phillips Oppenheim, Part 1. Recording by John Trevithick. Section 6 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2, The Secret of the Magnifique, by E. Phillips Oppenheim, Part 2. A black cloud, long and with jagged edges, passed away from the face of the moon. The plain of Hyères was gradually revealed, the cypress trees, tall and straight, the shimmering olive trees with their ghostly foliage, the fields of violets, the level vineyards. And beyond, the phalanx of lights on the warships lying in the bay. The hotel on the hillside, freshly painted and spotlessly white, stood sharply out against the dark background. The whole world was becoming visible. Upon the balcony of one of the rooms upon the second floor, a man was standing with his back to the wall. He looked around at the flooding moonlight, and swore softly to himself. Decidedly, things were turning out ill with him. From the adjoining balcony a thin rope was hanging, swaying very slightly in the night breeze. The young man gazed helplessly at the end, which had slipped from his fingers, and which was hanging just now over some flower beds. He was face to face with the almost insoluble problem of how to regain the shelter of his own room. From the gardens below came the melancholy cry of a passing owl. From the white barn-like farmhouse, perched on the mountain-side in the distance, came the bark of a dog. Then again there was silence. The man looked back into the room from which he had escaped, and down at the end of that swinging rope. He was indeed on the horns of a dilemma. To return into the room was insanity. To stay where he was to risk being seen by the earliest passer-by, or the first person who chanced to look out from a window. To try to pass to his own verandah without the aid of that rope which he had lost was an impossibility. It was already 5 minutes since he had crept out from the room and had let the rope slip from his fingers. The owl had finished his mournful serenade, the watchdog on the mountain-side slept. The deep silence of the hours before dawn brooded over the land. The man, fiercely impatient though he was to escape, was constrained to wait. There seemed to be nothing which he could do. Then again the silence of the night was strangely, almost harshly broken, this time from the interior of the hotel. An alarm bell, harsh and discordant, rang out a brazen note of terror. Lights suddenly flashed in the windows. Footsteps hurried along the corridor. The man outside upon the balcony set his teeth and cursed. Detection now seemed unavoidable. The room behind him was speedily invaded. Madame Bertrand, in a dressing-gown whose transparent simplicity had been the triumph of a celebrated establishment in the Rue de la Paix, her beautiful hair tied up only with pink ribbon, her eyes kindling with excitement, received a stream of agitated callers. The floor-waiter, 3 guests in various states of dishabille, and finally the manager, breathless with haste, all claimed her attention at the same time. "It was I who rang the danger bell," Madame declared indignantly. "In an hotel where such things are possible, it is well indeed that one should be able to sound the alarm. There has been a man in my rooms." "But it is unheard of, madame," the manager replied. "It is nevertheless true," Madame insisted. "Not 2 minutes since, I opened my eyes and he disappeared into my sitting-room. I saw him distinctly. I could not recognize him, for he kept his face turned away. Either he has escaped through the sitting-room door and down the corridor, or he is still there, or he is hiding in this room." "The jewels of madame!" the manager gasped. "I tremble in every limb. How can I know whether or not I have been robbed?" "The pearls of madame!" he persisted. "The string of pearls?" "That is safe," madame admitted. "My diamond collar, too, is in its place." The manager and 2 of the guests searched the sitting-room, which opened to the left from the bedroom. Others spread themselves over the hotel to calm fears of the startled guests, and to assure everybody that there was no fire, and that nothing particular had happened. The search was, of necessity, not a long one. There was no one in the sitting-room. The manager and his helpers returned. "The room is empty, madame," the former declared. "Then the burglar has escaped!" she cried. Monsieur Helder went down on his knees and peered in vain under the bed. "Madame is sure?" he inquired, raising his head with some temerity, but remaining upon his knees. "Madame is absolutely convinced that this was not an illusion, a fragment of a dream, perhaps? It is strange that there should have been time for any one to have escaped." "A dream indeed," Madame declared indignantly. "I do not dream such things, Monsieur Halder." Monsieur Halder dived again under the valance. It was just at that moment that Madame Bertrand, gazing into the plate-glass mirror of the wardrobe, received a shock. Distinctly she saw a man's face reflected there. With the predominant instinct of her sex aroused, she opened her lips to scream, and just as suddenly closed them again. She stood for a moment quite still, her hand pressed to her side. Then she turned her head and looked out of the French windows, which led on to the balcony. There was nothing to be seen. She looked across at Monsieur Halder, whose head had disappeared inside the wardrobe. Then she stole up to the window and glanced once more onto the balcony. "Madame," Monsieur Halder declared, "the room is empty. Your sitting room is also empty. There remains," he added with a sudden thought, "only the balcony." He advanced a step. Madame Bertrand, however, remained motionless. She was standing in front of the window. "The balcony I have examined myself," she said quietly. "There is no one there. Besides, I am not one of the English cranks who sleep always with the damp night air filling their rooms. My windows are bolted." "In that case, madame," Monsieur Halder declared, with a little shrug of the shoulders, "we must conclude that the intruder escaped through your sitting-room door into the corridor. Madame can at least assure me that nothing of great value is missing from her belongings?" Madame Bertrand, though pale, was graciously pleased to reassure the inquirer. "You have reason, my friend," she admitted. "Nothing of great value is missing. The shock, however, I shall not get over for days. After this, Monsieur Halder, you will not banish my maid again to that horrible annex. Whoever occupies the next room to mine here must give it up. Not another night will I sleep here alone and unprotected." Monsieur Halder bowed. "Madame," he said, "the adjoining room is occupied by Mr. Sidney Wing, an Englishman whom madame will perhaps recollect. He is, I am sure, a man of gallantry. After the adventure of to-night, he will doubtless offer to vacate his room for the convenience of madame's maid." "It must be arranged," madame insisted. Monsieur Halder backed toward the door. "If madame would like her maid for the rest of the night," he suggested. Madame Bertrand shook her head. "Not now," she replied. "I will not have the poor girl disturbed. After what has passed, she would lie here in terror. As for me, I shall lock all my doors, and perhaps, after all, I shall sleep." Monsieur Halder drew himself up upon the threshold. He was not a very imposing-looking object in his trousers and a crumpled shirt, but he permitted himself a bow. "Madame," he said, "will accept this expression of my infinite regret that her slumbers should have been so disturbed." "I thank you very much, Monsieur Halder," she answered graciously. "Good night." Monsieur Halder executed his bow and disappeared. Madame paused for a moment to listen to his footsteps down the corridor. Then she moved forward to the door and locked it. For a few seconds longer she hesitated. Then she walked deliberately to the French windows, threw them open, and stepped on to the balcony. "Good evening, Monsieur Sidney Wing, or rather, good morning." The young man gripped for a moment the frail balustrade. It must be confessed that he had lost entirely his savoir-faire. "Madame!" he faltered. She pointed to the open doors. "Inside!" she whispered imperatively. "Inside at once!" She pointed to the swinging cord. The young man stepped only too willingly inside the room. She followed him and closed the windows. "You will gather, Monsieur Sidney Wing," she said, "that I am disposed to spare you. I knew that you were outside even while my room was being searched. I preferred first to hear your explanation before I gave you up to be treated as a common burglar." The young man's courage was returning fast. He lifted his head. His eyes were full of gratitude, or what, at any rate, gleamed like gratitude. "Oh, madame," he murmured, "you are too gracious." He raised her hand to his lips and kissed it. She looked at him not unkindly. "You will come this way," she said, leading him into the sitting-room and turning on the electric light. "Now tell me, monsieur, and tell me the truth if you would leave this room a free man and without scandal. When I saw you first, you were bending over that table. Upon it was my necklace, my earrings, a lace scarf, my chatelaine and vanity box, a few of my rings, perhaps a jewelled pin or two. Now tell me exactly what you came for, what you have taken, and why." "Madame," he said, "think. Was there nothing else upon that table?" She shook her head. "I can think of nothing," she acknowledged. "To-night," he continued, "you were scarcely so kind to me. We danced together, it is true, but there were many others. There was the admiral, the French admiral, for instance. Madame was favourably disposed towards him." She was a coquette, and she shrugged her shoulders as she smiled. "Why not? Admiral Cristodor is a very charming man. He dances well, he entertains upon his wonderful battleship most lavishly. He is a very desirable and delightful acquaintance. And you, Monsieur Sidney Wing, what have you to say that I should not dance and be friendly with this gentleman?" The young man was feeling his feet upon the ground. Nevertheless, he continued to look serious. "Alas," he said, "I have no right to find fault. Yet 2 nights ago Madame gave me the rose I asked for. To-night, you remember?" She looked at him softly yet steadily. Then she glanced at the table and back again into his face. "You told me," he continued, "that the rose belonged to him who dared to pluck it." "It is a saying," she murmured. "I was not in earnest." Mr. Sidney Wing sighed deeply. "Madame," he declared, "I come of a literal nation. When we love, the word of a woman means much to us. To-night there seemed nothing dearer to me in life than the possession of that rose. I told myself that your challenge was accepted. I told myself that to-night I would sleep with that rose on the pillow by my side." Slowly he unbuttoned his coat. From the breast pocket he drew out a handkerchief and unfolded it. In the centre, crushed and devoid of many of its petals, but still retaining its shape and perfume, lay a dark red rose. Madame Bertrand moved a step towards him. "Monsieur," she cried incredulously, yet with some tenderness in her tone, "Monsieur, you mean to tell me that for the sake of that rose you climbed from your balcony to mine? You ran these risks?" "For the sake of this rose, madame, and all that it means to me," he answered. She drew a long sigh. Then she held out her hand. Again he raised it to his lips. "Monsieur Sidney," she said, "I have done your countrymen an injustice all my life. I had not thought such sentiment was possible in any one of them. I am very glad indeed that when I saw your face reflected in the mirror of my wardrobe, something urged me to send Monsieur Helder away. I am very glad. Madame." She held up her finger. Already the faint beginning of dawn was stealing into the sky. From the farmhouse away on the hillside, a cock commenced to crow. "Monsieur," she whispered, "not another word. I have risked my reputation to save you. See, the door is before you. Unlock it softly. Be sure there is no one in the corridor when you leave. Do not attempt to close it. I myself, in a few minutes' time, will return and do that." "But, madame," he begged. She pointed imploringly towards the door, but there was tenderness in her farewell glance. "To-morrow we will talk," she promised. "To-morrow night, if you should fancy my roses, perhaps I may be more kind. Good night." She stole back to her room and sat on the edge of her bed. Very noiselessly the young man opened the door of the sitting-room, glanced up and down, and with swift, silent footsteps made his way to his own apartment. Madame, some few minutes later, closed the door behind him, slowly slipped off her dressing-gown, and curled herself once more in her bed. Mr. Sidney Wing, in the adjoining room, lit a cigarette and mixed himself a whisky and soda. There were drops of perspiration still upon his forehead as he stepped out onto the balcony and wound up his rope. It was the most cheerful hour of the day at the Paradise Hotel, the hour before luncheon. A swarthy Italian was singing love songs on the gravel sweep to the music of a guitar. The very air was filled with sunshine. A soft south wind was laden with perfumes from the violet farm below. Everyone seemed to be out of doors. promenading or sitting about in little groups. Mr. Laxworthy and Mr. Forrest Anderson had just passed along the front, and were threading their way up the winding path which led through the pine woods at the back of the hotel. Mr. Lenfield, the invalid young man, was lying in a sheltered corner taking a sun-bath, his companion by his side smoking a large cigar, and occasionally reading extracts from a newspaper. The pretty American girl, who was one of the features of the place, and Madame Bertrand were missing, the former because she was playing golf with Sidney Wing, the latter because she never rose until lunch-time. Mr. Freeling Poynton and the Marquis Lafont were sitting a little way up amongst the pine-trees. Mr. Freeling Poynton was smoking his morning cigar. Lafont was leaning forward, his eyes fixed steadily upon that streak of blue Mediterranean. In his hand he held his watch. "I am quite sure," he said softly, "that I can rely upon my information. At 12:15 precisely, the torpedo is to be fired." "Which is the Magnifique, anyway?" Mr. Freeling Poynton inquired. Lafont pointed to the largest of the grey battleships which were riding at anchor. Then his fingers slowly traversed the blue space until it paused at a black object, like a derelict barge, set out very near the island of Hyères. He glanced at his watch. "A quarter past," he muttered. "Look! My God!" The black object had disappeared. A column of white water rose gracefully into the air and descended. It was finished. Lafont leaned towards his companion. "You and I," he said, "have seen a thing which is going to change the naval history of the future. You and I alone can understand why the French Admiralty have given up building battleships, why even their target practice here and at Cherbourg continues as a matter of form only." Mr. Freeling Poynton withdrew his cigar from his mouth. "I can't say," he admitted, "that I have ever given any particular attention to these implements of warfare, because I hate them all. But there's nothing new anyway in a torpedo. What's the difference between this one and the ordinary sort?" "I will tell you in a very few words," Lafont answered. "This one can be fired at a range of 5 miles, and relied upon to hit a mark a little larger than the plate of a battleship, with absolutely scientific accuracy. There is no question of aim at all, just as you work out an exact spot in a surveying expedition by scientific instruments, so you can decide precisely the spot which that torpedo shall hit. It travels at a pace of 10 miles a minute, and it has a charge which has never been equalled." Mr. Freeling Poynton shivered a little as he dropped the ash of his cigar. "I'd like to electrocute the man who invented it," he declared tersely. Lafont shook his head. "You are wrong," he replied. "The man who invented that torpedo is the friend of your scheme, and not the enemy. Listen. It is your desire, is it not, the great ambition of your life, to secure for the world universal peace?" Mr. Freeling Poynton thrust his hands into his trousers pockets. "Marquis," he said, "there is no man breathing who could say how much I am worth. Capitalize my present income, and you might call it £500,000,000. Put £250,000 somewhere in the bank for me, and I'd give the rest to see every army in Europe disbanded, every warship turned into a trading vessel, and every soldier and sailor turned into the factories or upon the land to become honest, productive units." "Just so," Lafont assented. "It may sound a little utopian, but it is magnificent. Now listen. You will never induce the rulers of the world to look upon this question reasonably, because every nation is jealous of some other, and no one is great enough to take the lead. The surest of all ways to prevent war is to reduce the art of killing to such a certainty that it becomes an absurdity even to take the field. What nation will build battleships which can be destroyed with the touch of a finger at any time, from practically any distance? I tell you that this invention, which only 1 or 2 people in the world outside of that battleship yonder know of at present, is the beginning of the end of all naval warfare. There is only one thing to be done to drive this home. No nation must be allowed to keep the secret for her own. It must belong to all. Mr. Freeling-Poynton nodded thoughtfully. "I begin to understand," he remarked. "Guess that's where you come in, isn't it?" "I hope so," Lefant assented. "I have already spent $100,000 of your money, but I think I have had value for it." "Say, why don't you treat this matter as we should on the other side?" Mr. Freeling-Poynton demanded. "It's all very well to bribe these petty officers and such like, but the admiral's your man. Remember that the money bags of the world are behind you." Lefant smiled faintly. "Alas!" he exclaimed, "the admiral belongs to a race little known in the world of commerce. Money bags which reach to the sky would never buy him. There are others on this ship who are mine, and with the information I have, the rest should be possible." Mr. Freeling-Poynton frowned. He disliked very much to hear of a man who denied the omnipotence of money. He felt like the king of some foreign country to whom a stranger had refused obeisance. "Well, you've got to run this thing," he remarked, "and I suppose you know what kind of lunatics you've got to deal with. Seems to me the most difficult job is for you to get on the battleship at all without the admiral's consent." Lefant kicked a pebble away from beneath his feet. "That is the chief difficulty," he admitted. "I was rather hoping that Madame Bertrand might have been of use to me there. She has been devoting herself to the admiral for some days, and last night she got a pass from him, allowing the bearer to visit the ship at any time, with access to any part of it. This morning, however, she declares that she must have torn it up with her bridge scores." "I suppose she can get it replaced?" Mr. Freeling-Poynton suggested. Lefant hesitated for a moment. "To tell you the truth," he declared, "my own belief is that the admiral declined to give it to her. Julie hates to admit defeat, however. Hence her little story. That does not trouble me very much, though. My plans are all made in another direction. To-night is the night of the fancy dress ball here, and the admiral is coming. When he returns to the Magnifique, the drawings of the torpedo will be in my possession." Mr. Freeling-Poynton laid his hand for a moment on Lefant's shoulder. "Marquis," he said, "I have been a little led into this affair by you. Remember, these aren't my methods, and it's only because I see just how difficult it is to make a move that I'm standing in. But let this be understood between you and me. The moment those plans are in your possession, a copy of them is to be handed simultaneously to the government of every civilized power in the world, so that everyone can build the darn things if they want to." "Naturally," Lefant assented. "It is already agreed." "No favoritism," Mr. Freeling-Poynton declared vigorously. "No priority. We steal those plans, not to give any one nation an advantage over any other, but to put every country on the same footing." "It is already agreed," Lefant repeated. Mr. Laxworthy and Mr. Forrest Anderson passed along on their way back to the hotel. Courteous greetings were exchanged between the four men. Lefant watched them with a faint smile. Mr. Laxworthy, with a grey shawl around his shoulders, his queer little stoop, his steel-rimmed spectacles. Anderson in his well-cut tweeds, brightly polished tan shoes, and neat Homburg hat. "That," Lefant remarked, inclining his head towards Mr. Laxworthy, "is exactly the type of English person whom one meets in a place like Hyères, at an hotel like this. One could swear that he lives somewhere near the British Museum, writes heavily upon some dull subject, belongs to a learned society, and has never had to make his own way in the world. He probably hates draughts, has a pet ailment, and talks about his nerves. He makes a friend of that red-faced fellow countryman of his because he is attracted by his robust health and his sheer lack of intelligence." "I dare say you're right," Mr. Freeling-Poynton remarked carelessly. "What about luncheon?" It was the night of the great fancy dress ball at the Paradise Hotel. Down in the lounge the tumult became more boisterous every minute. Automobiles and carriages were all the time discharging their bevy of visitors from the neighbouring hotels and villas. a large contingent of naval officers arrived from Toulon. The ball-room was already crowded. Admiral Christodore, looking very handsome, led the promenade with Madame Bertrand, concealed under the identity of an Eastern princess. There were many who wondered what it was that he whispered in her ear as he conducted her into the ball-room. "It was careless of me," she admitted softly, "but I am really quite sure that it was destroyed. It was with my bridge scores, and I tore them all up without thinking. You will give me another, perhaps?" "Whatever you will," he promised. "Listen," she continued. "To-night you must not leave me. There is a young Englishman. You understand?" "To-night shall be mine," the admiral answered gallantly. "I will not quit your side for a second for all the Englishmen who ever left their sad island." It was a gallant speech, but if Fritz the concierge could have heard it, he would have been puzzled, for, barely half an hour later, a gust of wind blew back the cloak of a man who was stepping into a motor-car, and his uniform was certainly the uniform of an admiral in the French navy. Through the windy darkness the motor-car rushed, on its way to La Plage. The men who waited in the pinnace rose to the salute. The admiral took his place in silence, and the little petrol-driven boat tore through the water. "The admiral takes his pleasure sadly," one of them muttered, as their passenger climbed on to the deck. "He's returned most devilishly early," another of them, whose thoughts were in the café at La Plage, grumbled. The admiral turned his head sharply. "I shall return," he announced. "Await me." Most of the officers of the Magnifique were in the ball-room of the Paradise Hotel. The admiral received the salute of the lieutenant on duty, and passed at once to his cabin. Arrived there, he shut the door and listened. There was no sound save the gentle splashing of the water near the port-hole. Like lightning he turned to a cabinet set in the wall. He pulled out a drawer and touched a spring. Everything was as he had been told. A roll of papers was pushed back into a corner of this compartment. He drew the sheets out one by one, shut the cabinet quickly, and swung round. Then he stood, as though turned to stone. The inner door of the cabin which led into the sleeping apartment was open. Seated at the table before him was Mr. Laxworthy. Lefort was a man who had passed through many crises in life. Sheer astonishment, however, on this occasion overmastered him. His savoir-faire had gone. He simply stood still and stared. It was surely a vision, this. It could not be that little old-fashioned man who went about with a grey shawl on his shoulders, who was sitting there watching him. "What in the devil's name are you doing there?" he demanded. "I might ask you the same question," Mr. Laxworthy replied. "I imagine we are both intruders." Lefort recovered himself a little. He came nearer to the table. "Tell me exactly what you want," he insisted. "First let us have an understanding," Mr. Laxworthy answered, "and as quickly as possible. For obvious reasons, the less time we spend here, the better. The pinnace which brought you is waiting, I presume, to take you back. In this light you must still pass as an admiral, but every moment you spend here adds to the risk for both of us. My foot is on the electric bell, which, I presume, would bring the admiral's steward. You perceive, too, that I have a revolver in my hand, to the use of which I am accustomed. Am I in command, or you?" "It appears that you are," Lefort admitted grimly. "Go on." "You hold in your hand," Mr. Laxworthy continued, "the plans of the Macquarin torpedo, the torpedo which is to make warfare in the future impossible." Then Lefort waited no longer. He flung himself almost bodily upon the little old man, who to all appearance presented such small powers of resistance. His first calculation was correct enough. Mr. Laxworthy made no attempt to discharge the revolver which he held in his hand. In other respects, however, a surprise was in store for Lefort. His right hand was suddenly held in a grip of amazing strength. The fingers of Mr. Laxworthy's other hand were upon his throat. "If you utter a sound, remember we are both lost," the latter whispered. Lefort set himself grimly to the struggle, but it lasted only a few seconds. Before he realized what had happened, his shoulders and the back of his head were upon the table, and Mr. Laxworthy's fingers were like bars of steel upon his throat. He felt his consciousness going. "You are content to discuss this matter?" his assailant asked calmly. Lafont could only gasp out his answer. Mr. Laxworthy released his grasp. Lafont breathed heavily for a minute or two. He was half dazed. The thing seemed impossible, yet it had happened. The breath had very nearly left his body in the grip of this insignificant-looking old man. "Now, if you are willing to be reasonable," Mr. Laxworthy said, "remember that for both our sakes it is well we do not waste a single second." Lafont's fingers stiffened upon the roll of papers which he was still clutching. Mr. Laxworthy read his thoughts unerringly. "I do not ask you for the plans," he continued grimly. "You want them for your country. I am not a patriot. My country shall fight her own battles as long as they are fought fairly. These are my terms. Put back those papers or destroy them, and pay me for my silence." "You do not ask, then, for the plans for yourself?" Lafont demanded. "I do not," Laxworthy replied. "They belong to France. Let France keep them. You have corrupted half the ship with Poynton's dollars, but it was never in your mind to keep your faith with him. The plans were for Germany. Germany shall not have them. If I forced you to hand them over to me, I dare say I could dispose of them for, what shall we say, £100,000? You shall put them back in their place and pay me 10,000 for my silence." "So you are an adventurer," Lafont muttered. "I am one who seeks adventures," Laxworthy replied. "We will let it go at that, if you please. Remember that you are in my power. The pressure of my foot upon this bell, or my finger upon the trigger of this revolver, and your career is over. Will you restore the plans and pay me £10,000? Lafont sighed. "It is agreed," he declared. He turned back to the cabinet, and Laxworthy half rose in his seat to watch him restore the plans. In a few seconds the affair was finished. "Monsieur the Admiral returns to the ball," Mr. Laxworthy remarked smoothly. "I will avail myself of his kind offer to accept a seat in the pinnace." They left the cabin and made their way to the side of the ship where the pinnace was waiting, and the lieutenant stood with his hand to the salute. Secretly the latter was a little relieved to see the two together. Once more the pinnace rushed towards the land. The two men walked down the wooden quay, side by side. "You will permit me to offer you a lift to the hotel?" Lafont asked. "With much pleasure," Laxworthy replied, drawing his grey shawl around him. "I find the nights chilly in these open cars, though." Smoothly, but at a great pace, they tore along the scented road, through a grove of eucalyptus trees, and into the grounds of the hotel, whose lights were twinkling far and wide. Lafont, for the first time, broke the silence. "Mr. Laxworthy," he said, "the honours of this evening rest with you. I do not wish to ask questions that you are not likely to answer. But there is one matter on which, if you would enlighten me—" Mr. Laxworthy waved his hand. "Proceed," he begged. "My little enterprise of this evening," Lafont continued slowly, "was known of and spoken of only between Mr. Freeling Poynton and myself. We discussed it in the grounds of the hotel, where we were certainly free from eavesdroppers. I am willing to believe that you are a very remarkable person, but this is not an age of miracles." Mr. Laxworthy smiled. "Nor is it the age," he murmured, "wherein we have attained sufficient wisdom to be able to define exactly what a miracle is. 10 years ago, what would men have said of flying? 50 years ago, even the telephone was considered incredible. Has it never occurred to you, my dear Lafont, that there may be natural gifts of which one or two of us are possessed almost as strange?" Lafont turned in his seat. "You mean—" he began. Mr. Laxworthy held up his hand. "I have given you a hint," he said. "The rest is up to you." Lafont was silent for a moment. "Tell me at least this," he begged. "How the devil did you get on the Magnifique?" They were passing along the front by the ball-room. Admiral Christador and Madame Bertrand were sitting near the window. Laxworthy sighed. "The greatest men in the world," he said, "make fools of themselves when they put pencil to paper for the sake of a woman. Take my advice, Marquis. Destroy that uniform and arrange for an alibi. In a few hours' time there will be trouble on the Magnifique." Lefant nodded. His cocked hat was thrust into the pocket of his overcoat. He was wearing a motor cap and goggles. "There will be trouble," he remarked dryly, "but it will not touch you or me. As regards Madame Bertrand—" "She is innocent," Laxworthy assured him. "Nevertheless, a pass on to the Magnifique is a little too valuable a thing to be left in a lady's chatelaine bag." Lefant sighed. "One makes mistakes," he remarked. "And one pays," Laxworthy agreed. End of The Secret of the Magnifique, by E. Phillips Oppenheim, Part 2. Recording by John Trevithick.
Section 7 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Noel Badrian. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. The Absent-Minded Coterie, by Robert Barr, Part 1. Some years ago I enjoyed the unique experience of pursuing a man for one crime and getting evidence against him of another. He was innocent of the misdemeanour, the proof of which I sought, but was guilty of another, most serious offence, yet he and his confederates escaped scot-free in circumstances which I now propose to relate. You may remember that in Rudyard Kipling's story, Bedalia Herodsfoot, the unfortunate woman's husband ran the risk of being arrested as a simple drunkard, at a moment when the blood of murder was upon his boots. The case of Ralph Summertrees was rather the reverse of this. The English authorities were trying to fasten upon him a crime almost as important as murder, while I was collecting evidence which proved him guilty of an action much more momentous than that of drunkenness. The English authorities have always been good enough, when they recognise my existence at all, to look down upon me with amused condescension. If to-day you ask Spencer Hale of Scotland Yard what he thinks of Eugene Valmont, that complacent man will put on the superior smile which so well becomes him, and if you are a very intimate friend of his, he may draw down the lid of his right eye as he replies, "Oh yes, a very decent fellow, Valmont, but he's a Frenchman," as if that said there was no need of further inquiry. Myself, I like the English detective very much, and if I were to be in a melee to-morrow, there is no man I would rather find beside me than Spencer Hale. In any situation where a fist that can fell an ox is desirable, my friend Hale is a useful companion. But for intellectuality, mental acumen, finesse, ah well, I am the most modest of men, and will say nothing. It would amuse you to see this giant come into my room during an evening, on the bluff pretence that he wishes to smoke a pipe with me. There is the same difference between this good-natured giant and myself as exists between that strong black pipe of his and my delicate cigarette, which I smoke feverishly when he is present, to protect myself from the fumes of his terrible tobacco. I look with delight upon the huge man, who, with an air of the utmost good humour and a twinkle in his eye as he thinks he is twisting me about his finger, vainly endeavours to obtain a hint regarding whatever case is perplexing him at that moment. I baffle him with the ease that an active greyhound eludes the pursuit of a heavy mastiff. Then at last I say to him with a laugh, "Come, mon ami Hale, tell me all about it, and I will help you if I can." Once or twice at the beginning he shook his massive head, and replied the secret was not his. The last time he did this, I assured him that what he said was quite correct, and then I related full particulars of the situation in which he found himself, excepting the names, for these he had not mentioned. I had pieced together his perplexity from scraps of conversation and his half-hour's fishing for my advice, which of course he could have had for the plain asking. Since that time he has not come to me except with cases he feels at liberty to reveal, and 1 or 2 complications I have happily been enabled to unravel for him. But staunch as Spencer Hale holds the belief that no detective service on earth can excel that centering in Scotland Yard, there is one department of activity in which even he confesses that Frenchmen are his masters, although he somewhat grudgingly qualifies his admission by adding that we in France are constantly allowed to do what is prohibited in England. I refer to the minute search of a house during the owner's absence. If you read that excellent story entitled The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe, you will find a record of the kind of thing I mean, which is better than any description I, who have so often taken part in such a search, can set down. Now, these people amongst whom I live are proud of their phrase, "The Englishman's house is his castle," and into that castle even a policeman cannot penetrate without a legal warrant. This may be all very well in theory, but if you are compelled to march up to a man's house, blowing a trumpet and rattling a snare-drum, you need not be disappointed if you fail to find what you are in search of when all the legal restrictions are complied with. Of course, the English are a very excellent people, a fact to which I am always proud to bear testimony, but it must be admitted that for cold common sense the French are very much their superiors. In Paris, if I wish to obtain an incriminating document, I do not send the possessor a carte postale to inform him of my desire, and in this procedure the French people sanely acquiesce. I have known men who, when they go out to spend an evening on the boulevards, toss their bunch of keys to the concierge, saying, "If you hear the police rummaging about while I am away, pray assist them," with an expression of my distinguished consideration. I remember while I was chief detective in the service of the French government being requested to call at a certain hour at the private hotel of the Minister for Foreign Affairs. It was during the time that Bismarck meditated a second attack upon my country, and I am happy to say that I was then instrumental in supplying the secret bureau with documents which mollified that iron man's purpose, a fact which I think entitled me to my country's gratitude. Not that I ever even hinted such a claim when a succeeding ministry forgot my services. The memory of a republic, as has been said by a greater man than I, is short. However, all that has nothing to do with the incident I am about to relate. I merely mention the crisis to excuse a momentary forgetfulness on my part which in any other country might have been followed by serious results to myself. But in France, we understand those things, and nothing happened. I am the last person in the world to give myself away, as they say in the Great West. I am usually the calm, collected Eugène Valmont, whom nothing can perturb. But this was a time of great tension, and I had become absorbed. I was alone with the minister in his private house, and one of the papers he desired was in his bureau at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. At least he thought so, and said, "It is in my desk at the bureau. How annoying! I must send for it." "No, Excellency," I cried, springing up in a self-oblivion the most complete. "It is here." Touching the spring of a secret drawer, I opened it, and taking out the document he wished, handed it to him. It was not until I met his searching look, and saw the faint smile on his lips, that I realized what I had done. "Valmont," he said quietly, "on whose behalf did you search my house?" "Excellency," I replied, in tones no less agreeable than his own. "To-night, at your orders, I pay a domiciliary visit to the mansion of Baron Dumoulin, who stands high in the estimation of the President of the French Republic. If either of those distinguished gentlemen should learn of my informal call, and should ask me in whose interests I made the domiciliary visit, what is it you wish that I should reply?" "You should reply, Valmont, that you did it in the interests of the Secret Service." "I shall not fail to do so, Excellency, and in answer to your question just now, I had the honour of searching this mansion in the interests of the Secret Service of France." The Minister of Foreign Affairs laughed, a hearty laugh that expressed no resentment. "I merely wished to compliment you, Valmont, on the efficiency of your search and the excellence of your memory. This is indeed the document which I thought was left in my office." I wonder what Lord Lansdowne would say if Spencer Hale showed an equal familiarity with his private papers. But now that we have returned to our good friend Hale, we must not keep him waiting any longer. I well remember the November day when I first heard of the Summertrees case, because there hung over London a fog so thick that 2 or 3 times I lost my way, and no cab was to be had at any price. The few cabmen then in the streets were leading their animals slowly along, making for the stables. It was one of those depressing London days which filled me with an ennui and a yearning for my own clear city of Paris, where, if we are ever visited by a slight mist, it is at least clean white vapour, and not this horrible London mixture, saturated with suffocating carbon. The fog was too thick for any passer to read the contents bills of the newspapers plastered on the pavement, and as there were probably no races that day, the newsboys were shouting what they considered the next most important event, the election of the American President. I bought a paper and thrust it into my pocket. It was late when I reached my flat, and after dining there, which was an unusual thing for me to do, I put on my slippers, took an easy chair before the fire, and began to read my evening journal. I was distressed to learn that the eloquent Mr. Bryan had been defeated. I knew little about the silver question, but the man's oratorical power had appealed to me, and my sympathy was aroused because he owned many silver mines, and yet the price of the metal was so low that apparently he could not make a living through the operation of them. But of course the cry that he was a plutocrat and a reputed millionaire over and over again was bound to defeat him in a democracy where the average voter is exceedingly poor and not comfortably well-to-do, as is the case with our peasants in France. I always took great interest in the affairs of the huge republic to the west, having been at some pains to inform myself accurately regarding its politics, and although, as my readers know, I seldom quote anything complimentary that is said of me, nevertheless, an American client of mine once admitted that he never knew the true inwardness, I think that was the phrase he used, of American politics until he heard me discourse upon them. But then, he added, he had been a very busy man all his life. I had allowed my paper to slip to the floor, for in very truth the fog was penetrating even into my flat, and it was becoming difficult to read, notwithstanding the electric light. My man came in and announced that Mr. Spencer Hale wished to see me, and indeed any night, but especially when there is rain or fog outside, I am more pleased to talk with a friend than to read a newspaper. Mon Dieu, my dear Monsieur Hale, it is a brave man you are to venture out in such a fog as is abroad tonight. Ah, Monsieur Valmont, said Hale with pride, you cannot raise a fog like this in Paris. No, there you are supreme, I admitted, rising and saluting my visitor, then offering him a chair. I see you are reading the latest news, he said, indicating my newspaper. I am very glad that man Bryan is defeated. Now we shall have better times. I waved my hand as I took my chair again. I will discuss many things with Spencer Hale, but not American politics. He does not understand them. It is a common defect of the English to suffer complete ignorance regarding the internal affairs of other countries. It is surely an important thing that brought you out on such a night as this. The fog must be very thick in Scotland Yard. This delicate shaft of fancy completely missed him, and he answered stolidly, "It's thick all over London, and indeed throughout most of England." "Yes, it is," I agreed, but he did not see that either. Still, a moment later he made a remark which, if it had come from some people I know, might have indicated a glimmer of comprehension. "You are a very, very clever man, Monsieur Valmont, so all I need say is that the question which brought me here is the same as that on which the American election was fought. Now, to a countryman I should be compelled to give further explanation, but to you, monsieur, that will not be necessary. There are times when I dislike the crafty smile and partial closing of the eyes which always distinguishes Spencer Hale when he places on the table a problem which he expects will baffle me. If I said he never did baffle me, I would be wrong, of course, for sometimes the utter simplicity of the puzzles which trouble him leads me into an intricate involution entirely unnecessary in the circumstances. I pressed my fingertips together and gazed for a few moments at the ceiling. Hale had lit his black pipe, and my silent servant placed at his elbow the whisky and soda, then tiptoed out of the room. As the door closed, my eyes came from the ceiling to the level of Hale's expansive countenance. "Have they eluded you?" I asked quietly. "Who?" "The coiners." Hale's pipe dropped from his jaw, but he managed to catch it before it reached the floor. Then he took a gulp from the tumbler. "That was just a lucky shot," he said. "Parfaitement," I replied carelessly. "Now, own up, Valmont, wasn't it?" I shrugged my shoulders. A man cannot contradict a guest in his own house. "Oh, stow that," cried Hale impolitely. He is a trifle prone to strong and even slangy expressions when puzzled. "Tell me how you guessed it." "It is very simple, mon ami. The question on which the American election was fought is the price of silver, which is so low that it has ruined Mr. Bryan, and threatens to ruin all the farmers of the West who possess silver mines on their farms. Silver troubled America, ergo silver troubles Scotland Yard. Very well, the natural inference is that someone has stolen bars of silver, but such a theft happened 3 months ago, when the metal was being unloaded from a German steamer at Southampton, and my friend Spencer Hale ran down the thieves very cleverly, as they were trying to dissolve the marks off their bars with acid. Now, crimes do not run in series like the numbers in roulette at Monte Carlo. The thieves are men of brains. They say to themselves, what chance is there successfully to steal bars of silver while Mr. Hale is at Scotland Yard? Eh, my good friend?" "Really, Valmont," said Hale, taking another sip, "sometimes you almost persuade me that you have reasoning powers." "Thanks, comrade. Then it is not a theft of silver we have now to deal with, but the American election was fought on the price of silver. If silver had been high in cost, there would have been no silver question, so the crime that is bothering you arises through the low price of silver, and this suggests that it must be a case of illicit coinage, for there the low price of the metal comes in. You have, perhaps, found a more subtle illegitimate act going forward than heretofore. Someone is making your shillings and your half-crowns from real silver, instead of from baser metal, and yet there is a large profit which has not hitherto been possible through the high price of silver. With the old conditions you were familiar, but this new element sets at naught all your previous formulae. That is how I reasoned the matter out. Well, Valmont, you have hit it. I'll say that for you. You have hit it. There is a gang of expert coiners who are putting out real silver money, and making a clear shilling on the half-crown. We can find no trace of the coiners, but we know the man who is shoving the stuff. That ought to be sufficient, I suggested. Yes, it should, but it hasn't proved so up to date. Now I came tonight to see if you would do one of your French tricks for us, right on the quiet. What French trick, Monsieur Spencer-Hale? I inquired with some asperity, forgetting for the moment that the man invariably became impolite when he grew excited. No offence intended, said the blundering officer, who really is a good-natured fellow, but always puts his foot in it, and then apologizes. I want someone to go through a man's house without a search warrant, spot the evidence, let me know, and then we'll rush the place before he has time to hide his tracks. Who is this man, and where does he live? His name is Ralph Summertrees, and he lives in a very natty little bijou residence, as the advertisements call it, situated in no less a fashionable street than Park Lane. I see. What has aroused your suspicions against him? Well, you know that's an expensive district to live in. It takes a bit of money to do the trick. This Summertrees has no ostensible business, yet every Friday he goes to the United Capital Bank in Piccadilly and deposits a bag of swag, usually all silver coin. Yes, and this money? This money, so far as we can learn, contains a good many of these new pieces which never saw the British Mint. It's not all the new coinage, then? Oh, no, he's a bit too artful for that. You see, a man can go round London, his pockets filled with the new coinage 5-shilling pieces, buy this, that, and the other, and come home with his change in legitimate coins of the realm, half-crowns, florins, shillings, sixpences, and all that. I see. Then why don't you nab him one day when his pockets are stuffed with illegitimate 5-shilling pieces? That could be done, of course, and I've thought of it. But you see, we want to land the whole gang. Once we arrest him, without knowing where the money came from, the real coiners would take flight. How do you know he is not the real coiner himself? Now, poor Hale is as easy to read as a book. He hesitated before answering this question, and looked confused as a culprit caught in some dishonest act. You need not be afraid to tell me, I said soothingly after a pause. You have had one of your men in Mr. Summertrees' house, and so learned that he is not the coiner. But your man has not succeeded in getting you evidence to incriminate other people. You've about hit it again, Monsieur Valmont. One of my men has been Summertrees' butler for 2 weeks, but as you say, he has found no evidence. Is he still butler? Yes. Now tell me how far you have got. You know that Summertrees deposits a bag of coin every Friday in the Piccadilly Bank, and I suppose the bank has allowed you to examine 1 or 2 of the bags. Yes, sir, they have, but you see the banks are very difficult to treat with. They don't like detectives bothering round, and whilst they do not stand out against the law, still they never answer any more questions than they're asked, and Mr. Summertrees has been a good customer at the United Capital for many years. Haven't you found out where the money comes from? Yes, we have. It is brought there night after night by a man who looks like a respectable city clerk, and he puts it into a large safe of which he holds the key, this safe being on the ground floor in the dining room. Haven't you followed the clerk? Yes. He sleeps in the Park Lane house every night, and goes up in the morning to an old curiosity shop in Tottenham Court Road, where he stays all day, returning with his bag of money in the evening. Why don't you arrest and question him? Well, Monsieur Valmont, there is just the same objection to his arrest as to that of Summertrees himself. we could easily arrest both, but we have not the slightest evidence against either of them. And then, although we put the go-betweens in clink, the worst criminals of the lot would escape. Nothing suspicious about the old curiosity shop? No, it appears to be perfectly regular. This game has been going on under your noses for how long? For about 6 weeks. Is Summertrees a married man? No. Are there any women servants in the house? No, except that 3 charwomen come in every morning to do up the rooms. Of what is his household comprised? There is the butler, then the valet, and last the French cook. Ah, cried I, the French cook. This case interests me. So Summertrees has succeeded in completely disconcerting your man. Has he prevented him from going top to bottom of the house? Oh no, he has rather assisted him than otherwise. On one occasion he went to the safe, took out the money, had Podgers, that's my chap's name, help him to count it, and then actually sent Podgers to the bank with the bag of coin. And Podgers has been all over the place. Yes. Saw no signs of a coining establishment? No. It is absolutely impossible that any coining can be done there. Besides, as I tell you, that respectable clerk brings him the money. I suppose you want me to take Podgers's position? Well, Monsieur Valmont, to tell you the truth, I would rather you didn't. Podgers has done everything a man can do, but I thought if you got into the house, Podgers assisting, you might go through it night after night at your leisure. I see. That's just a little dangerous in England. I think I should prefer to assure myself the legitimate standing of being the amiable Podgers' successor. You say that Summertrees has no business? Well, sir, not what you might call a business. He is by the way of being an author, but I don't count that as any business. Oh, an author, is he? When does he do his writing? He locks himself up most of the day in his study. Does he come out for lunch? No. He lights a little spirit lamp inside, Podgers tells me, and makes himself a cup of coffee, which he takes with a sandwich or two. That's rather frugal fare for Park Lane. Yes, Monsieur Valmont, it is. But he makes it up in the evenings, when he has a long dinner with all them foreign kickshaws you people like, done by his French cook. Sensible man. Well, Hale, I see that I shall look forward with pleasure to making the acquaintance of Mr. Summertrees. Is there any restriction on the going and coming of your man Podgers? None in the least. He can get away either day or night. Very good, friend Hale. Bring him here tomorrow, as soon as our author locks himself up in his study, or rather, I should say, as soon as the respectable clerk leaves for Tottenham Court Road, which I should guess, as you put it, is about half an hour after his master turns the key of the room in which he writes. You are quite right in that guess, Valmont. How did you hit it? Merely a surmise, Hale. There is a good deal of oddity about that Park Lane house, so it doesn't surprise me in the least that the master gets to work earlier in the morning than the man. I have also a suspicion that Ralph Summertrees knows perfectly well what the estimable Podgers is there for. What makes you think that? I can give no reason, except that my opinion of the acuteness of Summertrees has been gradually rising all the while you were speaking, and at the same time my estimate of Podgers's craft has been as steadily declining. However, bring the man here tomorrow, that I may ask him a few questions. Next day, about 11 o'clock, the ponderous Podgers, hat in hand, followed his chief into my room. His broad, impassive, immobile, smooth face gave him rather more the air of a genuine butler than I had expected, and this appearance, of course, was enhanced by his livery. His replies to my questions were those of a well-trained servant, who will not say too much unless it is made worth his while. All in all, Podgers exceeded my expectations, and really my friend Hale had some justification for regarding him, as he evidently did, a triumph in his line. Sit down, Mr. Hale, and you, Podgers. The man disregarded my invitation, standing like a statue until his chief made a motion. Then he dropped into a chair. The English are great on discipline. Now, Mr. Hale, I must first congratulate you on the make-up of Podgers. It is excellent. You depend less on artificial assistance than we do in France, and in that I think you are right. Oh, we know a bit over here, Monsieur Valmont, said Hale, with pardonable pride. Now then, Podgers, I want to ask you about this clerk. What time does he arrive in the evening? At prompt 6, sir. Does he ring or let himself in with a latchkey? With a latchkey, sir. How does he carry the money? In a little locked leather satchel, sir, flung over his shoulder. Does he go directly to the dining-room? Yes, sir. Have you seen him unlock the safe and put in the money? Yes, sir. Does the safe unlock with a word or a key? With a key, sir. It's one of the old-fashioned kind. Then the clerk unlocks his leather money-bag? Yes, sir. That's 3 keys used within as many minutes. Are they separate or in a bunch? In a bunch, sir. Did you ever see your master with this bunch of keys? No, sir. You saw him open the safe once, I am told. Yes, sir. Did he use a separate key or one of a bunch? Podgers slowly scratched his head, then said, I don't just remember, sir. Ah, Podgers, you are neglecting the big things in that house. Sure you can't remember? No, sir. Once the money is in and the safe locked up, what does the clerk do? Goes to his room, sir. Where is this room? On the 3rd floor, sir. Where do you sleep? On the 4th floor with the rest of the servants, sir. Where does the master sleep? On the 2nd floor adjoining his study. The house consists of 4 stories and a basement, does it? Yes, sir. I have somehow arrived at the suspicion that it is a very narrow house. Is that true? Yes, sir. Does the clerk ever dine with your master? No, sir. The clerk doesn't eat in the house at all, sir. Does he go away before breakfast? No, sir. No one takes breakfast in his room? No, sir. What time does he leave the house? At 10 o'clock, sir. When is breakfast served? At 9 o'clock, sir. At what hour does your master retire to his study? At 9:30, sir. Locks the door on the inside? Yes, sir. Never rings for anything during the day? Not that I know of, sir. What sort of a man is he? Here Podgers was on familiar ground, and he rattled off a description minute in every particular. What I meant was, Podgers, is he silent or talkative, or does he get angry? Does he seem furtive, suspicious, anxious, terrorized, calm, excitable, or what? Well, sir, he is by way of being very quiet, never has much to say for himself, never saw him angry or excited. Now, Podgers, you've been at Park Lane for a fortnight or more. You are a sharp, alert, observant man. What happens there that strikes you as unusual? Well, I can't exactly say, sir, replied Podgers, looking rather helplessly from his chief to myself and back again. Your professional duties have often compelled you to act the part of butler before, otherwise you wouldn't do it so well. Isn't that the case? Podgers did not reply, but glanced at his chief. This was evidently a question pertaining to the service, which a subordinate was not allowed to answer. However, Hale said at once, Certainly. Podgers has been in dozens of places. Well, Podgers, just call to mind some of the other households where you have been employed, and tell me any particulars in which Mr. Summertree's establishment differs from them. Podgers pondered a long time. Well, sir, he do stick to writing pretty close. Ah, that's his profession, you see, Podgers. Hard at it from 9:30 till towards 7, I imagine. Yes, sir. Anything else, Podgers, no matter how trivial? Well, sir, he's fond of reading, too. Leastways, he's fond of newspapers. When does he read? I've never seen him read 'em, sir. Indeed, so far as I can tell, I never knew the papers to be opened, but he takes them all in, sir. What, all the morning papers? Yes, sir, and all the evening papers, too. Where are the morning papers placed? On the table in his study, sir. And the evening papers? Well, sir, when the evening papers come, the study is locked. They are put on a side table in the dining room, and he takes them upstairs with him to his study. This has happened every day since you've been there? Yes, sir. You reported that very striking fact to your chief, of course? No, sir, I don't think I did, said Podgers, confused. You should have done so. Mr. Hale would have known how to make the most of a point so vital. Oh, come now, Valmont, interrupted Hale. You're chaffing us. Plenty of people take in all the papers. I think not. Even clubs and hotels subscribe to the leading journals only. You said all, I think, Podgers. Well, nearly all, sir. But which is it? There's a vast difference. He takes a good many, sir. How many? I don't just know, sir. That's easily found out, Valmont, cried Hale, with some impatience, if you think it's really important. I think it's so important that I'm going back with Podgers myself. You can take me into the house, I suppose, when you return? Oh, yes, sir. Coming back to these newspapers for a moment, Podgers. What is done with them? They are sold to the ragman, sir, once a week. Who takes them from the study? I do, sir. Do they appear to have been read very carefully? Well, no, sir. Leastways, some of them seem never to have been opened, or else folded up very carefully again. Did you notice that extracts had been clipped from any of them? No, sir. Does Mr. Summertrees keep a scrap-book? Not that I know of, sir. Oh, the case is perfectly plain, said I, leaning back in my chair, and regarding the puzzled Hale with that cherubic expression of self-satisfaction which I know is so annoying to him. What's perfectly plain? He demanded, more gruffly perhaps than etiquette would have sanctioned. Summertrees is no coiner, nor is he linked with any band of coiners. What is he, then? Ah, that opens another avenue of inquiry. For all I know to the contrary, he may be the most honest of men. On the surface it would appear that he is a reasonably industrious tradesman in Tottenham Court Road, who is anxious that there should be no visible connection between a plebeian employment and so aristocratic a residence as that in Park Lane. At this point Spencer Hale gave expression to one of those rare flashes of reason which are always an astonishment to his friends. "That is nonsense, Monsieur Valmont," he said. "The man who is ashamed of the connection between his business and his house is one who is trying to get into society, or else the women of his family are trying it, as is usually the case. Now Summertrees has no family. He himself goes nowhere, gives no entertainments, and accepts no invitations. He belongs to no club. Therefore to say that he is ashamed of his connection with the Tottenham Court Road shop is absurd. He is concealing the connection for some other reason that will bear looking into. My dear Hale, the goddess of wisdom herself could not have made a more sensible series of remarks. Now, mon ami, do you want my assistance, or have you enough to go on with?" "Enough to go on with? We have nothing more than we had when I called on you last night." "Last night, my dear Hale, you supposed this man was in league with coiners. To-day you know he is not." "I know you say he is not." I shrugged my shoulders and raised my eyebrows, smiling at him. "It is the same thing, Monsieur Hale." Well, of all the conceited... And the good Hale could get no further. "If you wish my assistance, it is yours." "Very good. not to put too fine a point on it, I do. In that case, my dear Podgers, you will return to the residence of our friend Summertrees, and get together for me in a bundle all of yesterday's morning and evening papers that were delivered to the house. Can you do that, or are they mixed up in a heap in the coal cellar? I can do it, sir. I have instructions to place each day's papers in a pile by itself, in case they should be wanted again. There is always 1 week's supply in the cellar, and we sell the papers of the week before to the ragmen. Excellent. Well, take the risk of abstracting 1 day's journals, and have them ready for me. I will call upon you at 3:30 o'clock exactly, and then I want you to take me upstairs to the clerk's bedroom in the 3rd story, which I suppose is not locked during the daytime. No, sir, it is not. With this the patient Podgers took his departure. Spencer Hale rose when his assistant left. "Anything further I can do?" he asked. "Yes. Give me the address of the shop in Tottenham Court Road. Do you happen to have about you one of those new 5-shilling pieces which you believe to be illegally coined?" He opened his pocket-book, took out the bit of white metal, and handed it to me. "I'm going to pass this off before evening," I said, putting it in my pocket, "and I hope none of your men will arrest me." "That's all right," laughed Hale, as he took his leave. At 3:30 Podgers was waiting for me, and opened the front door as I came up the steps, thus saving me the necessity of ringing. The house seemed strangely quiet. The French cook was evidently down in the basement, and we had probably all the upper parts to ourselves, unless Summertrees was in his study, which I doubted. Podgers led me directly upstairs to the clerk's room on the 3rd floor. Walking on tiptoe, with an elephantine air of silence and secrecy combined, which struck me as unnecessary. "I will make an examination of this room," I said. "Kindly wait for me down by the door of the study." The bedroom proved to be of respectable size, when one considers the smallness of the house. The bed was all nicely made up, and there were 2 chairs in the room, but the usual washstand and swing mirror were not visible. However, seeing a curtain at the farther end of the room, I drew it aside, and found, as I expected, a fixed lavatory in an alcove of perhaps 4 feet deep by 5 in width. As the room was about 15 feet wide, this left 2/3 of the space unaccounted for. A moment later I opened a door which exhibited a closet filled with clothes hanging on hooks. This left a space of 5 feet between the clothes closet and the lavatory. I thought at first that the entrance to the secret stairway must have issued from the lavatory, but examining the boards closely, although they sounded hollow to the knuckles, they were quite evidently plain matchboarding, and not a concealed door. The entrance to the stairway, therefore, must issue from the clothes closet. The right-hand wall proved similar to the matchboarding of the lavatory as far as the casual eye or touch was concerned, but I saw at once it was a door. The latch turned out to be somewhat ingeniously operated by one of the hooks which held a pair of old trousers. I found that the hook, if pressed upward, allowed the door to swing outward over the stairhead. Descending to the 2nd floor, a similar latch let me into a similar clothes closet in the room beneath. The 2 rooms were identical in size, one directly above the other, the only difference being that the lower room door gave into the study instead of into the hall, as was the case with the upper chamber. The study was extremely neat, either not much used, or the abode of a very methodical man. There was nothing on the table except a pile of that morning's papers. I walked to the further end, turned the key in the lock, and came out upon the astonished Podgers. "Well, I'm blowed!" exclaimed he. "Quite so," I rejoined. "You've been tiptoeing past an empty room for the last 2 weeks. Now, if you'll come with me, Podgers, I'll show you how the trick is done." When he entered the study, I locked the door once more, and led the assumed butler, still tiptoeing through force of habit, up the stairs into the top bedroom, and so out again, leaving everything exactly as we found it. We went down the main stair to the front hall, and there Podgers had my parcel of papers all neatly wrapped up. This bundle I carried to my flat, gave one of my assistants some instructions, and left him at work on the papers. End of The Absent-Minded Coterie, by Robert Barr, Part 1. Recording by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland. Section 8 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Noel Badrian. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. The Absent-Minded Coterie, by Robert Barr, Part 2. I took a cab to the foot of Tottenham Court Road, and walked up the street till I came to J. Simpson's old curiosity shop. After gazing at the well-filled windows for some time, I stepped aside, having selected a little iron crucifix displayed behind the pane, the work of some ancient craftsman. I knew at once from Podgers's description that I was waited upon by the veritable respectable clerk who brought the bag of money each night to Park Lane, and who, I was certain, was no other than Ralph Summertrees himself. There was nothing in his manner differing from that of any other quiet salesman. The price of the crucifix proved to be 7 6, and I threw down a sovereign to pay for it. "Do you mind the change being all in silver, sir?" he asked, and I answered without any eagerness, although the question aroused a suspicion that had begun to be allayed. "Not in the least." He gave me half a crown, 3 2-shilling pieces, and 4 separate shillings, all the coins being well-worn silver of the realm, the undoubted inartistic produce of the reputable British Mint. This seemed to dispose of the theory that he was palming off illegitimate money. He asked me if I were interested in any particular branch of antiquity, and I replied that my curiosity was merely general, and exceedingly amateurish, whereupon he invited me to look around. This I proceeded to do, while he resumed the addressing and stamping of some wrapped-up pamphlets, which I surmised to be copies of his catalogue. He made no attempt either to watch me or press his wares upon me. I selected at random a little inkstand, and asked its price. It was 2 shillings, he said, whereupon I produced my fraudulent 5-shilling piece. He took it, gave me the change without comment, and the last doubt about his connection with coiners flickered from my mind. At this moment a young man came in, who I saw at once was not a customer. He walked briskly to the farther end of the shop, and disappeared behind a partition which had one pane of glass in it that gave an outlook toward the front door. "Excuse me a moment," said the shopkeeper, and he followed the young man into the private office. As I examined the curious heterogeneous collection of things for sale, I heard the clink of coins being poured out on the lid of a desk or an uncovered table, and the murmur of voices floated out to me. I was now near the entrance of the shop. Keeping the corner of my eye on the glass pane of the private office, I removed the key of the front door without a sound, and took an impression of it in wax, returning the key to its place unobserved. At this moment another young man came in, and walked straight past me into the private office. I heard him say, "Oh, I beg pardon, Mr. Simpson. How are you, Rogers?" "Hello, Macpherson," saluted Rogers, who then came out, bidding good night to Mr. Simpson, and departed whistling down the street, but not before he had repeated his phrase to another young man entering, to whom he gave the name of Tyrrell. I noted these 3 names in my mind. 2 others came in together, but I was compelled to content myself with memorizing their features, for I did not learn their names. These men were evidently collectors, for I heard the rattle of money in every case, yet here was a small shop doing apparently very little business, for I had been within it for more than half an hour, and yet remained the only customer. If credit were given, 1 collector would certainly have been sufficient, yet 5 had come in, and had poured their contributions into the pile Summertrees was to take home with him that night. I determined to secure one of the pamphlets which the man had been addressing. They were piled on a shelf behind the counter, but I had no difficulty in reaching across and taking the one on top, which I slipped into my pocket. When the fifth young man went down the street, Summertrees himself emerged, and this time he carried in his hand the well-filled, locked leather satchel, with the straps dangling. It was now approaching 5:30, and I saw he was eager to close up and get away. "Anything else you fancy, sir?" he asked me. "No, or rather, yes and no. You have a very interesting collection here, but it's getting so dark I can hardly see. I close at 5:30, sir." "Ah, in that case," I said, consulting my watch, "I shall be pleased to call some other time." "Thank you, sir," replied Summertrees quietly, and with that I took my leave. From the corner of an alley on the other side of the street I saw him put up the shutters with his own hands. Then he emerged with overcoat on and the money satchel slung across his shoulder. He locked the door, tested it with his knuckles, and walked down the street, carrying under one arm the pamphlets he had been addressing. I followed him some distance, saw him drop the pamphlets into the box at the first post office he passed, and walk rapidly towards his house in Park Lane. When I returned to my flat and called in my assistant, he said, "After putting to one side the regular advertisements of pills, soaps, and what not, here is the only one common to all the newspapers, morning and evening alike. The advertisements are not identical, sir, but they have 2 points of similarity, or perhaps I should say 3. They all profess to furnish a cure for absent-mindedness. They all ask that the applicant's chief hobby shall be stated, and they all bear the same address, Dr. Willoughby, in Tottenham Court Road." "Thank you," I said, as he placed the scissored advertisements before me. I read several of the announcements. They were all small, and perhaps that is why I had never noticed one of them in the newspaper, for certainly they were odd enough. Some asked for lists of absent-minded men, with the hobbies of each, and for these lists prizes of from 1 shilling to 6 were offered. In other clippings Dr. Willoughby professed to be able to cure absent-mindedness. There were no fees and no treatment, but a pamphlet would be sent, which, if it did not benefit the receiver, could do no harm. The doctor was unable to meet patients personally, nor could he enter into correspondence with them. The address was the same as that of the old curiosity shop in Tottenham Court Road. At this juncture I pulled the pamphlet from my pocket, and saw it was entitled Christian Science and Absent-Mindedness, by Dr. Stamford Willoughby, and at the end of the article was the statement contained in the advertisements, that Dr. Willoughby would neither see patients nor hold any correspondence with them. I drew a sheet of paper towards me, wrote to Dr. Willoughby, alleging that I was a very absent-minded man, and would be glad of his pamphlet, adding that my special hobby was the collecting of first editions. I then signed myself Alport Webster, Imperial Flats, London, W. I may here explain that it is often necessary for me to see people under some other name than the well-known appellation of Eugène Valmont. There are 2 doors to my flat, and on one of these is painted Eugène Valmont. On the other there is a receptacle into which can be slipped a sliding panel bearing any nom de guerre I choose. The same device is arranged on the ground floor, where the names of all the occupants of the building appear on the right-hand wall. I sealed, addressed, and stamped my letter, then told my man to put out the name of Alport Webster, and if I did not happen to be in when anyone called upon that mythical person, he was to make an appointment for me. It was nearly 6 o'clock next afternoon, when the card of Angus Macpherson was brought in to Mr. Alport Webster. I recognised the young man at once as the second who had entered the little shop carrying his tribute to Mr. Simpson the day before. He held 3 volumes under his arm, and spoke in such a pleasant, insinuating sort of way that I knew at once he was an adept in his profession of canvasser. "Will you be seated, Mr. Macpherson? In what can I serve you?" He placed the 3 volumes, backs upward, on my table. "Are you interested at all in first editions, Mr. Webster?" "It is the one thing I am interested in," I replied, "but unfortunately they often run into a lot of money." "That is true," said Macpherson sympathetically. "And I have here 3 books, one of which is an exemplification of what you say. This one costs £100. The last copy that was sold by auction in London brought £123. This next one is £40, and the third £10. At these prices I am certain you could not duplicate 3 such treasures in any bookshop in Britain." I examined them critically, and saw at once that what he said was true. He was still standing on the opposite side of the table. "Please take a chair, Mr. Macpherson. Do you mean to say you go round London with £150 worth of goods under your arm in this careless way?" The young man laughed. "I run very little risk, Mr. Webster. I don't suppose anyone I meet imagines for a moment there is more under my arm than perhaps a trio of volumes I have picked up in the 4-penny box to take home with me." I lingered over the volume for which he asked £100, then said, looking across at him, "How came you to be possessed of this book, for instance?" He turned upon me a fine, open countenance, and answered without hesitation in the frankest possible manner. "I am not in actual possession of it, Mr. Webster. I am by way of being a connoisseur in rare and valuable books myself, although, of course, I have little money with which to indulge in the collection of them. I am acquainted, however, with the lovers of desirable books in different quarters of London. These 3 volumes, for instance, are from the library of a private gentleman in the West End. I have sold many books to him, and he knows I am trustworthy. He wishes to dispose of them at something under their real value, and has kindly allowed me to conduct the negotiation. I make it my business to find out those who are interested in rare books, and by such trading I add considerably to my income." "How, for instance, did you learn that I was a bibliophile?" Mr. Macpherson laughed genially. "Well, Mr. Webster, I must confess that I chanced it. I do that very often. I take a flat like this, and send in my card to the name on the door. If I am invited in, I ask the occupant the question I asked you just now. Are you interested in rare editions? If he says no, I simply beg pardon and retire. If he says yes, then I show my wares." "I see," said I, nodding. What a glib young liar he was, with that innocent face of his, and yet my next question brought forth the truth. "As this is the first time you have called upon me, Mr. Macpherson, you have no objection to my making some further inquiry, I suppose. Would you mind telling me the name of the owner of these books in the West End?" "His name is Mr. Ralph Summertrees, of Park Lane." "Of Park Lane? Ah, indeed." "I shall be glad to leave the books with you, Mr. Webster, and if you care to make an appointment with Mr. Summertrees, I am sure he will not object to say a word in my favour." "Oh, I do not in the least doubt it, and should not think of troubling the gentleman." "I was going to tell you," went on the young man, "that I have a friend, a capitalist, who in a way is my supporter, for, as I said, I have little money of my own. I find it is often inconvenient for people to pay down any considerable sum. When, however, I strike a bargain, my capitalist buys the book, and I make an arrangement with my customer to pay a certain amount each week, and so even a large purchase is not felt, as I make the instalments small enough to suit my client." "You are employed during the day, I take it?" "Yes, I am a clerk in the city." Again we were in the blissful realms of fiction. "Suppose I take this book at £10, what instalments should I have to pay each week?" "Oh, what you like, sir. Would 5 shillings be too much?" "I think not." "Very well, sir. If you pay me 5 shillings now, I will leave the book with you, and shall have pleasure in calling this day week for the next instalment." I put my hand into my pocket, and drew out 2 half-crowns, which I passed over to him. "Do I need to sign any form or undertaking to pay the rest?" The young man laughed cordially. "Oh, no, sir, there is no formality necessary. You see, sir, this is largely a labour of love with me. although I don't deny I have my eye on the future. I am getting together what I hope will be a very valuable connection with gentlemen like yourself, who are fond of books, and I trust some day that I may be able to resign my place with the insurance company and set up a choice little business of my own, where my knowledge of values in literature will prove useful. And then, after making a note in a little book he took from his pocket, he bade me a most graceful good-bye and departed, leaving me cogitating over what it all meant. Next morning 2 articles were handed to me. The first came by post, and was a pamphlet on Christian Science and absent-mindedness, exactly similar to the one I had taken away from the old curiosity shop. The second was a small key made from my wax impression that would fit the front door of the same shop, a key fashioned by an excellent anarchist friend of mine in an obscure street near Holborn. That night, at 10 o'clock, I was inside the old curiosity shop, with a small storage battery in my pocket and a little electric glow lamp at my buttonhole, a most useful instrument for either burglar or detective. I had expected to find the books of the establishment in a safe, which, if it was similar to the one in Park Lane, I was prepared to open with the false keys in my possession, or to take an impression of the keyhole and trust to my anarchist friend for the rest. But to my amazement I discovered all the papers pertaining to the concern in a desk which was not even locked. The books, 3 in number, were the ordinary day-book, journal, and ledger referring to the shop, bookkeeping of the older fashion. But in a portfolio lay 6 foolscap sheets headed Mr. Rogers' List, Mr. Macpherson's, Mr. Tyrrell's, the names I had already learned, and 3 others. These lists contained, in the first column, names, in the second column, addresses, in the third, sums of money, and then in the small square places following were amounts ranging from 2 and 6pence to £1. At the bottom of Mr. Macpherson's list was the name Elport Webster, Imperial Flats, £10. Then in the small square place 5 shillings. These 6 sheets, each headed by a canvasser's name, were evidently the record of current collections, and the innocence of the whole thing was so apparent that if it were not for my fixed rule never to believe that I am at the bottom of any case until I have come on something suspicious, I would have gone out empty-handed as I came in. The 6 sheets were loose in a thin portfolio, but standing on a shelf above the desk were a number of fat volumes, one of which I took down, and saw that it contained similar lists, running back several years. I noticed on Mr. Macpherson's current list the name of Lord Semptam, an eccentric old nobleman who I knew slightly. Then, turning to the list immediately before the current one, the name was still there. I traced it back through list after list until I found the first entry, which was no less than 3 years previous, and there Lord Semptam was down for a piece of furniture costing £50, and on that account he had paid £1 a week for more than 3 years, totalling £170 at the least, and instantly the glorious simplicity of the scheme dawned upon me, and I became so interested in the swindle that I lit the gas, fearing my little lamp would be exhausted before my investigation ended, for it promised to be a long one. In several instances the intended victim proved shrewder than old Simpson had counted upon, and the word settled had been written on the line carrying the name when the exact number of instalments was paid. But as these shrewd persons dropped out, others took their places, and Simpson's dependence on their absent-mindedness seemed to be justified in 9 cases out of 10. His collectors were collecting long after the debt had been paid. In Lord Semptam's case, the payment had evidently become chronic, and the old man was giving away his £1 a week to the Swave Macpherson 2 years after his debt had been liquidated. From the big volume I detached the loose leaf dated 1893, which recorded Lord Semptam's purchase of a carved table for £50, and on which he had been paying £1 a week from that time to the date of which I am writing, which was November 1896. This single document, taken from the file of 3 years previous, was not likely to be missed, as would have been the case if I had selected a current sheet. I nevertheless made a copy of the names and addresses of Macpherson's present clients. Then, carefully placing everything exactly as I had found it, I extinguished the gas and went out of the shop, locking the door behind me. With the 1893 sheet in my pocket, I resolved to prepare a pleasant little surprise for my suave friend Macpherson when he called to get his next instalment of 5 shillings. Late as was the hour when I reached Trafalgar Square, I could not deprive myself of the felicity of calling on Mr. Spencer Hale, who I knew was then on duty. He never appeared at his best during office hours, because officialism stiffened his stalwart frame. Mentally he was impressed with the importance of his position, and added to this, he was not then allowed to smoke his big black pipe and terrible tobacco. He received me with the curtness I had been taught to expect when I inflicted myself upon him at his office. He greeted me abruptly with, "I say, Valmont, how long do you expect to be on this job?" "What job?" I asked mildly. "Oh, you know what I mean. The Summertrees affair." "Oh, that!" I exclaimed with surprise. "The Summertrees case is already completed, of course. If I had known you were in a hurry, I should have finished up everything yesterday. But as you and Podgers, and I don't know how many more, have been at it 16 or 17 days, if not longer, I thought I might venture to take as many hours, as I am working entirely alone. You said nothing about haste, you know." "Oh, come now, Valmont, that's a bit thick. Do you mean to say you have already got evidence against the man?" "Evidence absolute and complete." "Then who are the coiners?" "My most estimable friend, how often have I told you not to jump at conclusions? I informed you, when you first spoke to me about the matter, that Summertrees was neither a coiner nor a confederate of coiners. I secured evidence sufficient to convict him of quite another offence, which is probably unique in the annals of crime. I have penetrated the mystery of the shop, and discovered the reason for all those suspicious actions which quite properly set you on his trail. Now I wish you to come to my flat next Wednesday night at 5:45, prepared to make an arrest." "I must know who I am to arrest, and on what counts." "Quite so, mon ami Hale. I did not say you were to make an arrest, but merely warned you to be prepared. If you have time now, listen to the disclosures. I am quite at your service. I promise you there are some original features in the case. If, however, the present moment is inopportune, drop in on me at your convenience, previously telephoning so that you may know whether I am there or not, and thus your valuable time will not be expended purposelessly." With this I presented to him my most courteous bow, and although his mystified expression hinted a suspicion that he thought I was chaffing him, as he would call it, official dignity dissolved somewhat, and he intimated his desire to hear all about it then and there. I had succeeded in arousing my friend Hale's curiosity. He listened to the evidence with perplexed brow, and at last ejaculated he would be blessed. "This young man," I said in conclusion, "will call upon me at 6 on Wednesday afternoon, to receive his second 5 shillings. I propose that you, in your uniform, shall be seated there with me to receive him, and I am anxious to study Mr. Macpherson's countenance when he realizes he has walked in to confront a policeman. If you will then allow me to cross-examine him for a few moments, not after the manner of Scotland Yard, with a warning lest he incriminate himself, but in the free and easy fashion we adopt in Paris, I shall afterwards turn the case over to you to be dealt with at your discretion." "You have a wonderful flow of language, Monsieur Valmont," was the officer's tribute to me. "I shall be on hand at 5:45 on Wednesday." "Meanwhile," said I, "kindly say nothing of this to anyone. We must arrange a complete surprise for Macpherson. That is essential. Please make no move in the matter at all until Wednesday night." Spencer Hale, much impressed, nodded acquiescence, and I took a polite leave of him. The question of lighting is an important one in a room such as mine, and electricity offers a good deal of scope to the ingenious. Of this fact I have taken full advantage. I can manipulate the lighting of my room so that any particular spot is bathed in brilliancy, while the rest of the space remains in comparative gloom, and I arranged the lamps so that the full force of their rays impinged against the door that Wednesday evening, while I sat on one side of the table in semi-darkness, and Hale sat on the other, with a light beating down on him from above, which gave him the odd sculptured look of a living statue of justice, stern and triumphant. Anyone entering the room would first be dazzled by the light, and next would see the gigantic form of Hale in the full uniform of his order. When Angus Macpherson was shown into this room, he was quite visibly taken aback, and paused abruptly on the threshold, his gaze riveted on the huge policeman. I think his first purpose was to turn and run, but the door closed behind him, and he doubtless heard, as we all did, the sound of the bolt being thrust in its place, thus locking him in. I beg your pardon," he stammered. "I expected to meet Mr. Webster." As he said this, I pressed the button under my table, and was instantly enshrouded with light. A sickly smile overspread the countenance of Macpherson as he caught sight of me, and he made a very creditable attempt to carry off the situation with nonchalance. "Ah, there you are, Mr. Webster. I did not notice you at first." It was a tense moment. I spoke slowly and impressively. "Sir, perhaps you are not unacquainted with the name of Eugène Valmont?" He replied brazenly, "I am sorry to say, sir, I never heard of the gentleman before." At this came a most inopportune "Ho!" from the blockhead Spencer Hale, completely spoiling the dramatic situation I had elaborated with such thought and care. It is little wonder the English possess no drama, for they show scant appreciation of the sensational moments in life. "Ho!" brayed Spencer Hale, and at once reduced the emotional atmosphere to a fog of commonplace. However, what is a man to do? He must handle the tools with which it pleases Providence to provide him. I ignored Hale's untimely laughter. "Sit down, sir," I said to Macpherson, and he obeyed. "You have called on Lord Semptam this week," I continued sternly. "Yes, sir." "And collected £1 from him?" "Yes, sir." "In October 1893 you sold Lord Semptam a carved antique table for £50. "Quite right, sir." "When you were here last week, you gave me Ralph Summertrees as the name of a gentleman living in Park Lane. You knew at the time that this man was your employer." Macpherson was now looking fixedly at me, and on this occasion made no reply. I went on calmly. "You also knew that Summertrees, of Park Lane, was identical with Simpson, of Tottenham Court Road?" "Well, sir," said Macpherson, "I don't exactly see what you're driving at, but it's quite usual for a man to carry on a business under an assumed name. There is nothing illegal about that." "We will come to the illegality in a moment, Mr. Macpherson. You and Rogers and Tyrrell and 3 others are confederates of this man Simpson." "We are in his employ, yes, sir, but no more confederates than clerks usually are." "I think, Mr. Macpherson, I have said enough to show you that the game is, what you call, up. You are now in the presence of Mr. Spencer Hale from Scotland Yard, who is waiting to hear your confession." Here the stupid Hale broke in with his, "And remember, sir, that anything you say will—" "Excuse me, Mr. Hale," I interrupted hastily. "I shall turn over the case to you in a very few moments, but I ask you to remember our compact, and to leave it for the present entirely in my hands. Now, Mr. Macpherson, I want your confession, and I want it at once." "Confession? Confederates?" protested Macpherson with admirable simulated surprise. "I must say you use extraordinary terms, Mr. What did you say your name was?" "Oh!" roared Hale. "His name is Monsieur Valmont." "I implore you, Mr. Hale, to leave this man to me for a very few moments. Now, Macpherson, what have you to say in your defence?" Where nothing criminal has been alleged, Monsieur Valmont, I see no necessity for defence. If you wish me to admit that somehow you have acquired a number of details regarding our business, I am perfectly willing to do so, and to subscribe to their accuracy. If you will be good enough to let me know of what you complain, I shall endeavour to make the point clear to you if I can. There has evidently been some misapprehension, but for the life of me, without further explanation, I am as much in a fog as I was on my way coming here, for it is getting a little thick outside. Macpherson certainly was conducting himself with great discretion, and presented quite unconsciously a much more diplomatic figure than my friend Spencer Hale, sitting stiffly opposite me. His tone was one of mild expostulation, mitigated by the intimation that all misunderstandings speedily would be cleared away. To outward view he offered a perfect picture of innocence, neither protesting too much nor too little. I had, however, another surprise in store for him, a trump card, as it were, and I played it down on the table. "There," I cried with vim, "have you ever seen that sheet before?" He glanced at it without offering to take it in his hand. "Oh yes," he said, "that has been abstracted from our file. It is what I call my visiting list." "Come, come, sir," I cried sternly, "you refuse to confess. But I warn you, we know all about it. You never heard of Dr. Willoughby, I suppose?" "Yes, he is the author of the silly pamphlet on Christian Science." "You are in the right, Mr. Macpherson, on Christian Science and absent-mindedness." "Possibly. I haven't read it for a long time." "Have you ever met this learned doctor, Mr. Macpherson?" "Oh yes. Dr. Willoughby is the pen name of Mr. Summertrees. He believes in Christian Science and that sort of thing, and writes about it." "Ah, really? We are getting your confession bit by bit, Mr. Macpherson. I think it would be better to be quite frank with us." "I was just going to make the same suggestion to you, Monsieur Valmont. If you will tell me, in a few words exactly, what is your charge against either Mr. Summertrees or myself, I will know then what to say." "We charge you, sir, with obtaining money under false pretences, which is a crime that has landed more than one distinguished financier in prison." Spencer Hale shook his fat forefinger at me and said, "Tut, tut, Valmont, we mustn't threaten, you know." But I went on without heeding him. "Take, for instance, Lord Semptam. You sold him a table for £50 on the instalment plan. He was to pay £1 a week, and in less than a year the debt was liquidated. But he is an absent-minded man, as all your clients are. That is why you came to me. I had answered the bogus Willoughby's advertisement, and so you kept on collecting and collecting for something more than 3 years. Now do you understand the charge?" Mr. Macpherson's head during this accusation was held slightly inclined to one side. At first his face was clouded by the most clever imitation of anxious concentration of mind I had ever seen, and this was gradually cleared away by the dawn of awakening perception. When I had finished, an ingratiating smile hovered about his lips. "Really, you know," he said, "that is rather a capital scheme. The absent-minded league, as one might call them. Most ingenious. Summertrees, if he had any sense of humour, which he hasn't, would be rather taken by the idea that his innocent fad for Christian Science had led him to be suspected of obtaining money under false pretences. But really, there are no pretensions about the matter at all. As I understand it, I simply call and receive the money through the forgetfulness of the persons on my list. But where I think you would have both Summertrees and myself, if there was anything in your audacious theory, would be an indictment for conspiracy. Still, I quite see how the mistake arises. You have jumped to the conclusion that we sold nothing to Lord Semptam except the carved table 3 years ago. I have pleasure in pointing out to you that his lordship is a frequent customer of ours, and has had many things from us at one time or another. Sometimes he is in our debt, sometimes we are in his. We keep a sort of running contract with him, by which he pays us £1 a week. He and several other customers deal on the same plan, and in return for an income that we can count on, they get the first offer of anything in which they are supposed to be interested. As I have told you, we call these sheets in the office our visiting lists, but to make the visiting lists complete, you need what we term our encyclopedia. We call it that because it is in so many volumes, a volume for each year, running back I don't know how long. You will notice little figures here from time to time above the amount stated on this visiting list. These figures refer to the page of the encyclopedia for the current year, and on that page is noted the new sale and the amount of it, as it might be set down, say, in a ledger. That is a very entertaining explanation, Mr. Macpherson. I suppose this encyclopedia, as you call it, is in the shop at Tottenham Court Road? Oh no, sir. Each volume of the encyclopedia is self-locking. These books contain the real secret of our business, and they are kept in the safe at Mr. Summertrees' house in Park Lane. Take Lord Semptam's account, for instance. You will find in faint figures, under a certain date, 102. If you turn to page 102 of the encyclopedia for that year, you will then see a list of what Lord Semptam has bought, and the prices he was charged for them. It is really a very simple matter. If you will allow me to use your telephone for a moment, I will ask Mr. Summertrees, who has not yet begun dinner, to bring with him here the volume for 1893, and within a quarter of an hour you will be perfectly satisfied that everything is quite legitimate. I confess that the young man's naturalness and confidence staggered me, the more so as I saw by the sarcastic smile on Hale's lips that he did not believe a single word spoken. A portable telephone stood on the table, and as Macpherson finished his explanation, he reached over and drew it towards him. Then Spencer Hale interfered. "Excuse me," he said. "I'll do the telephoning. What is the call number of Mr. Summertrees?" 140 Hyde Park. Hale at once called up Central, and presently was answered from Park Lane. We heard him say, "Is this the residence of Mr. Summertrees?" "Oh, is that you, Podgers? Is Mr. Summertrees in? Very well. This is Hale. I am in Valmont's flat, Imperial Flats, you know. Yes, where you went with me the other day. Very well. Go to Mr. Summertrees and say to him that Mr. Macpherson wants the encyclopedia for 1893. Do you get that?" "Yes, encyclopedia." "Oh, he'll understand what it is." "Mr. Macpherson." "No, don't mention my name at all. Just say Mr. Macpherson wants the encyclopedia for the year 1893, and that you are to bring it. Yes, you may tell him that Mr. Macpherson is at Imperial Flats, but don't mention my name at all." "Exactly. As soon as he gives you the book, get into a cab and come here as quickly as possible with it. If Summertrees doesn't want to let the book go, then tell him to come with you. If he won't do that, place him under arrest, and bring both him and the book here." "All right. Be as quick as you can. We're waiting." Macpherson made no protest against Hale's use of the telephone. He merely sat back in his chair, with a resigned expression on his face which, if painted on canvas, might have been entitled "The Falsely Accused." When Hale rang off, Macpherson said, "Of course, you know your own business best, but if your man arrests Summertrees, he will make you the laughing-stock of London. There is such a thing as unjustifiable arrest, as well as getting money under false pretences, and Mr. Summertrees is not the man to forgive an insult. And then, if you will allow me to say so, the more I think over your absent-minded theory, the more absolutely grotesque it seems. And if the case ever gets into the newspapers, I am sure, Mr. Hale, you'll experience an uncomfortable half-hour with your chiefs at Scotland Yard." "I'll take the risk of that, thank you," said Hale stubbornly. "Am I to consider myself under arrest?" inquired the young man. "No, sir." "Then, if you will pardon me, I shall withdraw. Mr. Summertrees will show you everything you wish to see in his books, and can explain his business much more capably than I, because he knows more about it. Therefore, gentlemen, I bid you good night." "No, you don't. Not just yet awhile," exclaimed Hale, rising to his feet simultaneously with the young man. "Then I am under arrest," protested Macpherson. "You are not going to leave this room until Podgers brings that book." "Oh, very well," and he sat down again. And now, as talking is dry work, I set out something to drink, a box of cigars and a box of cigarettes. Hale mixed his favourite brew, but Macpherson, shunning the wine of his country, contented himself with a glass of plain mineral water and lit a cigarette. Then he awoke my high regard by saying pleasantly, as if nothing had happened, "While we are waiting, Monsieur Valmont, may I remind you that you owe me 5 shillings?" I laughed, took the coin from my pocket, and paid him, whereupon he thanked me. "Are you connected with Scotland Yard, Monsieur Valmont?" asked Macpherson, with the air of a man trying to make conversation to bridge over a tedious interval. But before I could reply, Hale blurted out, "Not likely." "You have no official standing as a detective, then, Monsieur Valmont?" "None whatever," I replied quickly, thus getting in my oar ahead of Hale. "This is a loss to our country," pursued this admirable young man with evident sincerity. I began to see I could make a good deal of so clever a fellow if he came under my tuition. "The blunders of our police," he went on, "are something deplorable. If they would but take lessons in strategy, say, from France, their unpleasant duties would be so much more acceptably performed, with much less discomfort to their victims." "France!" snorted Hale in derision. "Why, they call a man guilty there until he's proven innocent." "Yes, Mr. Hale, and the same seems to be the case in Imperial Flats. You have quite made up your mind that Mr. Summertrees is guilty, and will not be content until he proves his innocence. I venture to predict that you will hear from him before long in a manner that may astonish you." Hale grunted and looked at his watch. The minutes passed very slowly as we sat there smoking, and at last even I began to get uneasy. Macpherson, seeing our anxiety, said that when he came in the fog was almost as thick as it had been the week before, and that there might be some difficulty in getting a cab. Just as he was speaking, the door was unlocked from the outside, and Podgers entered, bearing a thick volume in his hand. This he gave to his superior, who turned over its pages in amazement, and then looked at the back, crying, "Encyclopaedia of Sport, 1893? What sort of a joke is this, Mr. Macpherson?" There was a pained look on Mr. Macpherson's face as he reached forward and took the book. He said with a sigh, "If you had allowed me to telephone, Mr. Hale, I should have made it perfectly plain to Summertrees what was wanted. I might have known this mistake was liable to occur. There is an increasing demand for out-of-date books of sport, and no doubt Mr. Summertrees thought this was what I meant. There is nothing for it but to send your man back to Park Lane, and tell Mr. Summertrees that what we want is the locked volume of accounts for 1893, which we call the Encyclopaedia. Allow me to write an order that will bring it. Oh, I'll show you what I have written before your man takes it," he said, as Hale stood ready to look over his shoulder. On my notepaper he dashed off a request such as he had outlined, and handed it to Hale, who read it and gave it to Podgers. "Take that to Summertrees, and get back as quickly as possible. Have you a cab at the door?" "Yes, sir." "Is it foggy outside?" "Not so much, sir, as it was an hour ago. No difficulty about the traffic now, sir." "Very well. Get back as soon as you can." Podgers saluted and left with the book under his arm. Again the door was locked, and again we sat smoking in silence until the stillness was broken by the tinkle of the telephone. Hale put the receiver to his ear. "Yes, this is the Imperial Flats. Yes, Valmont. Oh, yes, Macpherson is here. What? Out of what? Can't hear you. Out of print? What? The Encyclopaedia's out of print? Who is that speaking? Dr. Willoughby? Thanks." Macpherson rose as if he would go to the telephone, but instead, and he acted so quietly that I did not notice what he was doing until the thing was done, He picked up the sheet which he called his visiting list, and walking quite without haste, held it in the glowing coals of the fireplace until it disappeared in a flash of flame up the chimney. I sprang to my feet indignant, but too late to make even a motion towards saving the sheet. Macpherson regarded us both with that self-deprecatory smile which had several times lighted up his face. "How dare you burn that sheet?" I demanded. "Because, Monsieur Valmont, it did not belong to you, because you do not belong to Scotland Yard, because you stole it, because you had no right to it, and because you have no official standing in this country. If it had been in Mr. Hale's possession, I should not have dared, as you put it, to destroy the sheet. But as this sheet was abstracted from my master's premises by you, an entirely unauthorised person, whom he would have been justified in shooting dead if he had found you housebreaking, and you had resisted him on his discovery, I took the liberty of destroying the document. I have always held that these sheets should not have been kept, for, as has been the case, if they fell under the scrutiny of so intelligent a person as Eugène Valmont, improper inferences might have been drawn. Mr. Summertrees, however, persisted in keeping them, but made this concession, that if I ever telegraphed him or telephoned him the word encyclopaedia, he would at once burn these records, and he, on his part, was to telegraph or telephone to me, "The encyclopaedia is out of print," whereupon I would know that he had succeeded. "Now, gentlemen, open this door, which will save me the trouble of forcing it. Either put me formally under arrest, or cease to restrict my liberty. I am very much obliged to Mr. Hale for telephoning, and I have made no protest to so gallant a host as Monsieur Valmont is, because of the locked door. However, the farce is now terminated. The proceedings I have sat through were entirely illegal, and if you will pardon me, Mr. Hale, they have been a little too French to go down here in old England, or to make a report in the newspapers that would be quite satisfactory to your chiefs. I demand either my formal arrest or the unlocking of that door." In silence I pressed a button, and my man threw open the door. Macpherson walked to the threshold, paused, and looked back at Spencer Hale, who sat there, silent as a sphinx. "Good evening, Mr. Hale." There being no reply, he turned to me with the same ingratiating smile. "Good evening, Monsieur Eugène Valmont," he said. "I shall give myself the pleasure of calling next Wednesday at 6 for my 5 shillings." End of The Absent-Minded Coterie, by Robert Barr, Part 2. Recording by Noel Badrian, County Offaly, Ireland.
Section number 9 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2, The Problem of the Superfluous Finger, by Jacques Futrelle. She drew off her left glove, a delicate, crinkled, suede affair, and offered her bare hand to the surgeon. An artist would have called it beautiful, perfect even. The surgeon, professionally enough, set it down as an excellent structural specimen. From the polished pink nails of the tapering fingers to the firm, well-moulded wrist, it was distinctly the hand of a woman of ease, one that had never known labor. A pampered hand, Dr. Prescott told himself. The forefinger, she explained calmly. "I should like to have it amputated at the first joint, please." "Amputated?" gasped Dr. Prescott. He stared into the pretty face of his caller. It was flushed softly, and the red lips were parted in a slight smile. It seemed quite an ordinary affair to her. The surgeon bent over the hand with quick interest. "Amputated?" he repeated. "I came to you," she went on with a nod, "because I have been informed that you are one of the most skilful men of your profession, and the cost of the operation is quite immaterial." Dr. Prescott pressed the pink nail of the forefinger, then permitted the blood to rush back into it. Several times he did this. Then he turned the hand over and scrutinized it closely inside, from the delicately lined palm to the tips of the fingers. When he looked up at last, there was an expression of frank bewilderment on his face. "What's the matter with it?" he asked. "Nothing," the woman replied pleasantly. "I merely want it off from the first joint." The surgeon leaned back in his chair with a frown of perplexity on his brow, and his visitor was subjected to a sharp, professional stare. She bore it unflinchingly, and even smiled a little at his obvious perturbation. "Why do you want it off?" he demanded. The woman shrugged her shoulders a little impatiently. "I can't tell you that," she replied. It really is not necessary that you should know. You are a surgeon. I want an operation performed. That is all." There was a long pause. The mutual stare didn't waver. "You must understand, Miss began Dr. Prescott at last. "By the way, you have not introduced yourself." She was silent. "May I ask your name?" "My name is of no consequence," she replied calmly. "I might, of course, give you a name, but it would not be mine. Therefore any name would be superfluous." Again the surgeon stared. "When do you want the operation performed?" he inquired. "Now," she replied. "I am ready." "You must understand," he said severely, "that surgery is a profession for the relief of human suffering, not for mutilation. Willful mutilation, I might say." "I understand that perfectly," she said. "But where a person submits of her own desire to mutilation, as you call it, I can see no valid objection on your part." "It would be criminal to remove a finger where there is no necessity for it," continued the surgeon bluntly. "No good end could be served." A trace of disappointment showed in the young woman's face, and again she shrugged her shoulders. "The question, after all," she said finally, "is not one of ethics, but is simply whether or not you will perform the operation. Would you do it for, say, $1,000? "Not for $5,000, blurted the surgeon. "Well, for $10,000 then?" she asked quite casually. All sorts of questions were pounding in Dr. Prescott's mind. Why did a young and beautiful woman desire, why was she anxious even, to sacrifice a perfectly healthy finger? What possible purpose would it serve to mar a hand which was as nearly perfect as any he had ever seen? Was it some insane caprice? Staring deeply into her steady, quiet eyes, he could only be convinced of her sanity. Then what? "No, madam," he said at last vehemently, "I would not perform the operation for any sum you might mention, unless I was first convinced that the removal of that finger was absolutely necessary. That, I think, is all." He arose as if to end the consultation. The woman remained seated and continued thoughtful for a minute. "As I understand it," she said, "you would perform the operation if I could convince you that it was absolutely necessary." "Certainly," he replied promptly, almost eagerly. His curiosity was aroused. "Then it would come well within the range of my professional duties." "Won't you take my word that it is necessary, and that it is impossible for me to explain why?" "No, I must know why." The woman arose and stood facing him. The disappointment had gone from her face now. "Very well," she remarked steadily. "You will perform the operation if it is necessary. Therefore, if I should shoot the finger off, perhaps—" "Shoot it off!" exclaimed Dr. Prescott in amazement. "Shoot it off?" "That is what I said," she replied calmly. "If I should shoot the finger off, you would consent to dress the wound. You would make any necessary amputation?" She held up the finger under discussion and looked at it curiously. Dr. Prescott himself stared at it with a sudden new interest. "Shoot it off," he repeated. "Why, you must be mad to contemplate such a thing," he exploded, and his face flushed in sheer anger. I will have nothing whatever to do with the affair, madam. Good day." "I should have to be very careful, of course," she mused, "but I think perhaps one shot should be sufficient. Then I should come to you and demand that you dress it." There was a question in the tone. Dr. Prescott stared at her for a full minute, then walked over and opened the door. "In my profession, madam," he said coldly, "there is too much possibility of doing good and relieving actual suffering for me to consider this matter or discuss it further with you. There are 3 persons now waiting in the ante-room who need my services. I shall be compelled to ask you to excuse me." "But you will dress the wound?" the woman insisted, undaunted by his forbidding tone and manner. "I shall have nothing whatever to do with it," declared the surgeon, positively, finally. "If you need the services of any medical man, permit me to suggest that it is an alienist and not a surgeon." The woman didn't appear to take offense. "Well, someone would have to dress it," she continued insistently. "I should much prefer that it be a man of undisputed skill. You, I mean. Therefore, I shall call again. Good day." There was a rustle of silken skirts, and she was gone. Dr. Prescott stood for an instant, gazing after her with frank wonder and annoyance in his eyes and his attitude. Then he went back and sat down at the desk. The crinkled suede glove still laid where she had left it. He examined it gingerly, then, with a final shake of his head, dismissed the affair and turned to other things. Well, early next afternoon, Dr. Prescott was sitting in his office writing, when the door from the ante-room where patients awaited his leisure was thrown open and the young man in attendance rushed in. "A lady has fainted, sir," he said hurriedly. "She seems to be hurt." Dr. Prescott arose quickly and strode out. There, lying helplessly back in her chair with white face and closed eyes, was his visitor of the day before. He stepped toward her quickly, then hesitated as he recalled their conversation. Finally, however, professional instinct, the desire to relieve suffering, and perhaps curiosity, too, caused him to go to her. The left hand was wrapped in an improvised bandage, through which there was a trickle of blood. He glared at it with incredulous eyes. "Hanged if she didn't do it," he blurted angrily. The fainting spell, Dr. Prescott saw, was due only to loss of blood and physical pain, and he busied himself trying to restore her to consciousness. Meanwhile, he gave some hurried instructions to the young man who was in attendance in the ante-room. "Call up Professor Van Dusen on the phone," he directed his assistant, "and ask him if he can assist me in a minor operation. Tell him it's rather a curious case, and I am sure it will interest him." It was in this manner that the problem of the superfluous finger first came to the attention of the thinking machine. He arrived just as the mysterious woman was opening her eyes to consciousness from the fainting spell. She glared at him glassily, unrecognizingly. Then her glance wandered to Dr. Prescott. She smiled. "I knew you'd have to do it," she murmured weakly. After the ether had been administered for the operation, a simple and an easy one, Dr. Prescott stated the circumstances of the case to the thinking machine. The scientist stood with his long, slender fingers resting lightly on the young woman's pulse, listening in silence. "What do you make of it?" demanded the surgeon. The thinking machine didn't say. At the moment he was leaning over the unconscious woman, squinting at her forehead. With his disengaged hand he stroked the delicately penciled eyebrows several times the wrong way, and again, at close range, squinted at them. Dr. Prescott saw, and seeing, understood. "No, it isn't that," he said, and he shuddered a little. "I thought of it myself. Her bodily condition is excellent, splendid." It was some time later, when the young woman was sleeping lightly, placidly under the influence of a soothing potion, that the thinking machine spoke of the peculiar events which had preceded the operation. Then he was sitting in Dr. Prescott's private office. He had picked up a woman's glove from the desk. "This is the glove she left when she first called, isn't it?" he inquired. "Yes." "Did you happen to see her remove it?" "Oh, yes." The thinking machine curiously examined the dainty, perfumed trifle, then, arising suddenly, went into the adjoining room where the woman lay asleep. He stood for an instant gazing down admiringly at the exquisite, slender figure. Then, bending over, he looked closely at her left hand. When at last he straightened up, It seemed that some unspoken question in his mind had been answered. He rejoined Dr. Prescott. "It's difficult to say what motive is back of her desire to have the finger amputated," he said musingly. "I could perhaps venture a conjecture, but if the matter is of no importance to you beyond mere curiosity, I should not like to do so. Within a few months from now, I dare say, important developments will result, and I should like to find out something more about her. That I can do when she returns to wherever she is stopping in the city. I'll phone to Mr. Hatch and have him ascertain for me where she goes, her name, and other things which may throw a light on the matter." "He will follow her?" "Yes, precisely. Now we only seem to know two facts in connection with her. First, she is English." "Yes," Dr. Prescott agreed. "Her accent, her appearance, everything about her suggests that." "And the second fact is of no consequence at the moment," resumed the thinking machine. "Let me use your phone, please." Hutchison Hatch, reporter, was talking. "When the young woman left Dr. Prescott's, she took the cab which had been ordered for her and told the driver to go ahead until she stopped him. I got a good look at her, by the way. I managed to pass just as she entered the cab, and walking on down got into another cab which was waiting for me. Her cab drove for about 3 or 4 blocks aimlessly and finally stopped. The driver stooped down as if to listen to someone inside, and my cab passed. Then the other cab turned across a side street, and after going 8 or 10 blocks, pulled up in front of the apartment house. The young woman got out and went inside. Her cab went away. Well, inside I found out that she was Mrs. Frederick Chevedden Moray. She came there last Tuesday, this is Friday, with her husband, and they engaged— Yes, I knew she had a husband, interrupted the thinking machine. Engaged apartments for 3 months. When I had learned this much, I remembered your instructions as to steamers from Europe landing on the day they took apartments, or possibly a day or so before. I was just going out when Mrs. Moray stepped out of the elevator and preceded me to the door. She had changed her clothing and wore a different hat. Well, it didn't seem to be necessary then to find out where she was going, for I knew I could find her when I wanted to. So I went down and made inquiries at the steamship offices. I found, after a great deal of work, that no one of the 3 steamers which arrived the day they took apartments brought a Mr. and Mrs. Moray. But one steamer on the day before brought a Mr. and Mrs. David Girardeau from Liverpool. Mrs. Girardeau answered Mrs. Moray's description to the minutest detail, even to the gown she wore when she left the steamer. That is the same she wore when she left Dr. Prescott's after the operation. Well, that was all. The thinking machine sat with his enormous yellow head pillowed against a high-backed chair, and his long, slender fingers pressed tip to tip. He asked no questions and made no comment for a long time. Then, "About how many minutes was it from the time she entered the house until she came out again?" "Oh, not more than 10 or 15, was the reply. I was still talking casually to the people downstairs, trying to find out something about them. "What do they pay for their apartment?" asked the scientist irrelevantly. $300 a month. The thinking machine's squint eyes were fixed immovably on a small discolored spot on the ceiling of his laboratory. "Well, whatever else may develop in this matter, Mr. Hatch," he said after a time, "we must admit that we have met a woman with extraordinary courage, nerve, I dare say you'd call it. When Mrs. Moray left Dr. Prescott's operating room, she was so ill and weak from the shock that she could hardly stand, and now you tell me she changed her dress and went out immediately after she returned home." "Well, of course," Hatch said apologetically. "Well, in that event," resumed the scientist, "we must assume also that the matter is one of the utmost importance to her, and yet the nature of the case has led me to believe that it might be months, perhaps, before there would be any particular development in it." "What? How?" asked the reporter. "Well, the final development doesn't seem, from what I know, to belong on this side of the ocean at all," explained the thinking machine. "I imagine it is a case for Scotland Yard. The problem, of course, is, what made it necessary for her to get rid of that finger? If we admit her sanity, we can count the possible answers to this question on one hand, and at least 3 of these answers take the case back to England." He paused. "By the way, was Mrs. Moray's hand bound up in the same way when you saw her the second time?" "Or her left hand was in a muff," explained the reporter. "I couldn't see it, but it seems to me that she wouldn't have had time to change the manner of his dressing." "It's extraordinary," commented the scientist. He arose and paced back and forth across the room. "Extraordinary," he repeated. "One can't help but admire the fortitude of women under certain circumstances, Mr. Hatch. I think perhaps this particular case had better be called to the attention of Scotland Yard. But first, I think it would be best for you to call on the Morays tomorrow. You can find some pretext, and see what you can learn about them. You are an ingenious young man. I'll leave it all to you." Hatch did call at the Moray apartments on the morrow, but under circumstances which were not at all what he expected. He went there with Detective Mallory, and Detective Mallory went there in a cab at full speed, because the manager of the apartment house had phoned that Mrs. Frederick Sheveden Moray had been found murdered in her apartments. The detective ran up 2 flights of stairs and blundered heavy-footed into the rooms, and there he paused in the presence of death. The body of the woman lay on the floor, and someone had mercifully covered it with a cloth from the bed. Detective Mallory pulled the covering down from over the face, and Hatch stared with a feeling of awe at the beautiful countenance which had on the day before been so radiant with life. Now it was distorted into an expression of awful agony, and the limbs were drawn up convulsively. The mark of the murderer was at the white, exquisitely rounded throat. Great black bruises where powerful, merciless fingers had sunk deeply into the soft flesh. A physician in the house had preceded the police. After one glance at the woman and a swift, comprehensive look about the room, Detective Mallory turned to him inquiringly. "She's been dead for several hours," the doctor volunteered, "possibly since early last night. It appears that some virulent burning poison was administered, and then she was choked. I gather this from an examination of her mouth." These things were readily to be seen. Also it was plainly evident, for many reasons, that the finger marks at the throat were those of a man. But each step beyond these obvious facts only served to further bewilder the investigators. First was the statement of the night elevator boy. "Mr. and Mrs. Moray left here last night about 11 o'clock, he said. "I know, because I telephoned for a cab and later brought them down from the 3rd floor. They went into the manager's office, leaving 2 suitcases in the hall. When they came out, I took the suitcases to a cab that was waiting, and they got in it and drove away." "When did they return?" inquired the detective. "They didn't return, sir," responded the boy. "I was on duty until 6 o'clock this morning. It just happened that no one came in after they went out until I was off duty at 6. The detective turned to the physician again. "Then she couldn't have been dead since early last night," he said. "She has been dead for several hours, at least 12, possibly longer," said the physician firmly. "There's no possible argument about that." The detective stared at him scornfully for an instant, then looked at the manager of the house. "What was said when Mr. and Mrs. Moray entered your office last night?" he asked. "Were you there?" "Oh, I was there, yes," was the reply. "Mr. Moray explained that they had been called away for a few days unexpectedly, and left the keys of the apartment with me. That was all that was said. I saw the elevator boy take the suitcases out for them as they went to the cab." "How did it come, then, if you knew they were away, that someone entered here this morning and so found the body?" "Oh, I discovered the body myself," replied the manager. "There was some electric wiring to be done in here, and I thought their absence would be a good time for it. I came up to see about it and saw that." He glanced at the covered body with a little shiver and a grimace. Detective Mallory was deeply thoughtful for several minutes. "The woman is here, and she's dead," he said finally. "If she is here, she came back here, dead or alive, last night, between the time she went out with her husband and the time her body was found this morning. Now that's an absolute fact. But how did she come here?" Of the 3 employees of the apartment house, only the elevator boy on duty had not spoken. Now he spoke because the detective glared at him fiercely. "I didn't see either Mr. or Mrs. Moray come in this morning," he explained hastily. "Nobody had come in at all except the postman and some delivery wagon drivers up to the time the body was found." Again Detective Mallory turned on the manager. "Does any window of this apartment open on a fire escape?" he demanded. "Yes, this way." They passed through the short hallway to the back, Both the windows were locked on the inside, so instantly appeared that even if the woman had been brought into the room that way, the windows would not have been fastened unless her murderer went out of the house the front way. When Detective Mallory reached this stage of the investigation, he sat down and stared from one to the other of the silent little party, as if he considered the entire matter some affair which they had perpetrated to annoy him. Hutchison Hatch started to say something, then thought better of it, and turning, went to the telephone below. Within a few minutes the thinking machine stepped out of a cab in front and paused in the lower hall long enough to listen to the facts developed. There was a perfect network of wrinkles in the dome-like brow when the reporter concluded. "It's merely a transfer of the final development in the affair from England to this country," he said enigmatically. "Please phone for Dr. Prescott to come here immediately." He went on to the Morays' apartments. With only a curt nod for Detective Mallory, the only one of the small party who knew him, he proceeded to the body of the dead woman and squinted down without a trace of emotion into the white, pallid face. After a moment he dropped on his knees beside the inert body and examined the mouth and the finger marks about the white throat. "Carbolic acid and strangulation," he remarked tersely to Detective Mallory, who was leaning over watching him with something of hopeful eagerness in his stolid face. The thinking machine glanced past him to the manager of the house. "Mr. Moray is a powerful athletic man in appearance?" he asked. "Oh, no," was the reply. "He's short and slight, only a little larger than you are." The scientist squinted aggressively at the manager as if the description were not quite what he expected. Then the slightly puzzled expression passed. "Oh, I see," he remarked. "Played the piano." This was not a question. It was a statement. "Oh, yes, a great deal," was the reply. "So much so, in fact, that twice we had complaints from other persons in the house, despite the fact that they had only been here a few days." "Of course," mused the scientist abstractedly. "Of course. Perhaps Mrs. Moray did not play at all?" "I believe she told me she did not." The thinking machine drew down the thin cloth which had been thrown over the body and glanced at the left hand. Dear me," he exclaimed suddenly, and he arose. "Dear me," he repeated. "That's the—" He turned to the manager and the two elevator boys. "This is Mrs. Moray, beyond any question?" The answer was a chorus of affirmation, accompanied by some startling facial expressions. "Did Mr. and Mrs. Moray employ any servants?" "No," was the reply. "They had their meals in the cafe below most of the time. There's no housekeeping in these apartments at all." "How many persons live in the building?" "Oh, 100, I should say." "There is a great deal of passing to and fro, then?" "Certainly. It was rather unusual that so few persons passed in and out last night and this morning. And certainly Mrs. Moray and her husband were not among them, if that's what you're trying to find out." The thinking machine glanced at the physician, who was standing by silently. "How long do you make it that she's been dead?" he asked. "Oh, at least 12 hours, replied the physician, "possibly longer." "Yes, nearer 14, I imagine." Abruptly he left the group and walked through the apartment and back again slowly. As he re-entered the room where the body lay, the door from the hall opened and Dr. Prescott entered, followed by Hutchison Hatch. The thinking machine led the surgeon straight to the body and drew the cloth down from the face. Dr. Prescott started back with an exclamation of astonishment recognition. "There's no doubt about it at all in your mind?" inquired the scientist. "Oh, not the slightest," replied Dr. Prescott positively. "It's the same woman. Yet, look here." With a quick movement, the thinking machine drew down the cloth still more. Dr. Prescott, together with those who had no idea of what to expect, peered down at the body. After one glance, the surgeon dropped on his knees and examined closely the dead left hand. The forefinger was off at the first joint. Dr. Prescott stared incredulously. After a moment his eyes left the maimed hand and settled again on her face. "I have never seen, never dreamed of such a startling—" he began. "Well, that settles it all, of course," interrupted the thinking machine. "It solves and proves the problem at once. Now, Mr. Mallory, if we can go to your office or some place where we will be undisturbed, I will—" "But who killed her?" demanded the detective abruptly. "I have the photograph of her murderer in my pocket," returned the thinking machine. "Also, a photograph of an accomplice." Detective Mallory, Dr. Prescott, the thinking machine, Hutchison Hatch, and the apartment house physician were seated in the front room of the Moray apartments, with all doors closed against prying, inquisitive eyes. At the scientist's request, Dr. Prescott repeated the circumstances leading up to the removal of a woman's left forefinger, and there the thinking machine took up the story. "Suppose, Mr. Mallory," and the scientist turned to the detective, "a woman should walk into your office and say she must have a finger cut off. What would you think?" "Well, I'd think she was crazy," was the prompt reply. "Well, naturally, in your position," the thinking machine went on, "you are acquainted with many strange happenings. Wouldn't this one instantly suggest something to you, something that was to happen months off?" Detective Mallory considered it wisely, but was silent. "Well, here," declared the thinking machine, "a woman whom we now know to be Mrs. Moray wanted her finger cut off. It instantly suggested 3, 4, 5, a dozen possibilities. Of course, only one or possibly two in combination could be true. Therefore, which one? A little logic now to prove that 2 and 2 always make 4. Not sometimes, but all the time." Naturally, the first supposition was insanity. We passed that as absurd on its face. Then disease, a taint of leprosy perhaps, which had been visible on the left forefinger. I tested for that and was eliminated. 3 strong reasons for desiring the finger off, either of which is strongly probable, remained. The fact that the woman was English unmistakably was obvious. From the mark of a wedding ring on her glove and a corresponding mark on her finger — she wore no such ring — we could safely surmise that she was married. These were the 2 first facts I learned. Substantiative evidence that she was married and not a widow came partly from her extreme youth and the lack of mourning in her attire. Then Mr. Hatch followed her, learned her name, where she lived, and later the fact that she had arrived with her husband on a steamer a day or so before they took apartments here. This was proof that she was English and proof that she had a husband. They came over on the steamer as Mr. and Mrs. David Girardeau. Here they were, Mr. and Mrs. Frederick Chevaudan Moray. Why this difference in name? The circumstance in itself pointed to irregularity, crime committed or contemplated. Other things made me think it was merely contemplated, and that it could be prevented. For then the absence of every fact gave me no intimation that there would be murder. Then came the murder, presumably of Mrs. Moray. "Well, isn't it Mrs. Moray?" demanded the detective. Mr. Hatch recognized the woman as the one he had followed. I recognized her as the one on whom there had been an operation. Dr. Prescott also recognized her, continued the thinking machine. To convince myself, after I had found the manner of death, that it was the woman, I looked at her left hand. I found that the forefinger was gone. It had been removed by a skilled surgeon at the first joint. And this fact instantly showed me that the dead woman was not Mrs. Moray at all, but somebody else, and incidentally cleared up the entire affair. "Well, how?" demanded the detective. "I thought you just said that you had helped cut off her forefinger." "Dr. Prescott and I cut off that finger yesterday," replied the thinking machine calmly. "The finger of the dead woman had been cut off months, perhaps years ago." There was blank amazement on Detective Mallory's face, and Hatch was staring straight into the squint eyes of the scientist. Vaguely, as through a mist, he was beginning to account for many things which had been hitherto inexplicable. The perfectly healed wound on the hand eliminated every possibility but one, the thinking machine resumed. Previously I had been informed that Mrs. Moray did not, or said she did not, play the piano. I had seen the bare possibility of an immense insurance on her hands, and some trick to defraud an insurance company by marring one. Of course, against this was the fact that she had offered to pay a large sum for the operation, that their expenses here must have been enormous, so I was beginning to doubt the tenability of this supposition. The fact that the dead woman's finger was off removed that possibility completely, as it also removed the possibility of a crime of some sort in which there might have been left behind a telltale print of that forefinger. If there had been a serious crime with a trace of the finger as evidence, its removal would have been necessary to her. Then the one thing remained. That is that Mrs. Moray, or whatever her name is, was in a conspiracy with her husband to get possession of certain properties, perhaps a title — remember she is English — by sacrificing that finger, so that an identification might be in accordance with the description of an heir whom she was to impersonate. We may well believe that she was provided with the necessary documentary evidence, and we know conclusively We don't conjecture, but we know that the dead woman in there is the woman whose rights were to have been stolen by the so-called Mrs. Morey." "But that is Mrs. Morey, isn't it?" demanded the detective again. "No," was the sharp retort. "The perfect resemblance to Mrs. Morey, and the finger removed long ago, makes that clear. There is, I imagine, a relationship between them. Perhaps they are cousins. I can hardly believe they are twins, because the necessity, then, of one impersonating the other to obtain either money or a title would not have existed so palpably, although it is possible that Mrs. Morey, if disinherited or disowned, would have resorted to such a course. This dead woman is Miss, and he glanced at the back of a photograph, Miss Evelyn Rossmore, and she had evidently been living in the city for some time. This is her picture, and it was made at least a year ago by Harkinson here. Perhaps he can give you her address as well." There was silence for several minutes. Each member of the little group was turning over the stated facts mentally, and Detective Mallory was staring at the photograph, studying the handwriting on the back. "But how did she come here, like this?" Hatch inquired. "Well, you remember, Mr. Hatch, when you followed Mrs. Morey here, you told me she dressed again and went out," asked the scientist in turn. "It was not Mrs. Morey you saw then. She was ill, and I knew it from the operation. It was Miss Rossmore. The manager says 100 persons live in this house, that there is a great deal of passing in and out. Can't you see that when there is such a startling resemblance, Miss Rossmore could pass in and out at will and always be mistaken for Mrs. Morey? That no one would ever notice the difference?" "But who killed her?" asked Detective Mallory curiously. "How? Why?" "Morey killed her," said the thinking machine flatly, and he produced 2 other photographs from his pocket. "There's his picture and his wife's picture for identification purposes. How did he kill her? Well, we can fairly presume that first he tricked her into drinking the acid. Then perhaps she was screaming with the pain of it, and he choked her to death. I imagined first he was a large, powerful man, because his grip on her throat was so powerful that he ruptured the jugular inside. But instead of that, he plays the piano a great deal, which would have given him the hand power to choke her. And why? We can suppose only that it was because she had in some way learned of their purpose. That would have established the motive. The crowning delicacy of the affair was Morey's act in leaving his keys with the manager here. He did not anticipate that the apartments would be entered for several days after they were safely away, while there was a chance that if neither of them had been seen here, and their disappearance was unexplained, the rooms would have been opened to ascertain why. That is all, I think." "Except to catch Morey and his wife," said the detective grimly. "Oh, easily done with those photographs," said the thinking machine. "I imagine if this murder is kept out of the newspapers for a couple of hours, you can find them about to sail for Europe. Suppose you try the line they came over on." It was just 3 hours later that the accused man and wife were taken prisoner. They had just engaged passage on the steamer which sailed at 4:30 o'clock. Their trial was a famous one, and resulted in conviction after an astonishing story of an attempt to seize an estate and title belonging rightfully to Miss Evelyn Rossmore, who had mysteriously disappeared years before. End of The Problem of the Superfluous Finger by Jacques Futrelle. Recording by Alan Johns in Dayton, Ohio, USA.
Section 10 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2, The Moabite Cypher, by R. Austin Freeman. Part 1. A large and motley crowd lined the pavements of Oxford Street as Thorndyke and I made our way leisurely eastward. Floral decorations and drooping bunting announced one of those functions inaugurated from time to time by a benevolent government for the entertainment of fashionable loungers and the relief of distressed pickpockets. For a Russian Grand Duke who had torn himself away, amidst valedictory explosions, from a loving, if too demonstrative people, was to pass anon on his way to the Guildhall, and a British prince, heroically indiscreet, was expected to occupy a seat in the ducal carriage. Near Rathbone Place, Thorndyke halted and drew my attention to a smart-looking man who stood lounging in a doorway, cigarette in hand. "Our old friend Inspector Badger," said Thorndyke. "He seems mightily interested in that gentleman in the light overcoat. How do you do, Badger?" For at this moment the detective caught his eye and bowed. "Who is your friend?" "That's what I want to know, sir," replied the inspector. "I've been shadowing him for the last half-hour, but I can't make him out, though I believe I've seen him somewhere. He don't look like a foreigner, but he has got something bulky in his pocket, so I must keep him in sight until the Duke is safely past. I wish," he added gloomily, "these beastly Russians would stop at home. They give us no end of trouble." "Are you expecting any occurrences, then?" asked Thorndyke. "Bless you, sir," exclaimed Badger, "the whole route is lined with plain-clothes-men. You see, it's known that several desperate characters followed the Duke to England, and there are a good many exiles living here who would like to have a rap at him. Hello, what's he up to now?" The man in the light overcoat had suddenly caught the inspector's too inquiring eye, and forthwith dived into the crowd at the edge of the pavement. In his haste he trod heavily on the foot of a big, rough-looking man, by whom he was in a moment hustled out into the road with such violence that he fell sprawling face downwards. It was an unlucky moment. A mounted constable was just then backing in upon the crowd, and before he could gather the meaning of the shout that arose from the bystanders, his horse had set down one hind foot firmly on the prostrate man's back. The inspector signalled to a constable, who forthwith made a way for us through the crowd, but even as we approached the injured man, he rose stiffly and looked round with a pale, vacant face. "Are you hurt?" Thorndyke asked gently, with an earnest look into the frightened, wondering eyes. "No, sir," was the reply. "I only feel queer, sinking just here." He laid a trembling hand on his chest, and Thorndyke, still eyeing him anxiously, said in a low voice to the inspector, "Cab or ambulance, as quickly as you can." A cab was led around from Newman Street, and the injured man put into it. Thorndyke, Badger, and I entered, and we drove off up Rathbone Place. As we proceeded, our patient's face grew more and more ashen, drawn, and anxious. His breathing was shallow and uneven, and his teeth chattered slightly. The cab swung round into Goodge Street, and then, suddenly, in the twinkling of an eye, there came a change. The eyelids and jaw relaxed, the eyes became filmy, and the whole form subsided into the corner in a shrunken heap, with the strange gelatinous limpness of a body that is dead as a whole, while its tissues are still alive. "God save us! The man's dead!" exclaimed the inspector in a shocked voice, for even policemen have their feelings. He sat staring at the corpse as it nodded gently with the jolting of the cab, until we drew up inside the courtyard of the Middlesex Hospital, when he got out briskly, with suddenly renewed cheerfulness, to help the porter to place the body on the wheeled couch. "We shall know who he is now, at any rate," said he, as we followed the couch to the casualty room. Thorndyke nodded unsympathetically. The medical instinct in him was for the moment stronger than the legal. The house surgeon leaned over the couch, and made a rapid examination as he listened to our account of the accident. Then he straightened himself up, and looked at Thorndyke. "Internal hemorrhage, I expect," said he. "At any rate, he's dead, poor beggar, as dead as Nebuchadnezzar. Ah, here comes a bobby. It's his affair now." A sergeant came into the room, breathing quickly, and looked in surprise from the corpse to the inspector, but the latter, without loss of time, proceeded to turn out the dead man's pockets, commencing with the bulky object that had first attracted his attention, which proved to be a brown paper parcel tied up with red tape. "Pork pie, begad!" he exclaimed with a crestfallen air, as he cut the tape and opened the package. "You had better go through his other pockets, Sergeant." The small heap of odds and ends that resulted from this process tended, with single exception, to throw little light on the man's identity, the exception being a letter, sealed but not stamped, addressed in an exceedingly illiterate hand to Mr. Adolphe Schönberg, 213 Greek Street, Soho. "He was going to leave it by hand, I expect," observed the inspector, with a wistful glance at the sealed envelope. "I think I'll take it round myself, and you had better come with me, Sergeant." He slipped the letter into his pocket, and, leaving the sergeant to take possession of the other effects, made his way out of the building. "I suppose, Doctor," said he, as we crossed into Berners Street, "you're not coming our way? Don't want to see Mr. Schönberg, Thorndyke reflected for a moment. "Well, it isn't very far, and we may as well see the end of the incident. Yes, let's go up together." Number 213 Greek Street was one of those houses that irresistibly suggest to the observer the idea of a church organ, either jamb of the doorway being adorned with a row of brass bell handles corresponding to the stop knobs. These the sergeant examined with the air of an expert musician, and having, as it were, gauged the capacity of the instrument, selected the middle knob on the right-hand side and pulled it briskly, whereupon a first-floor window was thrown up, and a head protruded. But it afforded us a momentary glimpse only, for, having caught the sergeant's upturned eye, it retired with surprising precipitancy, and before we had time to speculate on the apparition, the street door was opened and a man emerged. He was about to close the door after him, when the inspector interposed. Does Mr. Adolphe Schönberg live here?" The newcomer, a very typical Jew of the red-haired type, surveyed us thoughtfully through his gold-rimmed spectacles as he repeated the name. Schönberg. Yes, I know. He lives on the 3rd floor. I saw him go up a short time ago. 3rd floor back," and indicating the open door with a wave of the hand, he raised his hat and passed into the street. "I suppose we had better go up," said the inspector, with a dubious glance at the row of bell-pulls. He accordingly started up the stairs, and we all followed in his wake. There were 2 doors at the back of the 3rd floor, but as the one was open, displaying an unoccupied bedroom, the inspector rapped smartly on the other. It flew open almost immediately, and a fierce-looking little man confronted us with a hostile stare. "Well," said he. "Mr. Adolphe Schönberg?" inquired the inspector. "Well, what about him?" snapped our new acquaintance. "I wish to have a few words with him," said Badger. "Then what the deuce do you come banging at my door for?" demanded the other. "Why, doesn't he live here?" "No, 1st floor, front," replied our friend, preparing to close the door. "Pardon me," said Thorndyke, "but what is Mr. Schönberg like? I mean—" "Like?" interrupted the resident. "He's like a blooming sheeny, with a carroty beard and gold-gigged lamps." And having presented this impressionist sketch, he brought the interview to a definite close by slamming the door and turning the key. With a wrathful exclamation, the inspector turned towards the stairs, down which the sergeant was already clattering in hot haste, and made his way back to the ground floor, followed as before by Thorndyke and me. On the doorstep we found the sergeant breathlessly interrogating a smartly dressed youth, who I had seen alight from a hansom as we entered the house, and who now stood with a notebook tucked under his arm, sharpening a pencil with deliberate care. Mr. James saw him come out, sir, said the sergeant. He turned up towards the square. Did he seem to hurry? Asked the inspector. Rather, replied the reporter. As soon as you were inside, he went off like a lamplighter. You won't catch him now. We don't want to catch him, the detective rejoined gruffly. Then, backing out of earshot of the eager pressman, he said in a lower tone, That was Mr. Schönberg, beyond a doubt, and it's clear he has some reason for making himself scarce, so I shall consider myself justified in opening that note. He suited the action to the word, and having cut the envelope open with official neatness, drew out the enclosure. My hat! He exclaimed, as his eye fell upon the contents. What in creation is this? It isn't shorthand, but what the deuce is it? He handed the document to Thorndyke, who, having held it up to the light and felt the paper critically, proceeded to examine it with keen interest. It consisted of a single half-sheet of thin note-paper, both sides of which were covered with strange crabbed characters, written with a brownish-black ink in continuous lines, without any spaces to indicate the divisions into words, and, but for the modern material which bore the writing, it might have been a portion of some ancient manuscript or forgotten codex. What do you make of it, Doctor? Inquired the inspector anxiously, after a pause during which Thorndyke had scrutinized the strange writing with knitted brows. Not a great deal, replied Thorndyke. The character is the Moabite or Phoenician, primitive Semitic, in fact, and reads from right to left. The language I take to be Hebrew. At any rate, I can find no Greek words, and I see here a group of letters which may form one of the few Hebrew words that I know, the word badim, lies. But you had better get it deciphered by an expert. If it is Hebrew, said Badger, we can manage it all right. There are plenty of Jews at our disposal. You had much better take the paper to the British Museum, said Thorndyke, and submit it to the keeper of the Phoenician antiquities for decipherment. Inspector Badger smiled a foxy smile as he deposited the paper in his pocket-book. We'll see what we can make of it ourselves first, he said. But many thanks for your advice all the same, Doctor. No, Mr. James, I can't give you any information just at present. You'd better apply at the hospital. I suspect, said Thorndyke, as we took our way homewards, that Mr. James has collected enough material for his purpose already. He must have followed us from the hospital, and I have no doubt that he has his report, with full details, mentally arranged at this moment, and I'm not sure that he didn't get a peep at the mysterious paper, in spite of the inspector's precautions. By the way, I said, what do you make of the document? A cipher, most probably, he replied. It is written in the primitive Semitic alphabet, which, as you know, is practically identical with primitive Greek. It is written from right to left, like Phoenician, Hebrew, and Moabite, as well as the earliest Greek inscriptions. The paper is common cream-laid note paper, and the ink is ordinary indelible Chinese ink, such as used by draftsmen. Those are the facts, and without further study of the document itself, they don't carry us very far. Why do you think it's a cipher, rather than a document in straightforward Hebrew? Because it's obviously a secret message of some kind. Now, every educated Jew knows more or less Hebrew, and although he is able to read and write only the modern square Hebrew character, it is so easy to transpose one alphabet into another that the mere language would afford no security. Therefore, I expect that, when the experts translate this document, the translation or transliteration would be a mere farrago of unintelligible nonsense. But we shall see, and meanwhile the facts that we have offer several interesting suggestions which are well worth consideration. As for instance, now, my dear Jervis, said Thorndyke, shaking an admonitory forefinger at me, don't, I pray you, give way to mental indolence. You have these few facts that I have mentioned. Consider them separately and collectively, and in their relation to the circumstances. Don't attempt to suck my brain when you have an excellent brain of your own to suck. On the following morning, the papers fully justified my colleague's opinion of Mr. James. All the events which had occurred, as well as a number that had not, were given in the fullest and most vivid detail, a lengthy reference being made to the paper found on the person of the dead anarchist, and written in a private shorthand or cryptogram. The report concluded with a gratifying, though untrue, statement that, in this intricate and important case, the police have wisely secured the assistance of Dr. John Thorndyke, to whose acute intellect and vast experience the portentous cryptogram will doubtless soon deliver up its secret. Very flattering, laughed Thorndyke, to whom I read the extract on his return from the hospital, but a little awkward if it should induce our friends to deposit a few trifling mementos in the form of nitro compounds on our main staircase or in the cellars. By the way, I met Superintendent Miller on London Bridge. The cryptogram, as Mr. James calls it, has set Scotland Yard in a mighty ferment. Naturally. What have they done in the matter? They adopted my suggestion after all, finding that they could make nothing of it themselves, and took it to the British Museum. The museum people referred them to Professor Poppleball, the great paleographer, to whom they accordingly submitted it. Did he express any opinion about it? Yes, provisionally. After a brief examination, he found it to consist of a number of Hebrew words, sandwiched between apparently meaningless groups of letters. He furnished the superintendent offhand with a translation of the words, and Miller forthwith struck off a number of hectograph copies of it, which he has distributed among the senior officials of his department, so that at present— Here Thorndyke gave vent to a soft chuckle. Scotland Yard is engaged in a sort of missing word, or rather missing sense competition. Miller invited me to join in the sport, and to that end presented me with one of the hectograph copies on which to exercise my wits, together with a photograph of the document. And shall you? I asked. Not I, he replied, laughing. In the first place, I have not been formally consulted, and consequently am a passive, though interested spectator. In the second place, I have a theory of my own, which I shall test if the occasion arises. But if you would like to take part in the competition, I am authorized to show you the photograph and the translation. I will pass them on to you, and I wish you joy of them. He handed me the photograph and a sheet of paper that he had just taken from his pocket-book, and watched me with grim amusement as I read out the first few lines. Woe, city, lies, robbery, prey, noise, whip, rattling, wheel, horse, chariot, day, darkness, gloominess, clouds, darkness, morning, mountain, people, strong fire, them, flame. It doesn't look very promising at first sight, I remarked. What is the professor's theory? His theory, provisionally of course, is that the words form the message, and the groups of letters represent mere filled-up spaces between the words. But surely, I protested, that would be a very transparent device. Thorndyke laughed. There is a childlike simplicity about it, said he. "That is highly attractive, but discouraging. It is much more probable that the words are dummies, and that the letters contain the message. Or, again, the solution may lie in an entirely different direction. But listen, is that cab coming here?" It was. It drew up opposite our chambers, and a few moments later a brisk step ascending the stairs heralded a smart rat-tat at our door. Flinging open the latter, I found myself confronted by a well-dressed stranger, who, after a quick glance at me, peered inquisitively over my shoulder into the room. "I'm relieved, Dr. Jervis," said he, "to find you and Dr. Thorndyke at home, as I have come on somewhat urgent professional business. My name," he continued, entering in response to my invitation, "is Barton, but you don't know me, though I know you both by sight. I have come to ask if one of you, or better still both, could come tonight and see my brother." "That," said Thorndyke, "depends on the circumstances, and on the whereabouts of your brother." "The circumstances," said Mr. Barton, "are, in my opinion, highly suspicious, and I will place them before you, of course, in strict confidence." Thorndyke nodded and indicated a chair. "My brother," continued Mr. Barton, taking the preferred seat, "has recently married for the second time. His age is 55, and that of his wife 26, and I may say that the marriage has been, well, by no means a success. Now, within the last fortnight, my brother has been attacked by a mysterious and extremely painful affection of the stomach, to which his doctor seems unable to give a name. It has resisted all treatment hitherto. Day by day, the pain and distress increase, and I feel that, unless something decisive is done, the end cannot be far off." "Is the pain worse after taking food?" inquired Thorndyke. "That's just it," exclaimed our visitor. "I see what is in your mind, and it has been in mine too. So much so that I have tried repeatedly to obtain samples of the food that he is taking, and this morning I succeeded." Here he took from his pocket a wide-mouthed bottle, which, disengaging from its paper wrappings, he laid on the table. "When I called, he was taking his breakfast of arrowroot, which he complained had a gritty taste, supposed by his wife to be due to the sugar. Now, I had provided myself with this bottle, and during the absence of his wife, I managed unobserved to convey a portion of the arrowroot that he had left into it, and I should be greatly obliged if you would examine it and tell me if this arrowroot contains anything that it should not." He pushed the bottle towards Thorndyke, who carried it to the window, and, extracting a small quantity of the contents with a glass rod, examined the pasty mass with the aid of a lens. Then, lifting the bell glass cover from the microscope, which stood on its table by the window, he smeared a small quantity of the suspected matter onto a glass slip, and placed it on the stage of the instrument. "I observe a number of crystalline particles in this," he said, after a brief inspection, "which have the appearance of arsenious acid." "Ah!" ejaculated Mr. Barton, "just what I feared. But are you certain?" "No," replied Thorndyke, "but the matter is easily tested." He pressed the button of the bell that communicated with the laboratory, a summons that brought the laboratory assistant from his lair with characteristic promptitude. "Will you please prepare a Marsh's apparatus, Polton?" said Thorndyke. "I have a couple ready, sir," replied Polton. "Then pour the acid into one and bring it to me with a tile." As his familiar vanished silently, Thorndyke returned to Mr. Barton. "Supposing we find arsenic in this arrowroot, as we probably shall, what do you want us to do?" "I want you to come and see my brother," replied our client. "Why not take a note from me to his doctor?" "No, no. I want you to come. I should like you both to come, and put a stop at once to this dreadful business. Consider, it's a matter of life and death. You won't refuse. I beg you not to refuse me your help in these terrible circumstances." "Well," said Thorndyke, as his assistant reappeared, "let us first see what the test has to tell us." Polton advanced to the table, on which he deposited a small flask, the contents of which were in a state of brisk effervescence, a bottle labelled calcium hypochlorite, and a white porcelain tile. The flask was fitted with a safety funnel and a glass tube drawn out to a fine jet, to which Polton cautiously applied a lighted match. Instantly there sprang from the jet a tiny pale violet flame. Thorndyke now took the tile and held it in the flame for a few seconds, when the appearance of the surface remained unchanged, save for a small circle of condensed moisture. His next proceeding was to thin the arrowroot with distilled water until it was quite fluid, and then pour a small quantity into the funnel. It ran slowly down the tube into the flask, with the bubbling contents of which it became speedily mixed. Almost immediately a change began to appear in the character of the flame, which from a pale violet turned gradually to a sickly blue, while above it hung a faint cloud of white smoke. Once more Thorndyke held the tile above the jet, but this time no sooner had the pallid flame touched the cold surface of the porcelain than there appeared on the latter a glistening black stain. "That is pretty conclusive," observed Thorndyke, lifting the stopper out of the reagent bottle. "But we will apply the final test." He dropped a few drops of the hypochlorite solution onto the tile, and immediately the black stain faded away and vanished. "Yes, we can now answer your question, Mr. Barton," said he, replacing the stopper as he turned to our client. "The specimen that you brought us certainly contains arsenic, and in very considerable quantities." "Then," exclaimed Mr. Barton, starting from his chair, "you will come and help me to rescue my brother from this dreadful peril. Don't refuse me, Dr. Thorndyke, for mercy's sake, don't refuse." Thorndyke reflected for a moment. "Before we decide," said he, "we must see what engagements we have." With a quick, significant glance at me, he walked into the office, whither I followed in some bewilderment, for I knew that we had no engagements for the evening. "Now, Jervis," said Thorndyke, as he closed the office door, "what are we to do?" "We must go, I suppose," I replied. "It seems a pretty urgent case." "It does," he agreed. "Of course, the man may be telling the truth after all." "You don't think he is, then?" "No. It's a plausible tale, but there is too much arsenic in the arrowroot. Still, I think I ought to go. It is an ordinary professional risk. But there is no reason why you should put your head in the noose." "Thank you," said I, somewhat huffily. "I don't see what risk there is, but if any exists, I claim the right to share it." "Very well," he answered with a smile. "We will both go. I think we can take care of ourselves." He re-entered the sitting-room, and announced his decision to Mr. Barton, whose relief and gratitude were quite pathetic. "But," said Thorndyke, "you have not yet told us where your brother lives." "Rexford," was the reply. "Rexford, in Essex. It's an out-of-the-way place, but if we catch the 7:15 train from Liverpool Street, we shall be there in an hour and a half." "And as to the return, you know the trains, I suppose?" "Oh, yes," replied our client. I will see that you don't miss your train back." "Then I will be with you in a minute," said Thorndyke, and taking the still bubbling flask, he retired to the laboratory, whence he returned in a few minutes carrying his hat and overcoat. The cab which had brought our client was still waiting, and we were soon rattling through the streets towards the station, where we arrived in time to furnish ourselves with dinner baskets and select our compartment at leisure. During the early part of the journey our companion was in excellent spirits. He dispatched the cold fowl from the basket, and quaffed the rather indifferent claret with as much relish as if he had not had a single relation in the world, and after dinner he became genial to the verge of hilarity. But as time went on, there crept into his manner a certain anxious restlessness. He became silent and preoccupied, and several times furtively consulted his watch. "The train is confoundedly late," he exclaimed irritably. 7 minutes behind the time already. "A few minutes more or less are not of much consequence," said Thorndyke. "No, of course not, but still. Ah, thank heaven, here we are." He thrust his head out of the off-side window and gazed eagerly down the line. Then, leaping to his feet, he bustled out on the platform while the train was still moving. Even as we alighted, a warning bell rang furiously on the up platform, and as Mr. Barton hurried us through the empty booking office to the outside of the station, the rumble of the approaching train could be heard above the noise made by our own train moving off. "My carriage doesn't seem to have arrived yet," exclaimed Mr. Barton, looking anxiously up the station approach. "If you will wait here a moment, I will go and make inquiries." He darted back into the booking office, and threw it onto the platform, just as the up train roared into the station. Thorndyke followed him with quick but stealthy steps, and, peering out of the booking office door, watched his proceedings. Then he turned and beckoned to me. "There he goes," said he, pointing to an iron footbridge that spanned the line, and as I looked, I saw clearly defined against the dim night sky a flying figure racing towards the up side. It was hardly 2/3 across when the guard's whistle sang out its shrill warning. "Quick, Jervis!" exclaimed Thorndyke. "She's off!" End of the Moabite Cypher by R. Austin Freeman, Part 1. Recording by Maria Brooke, New Zealand. Section 10 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2, The Moabite Cypher, by R. Austin Freeman, Part 2. He leapt down onto the line, whither I followed instantly, and crossing the rails, we clambered up together onto the footboard opposite an empty first-class compartment. Thorndyke's magazine knife, containing, among other implements, a railway key, was already in his hand. The door was speedily unlocked, and as we entered, Thorndyke ran through and looked out onto the platform. "Just in time!" he exclaimed. "He is in one of the forward compartments." He relocked the door, and, seating himself, proceeded to fill his pipe. "And now?" said I, as the train moved out of the station. "Perhaps you will explain this little comedy?" "With pleasure," he replied, "if it needs any explanation. But you can hardly have forgotten Mr. James's flattering remarks in his report of the Greek Street incident, clearly giving the impression that the mysterious document was in my possession. When I read that, I knew I must look out for some attempt to recover it, though I hardly expected such promptness. Still, when Mr. Barton called without credentials or appointment, I viewed him with some suspicion. That suspicion deepened when he wanted us both to come. It deepened further when I found an impossible quantity of arsenic in his sample, and it gave place to certainty when, having allowed him to select the trains by which we were to travel, I went up to the laboratory and examined the timetable, for I then found that the last train for London left Rexford 10 minutes after we were due to arrive. Obviously, this was a plan to get us both safely out of the way, while he and some of his friends ransacked our chambers for the missing document. "I see. and that accounts for his extraordinary anxiety at the lateness of the train. But why did you come, if you knew it was a plant?" "My dear fellow," said Thorndyke, "I never miss an interesting experience if I can help it. There are possibilities in this too, don't you see?"
"But supposing his friends have broken into our chambers already?"
"That contingency has been provided for, but I think they will wait for Mr. Barton and us." Our train, being the last one up, stopped at every station, and crawled slothfully in the intervals, so that it was past 11 o'clock when we reached Liverpool Street. Here we got out cautiously, and, mingling with the crowd, followed the unconscious Barton up the platform, through the barrier, and out into the street. He seemed in no special hurry, for, after pausing to light a cigar, he set off at an easy pace up New Broad Street. Thorndyke hailed a hansom, and, motioning me to enter, directed the cabman to drive to Clifford's Inn Passage. "Sit well back," said he, as we rattled away up New Broad Street. "We shall be passing our gay deceiver presently. In fact, there he is, a living, walking illustration of the folly of underrating the intelligence of one's adversary." At Clifford Inn Passage we dismissed the cab, and, retiring into the shadow of the dark, narrow alley, kept an eye on the gate of Inner Temple Lane. In about 20 minutes we observed our friend approaching on the south side of Fleet Street. He halted at the gate, plied the knocker, and, after a brief parley with the night porter, vanished through the wicket. We waited yet 5 minutes more, and then, having given him time to get clear of the entrance, we crossed the road. The porter looked at us with some surprise. "There's a gentleman gone down to your chambers, sir," said he. "He told me you were expecting him." "Quite right," said Thorndyke, with a dry smile. "I was. Good night." We slunk down the lane, past the church, and through the gloomy cloisters, giving a wide berth to all lamps and lighted entries, until, emerging into Paper Buildings, we crossed at the darkest part to King's Bench Walk, where Thorndyke made straight for the chambers of our friend Anstey, which were 2 doors above our own.
"Why are we coming here?"
I asked, as we ascended the stairs. But the question needed no answer when we reached the landing, for through the open door of our friend's chambers I could see in the darkened room Anstey himself, with 2 uniformed constables and a couple of plain-clothes men. "There's been no signal yet, sir," said one of the latter, whom I recognized as a detective sergeant of our division. "No," said Thorndyke, "but the M.C. has arrived. He came in 5 minutes before us." "Then," exclaimed Anstey, "the ball will open shortly, ladies and gents. The boards are waxed, the fiddlers are tuning up, and—" "Not quite so loud, if you please, sir," said the sergeant. "I think there's somebody coming up Crown Office Row." The ball had, in fact, opened. As we peered cautiously out of the open window, keeping well back in the darkened room, a stealthy figure crept out of the shadow, crossed the road, and stole noiselessly into the entry of Thorndyke's chambers. It was quickly followed by a second figure, and then by a third, in which I recognized as our elusive client. "Now, listen for the signal," said Thorndyke. "They won't waste time. Confound that clock!" The soft-voiced bell of the Inner Temple clock, mingling with the harsher tones of St. Dunstan's and the Law Courts, slowly tolled out the hour of midnight, and as the last reverberations were dying away, some metallic object, apparently a coin, dropped with a sharp clink onto the pavement under our window. At the sound, the watchers simultaneously sprang to their feet. "You 2 go first," said the sergeant, addressing the uniformed men, who thereupon stole noiselessly in their rubber-soled boots, down the stone stairs and along the pavement. The rest of us followed, with less attention to silence, and as we ran up to Thorndyke's chambers, we were aware of quick but stealthy footsteps on the stairs above.
"They've been at work, you see,"
whispered one of the constables, flashing his lantern onto the iron-bound outer door of our sitting-room, on which the marks of a large jemmy were plainly visible. The sergeant nodded grimly, and, bidding the constables to remain on the landing, led the way upwards. As we ascended, faint rustlings continued to be audible from above, and on the second-floor landing we met a man descending briskly, but without hurry, from the third. It was Mr. Barton, and I could not but admire the composure with which he passed the two detectives. But suddenly his glance fell on Thorndyke, and his composure vanished. With a wild stare of incredulous horror, he halted as if petrified. Then he broke away and raced furiously down the stairs, and a moment later a muffled shout and the sound of a scuffle told us that he had received a cheque. On the next flight we met two more men, who, more hurried and less self-possessed, endeavoured to push past, but the sergeant barred the way.
"Why, bless me!" exclaimed the latter. "It's Moabite, and isn't that Tom Harris?"
"It's all right, sergeant," said Moabite plaintively, striving to escape from the officer's grip. "We've come to the wrong house, that's all." The sergeant smiled indulgently.
"I know," he replied, "but you're always coming to the wrong house, Moabite, and now you're just coming along with me to the right house."
He slipped his hand inside his captive's coat, and adroitly fished out a large folding jemmy, whereupon the discomfited burglar abandoned all further protest. On our return to the first floor, we found Mr. Barton sulkily awaiting us, handcuffed to one of the constables, and watched by Polton with pensive disapproval.
"I don't need to trouble you tonight, Doctor,"
said the sergeant, as he marshalled his little troop of captors and captives.
"You'll hear from us in the morning. Good night, sir."
The melancholy procession moved off down the stairs, and we retired into our chambers with Anstey to smoke a last pipe.
"A capable man, that Barton," observed Thorndyke. "Ready, plausible, and ingenious, but spoilt by prolonged contact with fools. I wonder if the police will perceive the significance of this little affair."
"They will be more acute than I am if they do," said I. "Naturally," interposed Anstey, who loved to cheek his revered senior, "because there isn't any. It's only Thorndyke's bounce. He is really in a deuce of a fog himself." However this may have been, the police were a good deal puzzled by the incident, for on the following morning we received a visit from no less a person than Superintendent Miller of Scotland Yard. "This is a queer business," said he, coming to the point at once. "This burglary, I mean. Why should they want to crack your place? Right here in the Temple, too. You've got nothing of value here, have you? No hard stuff, as they call it, for instance?" "Not so much as a silver teaspoon," said Thorndyke, who had a conscientious objection to plate of all kinds. "It's odd," said the superintendent. "Deuced odd. When we got your note, we thought these anarchist idiots had mixed you up with the case. You saw the papers, I suppose, and wanted to go through your rooms for some reason. We thought we had our hands on the gang, instead of which we find a party of common crooks that we're sick of the sight of. I tell you, it's annoying when you think you've hooked a salmon to bring up blooming eel." "Yes, it must be a great disappointment," Thorndyke agreed, suppressing a smile. "It is," said the detective. "Not but what we're glad enough to get these beggars, especially Halkett, or Barton, as he calls himself. A mighty slippery customer is Halkett, and mischievous too. But we're not wanting any disappointments just now. There was that big jewel job in Piccadilly, Taplin and Horns. I don't mind telling you that we've got not the ghost of a clue. Then there's this anarchist affair. We're all in the dark too." "But what about the Cypher?" asked Thorndyke.
"Oh, hang the cipher!" exclaimed the detective irritably. "This Professor Popplebaum may be a very learned man, but it doesn't help us much. He says the document is in Hebrew, and he has translated it into Double Dutch. Just listen to this." He dragged out of his pocket a bundle of papers, and dabbing down a photograph of the document before Thorndyke, commenced to read the Professor's report. "The document is written in the characters of the well-known inscription of Mesha, King of Moab. Who the devil's he? Never heard of him. Well known indeed. The language is Hebrew, and the words are separated by groups of letters, which are meaningless and obviously introduced to mislead and confuse the reader. The words themselves are not strictly consecutive, but by the interpolation of certain other words, a series of intelligible sentences is obtained, the meaning of which is not very clear, but is no doubt allegorical. The method of decipherment is shown in the accompanying tables, and the full rendering suggested on the enclosed sheet. It is to be noted that the writer of this document was apparently quite unacquainted with the Hebrew language, as appears from the absence of any grammatical construction. That's the Professor's report, Doctor, and here are the tables showing how he worked it out. Makes my head spin to look at 'em." He handed to Thorndyke a bundle of ruled sheets, which my colleague examined attentively for a while, and then passed on to me. "This is very systematic and thorough," said he. "But now let us see the final result at which he arrives." "It may all be very systematic," growled the superintendent, sorting out his papers, "but I tell you, sir, it's all bosh." The latter word he jerked out viciously as he slapped down on the table the final product of the Professor's labours. "There," he continued, "that's what he calls the full rendering, and I reckon it'll make your hair curl. It might be a message from Bedlam." Thorndyke took up the first sheet, and he compared the constructed renderings with the literal translation. The ghost of a smile stole across his usually immovable countenance. "The meaning is certainly a little obscure," he observed, "though the reconstruction is highly ingenious, and, moreover, I think the Professor is probably right. That is to say, the words which he has supplied are probably the omitted parts of the passages from which the words of the cryptogram were taken. What do you think, Jervis?" He handed me the two papers, of which one gave the actual words of the cryptogram, and the other a suggested reconstruction, with omitted words supplied. The first read: "Woe, city, lies, robbery, prey, noise, whip, rattling, wheel, horse, chariot, day, darkness, gloominess, cloud, darkness, morning, mountain, people strong, fire, them, flame." Turning to the second paper, I read out the suggested rendering: "Woe to the bloody city! It is full of lies and robbery. The prey departeth not. The noise of a whip, and the noise of the rattling of the wheels, and of the prancing horses, and of the jumping chariots. A day of darkness and of gloominess, a day of clouds and of thick darkness, as the morning spread upon the mountains, a great people and a strong. A fire devoureth before them, and behind them a flame burneth." Here the first sheet ended, and as I laid it down, Thorndyke looked at me inquiringly. "There's a good deal of reconstruction in proportion to the original matter," I objected. "The Professor has supplied more than three-quarters of the final rendering." "Exactly," burst in the superintendent. "It's all Professor, and no cryptogram." "Still, I think the reading is correct," said Thorndyke, "as far as it goes, that is." "Good Lord!" exclaimed the dismayed detective. "Do you mean to tell me, sir, that balderdash is the real meaning of the thing? I don't say that, replied Thorndyke. I say it is correct as far as it goes, but I doubt it being the solution of the cryptogram. Have you been studying that photograph that I gave you? Demanded Miller with a sudden eagerness. I have looked at it, said Thorndyke evasively, but I should like to examine the original if you have it with you. I have, said the detective. Professor Bucklebaum sent it back with the solution. You can have a look at it. I can't leave it with you without special authority. He drew the document from his pocket-book and handed it to Thorndyke, who took it over to the window and scrutinized it closely. From the window he drifted into the adjacent office, closing the door after him, and presently the sound of a faint explosion told me that he had lighted the gas fire. "Oh, of course," said Miller, taking up the translation again, "this gibberish is the sort of stuff you might expect from a parcel of crack-brained anarchists, but it doesn't seem to mean anything." "Not to us," I agreed, "but the phrases may have some prearranged significance, and then there are the letters between the words. It is possible that they may really form a cipher." "I suggested that to the Professor," said Miller, "but he wouldn't hear of it. He is sure they're only dummies." "I think he is probably mistaken, and so I fancy does my colleague, but we shall hear what he has to say presently." "Oh, I know what he'll say," growled Miller. "He will put the thing under the microscope and tell us who made the paper, what the ink's composed of, and then we shall just be where we were." The superintendent was evidently deeply depressed. We sat for some time pondering in silence on the vague sentences of the professor's translation, until at length Thorndyke reappeared, holding the document in his hand. He laid it quietly on the table by the officer, and then inquired, "Is this an official consultation?" "Certainly," replied Miller. "I was authorized to consult you respecting the translation, but nothing was said about the original. Still, if you want it for further study, I will get it for you." "No, thank you," said Thorndyke. I have finished with it. My theory turned out to be correct." "Your theory!" exclaimed the superintendent eagerly. "Do you mean to say— and as you are consulting me officially, I may as well give you this." He held out a sheet of paper, which the detective took from him and began to read. "What is this?" he asked, looking up at Thorndyke with a puzzled frown. "Where did it come from?" "It's the solution of the cryptogram," replied Thorndyke. The detective reread the contents of the paper, and, with the frown of perplexity deepening, once more gazed at my colleague. "This is a joke, sir. You are fooling me," he said sulkily. "Nothing of the kind," answered Thorndyke. "That is the genuine solution." "But it's impossible!" exclaimed Miller. "Just look at it, Dr. Jervis." I took the paper from his hand, and as I glanced at it I had no difficulty in understanding his surprise. It bore a short inscription in printed Roman capitals, thus: "The Piccadilly stuff is up the chimbley, 416 Wardour Street, and second floor back. It was hid because of old Moakey's. Jude Moakey is a blighter." "Then that fellow wasn't an anarchist at all!" I exclaimed. "No," said Miller. "He was one of Moakey's gang. We suspected Moakey of being mixed up with that job, but we couldn't fix it on him. By Jove!" he added, slapping his thigh. "If this is right, I can lay my hands on the loot. Can you lend me a bag, Doctor? I'm off to Wardour Street this very moment." We furnished him with an empty suitcase, and from the window watched him making for Mitre Court at a smart double. I wonder if he will find the booty, said Thorndyke. It just depends on whether the hiding place was known to more than one of the gang. Well, it has been a quaint case, and instructive too. I suspect our friend Barton and the evasive Schönberg were the collaborators who produced that curiosity of literature. May I ask how you deciphered the thing? I said. It didn't appear to take long. It didn't. It was merely a matter of testing a hypothesis, and you ought not to have to ask that question, he added with mock severity, seeing that you had what turned out to have been all the necessary facts 2 days ago. But I will prepare a document and demonstrate to you tomorrow morning. So, Miller was successful in his quest, said Thorndyke, as we smoked our morning pipes after breakfast. The entire swag, as he calls it, was up the chimbley, undisturbed. He handed me a note which had been left with the empty suitcase by a messenger shortly before, and I was about to read it when an agitated knock was heard at our door. The visitor, whom I admitted, was a rather haggard and dishevelled elderly gentleman, who, as he entered, peered inquisitively through his concave spectacles from one of us to the other. "Allow me to introduce myself, gentlemen," he said. "I am Professor Barr. Thorndyke bowed and offered a chair. "I called yesterday afternoon," our visitor continued, "at Scotland Yard, where I heard of your remarkable decipherment of the convincing proof of its correctness. Thereupon I borrowed the cryptogram, and have spent the entire night in studying it, but I cannot connect your solution with any of the characters. I wonder if you would do me the great favour of enlightening me as to your method of decipherment, and so save me further sleepless nights? You may rely on my discretion." "Have you the document with you?" asked Thorndyke. The Professor produced it from his pocket-book and passed it to my colleague. "You observe, Professor," said the latter, "that this is a laid paper and has no watermark." "Yes, I noticed that." "And that the writing is indelible Chinese ink." "Yes, yes," said the savant impatiently. "But it is the inscription that interests me, not the paper and ink." "Precisely," said Thorndyke. "Now, it was the ink that interested me when I caught a glimpse of the document 3 days ago. Why, I asked myself, should anyone use this troublesome medium, for this appears to be stick ink, when good writing ink is to be had? What advantages has Chinese ink over writing ink? It has several advantages as a drawing ink, but for writing purposes it has only one. It is quite unaffected by wet. The obvious inference, then, was that this document was, for some reason, likely to be exposed to wet. But this inference instantly suggested another, which I was yesterday able to put to the test thus." He filled a tumbler with water, and, rolling up the document, dropped it in. Immediately there began to appear on it a new set of characters of a curious grey colour. In a few seconds Thorndyke lifted out the wet paper and held it up to the light, and now there was plainly visible an inscription in transparent lettering, like a very distinct watermark. It was printed Roman capitals, and written across the other writing, and read, "The Piccadilly stuff is up the chimbley, 416 Water Street, 2nd floor back. It was hid because of old Moakey's Jude. Moakey is a blighter." The Professor regarded the inscription with profound disfavour. "How do you suppose this was done?" he asked gloomily. "I'll show you," said Thorndyke. "I have prepared a piece of paper to demonstrate the process to Dr. Jervis. It is exceedingly simple." He fetched from the office a small plate of glass and a photographic dish in which a piece of thin note paper was soaking in water. This paper, said Thorndyke, lifting it out and laying it on the glass, has been soaking all night and is now quite pulpy. He spread a dry sheet of paper over the wet one, and on the former wrote heavily with a hard pencil, "Moaki is a blighter." On lifting the upper sheet, the writing was seen to be transferred in a deep grey to the wet paper, and when the latter was held up to the light, the inscription stood out clear and transparent, as if written with oil. "When this dries," said Thorndyke, "the writing will completely disappear, but it will reappear whenever the paper is again wetted." The Professor nodded. "Very ingenious," said he. "A sort of artificial palimpsest, in fact. But I do not understand how that illiterate man could have written in the difficult Moabite script." "He did not," said Thorndyke. "The cryptogram was probably written by one of the leaders of the gang, who, no doubt, supplied copies to the other members to use instead of blank paper for secret communications. The object of the Moabite writing was evidently to divert attention from the paper itself, in case the communication fell into the wrong hands, and I must say it seems to have answered its purpose very well." The Professor started, stung by the sudden recollection of his labours. "Oh, yes," he snorted, "but I am a scholar, sir, not a policeman. Every man to his trade." He snatched up his hat, and with a curt "Good morning," flung out of the room in dudgeon. Thorndyke laughed softly. "Poor Professor," he murmured. "Our playful friend Barton has much to answer for." End of the Moabite Cypher. Recording by Maria Brooke. New Zealand.
Section 12 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Fraser. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. The Secret of the Fox Hunter by William le Queux. It happened 3 winters ago. Having just returned from Stuttgart, where I had spent some weeks at the Marquardt, in the guise I so often assumed, that of Monsieur Gustave Dreux, commercial traveller of Paris, and where I had been engaged in watching the movements of 2 persons staying in the hotel, a man and a woman, I was glad to be back again in Bloomsbury to enjoy the ease of my armchair and pipe. I was much gratified that I had concluded a very difficult piece of espionage, and having obtained the information I sought, had been able to place certain facts before my chief, the Marquess of Macclesfield, which had very materially strengthened his hands in some very delicate diplomatic negotiations with Germany. Perhaps the most exacting position in the whole of British diplomacy is the post of ambassador at Berlin, for the Germans are at once our foes, as well as our friends, and are at this moment only too ready to pick a quarrel with us, from motives of jealousy which may have serious results. The war cloud was still hovering over Europe, hence a swarm of spies, male and female, were plotting, scheming, and working in secret in our very midst. The reader will be amazed if he could but glance at a certain red-bound book, kept under lock and key at the Foreign Office, in which are registered the names, personal descriptions, and other facts concerning all the known foreign spies living in London and in other towns in England. But active as are the agents of our enemies, so also are we active in the opposition camp. Our empire has such tremendous responsibilities that we cannot now depend on mere birth, wealth, and honest dealing, but must call in shrewdness, tact, subterfuge, and the employment of secret agents in order to combat the plots of those ever seeking to accomplish England's overthrow. Careful student of international affairs that I was, I knew that trouble was brewing in China. Certain confidential dispatches from our minister in Peking had been shown to me by the Marquess, who, on occasion, flattered me by placing implicit trust in me, and from them I gathered that Russia was at work in secret to undermine our influence in the Far East. I knew that the grave, kindly old statesman was greatly perturbed by the grim shadows that were slowly rising, but when we consulted, on the day after my return from Stuttgart, his lordship was of opinion that at present I had not sufficient ground upon which to institute inquiries. "For the present, Drew," he said, "we must watch and wait. There is war in the air, first at Peking and then in Europe, but we must prevent it at all costs. Huntley leaves for Peking tonight with dispatches in which I have fully explained the line which Sir Henry is to follow. Hold yourself in readiness, for you may have to return to Germany or Russia tomorrow. We cannot afford to remain long in the dark. We must crush any alliance between Petersburg and Berlin. A telegram to my rooms will bring me to your lordship at any moment," was my answer. "Ready to go anywhere, Drew?" he smiled, and then, after a further chat, I left Downing Street and returned to Bloomsbury. Knowing that for at least a week or two I should be free, I left my address with Boyd and went down to Cotterstock in Northamptonshire, to stay with my old friend of college days, George Hamilton, who rented a hunting box and rode with the Fitzwilliam pack. I had had a long-standing engagement with him to go down and get a few runs with the hounds, but my constant absence abroad had always prevented it until then. Of course, none of my friends knew my real position at the Foreign Office. I was believed to be an attaché. Personally, I am extremely fond of riding to hounds. Therefore, when that night I sat at dinner with George, his wife, and the latter's cousin, Beatrice Graham, I was full of expectation of some good runs. An English country house, with its old oak, old silver, and air of solidity, is always delightful to me after the flimsy gimcracks of continental life. The evening proved a very pleasant one. Never having met Beatrice Graham before, I was much attracted by her striking beauty. She was tall and dark, about 22, with a remarkable figure which was shown to advantage by her dinner gown of turquoise blue. So well did she talk, so splendidly did she sing Dupin's Jeune Fille, and so enthusiastic was she regarding hunting, that, before I had been an hour with her, I found myself thoroughly entranced. The meet, 3 days afterwards, was at Wansford, that old-time hunting centre by the Nene, about 6 miles distant, and as I rode at her side along the road through historic Fotheringay and Nasington, I noticed what a splendid horsewoman she was. Her dark hair was coiled tightly behind, and her bowler hat suited her face admirably, while her habit fitted as though it had been moulded to her figure. In her mare's tail was a tiny piece of scarlet silk, to warn others that she was a kicker. At Wansford, opposite the old Haycock, once a hunting inn in the old coaching days, but now Lord Chesham's hunting box, the gathering was a large one. From the great rambling old house, servants carried glasses of sloe gin to all who cared to partake of his lordship's hospitality, while every moment the meet grew larger and the crowd of horses and vehicles more congested. George had crossed to chat with the master, Mr. George Fitzwilliam, who had just driven up and was still in his overcoat. Therefore I found myself alone with my handsome companion, who appeared to be most popular everywhere. Dozens of men and women rode up to her and exchanged greetings, and the men more especially, until at last Barnard, the huntsman, drew his hounds together, the word was given, and they went leisurely up the hill to draw the first cover. The morning was one of those damp cold ones of mid-February. The frost had given, and everyone expected a good run, for the scent would be excellent. Riding side by side with my fair companion, we chatted and laughed as we went along, until, on reaching the cover, we drew up with the others and halted while hounds went in. The first cover was, however, drawn blank, but from the second a fox went away straight for Elton, and soon the hounds were in full cry after him, and we followed at a gallop. After a couple of miles, more than half the field was left behind. Still we kept on, until of a sudden, and without effort, my companion took a high hedge and was cutting across the pastures ere I knew that she had left the road. That she was a straight rider I at once saw, and I must confess that I preferred the gait to the hedge and ditch which she had taken so easily. Half an hour later the kill took place near Haddon Hall, and of the half-dozen in at the death, Beatrice Graham was one. When I rode up 5 minutes afterwards, she smiled at me. Her face was a trifle flushed by hard riding, yet her hair was in no way awry, and she declared that she had thoroughly enjoyed that tearing gallop. Just, however, as we sat watching Barnard cut off the brush, a tall, rather good-looking man rode up, having apparently been left just as I had. As he approached, I noticed that he gave my pretty friend a strange look, almost as of warning, while she on her part refrained from acknowledging him. It was as though he had made her some secret sign which she had understood. But there was a further fact that puzzled me greatly. I had recognised in that well-turned-out hunting man someone whom I had had distinct occasion to recollect. At first I failed to recall the man's identity, but when I did, a few moments later, I sat regarding his retreating figure like one in a dream. The horseman who rode with such military bearing was none other than the renowned spy, one of the cleverest secret agents in the world, Otto Krempelstein, chief of the German Secret Service. That my charming little friend knew him was apparent. The slightest quiver in his eyelids, and the most imperceptible curl of his lip, had not passed me unnoticed. There was some secret between them, of what nature I, of course, knew not. But all through that day my eyes were ever open to rediscover the man whose ingenuity and cunning had so often been in competition with my own. Twice I saw him again, once riding with a big, dark-haired man in pink, on a splendid bay, and followed by a groom with a second horse, and on the second occasion, at the edge of Stockhill Wood, while we were waiting together, he galloped past us, but without the slightest look of recognition. "I wonder who that man is," I remarked casually, as soon as he was out of hearing. "I don't know," was her prompt reply. "He's often out with the hounds, a foreigner, I believe. Probably he's one of those who come to England for the hunting season. Since the late Empress of Austria came here to hunt, the Fitzwilliam has always been a favourite pack with the foreigners." I saw that she did not intend to admit that she had any knowledge of him. Like all women, she was a clever diplomatist, but he had made a sign to her, a sign of secrecy. Did Krempelstein recognise me, I wondered? I could not think so, because we had never met face to face. He had once been pointed out to me in the Wilhelmstrasse in Berlin by one of our secret agents who knew him, and his features had ever since been graven on my memory. That night, when I sat alone with my friend George, I learned from him that Mr. Graham, his wife's uncle, had lived a long time on the continent as manager to a large commercial firm, and that Beatrice had been born in France and had lived there a good many years. I made inquiries regarding the foreigners who were hunting that season with the Fitzwilliam, but he, with an Englishman's prejudice, declared that he knew none of them and didn't want to know them. The days passed, and we went to several meets together, at Apethorpe, at Castor Hanglands, at Laxton Park and other places, but I saw no more of Krempelstein. His distinguished-looking friend, however, I met on several occasions, and discovered that his name was Baron Stern, a wealthy Viennese, who had taken a hunting box near Stoke Doyle, and had as friend a young man named Percival, who was frequently out with the hounds. But the discovery there of Krempelstein had thoroughly aroused my curiosity. He had been there for some distinct purpose, without a doubt. Therefore I made inquiry of Kersch, one of our secret agents in Berlin, a man employed in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and from him received word that Krempelstein was back in Berlin, and further warning me that something unusual was on foot in England. This aroused me at once to activity. I knew that Krempelstein and his agents were ever endeavouring to obtain the secrets of our guns, our ships, and our diplomacy with other nations, and I therefore determined that on this occasion he should not succeed. However much I admired Beatrice Graham, I now knew that she had lied to me, and that she was in all probability his associate, so I watched her carefully, and when she went out for a stroll or a ride, as she often did, I followed her. How far I was justified in this action does not concern me. I had quite unexpectedly alighted upon certain suspicious facts, and was determined to elucidate them. The only stranger she met was Percival. Late one afternoon, just as dusk was deepening into night, she pulled up her mare beneath the bare black trees while crossing Burghley Park, and after a few minutes was joined by the young foreigner, who, having greeted her, chatted for a long time in a low, earnest tone, as though giving her directions. She seemed to remonstrate with him, but at the place I was concealed I was unable to distinguish what was said. I saw him, however, hand her something, and then, raising his hat, he turned his horse and galloped away down the avenue in the opposite direction. I did not meet her again until I sat beside her at the dinner table that night, and then I noticed how pale and anxious she was, entirely changed from her usual sweet, light-hearted self. She told me that she had ridden into Stamford for exercise, but told me nothing of the clandestine meeting. How I longed to know what the young foreigner had given her. Whatever it was, she kept it a close secret to herself. More than once I felt impelled to go to her room in her absence and search her cupboards, drawers, and travelling trunks. My attitude towards her was that of a man fallen entirely in love, for I had discovered that she was easily flattered by a little attention. I was searching for some excuse to know Baron Stern, but often for a week he never went to the meets. It was as though he purposely avoided me. He was still at Weldon Lodge, near Stoke Doyle, for George told me that he had met him in Oundle only 2 days before. 3 whole weeks went by, and I remained just as puzzled as ever. Beatrice Graham was, after all, a most delightful companion, and although she was, to me, a mystery, yet we had become excellent friends. One afternoon, just as I entered the drawing-room where she stood alone, she hurriedly tore up a note and threw the pieces on the great log fire. I noticed one tiny piece about an inch square remained unconsumed, and managed half an hour later to get possession of it. The writing upon it was, I found, in German, 4 words in all, which, without context, convey to me no meaning. On the following night, Mrs. Hamilton and Beatrice remained with us in the smoking-room till nearly 11 o'clock, and at midnight I bade my host good night, and ascended the stairs to retire. I had been in my room about half an hour, when I heard stealthy footsteps. In an instant the truth flashed upon me. It was Beatrice on her way downstairs. Quickly I slipped on some things, and noiselessly followed my pretty fellow guest through the drawing-room, out across the lawn, and into the lane beyond. White mists had risen from the river, and the low roaring of the weir prevented her hearing my footsteps behind her. Fearing lest I should lose her, I kept close behind, following her across several grass fields until she came to Southwick Wood, a dark deserted spot away from road or habitation. Her intention was, evidently to meet someone. So when, presently, she halted beneath a clump of high black firs, I also took shelter a short distance away. She sat on the fallen trunk of a tree, and waited in patience. Time went on, and so cold was it that I became chilled to the bones. I longed for a pipe, but feared that the smell of tobacco or the light might attract her. Therefore I was compelled to crouch and await the clandestine meeting. She remained very quiet. Not a dead leaf was stirred. Not a sound came from her direction. I wondered why she waited in such complete silence. Nearly 2 hours passed, when, at last, cramped and half frozen, I raised myself in order to peer into the darkness in her direction. At first I could see no one, but, on straining my eyes, I saw, to my dismay, that she had fallen forward from the tree trunk, and was lying motionless in a heap upon the ground. I called to her, but received no reply. Then, rising, I walked to the spot, and in dismay threw myself on my knees and tried to raise her. My hand touched her white cheek. It was as cold as stone. Next instant I undid her fur cape and bodice, and placed my hand upon her heart. There was no movement. Beatrice Graham was dead. The shock of the discovery held me spellbound. But when, a few moments later, I aroused myself to action, a difficult problem presented itself. Should I creep back to my room and say nothing, or should I raise the alarm and admit that I had been watching her? My first care was to search the unfortunate girl's pocket, but I found nothing save a handkerchief and purse. Then I walked back, and, regardless of the consequences, gave the alarm. It is unnecessary here to describe the sensation caused by the discovery, or of how we carried the body back to the house. Suffice it to say that we called a doctor, who could find no mark of violence or anything to account for death, and yet she had expired suddenly, without a cry. One feature, however, puzzled the doctor, namely, that her left hand and arm were much swollen, and had turned almost black, while the spine was curved, a fact which aroused a suspicion of some poison akin to strychnia. From the very first I held a theory that she had been secretly poisoned, but with what motive I could not imagine. A post-mortem examination was made by 3 doctors on the following day, but, beyond confirming the theory I held, they discovered nothing. On the day following, a few hours before the inquest, I was recalled to the Foreign Office by telegraph, and that same afternoon sat with the Marquess of Macclesfield in his private room, receiving his instructions. An urgent dispatch from Lord Rockingham, our ambassador at Petersburg, made it plain that an alliance had been proposed by Russia to Germany, the effect of which would be to break British power in the Far East. His Excellency knew that the terms of the secret agreement had been settled, and all that remained was its signature. Indeed, it would have already been signed, save for opposition in some quarters unknown. And while that opposition existed, I might gain time to ascertain the exact terms of the proposed alliance. No light task in Russia, be it said, for police spies exist there in thousands, and my disguise had always to be very carefully thought out whenever I passed the frontier at Verbalen. The Marquess urged upon me to put all our secret machinery in motion in order to discover the terms of the proposed agreement, and more particularly as regards the extension of Russian influence in Manchuria. "I know well the enormous difficulties of the inquiry," his lordship said, "but recollect, Drew, that in this matter you may be the means of saving the situation in the Far East. If we gain knowledge of the truth, we may be able to act promptly and effectively. If not, well." And the grey-headed statesman shrugged his shoulders expressively without concluding the sentence. Full of regret that I was unable to remain at Cotterstock and sift the mystery surrounding Beatrice Graham's death, I left London that night for Berlin, where, on the following evening, I called upon our secret agent, Kersch, who lived in a small but comfortable house at Teltow, one of the suburbs of the German capital. He occupied a responsible position in the German Foreign Office, but, having expensive tastes and a penchant for cards, was not averse to receiving British gold in exchange for the confidential information with which he furnished us from time to time. I sat with him, discussing the situation for a long time. It was true, he said, that a draft agreement had been prepared and placed before the Tsar and the Kaiser, but it had not yet been signed. He knew nothing of the clauses, however, as they had been prepared in secret by the minister's own hand. Neither could he suggest any means of obtaining knowledge of them. My impulse was to go on next day to Petersburg, yet somehow I felt that I might be more successful in Germany than in Russia, so resolved to continue my inquiries. "By the way," the German said, "you wrote me about Krempelstein. He has been absent a great deal lately, but I had no idea he had been to England. Can he be interested in the same matter on which you are now engaged?" "Is he now in Berlin?" I inquired eagerly. "I met him at Boxhagen 3 days ago. He seems extremely active just now." "3 days ago?" I echoed. "You are quite certain of the day?" I asked him this because, if his statement were true, it was proved beyond doubt that the German spy had no hand in the unfortunate girl's death. "I am quite certain," was his reply. "I saw him entering the station on Monday morning." At 11 o'clock that same night, I called at the British Embassy and sat for a long time with the ambassador in his private room. His Excellency told me all he knew regarding the international complication which the Marquess, sitting in Downing Street, had foreseen weeks ago, but could make no suggestion as to my course of action. The war clouds had gathered undoubtedly, and the signing of the agreement between our enemies would cause it at once to burst over Europe. The crisis was one of the most serious in English history. One fact puzzled us both, just as it puzzled our chief at home, namely, if the agreement had been seen and approved by both emperors, why was it not signed? Whatever hitch had occurred, it was more potent than the will of the two most powerful monarchs in Europe. On my return to the hotel, I scribbled a hasty note and sent it by messenger to the house of the Imperial Chancellor's son in Charlottenburg. It was addressed to Miss Maud Baines, the English governess of the Count's children, who, I may as well admit, was in our employ. She was a young, ingenious and fascinating little woman. She had, at my direction, acted as governess in many of the great families in France, Russia and Germany, and was now in the employ of the Chancellor's son, in order to have opportunity of keeping a watchful eye on the great statesman himself. She kept the appointment next morning at an obscure café near the Behrenstrasse. She was a neatly dressed, rather petite person, with a face that entirely concealed her keen intelligence and marvellous cunning. As she sat at the little table with me, I told her in low tones of the object of my visit to Berlin, and sought her aid. "A serious complication has arisen. I was about to report to you through the embassy," was her answer. "Last night the Chancellor dined with us, and I overheard him discussing the affair with his son as they sat alone smoking after the ladies had left. I listened at the door and heard the Chancellor distinctly say that the draft treaty had been stolen." "Stolen?" I gasped. "By whom?" "Ah, that's evidently the mystery. A mystery for us to fathom. But the fact that somebody else is in possession of the intentions of Germany and Russia against England, believed to be a secret, is no doubt the reason why the agreement has not been signed." "Because it is no longer secret," I suggested. "Are you quite certain you've made no mistake?" "Quite," was her prompt answer. "You can surely trust me after the intricate little affairs which I have assisted you in unravelling. When may I return to Gloucester to see my friends?" "Soon, Miss Baines, as soon as this affair is cleared up." But tell me, does the Chancellor betray any fear of awkward complications when the secret of the proposed plot against England is exposed? Yes, the Prince told his son in confidence that his only fear was of England's retaliation. He explained that, as far as was known, the secret document, after being put before the Tsar and approved, mysteriously disappeared. Every inquiry was being made by the confidential agents of Russia and Germany, and further, he added, that even his trusted Krempelstein was entirely nonplussed. Mention of Krempelstein brought back to me the recollection of the tragedy in rural England. "You've done us a great service, Miss Baines," I said. "This information is of highest importance. I shall telegraph in Cypher at once to Lord Macclesfield. Do you, by any chance, happen to know a young lady named Graham?" I inquired, recollecting that the deceased woman had lived in Germany for several years. She responded in the negative, whereupon I drew from my pocket a snapshot photograph, which I had taken of one of the meets of hounds at Wansford, and handing it to her, inquired if she recognised any of the persons in it. Having carefully examined it, she pointed to Baron Stern, whom I had taken in the act of lighting a cigarette, and exclaimed, "Why, that's Colonel Davidoff, who was secretary to Prince Obolensky when I was in his service. Do you know him?" "No," I answered, "but he has been hunting in England as Baron Stern of Vienna. This man is his friend," I added, indicating Percival. "And that's undoubtedly a man whom you know well by repute, Moore, Chief of the Russian Secret Service in England. He came to Prince Obolensky's once, when he was in Petersburg, and the Princess told me who he was. Unfortunately, I had not been able to include Beatrice in the group. Therefore, I had only her description to place before the clever young woman, who had, on so many occasions, gained knowledge of secrets where I and my agents had failed. Her part was always a difficult one to play, but she was well paid, was a marvellous linguist, and for patience and cunning was unequalled. I described her as minutely as I could, but still she had no knowledge of her. She remained thoughtful a long time, and then observed, "You have said that she apparently knew more. He has, I know, recently been back in Petersburg. Therefore they may have met there. She may be known. Why not seek for traces of her in Russia?" It seemed something of a wild goose chase. Yet, with the whole affair shrouded in mystery and tragedy as it was, I was glad to adopt any suggestion that might lead to a solution of the enigma. The reticence of Mrs. Hamilton regarding her cousin, and the apparent secret association of the dead girl with those two notorious spies, had formed a problem which puzzled me almost to the point of madness. The English governess told me where in Petersburg I should be likely to find either the two Russian agents, Davidoff or Moore, who had been posing in England for some unknown purpose as hunting men of means. Therefore I left by the night mail for the Russian capital. I put up at a small and not over-clean hotel, in preference to the Europe, and, compelled to carefully conceal my identity, I at once set about making inquiries in various quarters whether the two men had returned to Russia. They had, and had both had long interviews 2 days before with General Zuboff, Chief of the Secret Service, and with the Russian Foreign Minister. At the embassy, and in various English quarters, I sought trace of the woman whose death was such a profound mystery, but all in vain. At last I suddenly thought of another source of information as yet untried, namely the register of the English charity in Petersburg, and on searching it I found to my complete satisfaction that about 6 weeks before Beatrice Graham applied to the administration and was granted money to take her back to England. She was the daughter, it was registered, of a Mr. Charles Graham, the English manager of a cotton mill in Moscow, who had been killed by an accident, and had left her penniless. For some months She had tried to earn her own living in a costumier's shop in the Nevsky, and, not knowing Russian sufficiently well, had been discharged. Before her father's death, she had been engaged to marry a young Englishman, whose name was not given, but who was said to be tutor to the children of General Vraski, Governor-General of Warsaw. The information was interesting, but carried me no further. Therefore I set myself to watch the two men who had travelled from England to consult the Tsar's chief adviser. Aided by two Russians, who were in British pay, I shadowed them day and night for 6 days, until, one evening, I followed Davidoff down to the railway station, where he took a ticket for the frontier. Without baggage I followed him, for his movements were of a man who was escaping from the country. He has passed out across the frontier, and went on to Vienna, and thence direct to Paris, where he put up at the Hotel Terminus, Gare Saint-Lazare. Until our arrival at the hotel, he had never detected that I was following him, but on the second day in Paris we came face to face in the large central hall, used as a reading room. He glanced at me quickly, but whether he recognized me as the companion of Beatrice Graham in the hunting field, I have no idea. All I know is that his movements were extremely suspicious, and that I invoked the aid of all 3 of our secret agents in Paris to keep watch on him, just as had been done in Petersburg. On the 4th night of our arrival in the French capital, I returned to the hotel about midnight, having dined at the Café Américain with Greville, the naval attaché at the embassy. In washing my hands prior to turning in, I received a nasty scratch on my left wrist from a pin which a careless laundress had left in the towel. There was a little blood, but I tied my handkerchief around it, and, tired out, lay down and was soon asleep. Half an hour afterwards, however, I was aroused by an excruciating pain over my whole left side. A strange twitching of the muscles of my face and hands, and a contraction of the throat, which prevented me from breathing or crying out. I tried to rise and press the electric bell for assistance, but could not. My whole body seemed entirely paralysed. Then the ghastly truth flashed upon me, causing me to break out into a cold sweat. That pin had been placed there purposely. I had been poisoned, and in the same manner as Beatrice Graham. I recollect that my heart seemed to stop, and my nails clenched themselves in the palms in agony. Then, next moment, I knew no more. When I recovered consciousness, Ted Greville, together with a tall, black-bearded man named Delisle, who was in the confidential department of the Quai d'Orsay, and who often furnished us with information, at a very high figure be it said, was standing by my bedside, while a French doctor was leaning over the foot-rail watching me. "Thank heaven you're better, old chap," Greville exclaimed. "They thought you were dead. You've had a narrow squeak. How did it happen?" "That pin," I cried, pointing to the towel. "What pin?" he asked. "Mind, don't touch the towel," I cried. "There's a pin in it, a pin that's been poisoned. That Russian evidently came here in my absence, and very cunningly laid a death trap for me." "You mean Davidoff," chimed in the Frenchman. "When, monsieur, the doctor has left the room, I can tell you something in confidence." The doctor discreetly withdrew, and then our spy said, "Davidoff has turned traitor to his own country. I have discovered that the real reason of his visit here is because he has in his possession the original draft of a proposed secret agreement between Russia and Germany against England, and is negotiating for its sale to us for 100,000 francs. He had a secret interview with our chief last night at his private house in the Avenue de Champs-Élysées." "Then it is he who stole it, after it had the Tsar's approval," I cried, starting up in bed, aroused at once to action by the information. "Has he disposed of it to France?" "Not yet. It is still in his possession." "And he is here?" "No. He has hidden himself in lodgings in the Rue Lafayette, No. 247, until the foreign minister decides whether he shall buy the document. And the name by which he is known there? He is passing as a Greek named Gaianardios. Keep a strict watch on him. He must not escape, I said. He has endeavoured to murder me. A watch is being kept, was the Frenchman's answer, as, exhausted, I sank again upon the pillow. Just before midnight I entered the traitor's room in the Rue Lafayette, and when he saw me he fell back with blanched face and trembling hands. No doubt my presence here surprises you, I said, but I may as well at once state my reason for coming here. I want a certain document which concerns Germany and your own country. The document which you have stolen to sell to France. What do you mean, monsieur? He asked, with an attempted hauteur. My meaning is simple. I require that document, otherwise I shall give you into the hands of the police for attempted murder. The Paris police will detain you until the police of Petersburg apply for your extradition as a traitor. You know what that means, Schlüsselburg. Mention of that terrible island fortress, dreaded by every Russian, caused him to quiver. He looked me straight in the face, and saw determination written there. Yet he was unyielding, and refused for a long time to give the precious document into my hands. I referred to his stay at Stoke Doyle, and spoke of his friendship with the spy Moore, so that he should know that I was aware of the truth, until at last he suggested a bargain with me, namely, that in exchange for the draft agreement against England, I should preserve silence and permit him to return to Russia. To this course I acceded, and then the fellow took from a secret cavity of his travelling bag a long official envelope, which contained the innocent-looking paper, which would, if signed, have destroyed England's prestige in the Far East. He handed it to me, the document for which he hoped to obtain 100,000 francs, and in return I gave him his liberty to go back to Russia unmolested. Our parting was the reverse of cordial, for undoubtedly he had placed in my towel the pin which had been steeped in some subtle and deadly poison, and then escaped from the hotel in the knowledge that I must sooner or later become scratched and fall a victim. I had had a very narrow escape, it was true, but I did not think so much of my good fortune in regaining my life as the rapid delivery of the all-important document into Lord Macclesfield's hands, which I effected at noon next day. My life had been at stake, for I afterwards found that a second man had been his accomplice, but happily I had succeeded in obtaining possession of the actual document, the result being that England acted so promptly and vigorously that the situation was saved, and the way was, as you know, opened for the Anglo-Japanese treaty, which, to the discomfiture of Germany, was effected a few months later. Nearly 2 years have gone by since then, and it was only the other day, by mere accident, that I made a further discovery which explained the death of the unfortunate Beatrice Graham. A young infantry lieutenant named Bellingham, having passed in Russian, had some 4 years before entered our secret service, and been employed in Russia on certain missions. A few days ago, on his return to London, after performing a perilous piece of espionage on the Russo-German frontier, he called upon me in Bloomsbury, and in course of conversation mentioned that about 2 years ago, in order to get access to certain documents relating to the Russian mobilization scheme for her western frontier, he acted as a tutor to the sons of the Governor-General of Warsaw. In an instant a strange conjecture flashed across my mind. Am I correct in assuming that you knew a young English lady in Russia named Graham, Beatrice Graham? He looked at me straight in the face, open-mouthed in astonishment, yet I saw that a cloud of sadness overshadowed him instantly. Yes, he said, I knew her. Our meeting resulted in a terrible tragedy. Owing to the position I hold, I have been compelled to keep the details to myself, although it is the tragedy of my life. How? Tell me, I urged sympathetically. Ah, he sighed, it is a strange story. We met in Petersburg, where she was employed in a shop in the Nevsky. I loved her, and we became engaged. Withholding nothing from her, I told her who I was, and the reason I was in the service of the Governor-General. At once, instead of despising me as a spy, she became enthusiastic as an Englishwoman, and declared her readiness to assist me. She was looking forward to our marriage, and saw that if I could effect a big coup, my position would at once be improved, and we could then be united. He broke off and remained silent for a few moments, looking blankly down into the grey London street. Then he said, "I explained to her the suspicion that Germany and Russia were conspiring in the Far East, and told her that a draft treaty was probably in existence, and that it was a document of supreme importance to British interests. Judge my utter surprise when, a week later, she came to me with the actual document, which she said she had managed to secure from the private cabinet of Prince Korolekoff, director of the private chancellery of the Emperor, to whose house she had gone on a commission to the Princess. Truly, she had acted with a boldness and cleverness that were amazing. Knowing the supreme importance of the document, I urged her to leave Russia at once, and conceal herself with friends in England, taking care always that the draft treaty never left her possession. This plan she adopted, first, however, placing herself under the protection of the English charity, thus allaying any suspicions that the police might entertain. Poor Beatrice went to stay with her cousin, a lady named Hamilton, in Northamptonshire. But the instant the document was missed, the secret services of Germany and Russia were at once agog, and the whole machinery was set in motion, with the result that 2 Russian agents, an Englishman named Moore and a Russian named Davidoff, as well as Krempelstein, chief of the German service, had suspicions, and followed her to England with the purpose of obtaining repossession of the precious document. For some weeks they plotted in vain, although both the German and the Englishman succeeded in getting on friendly terms with her. She telegraphed to me, asking how she should dispose of the document, fearing to keep it long in her possession. But, not being aware of the desperate character of the game, I replied that there was nothing to be feared. I was wrong, he cried bitterly. I did not recognize the vital importance of the information. I did not know that empires were at stake. The man Davidoff, who posed as a wealthy Austrian baron, had by some means discovered that she always carried the precious draft concealed in the bodice of her dress. Therefore he had recourse to a dastardly ruse. From what I have since discovered, he one day succeeded in concealing in the fur of her cape a pin impregnated with a certain deadly arrow poison unknown to toxicologists. Then he caused to be dispatched from London a telegram purporting to come from me, urging her to meet me in secret at a certain spot on that same night. In eager expectation, the poor girl went forth to meet me, believing I had returned unexpectedly from Russia. But in putting on her cape, she tore her finger with the poisoned pin. While waiting for me, the fatal paralysis seized her, and she expired, after which Davidoff crept up, secured the missing document, and escaped. His anxiety to get hold of it was to sell it at a high price to a foreign country. Nevertheless, he was compelled first to return to Russia and report. No one knew that he actually held the draft, for to Krempelstein, as well as to Moore, my poor love's death was believed to be due to natural causes, while Davidoff, on his part, took care to so arrange matters that his presence at the spot where poor Beatrice expired could never be proved. The spies, therefore, left England reluctantly after the tragedy, believing that the document, if ever possessed by my unfortunate love, had passed out of her possession into unknown hands. "And what of the assassin Davidoff now?" I inquired. "I have avenged her death," answered Bellingham with set teeth. "I gave information to General Zuboff of the traitor's attempted sale of the draft treaty to France, with the result that the court-martial has condemned him to incarceration for life in the cells below the lake at Schusselburg." End of The Secret of the Fox Hunter by William Le Queux. Recording by Daniel Fraser.
Section 13 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. The Looting of the Specie-Room, by Cutcliffe, Hyne, Part 1. There was a thump at the door, which was ajar on the ventilating hook, and the voice of Clayton, who was the Birmingham's chief officer, called out, "You in there, purser?" "Come right in," said Mr. Horrocks, and when Clayton had unhooked the door, he was invited to take the sofa and help himself to a drink. However, he said he hadn't come for whisky. He was looking tired and serious. For some time he grumbled on vaguely about the discomfort of the officers' quarters, the vileness of Atlantic weather, the slowness of promotion in the town SS Company's boats, and the smallness of pay and the absence of pickings that a chief officer could lay his hands upon, and then by an easy transition he got to his own financial embarrassments. Up until this the purser had been putting in comments in his sharp, bright, jerky way, but when Clayton started hinting at the woes and needs of impecuniosity, his stout friend began to examine the roof of the cabin with interest, and refrained from further speech. Mr. Horrocks was a bachelor, and reputed wealthy. It was known for a fact that an uncle had bequeathed him a considerable sum, because 3 Liverpool papers had given extracts from the will and congratulated the legatee in print. It was one of Mr. Horrocks' professional duties to keep on amiable terms with all journalists. He was in receipt of good pay and a liberal allowance from the company, and moreover he was known to be one of the artfullest pursers in all the Western Ocean passenger trade at making bits for himself by various well-recognized methods. "I'm at my wits' end," said Clayton. "There was a bill of sale on the furniture when I left." "Hard luck," said Horrocks. "My wife, poor girl, was driving me pretty nearly wild by the way she kept asking me for money." "Beastly it must be," said the purser with feeling. "If you could see your way to making me a bit of a loan," said Clayton, "I should never forget it." "I'm sure you wouldn't, nor would you ever forgive me. No, old chap, I like you too well to let you start hating me because you owe me money. Go and borrow from your enemies. Besides, come to that, I've empty pockets myself." "Rats! You'd skin beautifully, and by gad, I've 3/4 of a mind to do it. I tell you, purser, I'm about desperate." "Don't be absurd. Slow down the pace ashore to suit your income, and presently you'll get promotion too." "It doesn't look like it. I think the skippers of all our boats have got the secret of eternal life. There's not one of them resigned or died or been sacked these last 20 months, and there doesn't seem to be the smallest chance of a vacancy on ahead. It's simply cruel having to drag on all these years on a mate's screw. I haven't the heart to blame my wife for spending more than we have. She must keep up her position. With a captain's pay we could do it and save, but as things are now, I feel like jumping overboard or robbing you of the ship's petty cash." "Much better loot the Specie-Room," said Horrocks, laughing. "We're on for a double advertisement this trip. We're trying to cut the time record from New York to Liverpool, and we've got on board the biggest shipment of gold that's been made this year." "How much?" "More than $1,250,000. Now there's your chance, Clayton. Only a chub lock between you and a fortune, and the keys on the bunch in my pocket." The chief officer jumped up from the settee as though someone had pricked him, and stood facing the purser with gripped hands and gritted teeth. "What's wrong now?" He pulled himself together a bit. "If you only realized how hard up I am, and how I'm begged and threatened for money by people ashore
You'd understand I'm about desperate, and not the man to be tempted with a big bait like that. $1,25,000. Good Lord! And we could do the thing comfortably. I know we could, on a steady 3,000 a year." Clayton took himself off after that, and Mr. Horrocks was not sorry. He was tired and wanted rest. He considered himself a prince among pursers, and to maintain that position did not spare himself work when at sea. He served both himself and his employers loyally, and if he did make more solid cash out of his opportunities than strict people might say was his exact due, he salved his conscience by remembering that he always rendered to the town SS companies full service for the salary they paid him. But though he lay down on his bed-place, sleep would not come to him, and in his mind he grumbled heavily over the load of responsibility that rested on his shoulders, both afloat and elsewhere. "Outside, people think everything on these big boats rests on the skipper," he mused, "and if anything goes wrong, they say, 'Poor chap, what a heap of responsibility he has to carry.' No one looks at the purser in that light. Passengers think the purser is just the man to throw complaints at if they don't like the mashed potatoes, or to get yarns from if they're feeling dull. It never dawns on them that a purser's answerable for a sight more than any captain that ever wore uniform. And when some day luck does go up and trip him, and the company gives him the sack, passengers who know the boat say, 'Hello, the old purser gone,' and swallow some yarn about his having resigned to take up a baronetcy and 850,000 a year. And besides, I'm not an ordinary purser, with just a wife and family depending on him. There's always the institution to be thought of." It was not often that Mr. Horrocks let his mind go in this strain, but Clayton's look when he spoke to him about that specie had made him uncomfortable, and from that moment on he began to have a foreboding that there would be trouble about it somehow. However, he did not have much time for brooding on board, because a purser is kept pretty well on the run at sea. But when they got rid of the passengers at Liverpool and docked, and the bank messenger came on board, I'm free to own he took a good stiff three-finger peg to get a brace on his nerves. In his own words, he "could have prophesied trouble ahead, like Job." The bank messenger was an old fellow he had known for years, just as formal and precise and dryly civil as they make them. He made Mr. Horrocks read through his authorization note, as if they met then for the first time, and then they went below with the messenger's two porters at their heels. The Specie-Room was under the saloon, and badly ventilated, and what with the heat and his foreboding that something was wrong, the sweat stood out on the purser's forehead as he unlocked the door. There was no electric light inside, for some reason best known to the builders, and his fingers shook as he fumbled with a match to light the old-fashioned candle lamp. The prim old bank messenger pulled a long upper lip as he watched him. He somewhat naturally put down Mr. Horrocks' trembling fingers to undue conviviality. But when at last the match lit the wick, and the light flared up and showed the room, it was plain that the messenger promptly altered his mind, and put the purser's shakiness down to sheer, unadulterated guilt. He was hardly to blame. The forebodings had come off to a nicety. The place had been looted clearly enough, and the gold boxes lay brazenly open about the floor. "Looks as if somebody's been hurried over this job, Mr. Horrocks," commented the old messenger nastily. "It's the general custom to fill up the boxes with an equal weight of lead, and get the bank's receipt for them, so as to try and locate the robbery on shore. Then I wish to heaven they'd done it here. We've cut the Western Ocean time record this trip, and that's done the boat a lot of good. But if this affair conies up to light, it will do us a precious sight more harm. Look here, I shall go straight up to our office and report, and I suppose you will go and tell your bank people. Probably the police will be called in. but I don't suppose we either of us want the matter gabbled over in the papers." "I know you don't," said the old fellow dryly. "Well, why should your bank? It won't improve their credit to let all the world know they've been robbed, and if there's no fuss made about it, the thief won't be scared, and there'll be all the more chance of catching him." The messenger looked at the purser coldly. "With the thief's feelings I have no concern, Mr. Horrocks, and as to what action my bank may take, I can give you no guarantee. Speaking without prejudice, I should say it will be a matter for our directors, and they will probably send your directors their decision in writing. And now, if you please, I will go back and make my report." "Ugh, go ahead, you old fool," said Horrocks to himself, and moved towards the door. But in the dim light of the candle lamp he did not see a box which lay in his way, and stumbled against it heavily. His figure was portly, and not adapted to stumbling without doing himself personal damage. Probably he never felt pleasure over stubbing his toe before. "Great Caesar!" he shouted. "They haven't looted the place clean after all. If there's one full box left, there may be others." The messenger took the announcement stolidly. He was a most wooden messenger. All he said was, "Whatever you give over into my charge, I shall be pleased to give you an accurate receipt for." Mr. Horrocks rapped out a few remarks that were intended to get through that messenger's skin somewhere, and then set to work to go through those boxes himself. He had neither patience nor trust to let anyone else do the job, and in the end, when it appeared that only about a third of the boxes had been looted, he could have sung for sheer joy. Perhaps there was not much to be pleased about. There was some $500,000 gone anyway, but for the moment he thought no more about it than if it had been $1, and snapped his fat fingers before the old wooden face's nose in sheer delight. "Now, where do we stand?" he said. Let my porters take the full boxes off the steamer, and I'll give you a receipt for them," said the messenger, and so he did, carefully writing with his stylograph after the word "boxes" in the printed form the addition of "said to contain gold." "You'll remember what I mentioned about the newspapers," the purser said to him as he buttoned up his coat to go. "And you, Mr. Horrocks, will equally remember my answer," he replied. The afternoon was getting on for late, and by the time the purser had walked out of the docks to the electric railway, and run up to the landing stage station, and reached the office, the firm's principals had gone away, and there was no getting hold of them for the night. There are strict orders that neither of the partners are to be rung up in the evening, but Mr. Horrocks thought the occasion sufficiently out of the ordinary to break the rule, so he went to the telephone, and presently got a snubbing for his pains. There was nothing for it but to write out a report for them to see tomorrow morning, and in the meanwhile try if the police could do anything to find the thief. The purser was more at home there. Officers in the Western Ocean passenger trade are so constantly carrying shady customers back and across the Atlantic that the police find it suits their purpose to be very civil to them, and keep as close in touch as circumstances will permit. They see the great liners off, and they see them in. They very often do the trip across and ashore, both in Liverpool and New York. It was "Any little service we can do for you, Mr. Horrocks? Only too delighted, if you'll name it." So the purser had only to find out who were on duty in the police station, and in 2 minutes he was sitting in a room with two smart detectives who had a personal acquaintance with half the rogues in creation. They heard his story, and Trent, the senior of the two, jerked in questions as he went along. When Mr. Horrocks had finished, Trent asked for the Birmingham's passenger list. "First thing I thought of," said the purser, and laid it on the table. "Now, if you'd asked me, I should have said the cruise list would have come sooner into your thoughts. I've got that too, but you must remember that I've got no evidence against any woman. Meaning Clayton? Well, I must confess, he seems the likeliest bird so far. But let's look and see if there are any of our friends among the passengers. Ah, there's this Devine. His real name's Scott. New York wired us to say he was coming, but Devine Scott's line is high-class forgery, and, like a sensible man, he sticks to it and does a sound conservative business. No, Scott Devine's not stolen your gold, Mr. Horrocks. Wouldn't know what to do with it if it'd been given him. Paper's the only thing he can handle. This fellow Schneider here in the second class, real name Plunkett, is another shady one. I saw him off from the landing stage in '91, and he nodded to me as he went aboard the tender. I was there on the stage as usual today, and he nodded to me as he came ashore. Seemed to expect me like. Arson and insurance frauds are his specialities, and he's not at all likely to try anything fresh. Your criminal of today knows his limitations, or thinks he knows them very nicely, and never dares to outstep his bounds. For instance, either of these two men would take an impression in wax of your Specie-Room key if they saw it lying about, because such a thing might have its eventual uses. But neither of them could make a duplicate key, and neither of them, as I say, would have tackled the game of getting all that big weight of gold out of the ship and through the customs. You seem to take it for granted that I leave my keys perpetually lying about for anyone to get at. I'm not quite new to shipboard pilfering, Mr. Trent. My dear sir, I know you and your methods with an accuracy that would surprise you. It's my trade to know everybody and everything. For instance, I know exactly the construction of the Birmingham's Specie-Room under the saloon. Walls, floor, and roof are all made of chilled steel plates that would turn any drill in creation. The locks are chubb and unpickable, and in fact, nothing short of dynamite would open that Specie-Room to a man who hadn't a key. The thing's been done with quiet and caution. So dynamite and those high explosives are out of the question. And if you've any theory, Mr. Horrocks, as to how the place could possibly have been looted without the help of a key, I'd like to hear it. If I'd a notion of how the robbery was worked, I should have told you at once. I'll not swear that my keys were never out of my pocket, as they were in use 20 times a day. That would be impossible. But as for their being habitually left lying about, that's all twaddle. I can tell you I look after that bunch very shrewdly. Quite so, said Trent. But as a man with a lump of wax in the palm of his hand could take an accurate cast of the one he wanted in an instant, and file another to match it in a matter of a couple of hours, you must see the force of my point. Now, you've done all you can for us, Mr. Horrocks, and my humble advice is go home, have a good dinner, and forget your worries for the time being. We'll work through these passenger and crew lists more carefully for likely operators, and meanwhile we'll set all our machinery going to keep the gold from being carried further away. It's the weight of it that will handicap the thief more than anything else. You might call in or ring us up at midnight if you're still in Liverpool. So Mr. Horrocks, with a sigh, left the office and went out into the lamp-lit street. He did not allow himself the luxury of a home. In his official capacity, he was one of the best known of men, and cultivated notoriety as a professional asset. At sea and ashore in New York, he was always the purser, but ashore at the Liverpool end, where for a short period his duties closed between voyages, he became a personage wrapped in some mystery. He was occasionally reported as prowling in Liverpool slums, but for the most part he disappeared entirely from the ken of his associates. When he was asked in chaff where he bestowed himself at these intervals, he would reply that he had a quiet business as a burglar. When he was asked seriously, he would answer with the equal seriousness that he was away enjoying himself. He denied himself even a bedroom ashore, making his shipboard cabin his headquarters when he was in Liverpool, and taking nomadic meals in restaurants of the cheaper sort. But just now he felt it was no time for the mortification of the palate.
By nature he was something of a gourmand, and a judge of vintages, though it was rarely that he allowed himself to launch into these ashore. This night, however, seemed sufficiently momentous for exceptional treatment, and instead of the cheap and nasty eating-house of his more ordinary wont, he betook himself to the Adelphi, and spread a napkin across his knees to face the table d'hote. Little enough satisfaction did he get out of it. A noisy party at the next table took all his mind. There, at the head, sat Clayton, evidently the giver of the feast. There were 2 other men the purser did not know, and 3 women in extravagant evening dress. Mrs. Clayton decorated the end of the table with a presence that was florid and bejewelled. They were drinking their champagne by the magnum, and making a good deal of clatter. The scale of the entertainment should have been well above the purse of a mere chief officer of an Atlantic passenger boat at the best of times. But when Mr. Horrock thought of Clayton's confession at sea, and of the bill of sale on his furniture, he was filled with a discomfort he could not get over. Where had the money come from for this spread? Yes, where? Course after course came, and left him untempted. The wine soured in his throat. The maddening facts danced before him. Clayton had been in desperate straits. The Specie-Room had been looted, and Clayton was now possessed of ready cash. But at last the noisy party got up to go, and Clayton came across with an affable greeting. "Hello, Horrocks! Letting yourself go and have a decent meal for once in a way? Tired of your usual slums?" "I thought you had a bill of sale on your furniture," said the purser bluntly. "So thought I, but it appears I haven't. In fact, I gather that my rich uncle has died, and so we've been having a bit of a jamboree to wish him a pleasant journey. The missus fixed it all up as a surprise. We're going to finish up at the theatre. We've got a box. Will you come?" "Thanks, but I've got to finish up at the police station. We're trying pretty hard to find out who looted the Specie-Room, and by all appearances I expect we shall succeed." "Hullo! Has somebody been getting at your gold boxes? Well, I wish the criminal luck anyway. A poor man could find a lot more amusement out of that money than any bank would, especially if the poor man was married. Well, good night, purser, unless I see you again. But come along and join us in the box if you change your mind. You needn't waste time hunting for the gold. You'll never see that any more. But I shouldn't leave the Specie-Room keys loose in your jacket pocket again after this if I were you. It's so easy for anyone to borrow them for half a minute and take a squeeze of them in wax. Well, good-bye. I mustn't keep the ladies waiting any longer." "Well," thought Mr. Horrocks, as he watched him go away, "I've no exact proof that you did the actual stealing yourself, but you've not got the knack of advertising your innocence. Under the circumstances, this spread tonight strikes one as distinctly bad taste." Few men in Liverpool spent a more uncomfortable time than Mr. Horrocks did that night. As he viewed the affair, whether the thief or the gold ever turned up again did not seem to matter much to the case. Whatever happened, the firm would say the initial fault was his for leaving the keys about, and though, as a point of fact, he had stuck to the bunch as closely as any purser could, if directors once get a notion that one of their officers is careless, they have their knife into him at once. And so that night, as he walked about the streets to pass the time, he pictured himself dismissed from the company and blacklisted, so that he should never get further employment anywhere else. It was not for himself, as Mr. Horrocks the purser, that he feared. As that official, his wants were small, and his private income covered them easily. But he was a man with an alias, a man who led a double existence. Throughout all his life he had carried an infinite tenderness for those wretched children of the slums, in which Liverpool is so prolific, and of late he had contrived to found an institution in a village near Chester for their maintenance and relief. It pleased him to pose as a portly local philanthropist. Down there he was Mr. Rocks of Rocks Orphanage, a somewhat pompous personage who was very different from the affable purser in the town SS Company's employ. It was lest the power to continue being Mr. Rocks should be taken away from him that he was so full of dread. However, next morning when he went to the office, the directors were not so severe as they might have been. Nothing about the trouble had got into the papers, but on the contrary, there were flattering paragraphs about the Birmingham's cutting the record, her luxurious accommodation, and the celebrities she had carried during her race across, just as Mr. Horrocks arranged it. A wonderful thing, the power of the press, if it's used the right way. So the directors told Mr. Horrocks to turn the boat over to the shore purser in the usual routine and get on with his ordinary work. End of The Looting of the Specie-Room by Cutcliffe, Hyne, Part 1. Recording by Maria Brooke, New Zealand. Section 14 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. The Looting of the Specie-Room by Cutcliffe, Hyne, Part 2. The time the ship was in the shore gang's hands, working cargo and getting ready for the next trip, passed miserably enough. Mr. Horrocks was at the office every day, and he saw the police every day, but nothing turned up. He quite believed they would have dismissed him out of the Birmingham, or at any rate suspended him, if the line had not just then happened to be short of pursers. But the Leeds man was down with typhoid, and they had to discharge the purser from the Stockport, as he had too short a way with passengers. And so it was, Mr. Horrocks went to sea again in his old berth. But he had a near shave of it. The police got something against Clayton the very day they sailed, and locked him up as being the thief, and the wretched affair bubbled over into the papers at once. They were full of it. "Robbery of £100,000 makes a good scare heading for the contents bills, and because they had not been given the story at once when it was fresh, the newspaper men were naturally a bit vicious, and gave the boat and the company an unpleasant time of it. As Mr. Horrocks expressed it afterwards, "Our Mr. William Arthur, who came to see us off, was in a proper fury about it, and he as good as said that if he'd anyone else to take my place, he'd have sent me ashore then and there." "They've made our boats fairly stink up and down England," said the old fellow. "They've as good as said if we can't transport bullion safely, we aren't fit to carry even a down-at-heel Polish immigrant. There's a nice advertisement for you, and I gave all those pressmen a spread that cost me $2,000 not 3 weeks ago, and this is the way they pay me back." But he had another tongue-hammering before they sailed, that was worse even than Mr. William Arthur's. Mrs. Clayton came off in the London train tender, desolated, so she said, with grief and horror. As Mr. Horrocks put it, "You wouldn't have thought it to look at her. She's a wonderful array of clothes on view, with the latest thing in hats on top, and jewellery of sorts wherever it would stick. I don't know whether she thought she was dressing the part, but to my mind she overdid it. However, when it came to talking, she was sound there all along. She gave me down to my room, and ranted a bit about her poor dear boy, and the disgrace it would bring on him, and her, and their eminent lines of ancestors. But she had a note from Clayton, which she managed somehow to smuggle out, that was very much to the point." "Dear Horrocks," the letter ran, "it seems you've let me in for this by repeating that silly talk we had that afternoon in your room.
Now, I no more stole the money than the Emperor of China did, and you know that perfectly well. But at the same time, from what the police said today before the magistrate, they seem sure they've got evidence that can convict me. So what you've just got to do is either to find the right man or anyway clear me. If you don't, and if I get sent to jail, I give you my solemn word of honour I'll kill you when I get out." After which followed the statement that the writer was Mr. Horrocks very truly Godfrey Clayton. "You have read what my poor darling says?" asked the lady. The purser told her he had, and that he would make a note of it. "You'd better," she said, "and you'd better get him clear, or you'll have me and my 2 sisters pretty sharply at your heels, I can tell you. Mr. Horrocks, we aren't going to have our breadwinner taken away from us for nothing." "Right," said Mr. Horrocks. "You may depend upon me to do my best, Mrs. Clayton. And now, if you don't want to come with us to New York, you'd better get on board the tender." And so he got rid of her. "And now," thought he, "it's just my day. If anyone else wants to take it out of me, let them come. Yep, let them come. I'm made to be trampled on." Come they did too. He never saw such a lot of hard-to-please passengers in all his life. It was no use saying, "See your bedroom steward," or "Won't you see the head steward about that?" They knew Mr. Horrocks was in authority, and they came to the fountainhead, and, as he put it, they said straight what they wanted, and saw that they got the exact article, and no inferior substitute. He could have read the burial service smilingly over several of them. One portly old lady wanted him to change her room. "My dear madam," said the worried man, "I'm afraid you're too late." "This is pleasant sort of treatment. Surely you must remember me." "We had the honour of bringing you out from New York in this very boat some 10 days ago." "Well, and aren't I entitled to some particular of consideration, then? All I'm asking for is the room I came over in. It isn't occupied." "You should have told the agent ashore when you bought your ticket. You see, madam, the stewards are very pressed just now. That the room is unoccupied is nothing to do with the case. It's not prepared. And besides, you're in an outside room now, which is in every respect better than the one you came out in, which happens to be one of our worst." "Look here, Mr. Purser, am I going to have that room, or am I not?" "Madam, I can only repeat my former decision." "Very well, Mr. Purser, if you choose to be awkward, we'll see your superiors can't teach you civility." With that she took herself off, as Mr. Horrocks thought, to have a try at the skipper, and he wished her joy of her attempt. The captain of the Birmingham was not the sort of man who stood much interference from passengers, and he knew well how to back up his officers. But it seems she was clever enough to go direct to Mr. William Arthur, and let him have a taste of her tongue, that presently that great man came fuming down to the saloon in a fine state. "Why the dickens am I pestered like this, Horrocks? Don't you know the most elementary duties of a purser, or have you completely taken leave of your senses? Kindly attend to the passengers' wants instead of gossiping with questionable females from the shore in your own room. This lady is, of course, to have the stateroom she wants. It can be got ready in 5 minutes." Mr. Horrocks felt that it was little trifles like these which made one enjoy life. However, even passengers can grumble themselves dry, if one only gives them time, and the great steamer got off at last, and things soon shook into place once she began dropping down the river. Mr. Horrocks had a lot of handshaking and talk to do with the passengers who crossed regularly, and he made the most of these.
getting the likings of constant passengers, businessmen, many of them, who cross as many as 5 or 6 times a year, are counted by pursers as a regular asset, as, if they leave one ship and go to another, they can often take these passengers with them, and the companies know it. And just then Mr. Horrocks was feeling that the more weight of this kind he could carry, the better it would be for a certain institution in which he was so deeply interested. There had been a look in Mr. William Arthur's eye that he did not like. "Funny old geezer, that one you had the fuss with over a room," said the chief steward to the purser that night before dinner, as they were going over some accounts. "Van Rennen's her name. She's got hands like a washerwoman, and yet she seems well off. Drinks champagne every meal. She came back with us last time, if you'll remember, and she brought on board enough weight of baggage in New York to sink a lifeboat. I saw the fellows staggering below with it, and told them to carry some of it off to the baggage room. She was down on me like a fury. 'Can't you see it's marked with your company's label, wanted on voyage?' I was only thinking of your own convenience, I told her. If we had a rough passage, that heavy stuff will probably take charge, and you may have a serious accident with it. 'You mind your own business and leave me to mine,' says she. 'I'm not going to have that baggage out of my sight, and I've taken the room to myself so that I can have plenty of space for it.' 'What's in her baggage?' 'Lead ballast, I should think, by the weight of it, but I don't know for certain. And, as a point of fact, I asked Taylor, her bedroom steward, and he didn't know either. However, she got rid of it in England, whatever it was, and she's come back flying light.' Well, Mr. Horrocks said, passengers were sent into this world to annoy those who are appointed to shepherd them. And now, let's get to business. There is a saying in the Navy that if your ship is in action, and a shot strikes her, and you want to be safe, your best plan is to stick your head in that first shot hole, as it's a sure thing that a ship never gets hit again in the same place. On this principle, the purser tried to prove to himself that because the Birmingham had been looted during her last trip, she was safe this. Last trip, the Specie-Room was full of big, heavy boxes, which were awkward to handle, and yet thieves had managed to take their toll. This time the only thing it contained was a small sealed parcel, smaller than an ordinary cigar box, but that small parcel held a consignment of diamonds, which were being taken across to a New York gem merchant, and it had an intrinsic value of something very near to that of the previous cargo of gold. Now, when they left Liverpool, Mr. Horrocks never gave these diamonds a thought. But as they cleared from Queenstown, he was beginning to get anxious about them, and by the time they had got halfway across, he had worked himself to such a pitch of nervousness that he could neither eat, sleep, nor even drink as a purser ought if he wants to be popular. A new lock had been fitted to the door of the Specie-Room, and he kept the key in his pocket all day long, usually with his hand on it to make sure it was there, and at night he put it into the breast pocket of his pyjamas and fastened it with a safety pin. Then suddenly, like a shot, came to him a horrible thought, suggested by some detective novel he had once read. Supposing, in spite of all his care, he was hypnotized, or chloroformed, or by some other means rendered temporarily unconscious, and a wax impression squeezed from this new key just as before. Of course, the idea was absurd, and at any other time he would have scouted it utterly. But just now his nerves were in rags, and the notion rode him like an incubus. He bore it for a day. He bore it for a second day, till the smoke-room rallied him on his absent-mindedness and haggard looks, and said his waistcoat was beginning to hang in loose folds. And then he gave in. He sent for the chief steward to come with him as a witness, and they went down to the Specie-Room, and he unlocked the door with a new key, and the chief steward lit the candle lamp. "They should be on the shelf at the far side," said the purser. "Well, they're not," said the chief steward. "My God, they've been stolen too! This means ruin for me." "Wait a bit, Mr. Horrocks, and let's look about the floor. There was a big sea running yesterday, and she's so light she rolled a good deal, and may have shot them off." So they set to work and hunted, but the place was as bare as Mother Hubbard's bone cupboard, and the purser felt like going up on deck and jumping over the side. "It's no use being too down about it," said the chief steward. "You've done your best, and I guess that's all you were paid for. But I'd like to know if there's any other way out of this coffin. That duplicate key tail is a bit too simple for my taste." He went outside, and presently came back with a big incandescent lamp and a coil of wire which he had coupled onto the terminals of one of the electrics in the gangway. "Now," he said, "we can see what we're doing." The Specie-Room was an oblong box of steel, some 10 feet by 8, fitted with wooden shelves. There was a steel deck overhead and a steel deck underfoot, and there was no gap or hole anywhere. There was not even a ventilator, and the air inside was close and hot. The plates that made the walls were flush, jointed everywhere except in one place, and there was a plate about 2 feet by 3, lap jointed onto the rest. It was at the side opposite to the door, and underneath a shelf which kept it well in shadow, and Mr. Horrocks remembered noticing it when he came in with that dry old bank messenger and got his first shock. But even now, when he was hunting the place over inch by inch, panting and blowing as he crawled about the floor in his search, it did not give him much concern at first. The ways of shipbuilders and safe makers are too mysterious for any layman to follow. But when for the third time he crawled round to that part of the Specie-Room on his new inspection, holding the incandescent lamp, and dragging the loose wire behind him, he noticed that the paint at the edge of that plate did not seem to have quite run up to the paint on the walls where they joined. There was barely enough gap to swear to, only the faintest crack, as it were, but it gave him the idea that this overlapping plate had been added after all the rest of the room was built and painted. Still, there were rivet heads in it all complete, and at any other time these would have satisfied him. Just now, however, he was brimful of suspicion, or, if you like, desperation. It was all creation to a tin tack that he got professionally ruined unless he caught this second thief, and a tight place like that sharpens a man's wits. "What's on the other side of this plate?" he asked the chief steward. "One of those midship $50 rooms." "Yes, but whose?" "That fat Mrs. Van Rennen's, who came back with us last trip." "Is she in her room now?" "I'll find her bedroom steward." "No, don't. If the game I think of is on, you'll have a finger in it. I wonder if there's a stewardess in it too." "No, I'm sure there. She isn't, anyway. Mrs. V. had quarrelled with the stewardess last back trip before we dropped the pilot, and forbidden her the room. She came blustering to me about it. Either the bedroom steward Taylor should look after her entirely, or she would have no attendance at all. So, as they all three seemed agreed over the matter, I let it stand at that. You know what passengers are. Well, I'll slip round there myself and see if she's in." She was not, so the purser went round too and examined the room with care. The electric light was on, and he could see it thoroughly. It was eminently unsuspicious. But then, of course, it would be, especially if anything was wrong. However, he had got an idea in his head that was too good to be thrown away in a moment. So he fetched a long tape measure, and reckoned up accurately round the blocks of cabins till he found to an inch where that lap-jointed plate would back on Mrs. Van Rennen's room. He decided it was at the other side of the panelling which formed the side of her bed. Was there another paint crack here? No such thing. He rapped it with his knuckles. Nothing wrong still. It was as ordinary a bedside panelling as there was in the ship. "Get a hammer and chisel from the carpenter, and we'll see what there is at this other side," he said doggedly. "Aye, aye, sir," said the chief steward, and presently brought the tools. It was kill or cure now, and the purser did not mince matters. The chisel ripped out great splinters of the wood, and when it got thin enough, he beat in the rest with the hammer. "My great Washington, look here," said the purser. "Look what there is behind this woodwork." "Phew! It's a back door into the Specie-Room, right enough. But how the mischief did they make it? People say these steel plates are too hard to be touched by a drill. Besides, that doesn't look like drill work." "There's been no drill at this. This hole in the plate has been just melted out, and I'm mechanic enough to know how it's done, and that's by oxy-hydrogen flame. Beyond me. It's what they use in magic lanterns. But how they got their gas, I don't know." The chief steward snapped his fingers. "Then I do. It's all as clear as daylight. They have magic lantern gas now in steel cylinders, and that's what'll have made that excellent Mrs. V.'s cabin baggage so infernally heavy." "Yes, by Jove! And I suppose she could have taken a good lump of gold ashore inside the empty cylinders, though not all. But that can wait for the present. What I want just now is that parcel of diamonds. Has she got them on her? Are they hidden in this room, or has somebody else got them?" "Somebody else is likeliest. Takes away evidence in case anything goes wrong." "I think so too. Now, who's the assistant? Mrs. Van Reenen may have melted out the manhole in the side of the Specie-Room, and even have slipped this false plate inside with its sham rivets and clever paint, and clamped it on this side here with these thumb screws. Look, aren't they beautifully made? But that's all shore work. That was brought on board in New York, finished and ready. What I want to know is, who fitted fresh panelling and repainted it so perfectly? That's been done by a clever carpenter, and he's on this ship. Taylor, the bedroom steward of this block of cabins, is the handiest man on my staff. Then we'll have Mr. Taylor in irons within the next 5 minutes, said Horrocks, and that is exactly what they did. Taylor seemed surprised, and he looked very ugly, but the purser, who in spite of his bulk was powerful and active, slipped the bracelets on his wrist before he could hit, and the man contented himself with saying nothing. Mr. Horrocks took the liberty of going down to the glory hole and searching his effects. A more innocent and blameless kit never existed, but borrowing a hint from his past cleverness, the purser got his hammer and chisel again, and set to work smashing up the woodwork of the man's bunk, and there, in a series of little slots in the wood, magnificently hidden, was a collection of diamonds that made one's mouth water. The purser counted them, the number tallied with the invoice, and then he slipped them into his pocket in an ecstasy. Of course, Mr. Horrocks could not arrest a passenger on his own responsibility, but the captain soon gave him power when he heard the story, and then they invited Mrs. Van Reenen into an empty room, and told her she would have to stay there under lock and key till the police took her over in New York. She was game to the end. But if Mrs. Van Reenen intended to fight to a finish, Taylor, the bedroom steward, knew he was beaten. He owned up to the whole tale from start to end. Mrs. Van Reenen came on board at New York with all her apparatus made and ready. It was she who had fused the hole with the oxy-hydrogen flame jet, and fitted the plate, and in fact done all the metal work. Taylor, who was an ex-cabinet maker, concealed the traces of her handiwork after it was finished. The gold had gone ashore through the customs, under cover of compressed gas cylinders, as Mr. Horrocks had guessed. but not in the original filled cylinders which came on board openly with Mrs. Van Rennen's baggage. They were too heavy and needlessly strong, so some other lighter cylinders, in fact mere shells of iron, were smuggled on board by Taylor, also in New York, and the gold was stowed in these, and the heavier cylinders were quietly slipped overboard. And out of 100 guesses, how was the gold prevented from jiggling? The clever Mr. Taylor stole jellies from the pantry, and they melted these and poured them in to fill up the crevices between the coins and the cylinders. Now, if Mr. Horrocks had been content with getting hold of this tale and writing a simple report to the company, all would have been well. But as part had been in the papers already, he thought there would be no harm in writing out an interview with Mr. Horrocks by our representative, and it was that which tripped him. Indeed, Mr. Wilfred told him that if Mr. William Arthur had got his own way entirely at the board meeting, he would have been dismissed from the company's service. But as it was, he was sent down the list to the Ambleside, which was the smallest ship the line has on the New York run. Many of his acquaintances thought he was a fool to take it, but Mr. Horrocks was a shrewd man, and knew what he was doing. Whatever happened, Rock's orphanage must not have its supplies cut off. With Mr. Horrocks out of employment afloat, Mr. Rocks could not pursue his philanthropic courses in the Cheshire village, and would be a man entirely miserable. Of course, on the Ambleside, his salary would be reduced. But, as he put it to me in confidence, a purser can find pickings. But Clayton was the man who scored principally out of the affair. Clayton had been hustled by the company into jail, and they were forced to make the insult of that up to him somehow. It seems they had known all along that he was heavily dipped financially, and when he suddenly splashed out into extravagant dinners at the Adelphi, and proceeded in other ways to have a good feverish time of it, they naturally made a theory that he was doing it on plundered capital. Once, of course, that one has an idea like that in one's head, it's easy enough to make proofs, and so the police soon found suspicious things against the poor fellow, and arrested him before, as they said, he could have a chance of bolting. His own explanation of affluence was that his wife had raised ready money from a Jew, being so certain that he soon must be promoted and get captain's pay. Of course, such a tale was far too thin to be believed, and into jail he went. But as it happened to be exactly true, the town SS Company felt that they owed him something by way of reparation, and their apology took a form that suited Clayton down to the ground. They brought their senior captain ashore as a superintendent, made a move up all through the fleet, and appointed Clayton to the command of the Ambleside. Mr. Horrocks was the first to congratulate him, and to compliment him delicately on having the best purser in the Western Ocean passenger trade to make the ship popular for him. But it would have eased Mr. Horrocks' mind much if he could have known that Captain Clayton would take a lenient view on the subject of purser's perquisites. He had a very keen anxiety for the future welfare of Rock's orphanage. End of The Looting of the Specie-Room by Cutcliffe, Hyne, Part 2. Recording by Maria Brooke, New Zealand.
Section 15 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. The Second Customer and the Amber Beads by Fergus Hume. After the episode of the Florentine Dante, Hagar lost her high spirits. She had sent Eustace away to make his fortune, and to discover, if possible, the lost heir of Jacob Dix. By this act of self-denial, as it really was, she had deprived herself of all pleasure. She had robbed herself of what might have been a bright future. Consequently, she was less cheerful than of yore. Nevertheless, she felt convinced that Lorne loved her, and that he would earn her gratitude, possibly her hand, by returning with Goliath at his heels. When that event took place, she would recover at once her spirits and her lover. But at present the business of the pawn-shop took up her undivided attention, and forced her to put away sad thoughts and melancholy considerations. Also Providence provided distraction for her dismal humours by sending her a negress to pawn a necklace of amber beads. Although Hagar did not know it at the time, this was the beginning of a second and rather more serious adventure. It was drawing to night one August evening when the woman made her appearance, and the atmosphere of the pawn-shop was darker than usual. Still, it was sufficiently light for Hagar to see that her customer was a tall and bulky negress, arrayed in a gaudy yellow dress, neutralized by trimmings of black jet beading. As the evening was hot and close, she wore neither cloak nor jacket, but displayed her somewhat shapeless figure to the full in this decidedly startling costume. Her hat was a garden of roses, red, white, and yellow. She wore a large silver brooch like a shield, an extensive necklace of silver coins, and many bangles of the same metal on her black wrists. As a contrast to these splendors, she wore no gloves, nor did she hide her coal-black face with a veil. Altogether, this odd customer was the blackest and most fantastically dressed negress that Hagar had ever seen, and in the dim light she looked a striking but rather alarming figure. On Hagar coming to the counter, this black woman produced out of a silver-clasped sealskin satchel a necklace, which she handed silently to Hagar for inspection. As the light was too imperfect to admit of a close examination, Hagar lighted the gas, but when it flamed up, the negress, as though unwilling to be seen too clearly in the searching glare, stepped back hastily into the darkness. Hagar put this retrograde movement down to the natural timidity of a person unaccustomed to pawning, and took but little notice of it at the time. Afterwards she had cause to remember it. The necklace was a string of magnificent amber beads threaded on a slender chain of gold. Each bead was as large as the egg of a sparrow, and round the middle of every single one there was a narrow belt of tiny diamonds. The clasp at the back was of fine gold, square in shape, and curiously wrought to the representation of a hideous Ethiopian face, with diamonds for eyes. This queer piece of jewelry was unique of its kind, and, as Hagar rapidly calculated, of considerable value. Nevertheless, she offered, according to custom, as low a sum as she well could. "I'll give £5 on it," said she, returning to the counter. Rather to her surprise, the negress accepted with a sharp nod, and then took out of her bag a scrap of paper. On this was written laboriously, "Rosa, Marylebone Road." The name and address were so imperfect that Hagar hesitated before making out the pawn ticket. "Have you no other name but Rosa?" she asked sharply. The negress shook her head, and kept well in the shadow. "And no more particular address than Marylebone Road?" Again the black woman made a negative sign, whereat, annoyed by these gestures, Hagar grew angered. "Can't you speak?" she demanded tartly. "Are you dumb?" At once the negress nodded, and laid a finger on her lips. Hagar drew back. This woman was black, she was dumb, she gave half a name, half an address, and she wished to pawn a valuable and unique piece of jewelry. The whole affair was queer, and, as Hagar considered, might be rather dangerous. Perhaps this silent negress was disposing of stolen goods, as the necklace seemed too fine for her to possess. For the moment Hagar was inclined to refuse to do business, but a glance at the amber beads decided her to make the bargain. She could get it cheap, she was acting well within the legal limits of business, and, if the police did appear in the matter, no blame could be attached to her for the transaction. Biased by these considerations, Hagar made out the ticket in the name of Rosa, and took a clean new £5 note out of the cash-box. As she was about to give ticket and money across the counter, she paused. "I'll take the number of this note," she thought, going to the desk. "If this negress can't be traced by name or address, the bank-note number will find her if it is necessary." Deeming this precaution judicious, Hagar hastily scribbled down the number of the £5 note, and returning to the counter, gave it and the ticket to her queer customer. The negress stretched out her right hand for them, and then Hagar made a discovery which she noted mentally as a mark of identification if necessary. However, she said nothing, but tried to get a good look at the woman's face. The customer, however, kept well in the shadow, and swept note and ticket into her bag hurriedly. Then she bowed and left the shop. 6 days later Hagar received a printed notice from New Scotland Yard, notifying to all pawnbrokers that the police were in search of a necklace of amber beads set with diamonds, and clasped with a negro's face wrought in gold. Notice of its whereabouts was to be sent to the detective department without delay. Remembering her suspicions, and recalling the persistent way in which the negress had averted her face, Hagar was not much surprised by this communication. Curious to know the truth, and to learn what crime might be attached to the necklace, she wrote at once about the matter. Within 4 hours a stranger presented himself to see the amber beads, and to question her concerning the woman who had pawned the same. He was a fat little man, with a healthy red face, and shrewd twinkling eyes. Introducing himself as Luke Horval, of the detective service, he asked Hagar to relate the circumstances of the pawning. This the girl did frankly enough, but without communicating her own suspicions. At the conclusion of her narrative she displayed the amber beads, which were carefully examined by Mr. Horval. Then he slapped his knee and whistled in a thoughtful sort of way.
"I guessed as much,"
said he, staring hard at Hagar.
"The negress did it."
"Did what?" asked the girl curiously.
"Why,"
said Horval,
"murdered the old woman."
Murder! The word had a gruesome and cruel sound, which caused Hagar's cheek to pale when it rang in her ears. She had connected the amber beads with robbery, but scarcely with the taking of life. The idea that she had been in the company of a murderess gave Hagar a qualm, but suppressing this as a weakness, she asked Horval to tell her the details of the crime, and how it bore on the pawning of the amber beads.
"It's just this way, miss,"
explained the detective easily.
"This Rosa is the nigger girl of Mrs. Arryford."
"Is Rosa her real name?"
"Oh, yes. I suppose she thought she might lose the beads if she gave a wrong one, but the address ain't right. It's the other end of London as Mrs. Arryford lives, or rather lived,"
added Horval, correcting himself,
"seeing as how she now occupies a Kensal Green grave. Camden Hill, miss, a sweet little house in Bedford Gardens, where she lived with Rosa and Miss Lyle."
"And who is Miss Lyle?"
"The companion of Mrs. Arryford. A dry stick of a spinster, miss, not to be compared with a fine girl like you."
Hagar did not deign to notice the compliment, but sharply requested Mr. Horval to continue his story, which he did, in no wise abashed by her cold demeanor.
"It's just this way, miss,"
said he again.
"The old lady, the old maid, and the nigger wench lived together in Bedford Gardens, a kind of happy family, as one might say. Mrs. Arryford was the widder of a West Indian gent, and as rich as Solomon. She brought those amber beads from Jamaica, and Rosa was always wanting them."
"Why? The necklace was very unsuitable to one of her condition."
"'Twasn't exactly the cost of it as she thought about,"
said Horval, nursing his chin.
"but it seems that the necklace is a fetish or a charm, or lucky penny, as you might say, to bring good fortune to the wearer. Mrs. Arryford was past wanting good luck, so hadn't no need for the beads. Rosa asked for them, just for the good luck of them, as you might say. The old girl wouldn't part, as she was as superstitious as Rosa herself over that necklace, so in the end Rosa murdered her to get it."
"How do you know she did?" asked Hagar doubtfully.
"How do I know?"
echoed the detective in surprise.
"'Cause I ain't a fool, miss. Last week Mrs. Arryford was found in her bed with a carving knife in her heart, as dead as a doornail, and the beads were missing. Miss Lyle, she didn't know anything about it, and Rosa swore she hadn't left her room, so you see we couldn't quite hit on who finished off Mrs. Arryford. But now as I know Rosa pawned these beads, I'm sure she did the job."
"What made you think that the beads might have been pawned?"
"Oh, that was Miss Lyle's idea. A sharp old girl she is, miss. She was very fond of Mrs. Arryford, as she well might be, seeing as the old lady was rich and kept her like a princess. Often she heard Rosa ask for those beads, so when Mrs. Arryford was killed and the beads missing, she told me as she was sure Rosa had done the trick."
"But the pawning?"
"Well, miss,"
said Horval, scratching his chin,
"it was just this way. Miss Lyle said as how Rosa, to get rid of the necklace until the affair of the murder was blown over, might pawn it. I thought so too, so I sent a printed slip to all the pop shops in London. You wrote that the beads were here, so it seems as Miss Lyle was right."
"Evidently. By the way, who gets the money of Mrs. Arryford?"
"A Mr. Frederick Jevons. He's a nephew of Miss Lyle's."
"A nephew of Miss Lyle's?" echoed Hagar in surprise. "And why did Mrs. Arryford leave her money to him instead of to her relatives?"
"Well, it's just this way, miss,"
said Horval, rising.
"She hadn't got no relatives, and as Mr. Jevons was a good-looking young chap, always at the house to see his aunt, she took a fancy to him and left the money his way."
"Are you sure that Miss Lyle is no relation to Mrs. Arryford?"
"Quite sure. She was only the old girl's companion."
"Was Mrs. Arryford weak in the head?"
"Not as ever I heard of,"
said Mr. Horval with a stare.
"but you can find out, if you like, from Miss Lyle."
"Miss Lyle? How am I to see her?"
"Why,"
said the detective, clapping on his hat,
"when you come to see if Rosa is the same nigger as pawned the amber beads. Just leave someone to look after the shop, miss, and come with me right away."
With true feminine curiosity, Hagar agreed at once to accompany the detective to Camden Hill. The shop was delivered into the charge of Bolker, a misshapen imp of 16, who for some months had been the plague of Hagar's life. He had a long body and long arms, short legs and a short temper, and also a most malignant eye, which indicated only too truly his spiteful nature. Having given a few instructions to this charming lad, Hagar departed with Horval in the omnibus, and arrived at Bedford Gardens early in the afternoon. The house was a quaint, pretty cottage which stood in a delightful garden, once the solace of poor dead Mrs. Arryford's soul, and was divided from the road by a tall fence of iron railings closed in with wooden planks painted a dark green. The room into which the detective and Gypsy were shown was a prim and rather cosy apartment, which bore the impress of Miss Lyle's old maidism in the disposition of the furniture. When they were seated there and were waiting for Miss Lyle, who had been advised of their arrival, Hagar suddenly asked Horval a leading question. "Is Rosa dumb?" she demanded.
"Bless you, no,"
answered Horval.
"It's true she don't talk much, but she can use her tongue in nigger fashion. Why do you ask?"
"She said she was dumb when she pawned the beads."
"Oh, that was 'cause she was too cute to let her voice betray her,"
replied Horval, smiling. He had humor enough to note Hagar's unconscious bull, but as she was likely to be useful to him in the conduct of the case, he did not wish to anger her by remarking on it. When Miss Lyle made her appearance, Hagar, after the manner of women, took immediate note of her looks and manner. The old maid was tall and lean and yellow, with cold gray eyes, and a thin-lipped, hard-tempered mouth turned down at the curves. Her iron gray hair was drawn tightly off her narrow forehead and screwed into a hard-looking knob behind. She wore a black stuff gown, sombre and lustreless, collar and cuffs of white linen, and cloth slippers in which she glided noiselessly. Altogether an unpromising, hard woman, acidulated and narrow-minded, who looked disapprovingly on the rich beauty of Hagar, and remarked her graces with a jaundiced eye and a vinegary look. The cough with which she ended her inspection showed that she condemned the girl at first sight. "Is this young person necessary to your conduct of the case?" said Miss Lyle, addressing herself to Horval, and ignoring Hagar altogether.
"Why, yes, miss,"
replied Horval, on whom the antagonistic attitude of the two women was not lost.
"She keeps the pawn shop at which Rosa pawned the beads."
Miss Lyle gave a start of virtuous horror, and her thin lips wreathed in a viperous smile. "The wretch did kill my poor friend, then?" she said in a soft and fluty voice. "I knew it."
She pawned the amber beads, Miss Lyle, but—"
"Now don't say the wretch didn't kill my martyred friend," snapped Miss Lyle, going to the bell-rope. "But we'll have her in, and perhaps this young person will recognize her as the viper who pawned the beads." "It is to be hoped so," said Hagar very dryly, not approving of being spoken at in the third person. "But the negress kept her face turned away, and I might not." "It is your duty to recognize her," exclaimed Miss Lyle, addressing herself to the girl for once. "I am convinced that Rosa is a dangerous criminal. Here she is, the black Jezebel." As the last word fell from her mouth, the door opened and Rosa entered the room, whereat Hagar uttered an exclamation of surprise. This negress was rather short and more than a trifle stout. It is true that she wore a yellow dress trimmed with black jet beading, that silver ornaments were on her neck and wrists, also that she was without the wonderful hat. Still Hagar was surprised, and explained her ejaculation forthwith. "That is not the woman who pawned the beads," she declared, rising. "Not the woman!" echoed Miss Lyle virulently. "She must be. This is Rosa?"
Yes, I Rosa,"
said the negress, beginning to weep.
"but I no kill my poor dear missy. Dat one big lie." "Are you sure, miss, that this is not the woman?"
asked Horval, rather dismayed. Hagar stepped forward and looked sharply at the sobbing negress up and down. Then she glanced at the woman's hands and shook her head. "I am prepared to swear in a court of law that this is not the woman," she said quietly. "Rubbish, rubbish!" cried Miss Lyle, flushing. "Rosa coveted the necklace, as it was connected with some debased African superstition, and—"
"It wa no fetish,"
interrupted Rosa, her eyes sparkling fire at the old maid.
"And old missy she did wish to give it me, but you no let her."
"Certainly not," said Miss Lyle with dignity. "The necklace was not fit for you to wear, and because I persuaded Mrs. Arryford not to give it to you, you murdered her, you wretch! Down on your knees, woman, and confess."
"I no fess,"
exclaimed the terrified negress.
"I no kill my missy. I no give those amber beads for money. If those beads mine, I keep dem. Dey a mighty big fetish, fo' sho'."
"One moment,"
said Horval, as Miss Lyle was about to speak again.
"Let us conduct this inquiry calmly, and give the accused every chance. Miss,"
he said, turning to Hagar,
"on what day, at what time, was it that the beads were pawned?"
Hagar calculated rapidly, and answered promptly. "On the evening of the 23rd of August, between 6 and 7 o'clock." "Ah!" exclaimed Miss Lyle joyfully, "and on that very evening Rosa was out and did not return till 9."
"Me went to see Massa Jevons for you,"
said Rosa vehemently.
"You send me."
"I send you? Just listen to the creature's lies. Besides, Mr. Jevons's rooms are in Duke Street, St. James, whereas it was at Lambeth you were."
"I no go to dat gentleman's house. You send me to de train Waterloo."
"Waterloo?"
said Horval, looking sharply at Rosa.
"You were there?"
"Yes, massa. Me there at 7 and 8."
"In the neighborhood of Lambeth,"
murmured Horval.
"She might have gone to the pawnshop after all."
"Of course she did," cried Miss Lyle vindictively, "and pawned the amber beads of my poor dear friend." "She did nothing of the sort," interposed Hagar with spirit. "Whosoever pawned the beads, it was not this woman. Besides, how do you know that Rosa killed Mrs. Arryford?" "She wanted the beads, young woman, and she killed my friend to obtain them."
"No, no, dat one big lie."
"I am sure it is," said Hagar, her face aflame. "I believe in your innocence, Rosa. Mr. Horval," she added, turning to the detective, "you can't arrest this woman, as you have no grounds to do so."
"Well, if she didn't pawn those beads—"
"She did not, I tell you." "She did!" cried Miss Lyle angrily. "I believe you are an accomplice of the creature's." What reply Hagar would have made to this accusation it is impossible to say, for at this moment a young man walked into the room. He was good-looking in appearance and smart in dress, but there was a haggard look about his face which betokened dissipation. "This," said Miss Lyle, introducing him, "is my nephew, the heir to the property of my late dear friend. He is resolved, as such heir, to find out and punish the assassin of his benefactress. For my part, I believe Rosa to be guilty." "And I," cried Hagar, with energy, "believe her to be innocent."
"Let us hope she is,"
said Jevons in a weary voice, as he removed his gloves.
"I am tired of the whole affair."
"You are bound to punish the guilty," said Miss Lyle in hard tones. "But not the innocent," retorted Hagar, rising. "Young woman, you are insolent." Hagar looked Miss Lyle up and down in the coolest manner. Then her eyes wandered to the well-dressed figure of Jevons, the heir. What she saw in him to startle her it is difficult to say, but after a moment's inspection she turned pale with suppressed emotion. Stepping forward, she was about to speak, when, checking herself suddenly, she beckoned to Horval and advanced toward the door. "My errand here is fulfilled," she said quietly. "Mr. Horval, perhaps you will come with me." "Yes, and you can go also, Rosa," cried Miss Lyle, angered by the insulting gaze of the girl. "I am mistress here in my nephew's house, and I refuse to let a murderess remain under its roof." "Be content," said Hagar, pausing at the door. "Rosa shall come with me, and when you see us again with Mr. Horval, you will then learn who killed Mrs. Arryford, and why." "Insolent hussy!" muttered Miss Lyle, and closed the door on Hagar, Horval, and the black woman. The trio walked away, and shortly afterwards picked up an omnibus, in which they returned to the Lambeth pawnshop. Hagar talked earnestly to Horval the whole way, and from the close attention which the detective paid to her it would seem that the conversation was of the deepest interest. Rosa, a dejected heap of misery, sat with downcast eyes, and at intervals wiped away the tears which ran down her black cheeks. The poor negress, under suspicion as a thief and a murderess, turned out of house and home, desolate and forsaken, was crushed to the earth under the burden of her woes. On her the fetish necklace of amber beads had brought a curse. On arriving at the shop, Hagar conducted Rosa into the back parlor, and after a further conference she dismissed the detective. "You can stay with me for a week," she said to Rosa.
"And then what you do?"
"Oh," said Hagar, with an agreeable smile, "I shall take you with me to denounce the assassin of your late mistress." All that week Rosa stayed in the domestic portion of the pawn-shop, and made herself useful in cooking and cleaning. Hagar questioned her closely concerning the events which had taken place on the night of the murder in the house at Bedford Gardens, and elicited certain information which gave her great satisfaction. This she communicated to Horval when he one day paid her a hurried visit. When in possession of the facts, Horval looked at her with admiration, and on taking his leave he paid her a compliment.
"You ought to be a man with that head of yours,"
he said.
"You're too good to be a woman."
"And not bad enough to be a man," retorted Hagar, laughing. "Be off with you, Mr. Horval, and let me know when you'll want me up west." In 4 more days Horval again made his appearance, this time in a state of the greatest excitement. He was closeted with Hagar for over an hour, and at its conclusion he departed in a great hurry. Shortly after noon Hagar resigned the shop into Bulker's charge, put on a hat and cloak, and ordered Rosa to come with her. What the reason of this unexpected departure might be she did not inform the negress immediately, but before they reached their destination Rosa knew all, and was much rejoiced thereat. Hagar took Rosa as far as Duke Street, St. James, and here, at the door of a certain house, they found the detective impatiently waiting for them. "Well, Mr. Horval," said Hagar, coming to a stop, "is he indoors?"
"Safe and sound,"
replied Horval, tapping his breastcoat pocket.
"And I have got you-know-what here. Shall we come up?"
"Not immediately. I wish to see him by myself first. You remain outside his door, and enter with Rosa when I call you." Mr. Horval nodded, with a full comprehension of what was required of him, and the trio ascended the dark staircase. They paused at a door on the second landing. Then Hagar, motioning to her companions that they should withdraw themselves into the gloom, rapped lightly on the portal. Shortly afterwards it was opened by Mr. Frederick Jevons, who looked inquiringly at Hagar. She turned her face towards the light which fell through the murky staircase window, whereat, recognizing her, he stepped back in dismay.
"The pawnshop girl,"
said he in astonishment.
"What do you want?"
"I wish to see you," replied Hagar, composedly. "But it is just as well that our conversation should be in private."
"Why, you can have nothing to say to me but what the whole world might hear."
"After I have mentioned the object of my visit you may think differently," said Hagar, with some dryness. "However, we'll talk here if you wish."
"No, no, come in,"
said Jevons, standing on one side.
"Since you insist upon privacy, you shall have it. This way."
He showed her into a large and rather badly furnished room. Evidently Mr. Fred Jevons had not been rich until he inherited the fortune of Mrs. Arryford. "I suppose you will be moving to the Bedford Gardens house soon?" said Hagar, sitting composedly in a large armchair.
"Is that what you came to speak to me about?"
retorted Jevons rudely. "Not exactly. Perhaps, as you are impatient, we had better get to business."
"Business? What business can I have to do with you?"
"Why," said Hagar quietly, and looking directly at him, "the business of those amber beads which you pawned."
"I?"
stammered Jevons, drawing back with a pale face. "Also," added Hagar solemnly, "the business which concerns the commission of a crime."
"A crime?"
gasped the wretched creature. "Yes, the most terrible of all crimes, murder."
What do you mean?"
Hagar rose from her chair, and, drawn to her full height, stretched out an accusing arm towards the young man. "What I mean you know well enough," she said sternly. "I mean that you murdered Mrs. Arryford."
"It's a lie!"
cried Jevons, sinking into a chair, for his legs refused to support him longer. "It is not a lie. It is the truth. I have evidence."
"Evidence?"
He started up with dry and trembling lips. "Yes. Through her influence over Mrs. Arryford your aunt induced her to make you her heir. You are fond of money, you are in debt, and you could not wait until the old lady died in the course of nature. On the night of the murder you were in the house."
"No, no, I swear."
"You need not. You were seen leaving the house. To throw suspicion on Rosa, you disguised yourself as a negress and came to pawn the amber bead necklace at my shop. I recognized that the supposed black woman was minus the little finger of the right hand. You, Mr. Jevons, are mutilated in the same way. Again, I paid you with a £5 note. Of that note I took the number. It has been traced by the number, and you are the man who paid it away. I saw—" Jevons jumped up, still white and shaking.
"It's a lie! A lie!"
he said hoarsely.
"I did not kill Mrs. Arryford. I did not pawn the beads. I did—"
"You did both those things," said Hagar, brushing past him. "I have two witnesses who can prove what I say is true. Rosa, Mr. Horval." She flung the outside door wide open, while Jevons again sank into the armchair, with an expression of horror on his white face.
"Rosa Horval," he muttered. "I am lost."
Rosa and the detective entered quickly in response to Hagar's call, and, with her, looked down on the shrinking figure of the accused man. "These are my witnesses," said Hagar slowly. "Rosa."
"I saw dat man in de house when my missy died,"
said the negress.
"I hear noise in de night. I come down, and I see Massa Jevons run away from de room of my missy, and Mrs. Lyle let him out by de side door. He kill my po' missy. Yes, I tink dat."
"You hear?" said Hagar to the terrified man. "Now, Mr. Horval."
"I traced the £5 note you gave him by its number,"
said the detective.
"Yes, he paid it away at his club. I can bring a waiter to prove it."
"You hear?" said Hagar again. "And I know by the evidence of your lost finger that you are the man, disguised as a negress, who pawned the necklace which was stolen from the person of Mrs. Arryford, after you murdered her." The dead woman, as Rosa tells us, wore that necklace night and day. Only with her death could it have been removed. You murdered her. You stole the necklace of amber beads." Jevons leapt up.
"No, no, no!"
he cried loudly, striking his hands together in despair.
"I am innocent." "That,"
said Horval, slipping the handcuffs on his wrists,
"you shall prove before a judge and jury."
When Jevons, still protesting his innocence, was removed to prison, Hagar and the negress returned to Carby's Crescent. It can easily be guessed how she had traced the crime home to Jevons. She had noticed that the negress who pawned the beads had no little finger. On being brought face to face with Rosa, she had seen that the woman had not lost the finger, and when Jevons had removed his gloves, she had seen in his right hand the evidence that he was one with the mysterious black woman of the pawnshop. Still she was not certain, and it was only when Rosa had deposed to the presence of the man at midnight in the Bedford Gardens house, and when Horval had traced the £5 note of which she had taken the number, that she was certain that Jevons was the murderer. Hence the accusation, hence the arrest. But now the fact of his guilt was clearly established. To obtain the wealth of Mrs. Arryford the wretched man had committed a crime. To hide that crime and throw the blame on Rosa, he had pawned the amber beads, and now the amber beads were about to hang him. In the moment of his triumph, when preparing to enjoy the fruits of his crime, Nemesis had struck him down. The news of the arrest, the story of the amber beads, was in all the papers next day, and next day also Miss Lyle came to see Hagar. Pale and stern, she swept into the shop, and looked at Hagar with a bitter smile. "Girl," she said harshly, "you have been our evil genius." "I have been the means of denouncing your accomplice, you mean," returned Hagar composedly. "My accomplice? No, my son." "Your son?" Hagar recoiled with a startled expression. "Your son, Miss Lyle?" "Not Miss, but Mrs. Lyle," returned the gaunt, pale woman. "And Frederick Jevons is my son by my first husband. You think he is guilty. You are wrong, for he is innocent. You believe that you will hang him, but I tell you, girl, he will go free. Read this paper," she said, thrusting an envelope into the hand of Hagar, "and you will see how you have been mistaken. I shall never see you again in this life, but I leave my curse on you." Before Hagar could collect her wits, Miss, or rather Mrs. Lyle, as she called herself, went hurriedly out of the shop. Her manner was so wild, her words so ominous of evil, that Hagar had it on her mind to follow her, and, if possible, prevent the consequences of her despair. She hurried to the door, but Mrs. Lyle had disappeared, and as there was no one to mind the shop, Hagar could not go after her. Luckily, at this moment, Horval turned the corner, and at once the girl beckoned to him. "Miss Lyle, did you see her?"
"Yes,"
said Horval, with a nod.
"She's on her way across Westminster Bridge."
"Oh, follow her quickly!" cried Hagar wildly. "She is not herself. She is bent on some rash deed." Horval paused a moment in bewilderment. Then, grasping the situation, he turned without a word and raced down the street in the trail of Miss Lyle. Hagar watched his hurrying figure until it turned the corner. Then she retreated to the back parlor and hurriedly opened the envelope. On the sheet of paper she found within, the following confession was written. "I am not a spinster, but a widow," began the document abruptly, "a twice married woman. By my first husband I had Frederick Jevons, who passes as my nephew, and whom I love better than my own soul. When my second husband, Mr. Lyle, died, I cast about for some means of employment, as I was poor. Mrs. Arryford advertised for an unmarried woman as a companion. She absolutely refused to have any companion but a spinster. To get the situation, which was a good one, as Mrs. Arryford was rich, I called myself Miss Lyle, and obtained the place. Mrs. Arryford had no relatives and much money, so I schemed to obtain her wealth for my son, whom I introduced as my nephew. Rosa, the black maid, had a great deal of influence over her weak-minded mistress, and in some way, I don't know how, she fathomed my purpose. It was a battle between us, as Rosa was determined that I should not get the money of Mrs. Arryford for my son. Finally I triumphed, and Frederick was left sole heir of all the old lady's wealth. Then Rosa learnt by eavesdropping the true relationship between myself and Frederick. She told her mistress, and with Mrs. Arryford I had a stormy scene, in which she declared her intention of revoking her will and turning me and my son out on the world as paupers. I begged, I implored, I threatened, but Mrs. Arryford, backed up by that wicked Rosa, was firm. I sent for my son to try and soften the old lady, but he was not in town, and did not come to see me till late at night. When he arrived, I told him that I had killed Mrs. Arryford. I did so to prevent her altering her will, and out of love for my dear son, lest he should lose the money. Frederick was horrified, and rushed from the house. I believe Rosa saw me let him out by the side door. I was determined to throw the blame on Rosa, as I hated her so. Knowing that she coveted the necklace of amber beads, I stole it from the neck of the dead woman and gave it to my son next day. I suggested he should dress up as Rosa and pawn the necklace so that she might be suspected. To save me he did so. I obtained a dress that Rosa was fond of wearing, yellow silk trimmed with black beads, also the jewellery of the creature. Frederick blackened his face and pawned the beads in a pawnshop at Lambeth. I sent Rosa on a pretended errand to Waterloo Station at the time Frederick was pawning the beads, so as to get evidence against her that she was in the neighbourhood. Then I suggested to Horval, the detective, that the beads might have been pawned. He found the shop, and I thought my plot had succeeded, that Rosa would be condemned and hanged. Unfortunately, the woman who kept the pawnshop was clever, and traced Frederick by means of his mutilated right hand. I hate her. Frederick is now in prison on a charge of murder which he did not commit. I am guilty. I killed Mrs. Arryford. Frederick knows nothing. He helped me to save myself by trying to throw the blame on Rosa. All useless. I am guilty, and I am determined that he shall not suffer for my sin. Officers of the law, I command you to release my son and arrest me. I am the murderess of Mrs. Arryford. I swear it. Julia Lyle. Witnesses: Amelia Tyke, housemaid; Mark Drew, butler. Hagar let the document fall from her hands with a sensation of pity for the wretched woman. How she must love her son, thought the girl, to have murdered a kind and good woman for his sake. It is terrible. Well, I suppose he will now be released, and will enter into possession of the wealth his mother schemed to obtain for him. But he must do justice for Rosa for all the trouble he has caused her. He must give her an annuity, and also the necklace of amber beads, which has been the cause of tracing the crime home to its door. As for Mrs. Lyle— At this moment, white and breathless, Horval rushed into the parlour. Hagar sprang to her feet and looked anxiously at him, expectant of bad news. She was right.
"My girl,"
cried Horval hoarsely,
"Miss Lyle is dead."
"Dead! Ah!" said Hagar to herself. "I thought as much."
"She threw herself over Westminster Bridge and has just been picked out of the water. Dead."
"Dead!" said Hagar again. "Dead!"
"As a doornail,"
replied the detective in a perplexed tone.
"But why did she commit suicide?"
Hagar sighed, and in silence handed to the detective the confession of the dead woman. End of The Second Customer and the Amber Beads, by Fergus Hume. Recording by D.A. Frank, Tallahassee, Florida.
Section 16 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2, The Missing Q.C.'s by John Oxenham, Part 1. The great doorway of the law courts resembled the entrance to a gigantic beehive, with the bees swarming round and furtively working their way in against the outcoming stream. A black swarm of drones lined both sides of the Strand as far as Temple Bar on the one hand and St. Clement's Danes on the other, and kept close, speculative, and commentative watch on all comers. Carriages and hansoms dashed up, and their occupants sprang out and plunged into the ingoing throng. Barristers in wigs and gowns were reduced to the level of ordinary folk, and had to elbow it with the rest. Now and again the stalwart guardians of the inner doors brought down their stony official gaze to the level of the crowd, pushed open the swinging valves with great show of deference and obsequious touch of helmet, and ushered in one or other of the great leaders of the bar. Then the whisper buzzed round that was Mr. Peacock, Q.C., that Sir Charles Dossel, that the Attorney General, and so on. The smaller men flaunted themselves in wigs and gowns, and ridiculous bibs and tuckers, and faces of infinite gravity and importance. These greater stars, in ordinary attire, passed on serenely to their robing rooms, and strove to appear unconscious of the eyes that were upon them. From the crowd kicking its heels against the curbstones in the Strand, to the crowd already mopping its beady brow on the back benches of Court 99, all was excited expectancy. It was a great case. A world-wide reputation was at stake. For 5 whole days all the world had been ringing with the report of it. When the court adjourned the previous night, the curtain fell on a most dramatic situation, and public excitement was at fever heat. The evening papers had procured new letters of the most bulgy and striking character for their contents bills, regardless of expense. The New York papers cabled out verbatim reports and came out with headlines which ran down half a column. The Petit Journal in Paris had actually given the case 2 whole columns. The Attorney General, Sir Revel Revell, and a brilliant array of Q.C.s represented the plaintiff, Sir Charles Dossel. Mr. Peacock, Q.C., and various juniors were fighting the defendant's case, and fighting it magnificently. The plaintiff was a man whose name was a household word from one point of view or another throughout the world. Charges of the gravest character, charges of financial fraud of the worst description had been made against him, and here he was at last in the box, to the intense surprise of many, driven thereto by the force majeure of the situation. Nominally the accuser, actually the accused, fighting for his life and all that made that life worth the living. The betting in the clubs had been 5-2 against his appearing, from which one might gather that among his fellows, at all events, he was already prejudged and condemned. But here he was, pale and still, with a face like flint, and only the pulse in his temple showing those nearest to him the intensity of his emotions. His eyes never flinched, his very jaw was motionless, and gave no indication of the tight clenched teeth within. Only that little throbbing pulse in the white temple showed what was going on inside. Throughout the whole of the previous day, Sir Charles had subjected the plaintiff to the searching fire of his keen cross-examination, an art of which he was the acknowledged master, and on the whole the witnesses stood it fairly well. Towards the close, however, Sir Charles suddenly developed a new line, tentatively as it seemed to some of the bar who were following with closest attention every word and expression, both of counsel, and finally he launched at the man in the box one question which paled his cheek and shook him as he stood and clenched his fingers, white in their grip on the sides of the witness-box, and caused the perspiring spectators to hold their breath for the answer, and flung the bar into a high fever of excitement. The heavy, fetid atmosphere of the court crystallized into an electric silence, and startled the very judges into a sudden assumption of wide-eyed attention. The silence was accentuated, rather than broken, by an occasional cold, sharp word from Sir Charles, as the witness attempted to fence with the pitiless question. But Sir Charles would have none of it. With him there was no evasion. His point faced his victim remorselessly. He held it to him as the master of the duello holds his opponent at the point of his blade and provokes the answering thrust or delivers the death blow. The plaintiff relapsed into stony silence. The spectators waited open mouths. all abristle with excitement. The court waited. Sir Charles waited, launching his questions now and again, short and sharp as revolver shots, every unanswered question carrying to every mind present all the conviction of the damnatory answer Sir Charles required, every shot going home to the heart of that great reputation. It was pitiful, pitiless, but it was magnificent and tragic. It was like watching a stately castle in flames. It had all the horrible piquancy of an execution. "Answer me, sir," at length said Sir Charles in tones of steel. "If I keep you here all night, I will have the answer to my question." And at length the answer came, broken and faltering, an answer that produced a special hieroglyphic on each of the judge's notes, that blanched the face of the Attorney General with angry dismay, that set the spectators in the bar quivering with impatience for the next. Then Sir Charles quietly gathered together his few notes, and intimated that if it pleased their lordships, he would continue his cross-examination of the witness on the morrow. And the crowded court hummed with excitement like a harried hive whence the honey has been snatched. And slowly, very slowly, the audience trickled out into the street, and the impatient mob outside took up the news and buzzed it along, and stood in knots discussing it, and devouring the few words in the evening papers which already, by means of 6-inch letter contents bills, announced startling admissions by the plaintiff, and were selling for 6 times their usual price as fast as the boys could hand them out. It was a point boldly taken and admirably made, and did Sir Charles's well-known dramatic instincts credit. The excitement next morning was greater than ever. The entrance to the law courts was no longer a beehive. It was an ant-hill swarming with ants fighting for standing room in court number 99, and on every tongue and in every eye was the question, will the plaintiff face Sir Charles again? Will he toe the line? Will he come up to the scratch? Has he bolted? A sigh, compounded of satisfaction at sight of him and admiration of his pluck, went round as the unhappy personage in question stalked gloomily into court and took his seat by his counsel, with the set white face of one preparing for the rack and for the worst. "He is a good plucked one, he is," was the opinion of the gallery. "His ideas of right and wrong may be somewhat off color, but he's got nerve, anyhow," said the body of the court. "Cool devil," said the junior bar. And they all settled themselves comfortably for the enjoyment of a morning's vivisection. It seemed as though the judges were never coming. They strained even the judicial privilege of latitude in the matter of punctuality. But at last their door opened. The usher bustled in, fiddled round the Chief Justice's desk with a finishing touch, flung back the curtains with a noisy rattle, and in they came, settled into their seats after the usual formalities, and the great case got under way again. The public, satisfied that the plaintiff was there, had missed the fact that one of the most important personages in the anticipated entertainment had not yet arrived. All their thoughts and fears had been concentrated on the victim. They had not noticed that his executioner was absent. Mr. Peacock, Q.C., fidgeted nervously, settled his wig, unsettled his bib, pulled round the lapel of his gown on one side, then the other, and then hung despairingly onto it with both hands, and swung round every half-minute to eye the door with a face in which surprise, annoyance, and perplexity were equally blended. The judges waited, glancing in surprise at the vacant seat on the counsel's bench, and at last Mr. Peacock rose, red and nervous, bowed to the Lord Chief Justice, and said, "My lord, your lordships, might I request a few minutes' delay? Sir Charles has not yet arrived, my lord. No idea of the reason. I have sent down to his chambers. Most extraordinary, my lord." The Lord Chief Justice bowed suavely. "I hope nothing has happened to Sir Charles. We will await the return of your messenger, Mr. Peacock." "Well, I thank you, my lord." Mr. Peacock bowed gratefully and sat down, the personification of annoyance and perplexity. The judges turned in their seats to discuss the latest society scandal. The members of the bar joked and growled. The spectators whispered. Mr. Peacock, Q.C., fidgeted nervously, one eye on the clock and one on the door. At last the curtains round the door were agitated, and Mr. Peacock's clerk appeared heated and panting, his face charged with importance. He was accompanied by an elderly man, whom many recognized as Sir Charles Dossel's confidential clerk. A short, whispered conversation took place between the three, and then Mr. Peacock rose with a look of amazement on his face. "My lord, your lordships, I fear we must claim the indulgence of the court. What has happened to Sir Charles, I cannot say. I learned that he went out last night after a lengthy sitting with myself, and has not since been seen or heard of. Sir Charles's clerk here," Sir Charles's clerk bowed, but was covered with confusion when he found that no one took any notice of him, "and informs me that he has been to Sir Charles's house and found Lady Dossel in an agony of apprehension as to what can have become of him. Perhaps your lordships would advise me what to do under the circumstances." The judges conferred together. The bar indulged in jokes of various shades at Sir Charles's expense. The public sat eager and curious, awaiting developments. The Lord Chief Justice spoke at last. "With the consent of the other side, Mr. Peacock, we will adjourn till tomorrow, when we hope Sir Charles may be able to be present." The Attorney General rose and said blandly, "Under the circumstances, my lord, we consent to the adjournment. I trust I may be permitted to join in the hope that nothing untoward has happened to my esteemed friend Sir Charles, and that he will be able to be with us tomorrow." The crowd poured out, excitedly discussing the situation. Mr. Peacock conferred with his juniors and some fellow Q.C.s, with the result that 5 minutes later a dozen hansoms were speeding in various directions, all having the same end in view, the discovery of the missing leader. "Well, Charlie, what do you make of it?" asked the Attorney General, slipping his arm through that of Charlie Dallas, one of his juniors in the case, as they left the court together. "Hanged if I know what to make of it, Sir Revel. What do you think yourself?" "There are 100 possible explanations, my boy, but probably the 101st will prove the correct one. We shall probably know tomorrow. By the way, Millicent is expecting you up tonight. She asked me to tell you to come early." Next morning, Court 99 was again crowded to suffocation. The papers had given no explanation and no information of importance. In the first place, they had none to give. In the second place, one might almost have imagined, from their very brief reference to the subject, that word had been passed round to touch as lightly on the subject as possible. Word had been conveyed to the judges that nothing had yet been heard of Sir Charles, but they felt it necessary to give Mr. Peacock the opportunity of proceeding in the absence of his leader, if he chose to avail himself of it. But when the Lord Chief Justice, on entering, glanced at the counsel's bench, he saw to his surprise that Mr. Peacock himself had not yet put in an appearance. This was going too far, and he made the clerk call the case. There came a pause. The clerk might call, but there was no Sir Charles and no Mr. Peacock. Mr. Vincent Coyle, Q.C., a young Irish barrister who had taken silk only 6 months before, seemed to be in sole charge of the defense. After a brief reference to his papers, the Lord Chief Justice bowed graciously to Mr. Coyle and asked, with gentle irony, "Shall we proceed, Mr. Coyle?" Mr. Coyle had been on pins and needles for many minutes past, and now he sprang to his feet. "My lord, your lordships, I do not know what to make of it all." In his nervousness he had almost added a second "at all," but managed to bite it off just in time. "Sir Charles has not, as your lordship is aware, turned up. Come home, reappeared yet. But what has become of Mr. Peacock, I cannot—" At this juncture Mr. Peacock's clerk came elbowing through the throng about the door, and made his way towards Mr. Coyle. Mr. Coyle's eyes brightened, and he looked hopefully in the rear of the clerk for signs of Mr. Peacock. But the curtain had fallen over the door, the ruffled crowd had closed up again, and every eye was fixed on the heated and self-conscious clerk. "Have I your lordship's indulgence for one moment?" asked Mr. Coyle, and bent to speak angrily to the clerk. "Where the dickens is Mr. Peacock, Simmons? Surely, when he knew Sir Charles was not here, he might have made a point of being in time. Here am I, left. Mr. Peacock went out last night, and has not come back, Mr. Coyle. He has not been home, and we can get no news of him." "The devil!" burst audibly from Mr. Vincent Coyle's lips as he sank limply into his seat and gazed bewilderedly first at the clerk and then at the bench. Then, with a rake in his wig, he struggled up to his feet, looked helplessly at their lordships, and said, "My lords, Mr. Peacock disappeared last night, and no trace can they find of him." And then he sat down again, and drummed with his fingers on the desk as though to signify that he gave the matter up as a very bad job. There it was, and they were at liberty to make the best of it. Even their lordships seemed staggered. They retired to confer together. The eyes and ears of the public were strained to bursting point. A sense of intense nervous excitement filled the court. The more frivolous members of the junior bar attempted to work it off with a few ill-timed jokes. "Peacock's funked it. Never would have thought of old P. If it had been the Attorney General now," said one irreverent, "one could have understood it." "Coyle, my boy, you have yourself watched," said another. "You're the next on the string." The public, too, found voice, and waiving even the ceremony of introduction, discussed the singular situation every man with his neighbor, and strange, wild ideas were wafted about. The judges entered again and settled in their places, with all the ruffled stateliness of sitting hens suddenly disturbed while on business. "You are not prepared to go on, Mr. Coyle?" I am not, my lord," said Mr. Coyle with gloomy emphasis. His lordship bowed to the Attorney General, who rose with a sweeping swirl of his gown. "My lord, we might, I presume, claim a verdict, as our opponents are still unprepared to proceed with their case. But personally, I should much regret taking a course which, while perfectly legal, might not be considered by the world at large as satisfying the course of justice. We leave the matter entirely in your lordship's hands." "That is very right and proper, Mr. Attorney, and under the circumstances I see nothing for it but to adjourn again. We will take the case this day week." "If you please, my lord." The Attorney General sat down, but sprang up like a highly ornamental jack-in-the-box. "One other matter may I mention, my lord? Rumors and whispers reach my ears, even in this court, to the effect that my client knows something about or is in some way responsible for the mysterious absence of Sir Charles Dossel and Mr. Peacock. May I state to your lordships most emphatically, if indeed any such assurance is necessary, that my client is as much in the dark in this matter as your lordships' own selves." "Well, your assurances are quite unnecessary, Mr. Attorney, and," added his lordship, standing and speaking with additional impressiveness from that fact, "let me say that should it be proved that anyone whatsoever has been in this matter endeavoring to defeat the course of justice, the penalty will be commensurate with the enormity of the offense." Their lordships retired, and the crowd burst out along the passages and into the streets almost before the curtain had dropped on the tail of the last judicial gown, and every tongue wagged its freest. Now, indeed, busy pens were plied. The matter could no longer be covered up. The papers were full of the mysterious disappearances, and speculation, suggestion, and rumor had full play. 3 days later, Dallas and his friend Godfrey Cox were idly knocking the balls about in the tennis ground in the Temple Gardens. It was an off day with them. They had many off days in the summer weather. The tennis courts by the river offered infinitely greater attractions than the courts across the way. Sauntering down the path towards them came Vincent Coyle, in wig and gown as usual. His friends said Vincent wore his wig on all possible occasions for purely personal reasons. In fact, these friendly enemies, of whom, being a hot-headed Irishman he had many, averred that he wore his wig in the nature of a disguise, and for the purpose of escaping for a time from the embarrassment of the shock of fiery red hair, which was his most startling outward characteristic. Some of them even asserted that Vincent's wig was built to order, especially low over the ears and deep in the neck, for this very purpose. "Well, Coyle, what is the news?" queried Dallas. "Any word yet of the missing men?" "Divil a word," said Coyle cheerily. What's come of those two men passes mortal comprehension." "No attempt on you yet?" asked Cox. "Not one, faith," said Coyle, who, when off duty, sustained his patriotism by a villainous cultivation of the brogue. "But sariously, boys, it's no matter for joking this. I was up seeing Lady Docile yesterday, and the poor thing is almost demented." "Good chance for you, Coyle," said Cox, "if Sir Charles should unfortunately never reappear. They say she's very pretty." "Very pretty and very young and in great distress," replied Vincent soberly. "What do you suppose is at the bottom of it, Dallas? Is it murder, or kidnapping, or what?" "I'm utterly at sea, Coyle, and so is Scotland Yard. I was up at the house last night with Sir Revel. He came out with the Home Secretary, and they both seemed worried to death. In both cases the procedure seemed to have been much the same. Both men had got home for the night, both started out again, leaving word that they would be back shortly, and not a trace of them is found." "What took them out again?" "Can't say. In Sir Charles's case I believe a letter was handed in, and presumably he went out in answer to it. Whether Peacock received one also we have not yet learnt." Just then there drove rapidly up to the central drive a Victoria drawn by a handsome pair of bays. Dallas started, then leaped the railing and hurried towards it. The carriage stopped as the coachman recognized him. A delicately gloved hand was stretched out towards him, and a lovely face with a cloud upon it greeted him. "Oh, Charlie, how glad I am to see you! I didn't know what on earth to do, or where to go, now I had got there." "Why, Millie, what's up? What brought you here? You didn't come for a game of tennis in that costume." "Oh, Charlie, we're in such trouble. Mother's worrying to death. Father went out suddenly last night, leaving word he would be back in a short time, and he's never come back yet." "What?" almost yelled Dallas. "Sir Revel, too? Why, I was with him at the house at 11 last night." "Yes, it was after he came in. Oh, Charlie, what is it? What is wrong?" "Nothing, dear. At least I hope not. You were going to Sir Revel's chamber to inquire. Wait here. I will run round and be back in 5 minutes." He came back with a heavier heart than he had known for many a day. "Sir Revel is not in, Millie. You did quite right in coming. But drive back home now, dear, and I will call round later and bring your father with me, I hope. Tell Lady Revel not to worry. A public man's time is not quite his own, you know. Oh, I am so glad I met you, Charlie. Do bring him home early, or Mother will worry herself sick. Good-bye." Dallas raised his hat, and the bays dashed away. He stood for a second with the radiance of her presence still in his eyes. Then his face shut down into a heavy frown, and he strode back to his friends. "Lucky Charles," said Cox as he approached. "But why arrange meetings in the open air? I understood Papa Revel was quite agreeable, and that everything was all cut and dried and signed, sealed, and delivered, bar the actual ceremony. Why, Dallas, what's wrong?" "Sir Revel has disappeared. He went out suddenly last night and has never returned." Coyle tore off his wig and rushed like a meteor away under the arches toward his chambers. "Really, Charlie?" "Really, Cox. Millicent came down here to see if her father was at his chambers. Good heaven! What is the meaning of it all?" And now, indeed, the newspapers had things all their own way. It would perhaps be too much to say that the word-spinners of the press revelled in the mystery, but they certainly made much of it. They built pyramids and sphinxes with the flimsiest of bricks, containing the smallest possible amount of straw, and they did well out of it. As for the newsboys, they reaped such a harvest that they would willingly have sacrificed every Q.C. in the land to keep up the excitement. When late that night one small fiend ran up the Strand yelling, "Disappearance of Attorney General," and holding a poster like this in front of him, "Mysterious Disappearance of the Attorney General," he sold out his whole stock at 6 each before he reached Wellington Street, and anathematized his want of faith in human nature, which had prevented him from laying in a double supply. This was the climax. The Attorney General was to have delivered a great speech in the House that night. He had disappeared in the wake of Mr. Peacock and Sir Charles Docile. What did it mean? That was the question the whole country and the whole world was asking. What did it mean? Charles Dallas had a hard time of it. He haunted Scotland Yard for information of the missing men, but Scotland Yard had no information to give. for Beau even to cover up its want of success with the usual air of mystery, and confessed itself absolutely in fault. The rest of the time was passed in cudgeling his own brains and his friends for possible solutions of the mystery, and in calling at Cadogan Place to keep Lady Revel and Millicent posted as to the latest moment up to which no news had arrived. Lady Revel received him each time with fresh outbursts of grief. Millicent welcomed him with reproachful wonder, and plainly showed she expected him to produce Sir Revel without fail on his next visit. She even once went the length of indulging in the uttermost extreme of feminine reproach. "I cannot understand it, Charlie. Nothing seems to be being done. Oh, if I were a man! But, Milly, dear, nothing can be done. There is not a shred of a clue to work on. I don't want shreds of clues. I want my father." Dallas grew hollow-eyed and haggard. Between the devil in the deep sea, as typified by the misery at Cadogan Place, and the unfathomable mystery which was clouding all their lives, he had a very bad time of it indeed. His nights were sleepless, and his days full of worry. Meanwhile the public were amazed and indignant. That 3 prominent men could disappear from their midst as though the earth had opened and swallowed them up, and no one be even arrested for it, was altogether too much. The police were perplexed and wrathful, and the headquarters only put up with Dallas, and his sometimes overheated words. This would be on his return from an unusually unpleasant quarter of an hour in Cadogan Place, because they knew him and liked him and understood his trouble. One afternoon he was walking rapidly along the embankment towards New Scotland Yard, his second visit that day, when from an open carriage driving rapidly towards him a young man waved a cheery salute with his glove. Dallas's gloomy eyes were fixed on vacancy and did not catch the signal. In a moment the carriage whirled round and shot up alongside of him. "Dallas!" Charlie turned and looked vacantly at the occupant of the carriage for a moment. Then, recognizing him, he warmly grasped the outstretched hand. "Why, Jellicoe, is it you?" "Very much so, my boy. Where are you going? Jump in, and I'll take you there." Dallas hesitated, then stepped in. "Where to?" "Scotland Yard, please," and the carriage rolled on. "And why to Scotland Yard, if one may ask, without nosing into a professional secret? Going to give yourself up? What's it for?" "No secret, Jellicoe. I half live at Scotland Yard at present." "May I ask why? It never struck me as a particularly attractive caravanserai." "Why, man alive, don't you know that Sir Revel Revell—" "Oh, I know all about Sir Revel." "You do?" shouted Charlie. "All about his disappearance, I mean. Don't get excited, my boy. You nearly made the horses bolt that time. What has Sir Revel got to do with you?" "Why, oh, of course you don't know. It's so long since I've seen you. Well, you see, I am engaged to Sir Revel's daughter, and you can understand that the family is in a terrible way about this matter, and they seem to think, well, hang it, every time I call, and that's at least once a day, twice some days, I feel as though it was my fault that Sir Revel has not been found." "Oh, I understand. Nasty position, very. Shall I tell you something else, Dallas?" "Yes, what?" "The next to disappear, or to break down at all events, will be Charlie Dallas. Man, you look terrible. You must stop it. You can't stand the strain." He had been examining his friend with a keen professional eye. "Yes, I feel fairly played out," said Dallas, sinking wearily back on the cushions. The carriage drove up to Scotland Yard. Dallas sprang out and stretched out his hands to say good-bye. "No," said Jellicoe, "I'll wait. I'm going to prescribe for you." Dallas was back in a couple of minutes. "No news?" said Jellicoe. "Well, jump in, my boy. We'll have a spin round the park. It'll do you good, and I want to talk to you." Dallas stepped in, and they were whirled away. "Now look here, Dallas," said Jellicoe. "I speak with authority. Do you know what I am?" Dallas shook his head gloomily. "Well, since we met last, it must be a year at least, I have made a big move. You know I always had a taste for the investigation of brain diseases." Dallas nodded, and the shadow of a smile flickered on his face at the recollection of certain episodes at Oxford. "Yes, I see you remember. Well, I pursued the same lines of study with some success, taking my degree. That, too, you know. But what you don't know is this. A year ago, these investigations of mine brought me into contact with, and finally into very close intimacy with, Dyne, Sir James Dyne, the great specialist. And he finally made me an offer to join him in his work, and here I am. Now, for the moment, I am your medical adviser, and I say you have got to drop this business and get away, or you will pay for it in a way you won't like. I know, Jellicoe, you are quite right, but I simply can't go until this matter is put right. Well, my boy, be warned. You are heading straight for a complete break-up. Let us talk of something else. Jellicoe did his best to get his friend away from himself for a time, but found it hard work. Come and dine with me tonight, Dallas, and then we'll go round and see Toole or Irving, and whatever you like best. Dear boy, I really couldn't. I'm completely in the dumps. I'm going to get you out before it is too late. Look here now. Tomorrow night the most worshipful company of apothecaries gives its annual grand feed. It is a most amusing experience. I want you to come with me. It will do you good. That is very good of you, Jellicoe, but really, old man, Nonsense, my boy. How will it help matters if you go in for a bad attack of brain fever? I tell you, you have got to let up and go slow, or I won't answer for consequences. He looked so serious that Dallas felt shaken, and finally, with somewhat of an ill grace, he promised Jellicoe to join him the following night. End of The Missing Q.C.'s by John Oxenham, Part 1. Recording by Alan Johns, Dayton, Ohio, USA. Section 17 of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2. The Missing Q.C.'s by John Oxenham, Part 2. The worshipful company and its guests were working steadily and stolidly through the ponderous menus, and Jellicoe was in the highest of spirits, rattling away as though diseases of the brain existed not, and mentally patting himself on the back at the slightly less gloomy expression on his friend's face. The dinner was half done when the vacant chair on Dallas's left hand was suddenly filled by a late arrival, who nodded genially to Jellicoe as he took his seat, and to apparently half the occupants of the room as he unfolded his napkin. He ate little, drank nothing but Burgundy, and was puffing his cigar among the first. Then Jellicoe leaned across Dallas and said to the newcomer, "Sir James, permit me to introduce my old college chum, Charles Dallas of the Junior Bar. Dallas, this is Sir James Dyne." Dallas turned and encountered a pair of keen, dark eyes shining out of a wonderfully handsome, clear-cut, clean-shaven face, crowned with a mass of silky white hair. "We have met before, Mr. Dallas," said the old man, bowing. "Indeed, Sir James, I do not remember having had that pleasure. You were acting junior to Sir Revel Revell in Regina versus Pod, were you not?" "Oh, I was. I remember now," with a smile. "You have a keen eye, Sir James, if the judges only had as good a memory for juniors as you have." "Yes, a keen eye and a keen memory are two of the essentials of my special branch of the profession. I am 72, Mr. Dallas, but I do not forget much which I wish to remember." The great specialist sipped his coffee and continued. "Sir Revel and I had a warm bout that day. I see you think he came off best, but he was absolutely wrong, Mr. Dallas, absolutely wrong, though he won his case." Here they became aware that Sir James Dyne, Sir James Dyne, was being loudly called upon to respond to some toast, and he rose to his feet. "Gentlemen," then in an aside to Jellicoe, "what on earth is the toast, Jellicoe?" Jellicoe, almost suffocating with laughter, told him, and the old man launched into a speech that convulsed the room, made the tears run down the cheeks of the worshipful masters and wardens, and left them rosy red and limply happy. As he sat down, he lit another cigar and turned to Dallas. "Excuse the interruption, Mr. Dallas, and now what is your theory of this mysterious disappearance of Sir Charles Dossel, Mr. Peacock, and Sir Revel?" "That question was on the tip of my tongue to ask you, Sir James." A humorous twinkle came into the keen, dark eye. "Well, like everyone else except the police, I suppose, I have my theory, too. And do you know, I think it will prove to be the right one." He beamed confidentially towards the young man, drew out his watch, half unintentionally as it seemed, and sprang up suddenly as he caught sight of the time. "Will you pardon my running away? I have an appointment which I shall barely manage to keep. Come down and see me at my place, Mr. Dallas, at Barwood. I shall be delighted. Any Sunday you can spare the time. I dine at 7 sharp. Good-bye. Good-bye, Jellicoe." And he was gone. "Amusing old cuss, isn't he?" said Jellicoe, who had got past reverence point. "If he asks you down to his place, you go, Dallas. It will take you out of yourself, my boy. He has a wonderful establishment down there. I tackle the consultative and theoretical part of the business. Sir James handles the actual and desperate cases. For downright out-and-out mad loonies, there never was a man like him." "Do you often go down there?" "Me? Oh, never, if I can help it. It's interesting and all that, but one has to see so much of it that when I get the chance of an hour or two off, I get as far away from it as possible." Next evening Dallas received the following: "My dear Mr. Dallas, I trust that you will believe me when I say that when I referred last night to Sir Revel Revell, I had not the remotest idea that the matter was of more than ordinary interest to you. But I have since learned of your close connection with Sir Revel's family, and I am annoyed to think that any heedless words of mine may have added to the pain which this strange matter must be causing you. Pray accept my sincerest sympathy, and to show that you bear an old man no ill will, come down on Sunday and enliven my solitary table, 7 sharp. The carriage shall meet you at North Barwood Station by the 6:20 from Waterloo. Sincerely yours, James Dyne." With the remembrance of Sir James's last words at the dinner still ringing in his ears, Dallas wrote accepting the invitation. A 15-minute spin in the train, a rapid 15 minutes drive through lovely, lonely country lanes, prematurely darkened by the threatening of a storm, a panting halt while heavy iron gates were unlocked, a rapid passage up a long tree-lined approach, and Dallas was silently received by an ancient servitor in black silk stockings, with silky white hair, who handed his hat and coat to one of 2 stalwart footmen, and bowed the visitor into a small, handsomely furnished room, half reception-room, half library. As far as he could judge, the house seemed a very large one. The thing that struck him most was the absolute quiet and the exquisite taste displayed in all the appointments. Everything was rich and solid, and in perfect accord with Sir James Dyne's own impressive personality. Sir James joined him almost instantly and gave him a warm greeting. "It was very good of you to take pity on an old man's loneliness, Mr. Dallas, in the face of such a storm, too," as a crash of thunder shook the house. The low hum of a deep-toned gong rolled along the passages, and Sir James said gaily, "Let us to table at once. Everything here goes by clockwork, and if I am behind time, the cook goes on sending up the courses, and I am the sufferer." It was an admirable dinner, rendered doubly so by the old doctor's wonderful flow of anecdote and reminiscence. He knew something about everybody, and mostly to their detriment. That is, from the professional standpoint. Dallas found himself wondering at last if he himself were quite sane, or at all events whether, beyond himself and his host, there were any absolutely sane persons in existence. The doctor evolved the theory that 99 men out of 100 are insane upon at least one subject, and that the way to cure them is not by immuring them in asylums, but by a surgical operation which should deaden their susceptibilities upon the subject in question. Why, you yourself, Mr. Dallas, probably have some subject which touches you to the quick when you brood upon it. It makes you mad to think of it. How commonly the expression is used. It is only a colloquialism, of course, but there is the germ of truth in it, as there is the germ of madness in every brain. Circumstances in some cases hatch out the germ, and so men go mad, and so on and so on. Of the Barr, Sir James seemed to hold no very high opinion. He proved satisfactorily to himself that the Master of the Rolls was distinctly unsound in his upper strata, that at least 2 of the Lords Justices of Appeal were decidedly monomaniacs, and that the Lord Chief Justice was not far short of a drivelling idiot. It was immensely amusing and extremely interesting, for the doctor was a very clever man and seemed to be exerting himself to the utmost in his guest's behalf. Dallas had tried several times to bring round the conversation to the subject nearest his heart at the moment, but it was not till they were enjoying the after-dinner cigar that he succeeded in firing his questions squarely into the doctor's batteries. "Well now, Sir James, I want your theory as to the missing men. Where are they, and how did they get there?" "Well, my dear boy," he said slowly, "that question has exercised my mind in common with the rest of the world, and my theory is that they have been kidnapped." "But, doctor, kidnapped in this 19th century?" "Oh, yes, I acknowledge all the difficulties of the case, but it seems to me the only possible explanation." "But how? Why? By whom?" "Ah, that opens up a very wide field. How, the means would not be difficult to a determined man. The 2 latter questions hang together. Answer the one, and you solve the other. For instance, your client in the case had every reason to wish to stifle any further cross-examination by Sir Charles. Oh, yes, but he would hardly have made away with his own leader. That, of course, seems a difficulty, unless it were done as a blind. Just then the storm, which had been raging all through the dinner, culminated in one terrific crash, which caused both men to take their cigars from their mouths and hold their breath. "Jove," said the doctor, "that was heavy and close." He seemed restless. He got up and went to the window, and was met by a blinding flash. "I think you must let me offer you a bed, Mr. Dallas. I couldn't think of letting you turn out in weather like this. Is there any necessity for your being back in town tonight? Any early engagements for tomorrow?" "Oh, none, doctor, but I wouldn't like to impose myself on you to that extent." "Oh, tut, tut, it is I who am under the obligation." He touched a button sunk in the floor under the table with his foot, and the old butler appeared. "Oswald, have a room prepared for Mr. Dallas. He will stay the night." The old man bowed and withdrew. "An invaluable man that," said the doctor. "He has never spoken a word in his life. A clever fellow, too. He was my coachman for over 20 years, and has been for 20 years my butler. I have often thought what an advantage it would be if there were a special race like that. No, he is not deaf, as you see, only dumb. Born so." The doctor was pacing the room restlessly, and the thunder was still rolling and crashing overhead. "You will have to excuse me for a time, Mr. Dallas. A storm like this always has a bad effect on my patients. I shall make my nightly rounds earlier than usual, as I may be wanted. Or stay," he said, "suppose you come with me. It will be an experience for you." Dallas had no great inclination for the experience, but the doctor urged, "You may pick up some ideas that may come in useful in your profession sometime. Never miss the opportunity of gaining novel experiences." And Dallas went. They crossed the hall, where the 2 stalwart footmen were dozing in big, easy basket chairs, passed through a heavy door at the farther end, with a tight-fitting green baize-covered door behind it, down a long passage, through another big door, which the doctor opened with a pass-key, into the working part of the establishment. Here all was solid and grim. The extraordinary quiet of the doctor's house did not exist here. The sounds, strange and weird, were not obtrusively loud, they were muffled, but they were there, and Dallas began to wish he had remained behind. They were passing a door when the inmate commenced beating a furious tattoo on it with his fists. The occupants of some of the other rooms followed the example, and the corridor re-echoed with the muffled thunder. A flame of anger flashed across the doctor's face. He dashed open the trap of the door where the noise had started and said angrily, "Silence, at once, or I will send for the strait waistcoat." Dallas caught a glimpse of a man's face at the wicket, peering forth with wild, straining eyes, and he had an impression of a shaven, convict-like head. With a thrill that shook him to his base and left his knees a-trembling, Dallas recognized that the face was familiar to him. A light of responsive recognition flamed up into the wild eyes, and he could have sworn that the being inside was shouting his own name when the doctor shot the wicket to with an angry oath. "A bad case," he said, "a very bad case." Who in heaven's name was it, was the question pounding in Dallas's brain. Who was it? Who was it? The face was familiar, though somehow different. His brain was whirling confusedly after the answer to this riddle, when Sir James inserted his key into a door and flung it open. "This is one of our punishment rooms, Mr. Dallas," he said coolly. "You don't associate so much padding with a cell, do you?" The doctor had entered after touching an electric light switch outside, and now stood in the center of the padded room looking round with an air of complacent approval. "You couldn't hurt yourself here, however much you tried." Dallas stepped inside and looked around. Every inch of the walls and door and floor was thickly padded. It felt dreadfully oppressive. His brain was still painfully throbbing in its futile search for the connecting link between that face at the wicket and the someone in the outside world with whom he was acquainted. Who was it? Who in heaven's name was it? His brain felt like bursting. Suddenly he was aware that Sir James was addressing him. Something peculiar in the old man's tone sent another shock through him. He looked up. "Put it on, Mr. Dallas, put it on." The old man was holding out to him a strange-looking garment made of strong canvas. "Why, Doctor, what is it?" "Put it on, Mr. Dallas. Do you hear me? Put it on at once, or I will send for the keepers." Dallas looked up with amazement. The fine old face was working with fury. The devil himself was gleaming out of the keen dark eyes. "Put it on," he said again with a snarl. "Put it on. Confound you! Put it on." Then in a flash Dallas recognized two things. The face at the wicket of that other room was the face of Sir Charles Dossal, and the old man in front of him, stamping in fury, was, for the time being, as mad as any of his own patients. "Dossal! It was Sir Charles Dossal!" sprang to Dallas's lips. And then the doctor dashed at him. He stumbled, and in a moment Dallas slipped out of the room and slammed to the door, which closed with a vicious snap. Dallas leaned, panting against it. What was the meaning of it all? It was beyond him. But he must see Sir Charles again, if indeed it were really he. He listened at the door he was leaning against, but heard no sound. Then he stole along to the door from which the face had peered, and slipped back the wicket. A face appeared there, but not the face he expected, not Sir Charles Dossal's. He had gone to the wrong door. But, good heavens, this was a face he knew better still, and the voice was the voice of Sir Revel Revell, and it said, "Dallas, Charlie Dallas, thank God for the sight of you. Get me out of this. What in heaven's name is the meaning of it all?" Before he could reply, the door at the end of the corridor opened silently, and the old man Oswald appeared. He came noiselessly along, looking about questioningly for Sir James. Dallas closed the trap and leaned for a moment against the wall to recover his balance. His heart was pounding like a sledgehammer, and the blood surging up into his brain made him reel. The old man came close up to him, his head and neck shaking threateningly from side to side, his deep-set eyes rolling, and his penthouse brows twitching in questioning, while a low, guttural gurgle came from his throat. Dallas braced himself up with an effort and said as nonchalantly as he could, "Sir James is attending to one of his patients. I am going back to the house." And he strolled slowly away, curbing as best he could the mad impulse to dash through the door and out into the night. He dared not turn round to look, but felt the old man's weird eyes following him. When he closed the door behind him on that hideous corridor, he felt as though he had awakened from a nightmare. Then another fear confronted him. How was he to get out of the house? Those two big footmen in their basket chairs on either side of the hall were not merely spectacular adjuncts to the establishment, he could well imagine. To enter on Sir James Dyne's invitation was one thing. To get out without his permission would probably prove a very different matter. Dallas was quick-witted, however. He faced the difficulty, formed his plan, and acted on it at once. He saw at a glance that there was no chance of breaking out through the iron ribs of the conservatory. He walked quietly up to the door leading to the house, then dashed through it, and through the passage beyond, shouting, "Help! Help! Quick! Help!" Through the double doors into the big hall. As he expected, the two footmen had sprung out of their chairs and were ready for the emergencies. Dallas checked himself in the middle of the hall and turned to rush back the way he had come, shouting excitedly, "Come on, quick! The doctor is being murdered!" The two men sprang forward and followed him. They saw him dash through the door into the conservatory and almost fell over his prostrate body as they thrust through after him. "Never mind me," he yelled. "Go on, quick! You'll be too late." Then in a moment, as they sped on, he was back in the passage in the hall, fumbling at the lock of the great front door. But it defied all his efforts. He dashed into the small waiting room. There was no time to unfasten the window. The men might be back in a moment. He seized a chair, dashed it twice against the glass, scrambled through, losing flesh and clothing in his passage, and dropped into a rose bush with a fervent, "Thank God." The rain beat down on his hot head, and he was grateful. He had escaped from hell, and the cooling drops were as the water of life to him. Now to get out of the grounds and back to London with the least possible delay. He sped down the avenue. No good trying the great iron gates. He knew they would be locked. When he saw the lodge looming in front, he turned off into the shrubbery and forced his way through. Drenched to the skin by the showers, he shook down, till a high stone wall barred his way. "Sure to be glass on top," he said to himself. He slipped out of his coat, and holding it by the tails, flung the collar over the top of the wall. At the third throw it caught, and with the slight assistance it gave, he hauled himself up. He got over at last, badly cut about the knees and hands, and dropped into the road, dragging the remains of the coat after him. Then he settled down into a steady run for the station, remembered that the last train had probably gone, and that in any case he would almost certainly be stopped as an escaped lunatic if he presented himself there, and turned off into the fields in the direction of the copper-colored glow in the sky and the distant roar which represented London. As he scrambled through the hedge, a distant clang smote on his ears. It was the opening and closing of the iron gates of the lodge. He crouched low and endeavored to stifle his quick panting. He heard the rapid pad of feet on the road, and in a minute two stalwart forms darted past in the direction of the station. He waited till they were out of hearing, then struck a bee-line for the coppery glow. Through hedge and ditch, over field and furrow, what with mud and blood and rain and clothes and rags, he felt himself an awful object, but every step brought him nearer London and brought rescue one step nearer to his friends. At last, panting painfully and thoroughly used up, he stumbled onto a high road. It ran the right way, and he followed it. He trudged and ran and trudged again to recover breath. He seemed to have been on the go for hours, and doubted at last if his strength would hold out. In time he came to scattered villas, then shops, and at last, thank heaven, a hansom rolling sleepily home to its suburban stable. Dallas hailed it. The driver hesitated, and when he saw the dilapidated object before him, he whipped up his tired horse and continued his homeward journey. "Stop, man!" thundered Dallas, with all his remaining strength. It's a matter of life and death, and here's a sovereign and another if you land me at Scotland Yard within half an hour." The man backed up to the outstretched coin, took it, bit it, fumbled for a match, lighted it under his cape, examined the coin, and flung open the doors with, "Right you are, governor. You're a rummy-looking lot, but quids is quids. Where's the corpse?" Well, Dallas tumbled in, and they rumbled away. The horse was worn out, and it was close on midnight when it stumbled up, reeking like a lime kiln, to the door of Scotland Yard. Dallas flung up the other sovereign and limped up the steps. A couple of stalwart policemen confronted him. "I want the commissioner, quick! Don't stand ramping about here. Take me up at once and send up some brandy. I'm going to faint." A sergeant beckoned to one of his men, who took Dallas's other arm, and between them they led him off upstairs. He did faint before they reached the top, and when he came to, he found himself lying in the chief commissioner's own armchair, with a taste of brandy in his mouth. Sir Edward was regarding him with a somewhat quizzical smile. "Well, Mr. Dallas, has the junior Barr been dining out? What is this strange story the sergeant hints at?" Dallas held out his torn hands and pointed to the wounds in his lacerated knees, and looking steadily into the chief commissioner's face, said quietly, "The junior Barr doesn't run to this extreme even in its most hilarious moments, Sir Edward. Do you know Sir James Dyne's house at Barwood?" he continued. The chief commissioner nodded with an accession of interest. "I got these wounds in escaping from the house 2 hours ago. In a padded cell there you will find Sir Revel Revell, in another Sir Charles Dossel. Probably Peacock is in another. It was touch and go that I am not in another." The commissioner had started from his seat in amazement, and was eyeing him keenly from below his knitted brows. "This is an astounding story, Mr. Dallas." "It is more than astounding. It's true. I want a search warrant. I want a dozen picked men, and I want to get back as quick as we can go." The commissioner touched a bell. Queux, the sergeant, came in. "A dozen of your best mounted men to be ready in 5 minutes, Queux. I shall go myself. Order a spare horse for Mr. Dallas." "Now, just a question or two, Mr. Dallas. How came you at Sir James Dyne's?" "He invited me to dinner," and he briefly told his story. The commissioner was evidently much exercised. "How did you open the front door?" he asked suddenly. "Oh, I didn't. I smashed a window with a chair and tumbled through it." "Which window?" "Small room on right of hall," the commissioner nodded. "How did you pass the lodge?" he asked. "I didn't try. I clambered over the wall, hence the cuts." "You seem to be acquainted with the place, Sir Edward." "Well, I dined there with Sir James last night, Mr. Dallas, and he took pride in pointing out the strength of his defences." "Did he invite you to accompany him on his rounds?" "He did, and I declined to go." "Oh, I went," said Dallas feelingly. Dallas borrowed a sergeant's cap and cape, and the cavalcade set off at a round trot for Barwood. Of the rapid dash through muddy streets and still more muddy country roads, Dallas remembered nothing beyond a feeling of intense weariness and of desperate anxiety. Grit or instinct kept him on the saddle, however, and it was only when the panting party drew rein at the lodge gates at Barwood that he fell forward on his horse's neck, completely used up. Of the subsequent operations, of the strategy needed to effect an entrance into the stronghold, of the breaking in of cell doors amid the shrieks and moans of the inmates, of the discovery of Sir James dancing a wild dance of death on poor old Oswald's body on the floor of the padded room, he heard and saw nothing. His next recollection was of lying on a sofa in the dining-room, and the murmur of conversation arising from a small group of men sitting around a table on which were food and wine. The chief commissioner he knew. The others puzzled him. Their faces seemed familiar, but their heads were clean-shaven, and each face wore a strange, pinched, anxious look, which he had never seen there before. Their costumes, too, were curious. On the whole, he decided that they were convicts. He raised himself on his elbow to examine them more closely, and they came forward to overwhelm him with thanks almost too deep for utterance. Sir Revel, Sir Charles, and Mr. Peacock. Nothing more is necessary to complete this record of a strange episode than the account of their adventures by the three principal actors therein. Sir Charles Dossel's statement was as follows. After leaving the courts on the evening of July 14th, Mr. Peacock, Q.C., who held a brief with me in a certain case, dined with me at my house. After dinner we had a lengthy discussion on certain points arising out of the case, and Mr. Peacock left about 11 p.m. 15 minutes later a letter was handed to me, which ran thus. Dear Sir Charles, we regret exceedingly to trouble you at this time of night, but our client is here at our offices, and has been here for some hours, in a state of frantic excitement, respecting the new line of defense you have developed in the last question of your cross-examination tonight. She insists on an interview and makes some very remarkable statements. She absolutely declines to stir out of our office till she has seen you. We have no option but to comply with her request, and beg of you to favor us with your presence for a few minutes. We send our senior's brougham with this, to save you as much inconvenience as possible. Again, apologizing for the annoyance. We remain, dear Sir Charles, yours obediently, George and George. Sir Charles Dossel, per H.G. This was written on plain notepaper, and bore the marks of extreme haste, but no suspicion as to its genuineness ever entered my head. I put on coat and hat, told the footman I would be back shortly, and left the house. A brougham stood a few paces off. An elderly footman closed the door on me as I entered, and we drove off. The night was warm, the brougham was oppressive. I tried to open the windows, first one then the other, but they seemed to have got jammed. Then I remembered no more till I found myself in a padded room with my head shaved. One of the birds ensnared, the capture of the others was easy. The letter to Mr. Peacock arrived by the last postal delivery at night, and ran as follows. My dear Peacock, I am in a terrible mess. You can help me out. For old friendship's sake, come to me. At 11 o'clock tonight a brougham will be waiting for you at the corner of Russell Square. To make sure you are right, say the single word Charles to the driver, and he will touch his hat 3 times. This must seem to you very melodramatic, even childish perhaps. Unfortunately, it is unavoidable under the circumstances. Come to me without fail, I beg of you, Charles Dossel. I went, said Mr. Peacock. I entered the brougham, and after that the record of Sir Charles's experiences is identical with my own. With simply the necessary alterations, the letter which Sir Revel received, also by the last post, was identical with Mr. Peacock's. It also purported to come from Sir Charles. An examination of the carriage showed that the windows and doors were absolutely unmovable from the inside, and that a simple but ingenious contrivance in the roof enabled the driver at any moment to drop upon the rider's face a chloroformed cloth. All Sir James Dyne's patients, except the 3 Q.C.s, seemed genuinely mad. Whether they were so when first they passed through the doors of Barwood will never be known. End of The Missing Q.C.s by John Oxenham, Part 2. Recording by Alan Johns, Dayton, Ohio, USA. End of The Rivals of Sherlock Holmes, Volume 2.